Before his rebirth, Su Pingan witnessed the destruction of the Blue Star civilization with his own eyes. Now, reborn, he faces an even more terrifying prophecy. On December 12, 2023, the interdimensional portal on Beihai Island opened, marking humanity's first contact with another world. Two major factions clashed over control of the portal, igniting the Third World War. Japan became the main battlefield, with over 30 million casualties. Just 6 months later, a second portal emerged by the Nile River. After multiple rounds of negotiations, both factions took control of one portal each, ushering humanity into a new era of interdimensional exploration, known as the Great Age of Exploration. Subsequently, 6 more portals were discovered. In the 4th year of the Great Age of Exploration, the two factions opened the Otherworld to the public and unveiled cultivation techniques excavated from otherworldly ruins. Humanity entered an era of universal cultivation. However, 5 years later, Japanese extremist Yamamoto Twenty-One colluded with the Blood Spirit Demon Sect from the Otherworld, bringing the blood goo motherworm to Blue Star. Billions fell under its control, becoming blood puppets, and Blue Star turned into a breeding ground for the Blood Spirit Demon Sect. Only a few survivors escaped to the Otherworld, with less than 1% of Blue Star's life remaining. In the 23rd year of the Great Age of Exploration, a golden sword flew out from the Beihai Island portal, transforming into a rain of swords that eradicated the blood puppets. The 5 continents sank, the seas changed, and the 9th portal appeared. As the first survivor to reach the 9th portal, Su Pingan stared intently at the treasure box on the gate. Without hesitation, he grabbed the box, ignoring the slowly opening gate, and immediately opened it. Inside lay an unremarkable pill, and a message surged into his mind. Rebirth pill, consumed to be reborn at the beginning of the great calamity. At that moment, a rift appeared in the sky, and a crimson giant eye gazed down, its voice booming like thunder. Hand over the item, and you may live. Su Pingan's heart pounded, and cold sweat poured down. But he made the most decisive choice. He swallowed the pill in one gulp. It was his only chance for survival. Courting death. The eye roared in anger, shooting out a red beam that distorted space. At the critical moment, a string of golden ancient runes flew out from the 9th portal, shielding Su Pingan and effortlessly blocking the deadly attack. However, the crisis was not over. The entire world suddenly froze, shattered like a mirror, and countless fragments reassembled into a mirrored passage. Su Pingan was pulled into it by a tremendous force. Inside the passage, he saw his past life clearly and understood the meaning of the golden runes. When the 9 portals converge, the seal breaks, spiritual energy revives, the truth emerges, the universe opens and slaughter begins. When Su Pingan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of Villa number 3 in the Platinum Han Villa district of Magic City. A voice he had longed to hear sounded in his ear. Pingan, are you okay? Yin Ron. Su Pingan blurted out the name that haunted his dreams. Memories flooded in, and he finally understood the rebirth pill had worked, and he had returned to over 20 years ago, before the first interdimensional portal had opened. Overwhelmed, Su Pingan hugged Yin Ron tightly. Yin Ron, I love you. I love you too. Yin Ron whispered gently, kissing his earlobe. Though she didn't understand why her lover was so distraught, she could feel his deep affection. After a long embrace, Yin Ron gently stroked Su Pingan's back. Feeling better? Yes, Su Pingan nodded. You scared me just now. Yin Ron sighed in relief, nestling in Su Pingan's arms. They remained silent, only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths filling the room. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight peeked through the curtains, illuminating Yin Ron's face. Su Pingan tenderly caressed her hair, wishing time could stop at this moment forever. Pingan, did you have a nightmare? I've never seen you so scared, not even when we were in the ancient pyramids, Yin Ron asked with concern, looking up at him. I dreamt of the end of the world. I dreamt of your death, my death, the fall of Chinese civilization, and the end of everything. Su Pingan's voice was heavy. Yin Ron smiled. They say dreams are the opposite of reality. I won't die, you won't die, and we'll grow old together as we promised. Su Pingan stroked her hair, his voice resolute. Yes, I won't die, and I won't let anything happen to you. We'll be fine. The 18-character mantra echoed in Su Pingan's mind. When the 9 portals converge, the seal breaks, spiritual energy revives, the truth emerges, the universe opens and slaughter begins. What did it all mean? He remembered the string of golden ancient runes that had enveloped him before his rebirth. Su Pingan lay on his bed, his mind racing. The secrets of the 9 interdimensional portals swirled in his thoughts. Could the activation of these portals unlock some kind of seal? Was the resurgence of spiritual energy connected to this? And what did that sudden appearance of the red giant eye signify? Unlike the previous golden light sword, the giant eye lacked any spiritual energy fluctuations. This made Su Pingan wonder if the eye's power far surpassed that of the entity behind the light sword. And what did cosmic opening mean? How would the slaughter in the other world unfold? Shaking his head, Su Pingan temporarily set aside these questions. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he couldn't even fend off the Blood Spirit Demon Sect, let alone those unknown threats. Waiting until the 4th year of the Great Voyage to enter the other world was clearly too slow. He clearly remembered that when the 9 portals opened in his previous life, they came with generous rewards. Those who obtained these rewards later became the top powerhouses on Blue Star. If he could get ahead this time. A spark of determination flashed in Su Pingan's eyes. Especially the rebirth pill from the 9th portal. Would it be different this time around? And would the other 8 rewards be the same as in his previous life? As he pondered, Yin Ron noticed his unusual demeanor. Pingan, what are you thinking about? She asked softly. Something that will affect our future, Su Pingan said mysteriously. What kind of thing? Yin Ron became intrigued. Su Pingan kissed her forehead lightly. It's a secret for now. I'll tell you once it's done. Yin Ron nodded obediently, secretly looking forward to the surprise. By the way, what's today's date? Su Pingan suddenly asked. December 2nd. Have you forgotten the date? Realizing he had 10 more days, Su Pingan sighed in relief. With a beauty in my arms, how could I remember the date? You're such a sweet talker. Yin Ron playfully punched him. I never knew you were so glib. Hee. Now that you're on my ship, there's no getting off for life. Su Pingan joked. Seeing him joke around, Yin Ron knew he had recovered from his nightmare and got up to leave. This star of China had a quiet personality and preferred to stay at home listening to music, doing yoga, reading, and tending to her garden, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the entertainment industry. Their meeting was nothing short of legendary. After retiring, Su Pingan worked as a mercenary in the Middle East and was assigned to protect Yin Ron. At that time, she was performing a humanitarian concert at the border of the ancient pyramid country, protesting against the bombings of civilians by a small nation. Afterward, she was targeted for assassination. Su Pingan escorted her across half of the ancient pyramid country, eventually reuniting with the domestic peacekeeping forces. 7 or 8 days of fleeing together led to a deep bond between them. Upon returning to China, they kept in touch through social media. Just last week, Yin Ron confessed her feelings, and they officially started their relationship. Next month, there's going to be a concert in Shanghai. As the morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Yin Ron sat by the bed with a hint of apology in her eyes. I need to go to the venue today to check for any issues. In the coming days, I might have to neglect our little Pingan a bit. Music is Yin Ron's lifeline. There are few things she insists on doing herself, and music and Su Pingan are the 2 most important. Don't worry about me, Su Pingan said softly, getting out of bed. I also need to go abroad for a while to take care of something. Abroad? Yin Ron, who was about to step into the bathroom, turned abruptly and ran back, her eyes welling up with tears. Did you take on another mission? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't do those dangerous tasks anymore? Su Pingan cupped her face and comforted her gently. Relax, I promised I wouldn't work as a mercenary anymore, and I mean it. This time, it's for something important but not dangerous. You have to trust me. His special mission had been completed, and he no longer needed to use his mercenary identity as a cover. That's why he could stay in the country long term. During this free time, he just wanted to spend as much time as possible with Yin Ron because once he re-enlisted, their time together would be very limited. Really? Yin Ron asked, half in doubt. Truer than gold. If I find out you're lying to me, Yin Ron pouted. I'll never let you touch me again. That won't do. Su Pingan teased, tapping her nose before lifting her in a princess carry and heading towards the bathroom. What are you doing? We're showering together. Over an hour later, the 2 enjoyed a lovingly prepared breakfast together. Just then, Yin Ron's manager, Lu Yun, arrived. Yun Jia was originally just an ordinary manager. After Yin Ron became a hit, the company wanted to replace her with a top-tier manager, but the kind-hearted Yin Ron insisted on keeping her. However, this ungrateful traitor was the very person who, in a previous life, drove Yin Ron to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Ron, why are you just now having breakfast? We're going to be late. Lu Yun stood at the door, her tone clearly showing her dissatisfaction. Su Pingan frowned slightly, watching Lu Yun's commanding attitude towards Yin Ron. He realized that this manager was beginning to show signs of manipulating his girlfriend. Sorry, Sister Yun, I overslept. Yin Ron picked up the sandwich Su Pingan had specially prepared for her and gave him an apologetic glance. Let's eat on the way. Sit down and finish your breakfast properly, Su Pingan said gently but firmly. Eating on the go is bad for your health. There's no rehearsal today, just a site visit. The experienced crew won't have any issues. What do you mean, Su Pingan? Lu Yun turned sharply, her eyes flashing with anger. Are you trying to make Ron look like a diva? Her accumulated dissatisfaction with Su Pingan finally erupted. Don't throw around accusations. Su Pingan stared back at Lu Yun without backing down. Even if you act like a diva, Our Shinran never would. He clearly remembered the backstage gossip from the previous life, where the crew spoke highly of Yi Shinran's kindness, while Lu Yun's arrogance led people to believe it was under Shinran's orders. Stung by the truth, Lu Yun retorted, "If you really care about Shinran, you should stay away from her. She's a top star in China, and you? You're an unemployed freeloader, shamelessly living off her. Do you realize how much damage this could do to her career if her fans found out? Are you even a man?" In his past life, such words had constantly wounded Su Ping'an's pride, ultimately leading to the breakdown of their relationship. But this time, before Su Ping'an could respond, Yi Shinran's face had already darkened. "Sister Yun," Yi Shinran's voice was icy. "Ping'an is my man, the only man in my life. If you look down on him, you look down on me. If you can't understand that, we can't continue working together." Panic flashed across Lu Yun's face, and she hastily tried to explain. "Shinran, that's not what I meant." "Sister Yun, wait outside for me." Yi Shinran cut her off. "I'll be there in a moment." Lu Yun had no choice but to leave, her eyes showing a trace of malice as she turned away. If Yi Shinran, her golden goose, were to replace her, she would lose everything she had now. "Ping'an," Yi Shinran turned to Su Ping'an worried, "don't take what Sister Yun said to heart. She doesn't understand how wonderful you are. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile." Su Ping'an gave a calm smile but cautioned, "But you should be careful with Lu Yun. I'm concerned she might hold a grudge." "And no, I'm not being vindictive." "I know," Yi Shinran said, clinging to Su Ping'an's arm playfully. "Sister Yun does have her issues, but if it weren't for her support and guidance in the beginning, I might not have made it. Please, don't hold it against her. Okay? I'm not that petty," Su Ping'an replied, though he sighed inwardly. Yi Shinran was still too sentimental. Although Su Ping'an could force Yi Shinran to stay away from Lu Yun, he knew that doing so would only leave a thorn in Yi Shinran's heart. He needed Lu Yun's true nature to be fully exposed, allowing Yi Shinran to make her own judgment. Today's events had already planted seeds of doubt in Yi Shinran's mind, making her more cautious of Lu Yun. "I knew it. You're the best, honey." Yi Shinran's eyes sparkled with joy as she stood on tiptoe to give Su Ping'an a light kiss on the lips. She then turned and skipped away cheerfully. The villa returned to silence. Su Ping'an sank into the sofa, beginning to meticulously sift through over 20 years of memories. He was surprised to find his memory seemed sharper, with the details of the next 20 years vividly playing in his mind like a slideshow. To protect Shinran and the China I love, and to prevent the tragedies of the past from repeating, strength is key, Su Ping'an pondered. And cultivation is the essential path to gaining that strength. Techniques and resources are the most fundamental and urgent issues to address. He began searching his memories for the cultivation techniques he had encountered in his previous life. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The primordial profound technique, body strengthening chapter. Su Ping'an sat up abruptly, his eyes shining. This divine technique had been buried deep in his memory all along. In his plan, Yi Shinran was still Lu Yun's cash cow for the time being, which meant Lu Yun wouldn't dare act rashly in the short term. But Su Ping'an was already thinking about how to eliminate this hidden danger completely in the future. For now, the most pressing task was to start cultivating and enhancing his own strength as quickly as possible. The Wuji mysterious art was universally acknowledged as the most powerful technique in the previous era, as it was the reward for opening the sixth interdimensional portal located in Antarctica. This technique's origins are closely tied to the interdimensional portals. In the past, humans discovered a total of 8 portals, each marked with numbers from 1 to 8 in otherworldly script. The meaning of this script was deciphered only after contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. At that time, a Danish explorer and YouTuber named Chris obtained the Wuji mysterious art after opening the 6th portal. Perhaps in a bid for more views or simply to show off, he shared the first stage of the technique, the body refinement chapter, on social media. The technique was sealed, revealing the content of the next stage only after mastering the current one. Realizing his rashness, Chris did not share any further stages. Su Ping'an understood that to obtain the complete Wuji mysterious art, he would have to personally travel to Antarctica and open the 6th portal. However, mastering the first stage alone would take him a considerable amount of time. More pressing was the portal in Eben country, which would open in 10 days, and he needed to claim the reward before then. With this in mind, Su Ping'an picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Away. Do you have any connections on Beihai Island in Eben country?" A raspy voice responded. "Yes. Can you get me an unregistered car and some weapons?" Su Ping'an asked directly. As a former mercenary, he still had some connections in this circle. "The car is no problem. Do you want long-range or short-range weapons?" The other person asked straightforwardly, adhering to the unspoken rules of their trade, never questioned the purpose. "Short-range, the more powerful, the better. Ideally, an M500 with as many bullets as possible. Money is not an issue." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Don't do anything reckless. A mass shooting would be a huge problem. Relax, you know my character. I won't drag you into trouble." After another pause, Away finally relented. I'll help you this time, but don't put me in a difficult position, or we can't be friends anymore. Thanks, I'll treat you to a drink someday. After hanging up, Su Pingan immediately booked a flight and a hotel online. Lying on the couch, he fell into deep thought. Should he inform the military about the portal now? After weighing his options, he decided against it for 3 reasons. First, it would be hard to explain without revealing his rebirth, which would put him in a dangerous position. The numerous unexplained, accidental deaths of scientists in the country were no coincidence, in his view. Second, if the authorities were informed prematurely, military maneuvers might be noticed by outsiders, affecting the course of events regarding the Eben country portal. Lastly, this could reveal that China also had a portal, essentially helping to share Eben country's burden, which was unacceptable to Su Pingan. With these thoughts clarified, Su Pingan felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, and a faint smile began to form on his face. At Chinsui Airport on Beihai Island, Su Pingan disembarked from the plane and made his way to the immigration hall with practiced ease. His 1-year tourist visa was still valid, making the entry process particularly smooth. Despite a recent decline in Chinese tourists due to the release of contaminated water, the airport was still bustling with dedicated Japan enthusiasts and business travelers. This situation made Su Pingan's identity as an ordinary tourist seem even more natural, avoiding any suspicion. Following his plan, he checked into his pre-booked hotel, made some essential purchases, and then returned to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Su Pingan headed to the location specified by Away to pick up a car. He meticulously inspected every corner of the vehicle, ensuring there were no safety hazards or listening devices before starting the engine. To avoid unnecessary attention, Su Pingan stopped the car in the nearest town to his destination. He shouldered his backpack and opted to hike into the mountains. After several hours of trekking, he finally reached his target location, a centuries-old bridge around 3 p.m. This bridge, known as the Tokachi Bridge, was at least several decades old. It was the dry season, and the riverbed was exposed, with only a thin stream remaining in the deepest part. Su Pingan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The bronze gate was beneath this bridge, discovered by a foreign tourist group camping here by chance. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings and pulled out an infrared thermal imager to scan a 500-meter radius. Once he confirmed the area was safe, Su Pingan carefully slid down the side of the bridge, passed under the arch, and soon spotted the weathered bronze gate. The gate was about 2 meters high and 1.8 meters wide, with the most striking feature being the otherworldly number 3 at the top. This was the third portal. Though the portal appeared unremarkable now, Su Pingan knew that once activated, it would gradually expand. Within a year, it could grow to 8 meters high and 10 meters wide. To further enlarge it, one only needed to throw spirit stones into the adjacent bronze pool. The more stones added, the larger the portal would become. He had found it. Su Pingan suppressed the urge to cheer, his heart brimming with excitement. Standing in front of the bronze door, Su Pingan swiftly took out the prepared gray canvas and carefully covered the entire door to block out the light. He slipped inside the canvas and cautiously removed the precious box from the door. The moment the box was taken away, the bronze door emitted a deep rumble and slowly opened to reveal a passage radiating an eerie blue light, rotating gently in a clockwise direction. Su Pingan quickly opened the box to find a blood-red, shimmering object inside, shaped like a wine pot. Immediately, a stream of information flooded his mind. This was the demon refining pot, an ancient primordial treasure with the ability to refine any ferocious beast into spiritual liquid. This liquid could be used by cultivators for training, nurturing spiritual plants, making medicine, and even raising spirit pets, making it an invaluable treasure. Just like in my past life, perfect, Su Pingan murmured to himself. He deftly took a silver needle from his waist and pricked his fingertip, opting for a gentler method rather than the usual crude practice of biting. Just 2 drops of blood were enough. As the blood fell onto the demon refining pot, a flash of blood-red light appeared, and the pot transformed into a stream of light that entered his forehead and settled firmly in his mind's eye. He attempted to summon it with his thoughts, and the pot immediately appeared in his hand. With another thought, it returned to his mind's eye. The box containing the demon refining pot was extraordinary as well. Although there were no clear hints, Su Pingan's experience from his past life told him that this palm-sized box not only contained a dimensional space capable of storing a vast number of items, but also had perfect sealing abilities, shielding any treasure's aura from modern instruments and cultivators' spiritual senses. He placed the box in his backpack, gazed at the deep blue passage ahead, and stepped in without hesitation. In an instant, the scenery around him changed, and he found himself in a lush forest. Su Pingan put down his backpack and took a deep breath of the spirit-infused air, feeling instantly refreshed, and all his travel fatigue vanished. He remembered clearly that after each portal opened, there was a 3-day protection period, a privilege granted to the opener. During this time, as long as he stayed within the safe zone, he would not be attacked by otherworldly beasts. Su Pingan immediately got to work. He took out a black package from his backpack, which contained an M500 pistol nickname, the cannon among handguns, along with over 300 bullets and 3 grenades. Gotta hand it to Away. He really came through, he muttered, quickly loading the ammunition. He then carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain, marking a 300-meter radius around the portal as his safe zone. To lure in prey, he splashed some of the blood he had brought along at the edge of the safe zone and turned on a loudspeaker playing Phoenix Legends songs. It wasn't long before he felt the ground shaking. A 4-meter-tall one-horned mad bull was crashing through the trees, charging straight at him. This was a first-tier 4-star beast, and its black horn could easily pierce the defenses of a 5th-layer body refinement cultivator. Damn, starting off with a big one, Su Pingan exclaimed, both startled and excited. He gripped his pistol tightly and instinctively took a few steps back, hoping the safety barrier would hold. The sheer intimidating presence of the frenzied unicorn bull was overwhelming for him. With a thunderous crash, the moment the frenzied unicorn bull collided with the golden barrier, its hard horns snapped off, its head split open, and blood dripped steadily from its coarse hide. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Su Pingan unhesitatingly raised his gun and aimed at the bull's eye. Bang! The bullet hit its mark with precision. Although the beast had tough skin, the bullet penetrated the vulnerable eye, causing an explosion that left a gruesome gash in its head. Moo, the frenzied unicorn bull let out a heart-wrenching scream, its remaining eye filled with hatred as it stared at Su Pingan. It struggled to get up, but failed repeatedly. Su Pingan maintained his shooting posture, ready to deliver a fatal shot if the beast attempted to escape. However, conserving a bullet was preferable now. After about 3 minutes, the frenzied unicorn bull finally took its last breath unwillingly. Perhaps its dying scream deterred other beasts, or maybe this area was indeed its territory, preventing other beasts from approaching. This unexpected calmness left Su Pingan somewhat disappointed. He cautiously approached the corpse and, after repeatedly confirming the bull was truly dead, he relaxed slightly. Then, using a dagger, he laboriously cut off 3 large chunks of prime beef and stored them in his space box. Next, he filled a container with the beast's blood, spreading it over a wider area to intensify the scent of blood. Once everything was done, Su Pingan put away the box, and with a thought, the demon refining pot appeared in his hand. Collect! With his command, a powerful suction force emerged, and the massive corpse of the frenzied unicorn bull turned into a twisted stream of light, being absorbed into the pot. The demon refining pot contains an entire world within itself and can never be filled, no matter how many fierce beasts are put inside. Su Pingan focused his mind inside the pot, and with a single thought, the one-horned frenzy bull was instantly transformed into a mass of energy, condensing into 1 drop of mid-grade first-tier spiritual liquid and 6 drops of low-grade first-tier spiritual liquid. The pot's notification indicated that the quality of the spiritual liquid is closely related to the beast level and the practitioner's realm. First-tier beasts can be refined into different grades of spiritual liquid based on their star level. 1 to 3 stars yield low grade, 4 to 6 stars yield mid-grade, 7 to 9 stars yield high grade, 10 stars yield top grade, 11 stars yield divine grade, and 12 stars yield sacred grade. These spiritual liquids can be downgraded, with a conversion ratio of 1 to 10, but they cannot be upgraded. Although the one-horned frenzy bull was a 4-star first-tier beast and could have yielded more mid-grade spiritual liquid, Su Pingan knew that high-quality spiritual liquid could be a burden for an uninitiated practitioner, potentially causing their body to explode. He chose to convert the excess energy into low-grade spiritual liquid, which was more suitable for his current cultivation needs. Drawing from his past life memories, cultivation is divided into 7 major realms: body refining, chi and blood, cleansing marrow, shedding mortality, transcendence, mountains and rivers, and celestial being, corresponding to beast tiers 1 through 7. Except for the first tier, which has 13 stars, the other realms all have a 9-star system. Notably, a first-tier practitioner can attempt to break through at a minimum of 3-star perfection and up to 13 stars, with different star levels resulting in vastly different bloodline qualities. Bloodline qualities are ranked from low to high as follows: low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, divine grade, sacred grade, and supreme grade. This classification system is attributed to the public knowledge of the infinite profound art. The ability to refine the highest quality bloodlines is why the infinite profound art is recognized as the most powerful technique, far surpassing others that typically only reach high grade. Looking around, the forest remained tranquil, with only the incongruous sound of Phoenix Legend music breaking the silence. Su Pingan cautiously moved to a spot 30 meters from the teleportation portal, a position that allowed him to observe without being immediately noticed by anyone arriving. He began adjusting his breathing and posture according to the body-refining chapter of the infinite profound art. Soon, a mystical sensation of merging with heaven and earth washed over him. His blood circulation accelerated, and the faint energy within his body started to permeate his flesh, but it was too sparse and depleted within 2 or 3 minutes, leaving him with a sensation of soreness and subtle pain. This was normal. Ordinary practitioners needed 100 days of foundation building before they could continue cultivating. However, leveraging his past life experience, Su Pingan accurately gauged his body's limits. The moment he felt the slightest pain, he immediately consumed a drop of low-grade first-tier spiritual liquid. A warm energy spread from his stomach, flowing throughout his body with his blood. The discomfort instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of comfort, as if he had undergone a thorough relaxation. Once the energy was fully consumed and the tingling sensation returned, the warm currents surged through his body again, repeating the cycle over and over. It wasn't until the effects of the spiritual liquid were completely exhausted that Su Pingan slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The effects of this spiritual liquid are astonishing. Su Pingan clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power in his knuckles. With just a single drop of first-tier low-grade spiritual liquid, his strength had increased by more than 20 kilograms. He ran quickly to test his speed and found a significant improvement, easily breaking the 10-second barrier for 100 meters. According to the standards from his previous life for the body-tempering realm, the first level required a strength of 100 kilograms and a speed of 10 seconds per 100 meters. Before cultivation, his strength had already met the requirement, but his speed was slightly lacking. Now, after cultivation, his overall physical qualities had been comprehensively enhanced, fully reaching the first level of the body-tempering realm. Su Pingan mentally reviewed the various levels of the body-tempering realm. The second level required 200 kilograms of strength, the third level 300 kilograms, the fourth level jumped to 1,000 kilograms, the fifth doubled to 2,000 kilograms, and the sixth 3,000 kilograms. Progressing this way, the ninth level required over 30,000 kilograms of strength. The 10th level demanded 100,000 kilograms, the 11th 1 million kilograms, and the 12th 10 million kilograms. The final 13th level required an astounding 100 million kilograms equivalent to 100,000 tons of force. Thinking about this, Su Pingan couldn't help but fall into contemplation. In his previous life, even Chris had only cultivated to the 11th level before choosing to break through. Although he knew that reaching the 13th level would grant greater potential, others had already advanced to the second, or even third major realms by then. Under the suppression of their realms, their combat power far exceeded Chris's. Additionally, with Chris possessing unparalleled divine skills, many coveted them, forcing him to break through early for self-preservation. This life, I have an early advantage in treasures like the demon refining pot. I wonder if I can make it to the final step? Su Pingan pondered, but he also understood that if faced with a life-threatening situation, he might also have to break through early to survive. Su Pingan walked to the edge of the safe zone and glanced around, confirming that there was no unusual activity. He then returned to the portal to continue his training. He checked his watch to record the time, then took out a drop of first-tier low-grade spiritual liquid, swallowed it, assumed the required posture, and began adjusting his breathing rhythm to start his training. When the effect of the spiritual liquid faded, Su Pingan immediately checked his watch. In just 20 minutes, he had increased his strength by over 20 kilograms. This efficiency excited him immensely. Compared to the snail's pace of his previous life, it was a world of difference. Eager to continue, he took out another drop of spiritual liquid. Just then, a loud bang interrupted his training. Instead of being annoyed, Su Pingan looked delighted and quickly rushed to the edge of the safe zone. There, he saw a giant wolf over 2 meters tall, covered in red fur, ramming into the golden barrier. A first-tier, 3-star beast, a red flame wolf, and judging by the flame pattern on its forehead, it's a wolf king, Su Pingan quickly deduced, relying on his previous life's experience in studying beast illustrations. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, and sure enough, with a howl from the wolf king, a dozen red flame wolves emerged from the forest. The wolf king rammed the barrier again, its eyes showing confusion and irritation. Su Pingan understood this frustration given the bloodthirsty nature of red flame wolves. Having prey so close yet unreachable would drive anyone mad. Perfect timing. Su Pingan quickly drew his gun and fired 5 shots, each bullet precisely hitting the foreheads of the red flame wolves. 5 wolves instantly fell, 2 dead and 3 severely injured. The wolf king froze, then furiously began ramming the barrier again, with the other wolves following suit. Su Pingan swiftly reloaded his weapon and fired another 5 shots, taking down 5 more red flame wolves. Realizing the danger, the wolf king shot a venomous glance at Su Pingan and prepared to retreat with the remaining wolves. But Su Pingan wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. He quickly loaded 2 more bullets, the first shot blasting out one of the wolf king's eyes, and the second piercing its neck. The wolf king collapsed with a faint whimper. The remaining 4 red flame wolves howled angrily before swiftly retreating into the dense forest. Just as Su Pingan regretted not bringing more weapons, a dozen different types of fierce beasts burst out from the forest, fighting over the red flame wolves' corpses. Steal my spoils, will you? Su Pingan quickly reloaded and fired 5 more shots, taking down 5 beasts that were tearing at the corpses. The other beasts either fled or ran off with the carcasses. One particularly bold dark panther charged at Xu Pingan, only to crash into the barrier and get stunned. Xu Pingan finished it off with a single shot to the head. Xu Pingan raised his gun and aimed at the beasts dragging the corpse of the red fire wolf, firing several shots in quick succession. The bullets hit their target squarely in the back. Though not fatal, they were enough to severely wound them. In an instant, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of a dozen or so beasts. A few grievously injured ones writhed and moaned on the ground, while two others with lighter injuries struggled to crawl towards the underbrush. Quickly reloading, Xu Pingan fired two more precise shots, finishing off the two beasts attempting to escape. They collapsed, twitching briefly before lying still. Scanning the dense forest cautiously, he saw that the area was momentarily calm. Xu Pingan then pulled out his infrared thermal imager to survey the surroundings. Through the device, he spotted around 17 or 18 beasts lurking about 200 meters from the safety zone's perimeter. They eyed the corpses on the ground greedily, but hesitated to act, wary of the golden barrier and Xu Pingan's weapon. If you're too scared to come, then just watch, Xu Pingan sneered, flipping his wrist to summon the demon refining pot. However, he was surprised to find that the severely injured beasts couldn't be absorbed into the pot. Only those that were truly dead could be taken. This discovery pleased him. It provided a way to confirm whether a beast was genuinely dead. As time passed, the severely injured beasts gradually died from blood loss and were absorbed into the demon refining pot one by one. This haul was quite substantial. Including the Red Fire Wolf King, there were 19 beasts in total. 3 of them were at the first tier, 3-star level, 11 at the first tier, 2-star level, and the remaining 5 were at the first tier, 1-star level. Upon starting the refining process, each first tier, 1-star beast yielded a drop of first tier lower grade spiritual liquid. Each first tier, 2-star beast produced 2 drops, and each first tier, 3-star beast could yield anywhere from 3 to 9 drops due to the significant gap between the 3-star and 4-star levels. Ultimately, he obtained a total of 44 drops of first-tier lower-grade spiritual liquid. Combined with the 3 drops he had left from before, he now possessed 1 drop of first-tier mid-grade spiritual liquid and 47 drops of first-tier lower-grade spiritual liquid. Watching his rapidly depleting ammunition, Xu Pingan frowned slightly. Higher-level beasts are definitely more valuable. Using up so many bullets is too extravagant. For lower-level ones, a dagger would suffice. Observing the thermal imaging device, Xu Pingan judged that the ferocious beasts had temporarily been scared off. He decided to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Approaching the portal, he took out a drop of first-grade lower-tier spiritual liquid and swallowed it, immediately entering a state of cultivation. After refining 2 drops of spiritual liquid, he clearly felt a resonance throughout his muscles, and impurities were expelled through his sweat. In less than 2 hours, he broke through to the second level of the body refining stage, without any risk of damaging his foundation. This rapid and safe improvement filled Xu Pingan with anticipation. However, he quickly noticed something unusual. When he consumed the 3rd drop of spiritual liquid, its effect significantly diminished, increasing his strength by only about 20 kilograms. Additionally, the refining time shortened from the original 20 minutes to around 18 minutes. It seems that as my cultivation level increases, the effect of the same quality spiritual liquid will gradually weaken. In the future, I will not only need more but also higher quality spiritual liquids, Xu Pingan thought to himself. After considerable effort, he consumed 4 more drops of spiritual liquid and finally broke through to the 3rd level of the body refining stage, reaching a strength of over 300 kilograms. At that moment, a loud stomach growl interrupted his cultivation. A glance at the time revealed it was already 7 p.m. Although cultivators at the body refining stage can go for extended periods without eating, replenishing energy is still necessary. Xu Pingan lit a campfire at the edge of the safe zone and took out some meat from a one-horned madbull he had previously hunted, cutting off about 3 pounds to roast. The sizzling sound of roasting meat and the enticing aroma quickly filled the air. The wild beast's meat was far superior to ordinary beef on Blue Star, not only delicious but also rich in blood energy. Just as Xu Pingan was about to enjoy his meal, a dog's bark shattered the tranquility. A dark night demon hound emerged from the dense forest, lingering outside the protective barrier. After confirming through the thermal imaging device that other beasts were 100 meters away, Xu Pingan decisively grabbed his dagger and charged out of the safe zone. With a swift strike, his dagger pierced the demon hound's abdomen. The injured hound, instead of retreating, lunged at him with its fangs bared. Drawing on his extensive combat experience, Xu Pingan executed a sliding maneuver to dodge the attack while slashing the hound's throat with his dagger. However, just as he dealt with the Dark Knight demon hound, a red fire wolf, which had been lurking nearby, launched a sneak attack. This vengeful beast had clearly been waiting for the right moment. As the first Crimson Fire Wolf emerged, the other 3 quickly followed suit from the shadows. These were the same fierce beasts that had fled earlier. They formed a fan-shaped encirclement around Xu Pingan, their crimson eyes strikingly vivid in the night. Su Pingan didn't retreat. Instead, he launched a sudden attack on one of the crimson fire wolves. Despite being outnumbered 4-1, these Tier 1, 2-star beasts were a level below him and didn't pose a significant threat. As the targeted wolf lunged at him, Su Pingan deftly sidestepped to its flank. With precision, he drove his dagger into the wolf's neck and slashed forcefully, causing blood to gush from the wound. Anticipating this, Su Pingan quickly retreated to avoid the splattering blood. The remaining 3 crimson fire wolves, seeing their comrade fall, became even more ferocious. They roared in unison and pounced on Su Pingan. Faced with attacks from 3 directions, Su Pingan displayed exceptional combat awareness, dodging their initial onslaught with ease. Seizing the opportunity, he focused his assault on one of the wolves. In less than 2 minutes, the battle was over, and all 4 crimson fire wolves lay dead, leaving Su Pingan as the sole survivor. Rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes, but no beasts appeared. Su Pingan smirked, dragging the wolf carcasses along the edge of the safe zone, using their blood to mark a boundary. He then stored the bodies in his demon refining pot. This battle earned him 10 drops of Tier 1 low-grade spirit liquid, lifting his spirits considerably. Returning to the campfire to enjoy his roasted meat, the surroundings finally quieted down. However, the forest under the night sky grew increasingly perilous. The scent of blood and the earlier commotion acted like a massive lure. Through his thermal imaging device, Su Pingan noticed more and more beasts approaching. "Numbers don't scare me. It's your absence that would," Su Pingan said with a confident smile. Just then, a pair of eerie green eyes appeared in the darkness. As the figure moved closer to the firelight, Su Pingan finally saw the true face of this unexpected visitor. "Holy crap, it's a Gale Wolf, a notorious 1-star, 5-star beast known for its speed," Su Pingan exclaimed, eyes fixed on the agile creature before him. He quickly analyzed the situation. This beast was renowned for its speed. If he missed the first shot, chasing it down would be nearly impossible. Just as he was contemplating his next move, the Gale Wolf let out a howl and lunged at him. Bang! The Gale Wolf slammed into the golden barrier and slid to the ground. Taking advantage of its momentary dizziness, Su Pingan didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit its forehead with pinpoint accuracy, creating a massive gash. With a final, agonized scream, the Gale Wolf quickly succumbed. Just then, a thunderous roar that made the leaves tremble echoed through the forest. A Papluing tiger, standing over 5 meters tall with wings on its back, leisurely approached the Gale Wolf's corpse, completely ignoring Su Pingan. "Damn, this is a 7-star, maybe even 8-star beast," Su Pingan muttered, gripping his gun tighter as his heart raced. He knew that if he couldn't kill it, he'd be trapped with no way out. After a quick thought, Su Pingan moved to the Gale Wolf's body, giving the Papluing tiger a provocative look while beginning to drag the corpse. Predictably, the Papluing tiger, enraged by the challenge, roared and charged at him. Bang! As the Papluing tiger collided with the golden barrier, Su Pingan fired and simultaneously threw a grenade to block its retreat. The beast dodged the bullet but landed right in the grenade's blast zone. With a deafening explosion, a large hole was blasted in its abdomen, and its lower jaw was shattered, exposing its bones. The severely injured Papluing tiger tried to flee, but Su Pingan seized the moment and fired 3 shots at its neck. Blood spurted several meters high. The mighty beast struggled in agony before finally succumbing to its wounds. The death of the Papluing tiger attracted dozens of lower-tier beasts, their eyes gleaming with greed as they eyed the corpse. Su Pingan, however, smiled. These new targets were just what he needed. Over the next half hour, he prioritized taking down beasts approaching the Papluing tiger's body and higher-level threats, using grenades to handle the swarms. By the time the battle ended, he had exhausted all his grenades and had only 178 bullets left. Having reaped a substantial harvest, Su Pingan refined all the beast's corpses except for the Papluing tiger, gaining a significant amount of spiritual liquid. He then spent an hour expertly dissecting the Papluing tiger, storing its valuable parts in his spatial box and demon refining pot. This haul exceeded his expectations, but Su Pingan knew well that without the protection of the golden barrier, he wouldn't have survived, even with 10 of himself. Moreover, as the beast's levels increased, the effectiveness of regular firearms would diminish significantly. Only ultimate weapons could stand a chance against beasts of the 5th tier or higher. Next to the portal, Su Pingan rekindled a small fire for warmth, and then consumed a first-grade low-tier spiritual liquid to begin his cultivation. Time equates to efficiency, and he knew he had to seize every moment to enhance his strength. He only slept 3 hours that night, dedicating the rest of his time to cultivation. The results were evident. His strength had increased to 720 kilograms, bringing him one step closer to the 4th level of the body refining realm. Once he reached the 3rd level, a single drop of first-grade low-tier spiritual liquid could only boost his strength by around 15 kilograms and sustain about 15 minutes of cultivation time. At dawn, Su Pingan crossed the portal back to Blue Star. Using a thermal imager to ensure no one was around, he went to the river for a quick wash. Checking his phone, he realized with frustration that in the excitement of battle last night, he had forgotten to call Yin Ron. His phone displayed a missed call. According to their agreement, Yin Ron would only call once, and if the call wasn't answered, they would wait for the other to respond to avoid disrupting any missions. This rule had been set before Yin Ron confessed her feelings and had been followed ever since. Su Pingan was about to call back, but then remembered it was only 6 in the morning, even earlier in Magic City, where Yin Ron was likely still asleep. Instead, he sent 4 WeChat messages. I'm handling some work here and missed your call last night. Just saw the missed call and figured you might be sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you. I'm deep in the mountains with poor signal, so it might be hard to reach me in the next 2 days. Leave a message if you need anything, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Love you. JPG. Meanwhile, in Magic City, it was already 9 in the morning. Lu Yun arrived at the villa to pick up Yin Ron. Noticing Xinran's worried expression, Lu Yun seized the opportunity to stir trouble. Yin Ron, it's been a whole day, and Su Pingan hasn't even called back. Clearly, he doesn't care about you. Sister Yun, there you go again. He already messaged me this morning, saying the signal is poor where he is, and that he just saw my call. Yin Ron quickly explained. She was more concerned about Su Pingan's safety than the missed call. Lu Yun continued to persuade her, mentioning Qi Tian's pursuit. However, Yin Ron firmly interrupted. Enough, Sister Yun. I've told you before, Pingan is the only man for me. I don't appreciate you talking about him like that. As for Qi Tian, do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? Seeing Xinran's resolute attitude, Lu Yun wisely apologized and decided to change her approach. She would find another opportunity to make Su Pingan realize the gap between him and Yin Ron. The two eventually smoothed over the awkwardness and prepared to head out for an on-site inspection. At that moment, Su Pingan was hunting in the other world, using a thermal imager to scout as he cleared the underbrush outside the safe zone. Suddenly, a giant serpent appeared in front of Hema, first-grade 4-star beast, the red-crowned blood python, known for its deadly venom. Su Pingan gripped a dagger in his left hand and an M500 revolver in his right, slowly retreating. Although he had experience fighting beasts, the danger of the venom meant he needed to get back to the safe zone urgently. As he backed up several meters, the red-crowned blood python suddenly lunged at him like an arrow, mouth wide open. Su Pingan fired 2 shots and sidestepped to avoid its attack, then turned and sprinted toward the safe zone. With only 5 meters left, he heard the fierce sound of the python cutting through the air behind him. He immediately pushed off with his feet, twisting his waist to launch himself backward, dodging in midair. At that moment, he finally saw what had made the whistling sound. It was the tail of the red-crested blood python swinging towards him. Su Pingan quickly raised his arms to shield himself, and the snake's tail slammed into his forearms. Instead of causing harm, the impact propelled him into a safe zone. The red-crested blood python crashed heavily to the ground, clearly mortally wounded by the 2 previous gunshots. Blood and saliva poured from its mouth, and wherever the mixture touched, the grass and trees instantly turned black and withered. Su Pingan checked himself over. Aside from feeling his internal organs shift slightly, he quickly recovered and found his skin unbroken. In its dying throes, the red-crested blood python launched a final attack, only to collide with the golden barrier of the safe zone. It twitched a few times before going completely still. Su Pingan, wary of the deadly venomous beast, summoned the demon refining pot to collect it. The snake transformed into 1 drop of mid-grade first-tier spirit liquid and 3 drops of low-grade first-tier spirit liquid, marking his first gain of the day. Learning from his experience, Su Pingan became more cautious. He cleared the grass within a 50-meter radius around the safe zone and decided not to venture too far. Instead, he played some music and resumed his cultivation, waiting for prey to come to him. By noon, as Su Pingan ate his lunch, he frowned in thought. Over the course of 5 hours, he had only hunted 7 beasts aside from the red-crested blood python, collecting 15 drops of low-grade first-tier spirit liquid, far less than the previous day. He speculated that he might have already cleared most of the nearby beasts last night, or perhaps they had become aware of the danger in the area. After a short rest, Su Pingan resumed his cultivation. Within just half an hour, he felt waves of vibrations coursing through his muscles and internal organs, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Brown impurities were expelled through his sweat, and he finally broke through to the 4th stage of the body refining realm, gaining a strength of 1,000 kilograms. He began to test the effects of the spirit liquids. A drop of low-grade first-tier spirit liquid could sustain his cultivation for 6 minutes, increasing his strength by about 5 kilograms. Meanwhile, a drop of mid-grade first-tier spirit liquid had a significantly greater effect, supporting half an hour of cultivation and increasing his strength by 85 to 90 kilograms. Over the next 5 hours, Su Pingan consumed the remaining 9 drops of mid-grade first-tier spirit liquid, boosting his strength to over 1,700 kilograms, bringing him close to the 5th stage of the body refining realm. In the afternoon, he hunted 5 more beasts, collecting 12 drops of low-grade first-tier spirit liquid. As night fell, the jungle grew increasingly silent and dangerous. Su Pingan hoped to use sound and the scent of blood to attract more beasts. Before that, he exited the otherworld and called Yin Ron. They shared a tender conversation, during which he deliberately downplayed the dangers, mentioning only the risk of nuclear radiation, and promised her a surprise. Returning to the otherworld, Su Pingan spread the blood of a Papluing tiger around the safe zone and turned on a loudspeaker to break the night silence. Soon, a 5-star first-tier Gale Wolf was drawn in. This made Su Pingan realize that there might be a pack nearby, as Gale Wolves, like red fire wolves, rarely acted alone. Facing the snarling Gale Wolf, Su Pingan did not use his M500 this time. Instead, he gripped his dagger tightly and stepped forward to confront it. With a resounding crash, the Xuanfeng wolf slammed into the golden barrier, momentarily dazed. Su Pingan seized the opportunity, swiftly darting to the edge, his dagger aimed straight for the wolf's throat. Just as the blade was about to pierce its vital point, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he altered his attack angle at the last second, leaving a deep gash in the wolf's neck before retreating to the safety zone. The injured Xuanfeng wolf let out an unprecedented, piercing howl that echoed through the night. Su Pingan's lips curled into a cold smile. As expected, this was a call for the pack. 3 minutes later, pairs of eerie green eyes began to glow in the darkness. 18 Xuanfeng wolves emerged, ignoring their wounded comrade and greedily eyeing Su Pingan, saliva dripping from their fangs. Especially the Wolf King, exuding a powerful aura of a first-tier 6-star beast. 18 of them. Jackpot, Su Pingan whispered excitedly. With a roar from the Wolf King, the pack surged towards the golden barrier like a tidal wave. Su Pingan didn't retreat. Instead, he launched a proactive attack. As the wolves crashed into the barrier, he struck swiftly, severely injuring the 2 nearest Xuanfeng wolves with just 2 slashes. When he was about to attack a third, the pack had learned their lesson and retreated. Su Pingan immediately drew his handgun. 5 shots rang out, and 5 Xuanfeng wolves fell. As he reloaded, the Wolf King first showed fear, but then realized this was an opportunity. It led the pack in a fierce assault on the barrier. However, after several futile attempts, the Wolf King decisively ordered a retreat. By the time Su Pingan finished reloading, he had taken down 5 more, but the remaining wolves had already melted into the night. Using his thermal imaging device, he spotted 6 Xuanfeng wolves hiding in nearby bushes. Su Pingan devised a plan. After reloading his ammunition, he deliberately stepped out of the safety zone, pretending to gather his prey. As he dragged the farthest carcass, the 6 Xuanfeng wolves couldn't resist and launched an attack. Su Pingan ran while firing back, hitting the Wolf King's vital points with 3 shots and wounding the other wolves with 2 more. The Wolf King collapsed and slid several meters. As the remaining 3 closed in, Su Pingan engaged them in fierce combat. Though he managed to stab one, the impact forced him back several meters. Throughout the fight, Su Pingan maintained his awareness of the distance to the safety zone. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged within him. Realizing he was only 3 meters from safety, he fainted, then sprinted towards the safety zone without hesitation. He had an unwavering faith in his sense of crisis, whether on the battlefield or in his past life. This intuition had helped him avoid countless dangers. Without it, he wouldn't have survived the great voyage in this otherworld for 23 years. Bang! Just as he stepped into the safe zone, a massive shadow descended from the sky, slamming into the golden barrier of the safe zone. The powerful impact sent ripples through the barrier, and it was then that Su Pingan saw the intruder, clearly a Papluing tiger, even larger than the one from yesterday. Its size suggested it was at least an 8-star rank, possibly even a 9-star overlord. Damn it! Su Pingan couldn't help but curse. The safe zone was like a beginner's area, and a Papluing tiger was definitely a dominant presence here. How could 2 of them appear so close to the safe zone in such a short span? What he didn't know was that the one from yesterday had been drawn by the strong scent of blood, while today's tiger had followed the scent of its kin. With his grenades depleted, Su Pingan felt uncertain about whether he could kill this beast. But there was no time for hesitation. Seizing the moment when the Papluing tiger was momentarily unsteady from the collision, he rushed forward and plunged his knife into the tiger's eye. Roar! The Papluing tiger let out a blood-curdling roar of fury. Seeing that his strike had landed, Su Pingan immediately retreated. Surprisingly, the 3 cyclone wolves, initially terrified of the Papluing tiger, became excited upon seeing it injured and launched an attack. As Su Pingan quickly reloaded his bullets, he muttered to himself, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have killed the Wolf King. It could have helped to keep this tiger at bay." Wham! The Papluing tiger suddenly swatted one of the cyclone wolves away with a single paw. The wolf's body crashed into the golden barrier and fell lifeless to the ground. Even with one eye severely injured, the Papluing tiger displayed terrifying power, taking a life with one strike. The immense pain and injury only made it more frenzied. desperately needing to vent its rage. Su Pingan seized the moment and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The first shot hit the enemy's other eye, followed by a barrage of 3 bullets raining down on its neck like a storm. Blood spurted from the wounds, forming a stark, crimson arc against the night. The Ze tiger, though riddled with wounds, lived up to its reputation as a dominant beast. Even gravely injured, it attempted to flee. However, the Xuanfeng wolves had been waiting and pounced on its body, sinking their teeth in. The Ze tiger let out a raspy, furious roar, struggling fiercely in its rage and terror, swatting one of the wolves away with a powerful paw. Su Pingan capitalized on the fleeting opportunity and fired 2 more precise shots. The Ze tiger finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. The surviving Xuanfeng wolves went berserk, forgetting their fallen comrades as they savagely tore into the fallen prey. This was the essence of nighttime. Hunting beasts lost their rationality more easily in the dark, especially at the sight of blood. In the previous world, hunters were divided into 2 groups. The strong who chose to hunt at night, taking on higher risks for greater rewards, and the weak who operated during the day, where it was safer but the gains were limited. Seeing the battle was decided, Su Pingan unhesitatingly fired at the remaining 2 wolves, hitting their vital points with precise shots. However, the commotion and the Ze tiger's wails drew more beasts to the scene. He took advantage of the situation to continue hunting until his bullets were exhausted, then retrieved the spoils with his demonic refining pot. The enraged beasts, deprived of their prey, ferociously rammed the protective golden barrier of the safe zone. Su Pingan seized the chance to kill another dozen frenzied beasts with his dagger. When they finally calmed down and retreated a few meters away, he checked his harvest. The refined results were exhilarating. 8 drops of top-grade first-tier spirit liquid, 71 drops of mid-grade first-tier spirit liquid, and 305 drops of low-grade first-tier spirit liquid. Adding to his existing stock of 334 drops, the total number of low-grade spirit liquid reached 609 drops. Although low-grade spirit liquid had limited use for him, it could be used to cultivate Yin Ron and future allies. By the campfire near the portal, Su Pingan swallowed a drop of mid-grade spirit liquid and began his cultivation. As his strength broke through, his muscles resonated once more, with thunderous sounds echoing within his body as impurities were expelled through his sweat. The strength of 2,000 kilograms filled him with confidence, enough to easily withstand the impact of a speeding truck. Just as he reveled in his progress, a sudden exclamation in Japanese came from the direction of the portal. Su Pingan's heart tightened. He quickly extinguished the fire and melted into the darkness. Moving swiftly, he approached the portal and saw 2 middle-aged Japanese men using their phones as flashlights, heading towards his previous location. They might not have seen Su Pingan, but they certainly noticed the flash of light earlier, which piqued their curiosity and led them to investigate. Su Pingan's mind made a split-second decision. These 2 couldn't be allowed to live. When dealing with ordinary people from other countries, he might hesitate for a moment. But with these 2 Japanese individuals, even a second of hesitation would be a betrayal of himself. His movements were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, the cold glint of his blade appeared, and the 2 Japanese men didn't even have time to comprehend what was happening before a fatal choking sensation gripped their throats. In their panic, they dropped their phones and instinctively clutched their necks, but their struggle lasted only a few seconds before they stopped breathing forever. Su Pingan bent down to check their pulses, confirming they were indeed dead. However, he didn't immediately deal with the bodies. Instead, he grabbed a thermal imaging device and swiftly crossed back through the portal to Blue Star. Scanning the area, he found no signs of a third person but noticed lights on the bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, he discovered an SUV parked at the side, its headlights on and engine idling. This discovery made him ponder. Did these 2 come across the portal's light by accident? No, the gray canvas had excellent light-blocking properties. They wouldn't have noticed it unless they were very close. More likely, they had stopped under the bridge for some personal reason or convenience and happened to see the faint glow. But investigating the reason was now pointless. Su Pingan frowned, more concerned that the disappearance of these 2 would soon draw the attention of their families and the police, sparking an investigation. His initial plan to stay here for a few more days to enhance his skills now had to change. He needed to leave before the tour group arrived. He quickly turned off the SUV's engine and effortlessly lifted the entire vehicle. Its weight was insignificant to him. Carefully, he moved the car under the bridge and then maneuvered it through the portal into the other world. After rekindling the campfire, Su Pingan sat on a rock, deep in thought, and soon came up with a solution to this predicament. Su Pingan swiftly searched the 2 bodies, collecting all small items and identification documents. He then lifted the bodies and carried them to the edge of the safe zone, where he threw them out. With a ferocious roar, the bodies were instantly torn apart and devoured by the beasts, perfectly disposing of the evidence. These beasts wouldn't linger here for long. By daylight, they'd be gone. Even if someone came searching later, they'd only find a few remnants. Back by the fire, he picked up the 2 phones and tried to unlock them. Before long, he successfully cracked one of the phones. A slight smile appeared on Su Pingan's face as he began executing the next phase of his plan. He carried the phone through the portal to the other side, Earth. After lifting the tarp, he carefully photographed and recorded videos of the portal, making sure to capture the landmark of Shershing Bridge clearly. He then quickly covered the portal again and returned to the other world. In the other world, he turned on the car's headlights and used the light to take more photos and videos, including footage of various beasts. To avoid revealing his identity, he always held the phone high above his head and deliberately avoided the area where he had dealt with the bodies. After completing the shots, he uploaded all the data to cloud storage, setting it to be sent on December 13th. This was a carefully chosen date if the authorities investigated these two missing persons and discovered the portal. Given their usual approach, they would likely choose to conceal it and privately exploit the other world. These pre-scheduled photos and videos would disrupt their plans. Su Pingan wiped his fingerprints off the phone, threw the phone and documents into the car, and found materials to block the light. He lit a torch and tossed it into the car window. The car quickly caught fire and then exploded, scaring away the surrounding beasts. By the light of the fire, he meticulously checked the scene to ensure no clues were left behind. Returning to Earth, he used items found in the car to cover the portal and took down the gray tarp that could expose his actions. After erasing footprints and other traces, he chose a different route to leave, avoiding crowds and surveillance. He spent the night in the mountains and waited until the next day when there were more people around to return to the town. That evening, he headed to the airport, stashed prohibited items in his spatial box, and passed through security smoothly, returning to his home country. After spending a night near the airport in Shanghai, he finally returned to the villa. The Buckingham Villa area isn't the top-tier luxury district in Shanghai, but Yin Ron's villa, worth over 50 million yuan, had appreciated to more than 80 million in recent years. Even in winter, the morning sun was warm and bright. As soon as Yin Ron woke up, she smelled the aroma wafting from downstairs and was pleasantly surprised to find Su Pingan preparing breakfast. Ran gently wrapped her arms around Su Pingan's waist from behind, resting her face against his back. In a soft voice, she asked, "When did you get back?" "I didn't even notice. I arrived in Shanghai early this morning," Su Pingan replied, still focused on flipping the steak in the pan. "I didn't want to disturb your sleep, so I stayed at an airport hotel for the night." "Oh, why stay at a hotel?" Ran playfully shook his waist. "Home is so much better. Seeing you back actually helps me sleep better. Next time, come straight home." "Got it." Su Pingan smiled. "You haven't washed up yet, have you? Breakfast is almost ready. Go freshen up." Ran released him and looked up with a pout. "Give me a kiss and I'll go." "You're so cheeky," Su Pingan said, turning around to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Hee hee," Ran giggled, transforming into a lively little bunny as she hopped out of the kitchen. This playful side of her only came out in front of Su Pingan. To others, she wore a mask, a necessity to protect herself from being mistreated or underestimated. Soon, Su Pingan brought breakfast to the table and Ran, still in her pajamas, joined him. "Pingan, why are we having steak so early?" she asked, puzzled by the delicious aroma. "Remember the surprise I mentioned? This is part of it. Give it a try," Su Pingan said with a mysterious smile. "Is this the surprise?" Ran felt a bit disappointed, but was intrigued by Su Pingan's confident expression. "All right, let's see what's so special." She cut a small piece and tasted it. As a pop diva, she had sampled the world's finest steaks, but this bite made her eyes light up. "This is amazing. It's better than the best I've ever had." She quickly devoured the small portion on her plate and then noticed the large serving in front of Su Pingan. Pouting, she said, "Why is mine so small and yours so big?" She reached out with her fork to take some from his plate. With a light slap, Su Pingan gently pushed her hand away. "It's delicious, but you shouldn't overindulge. With your small frame, this portion is just right." "Who says? My appetite can adjust based on how good the food is," Ran retorted, reaching out with her fork again. Seeing her cheeks starting to flush, Su Pingan cautioned, "Don't you feel any changes in your body?" "Changes?" Ran paused, her hand frozen in midair, looking puzzled. Why do I feel like my whole body is heating up, as if I'm in a sauna?" Yin Ron exclaimed, pointing at Su Pingan, her face flushed. "Did you add something special to it?" Su Pingan immediately raised his hands innocently. "You're really wronging me here." Yin Ron thought carefully. As Su Pingan's girlfriend, she trusted he wouldn't do such a thing, but the unusual feeling in her body puzzled her. "Don't panic," Su Pingan said calmly. "Close your eyes and carefully feel the changes in your body. We'll talk about other things later." With that, he focused on enjoying his breakfast. With his cultivation level increased, his appetite was astounding. Ordinary food no longer satisfied him, but the high-energy unicorn bull meat could fill him up with just a couple of pounds. After Su Pingan leisurely finished his breakfast, Yin Ron opened her eyes. "How do you feel?" Su Pingan asked with a smile. Yin Ron immediately ran to his side, clinging to his arm playfully. "What's going on?" I feel warm all over. My hands and feet, which were cold earlier, are now warm, and I seem to have more strength. Beg me and I'll tell you. Please, pingan, tell me. Yin pleaded coquettishly. Faced with his girlfriend's charm, Su Pingan couldn't resist and pointed to the empty plate. The problem lies in the beef itself. The beef itself? Yin pondered. You went to Japan this time, and their wagyu is famous, but I've had it before. It doesn't compare to this, and it certainly doesn't have this effect. Is it a new breed? Raised with medicinal herbs? Su Pingan shook his head in denial. Yin suddenly stood up. Could it be a mutant cow affected by nuclear radiation? Su Pingan laughed and gently tapped her forehead. Your imagination is wasted if you don't write novels. Ouch, that hurt. Yin rubbed her forehead. So what is it? Let me keep you in suspense, Su Pingan said mysteriously. Keep an eye on the news from Japan these next few days, and you'll find out. Yin immediately thought that Japan might be introducing this magical beef. After all, the concept of another world was too far-fetched for ordinary people. Is there more of this beef? She asked eagerly. Yes, it's all cut and stored in the freezer. You can take it yourself, but remember, no more than one piece a day. Eating too much can be harmful. Yin happily asked about other surprises, but Su Pingan told her to wait a couple of days. After her bath, Yin excitedly discovered that her skin had become tighter and more radiant. She thought this effect could make wealthy women willing to spend tens, or even hundreds of thousands. However, Su Pingan remained indifferent, which made Yin a bit unhappy. Just then, Lu Yun walked in and, seeing Yin displeased expression, immediately blamed Su Pingan. Yin quickly explained that she was joking, while Su Pingan suggested changing the front door code to prevent outsiders from coming in freely. As they were talking, a young man with foreign bodyguards arrogantly walked in, eyeing Yin lecherously. Shinran, long time no see. You're looking more stunning than ever. Shinran's face darkened, and she glared at Lu Yun. Sister Yun, didn't I just tell you about this? Shinran, listen to me, Lu Yun said anxiously. I just happened to run into Qi Xiao, and he has a business deal he wants to discuss with you. That's why I brought him here. Shinran stood in the middle of the living room, her brows furrowed. Although she was furious, she knew Qi Tian's influence was vast and couldn't be easily offended. If there's a business deal, it should be discussed at the company. This is my home, she said coldly. Qi Tian didn't wait for her to finish and eagerly cut in. Shinran, I'm planning to invest in a major film production with a budget of over $1 billion. I want you to play the lead role. How about we have dinner together to discuss the details? Do you really think that dinner would be enjoyable? Shinran saw through his intentions and immediately refused. Thank you for the offer, Qi Xiao, but I only excel in music and know nothing about acting. I have no plans to venture into that field. You should find someone else. Qi Tian, unwilling to give up, threw out a bigger lure. Shinran, don't be so quick to refuse. This project will be directed by Zhang Yi himself, he emphasized. Working with him, you could learn a lot and take your career to the next level. It's well known in the entertainment industry that good singers often make great actors. These words made Shinran's heart skip a beat. Director Zhang Yi was indeed her idol, a fact she had only shared with Lu Yun and Su Pingan. Now that Qi Tian knew, it was clear Lu Yun had leaked the information. Her dissatisfaction with Lu Yun deepened. Just as Shinran was about to refuse again, Qi Tian suddenly moved towards her. Su Pingan immediately stepped in, positioning himself between them. Hey, talking is fine, but what's with the hands? This is Shinran's home, and you're trespassing. Who do you think you are? Qi Tian shouted angrily. How dare you talk to me like that? Lu Yun quickly intervened. Su Pingan, this is none of your business. Get out of the way. Su Pingan retorted without hesitation. The one who should leave is you, you ungrateful snake. Shinran has been so good to you, and all you do is drag her into shady dealings. The tension in the room was palpable. Shinran watched the scene unfold and finally made up her mind. Sister Yun, this is the last time I'll call you that. From this moment on, our management contract is terminated. Lu Yun panicked and tried to grab Qi Tian for help, but he pushed her away. Don't dirty my clothes, you useless thing. Qi Tian turned to Su Pingan, a sinister look in his eyes. Su Pingan, do you know what happened to those who tried to take a woman from me? Su Pingan stared back coldly. Not my concern. Su Pingan faced Qi Tian's arrogant attitude without backing down. Good, very arrogant. I like people who talk tough, Qi Tian sneered, loosening his tie and taking a couple of steps back. Let me tell you, the more arrogant someone is in front of me, the worse their fate. I can't wait to see you beg me on your knees. He turned to his burly bodyguard and ordered coldly, beat him to a pulp. Yes, boss, the bodyguard replied, stepping forward. Shinran immediately shielded Su Pingan, her voice trembling but firm. What are you trying to do? Qi Tian, I warn you, this is trespassing. If you lay a hand on him, I'll call the police. This is a serious crime. Tian only became more brazen. Call the police? Go ahead. You stupid bitch, I used to think you were pure, but it turns out you're just trash. But don't worry, I don't mind secondhand goods. You'll be begging me soon enough. Your mouth is filthy, Su Pingan said calmly, waving his right hand slightly. Smack. A crisp slap echoed through the villa. Tian was thrown to the ground by a massive force, his cheeks swelling instantly as he struggled to get up, failing repeatedly. The bodyguard quickly moved to help Tian, casting a wary glance at Su Pingan. Boss, are you okay? Kill him. Kill him. Tian roared furiously. The 2-meter tall foreign bodyguard advanced towards Su Pingan with long strides. Pingan. Yin Ron cried out in terror. Stay behind me. Don't worry, he can't hurt me, Su Pingan reassured her, his tone still calm. The bodyguard charged at Su Pingan, swinging his massive fist aimed directly at his face. A blow powerful enough to knock out an ordinary person instantly. Too slow. Su Pingan sneered, effortlessly catching the opponent's punch with his left hand, not budging an inch. Your strength is lacking too. This simple critique left the foreign bodyguard with a look of shock on his face. He knew exactly how much force he had used, yet he was subdued so easily. As the bodyguard tried to retract his fist, Su Pingan suddenly exerted force with his left hand. There was a sharp crack, followed by a piercing scream as the bodyguard's fist was crushed, with broken bones even piercing through the flesh. Su Pingan then delivered a light kick to the opponent's abdomen. The 2-meter tall Hulk was sent flying over 3 meters, landing heavily on the ground. The kick was precise, not fatal but enough to break a few ribs, all while avoiding damage to the surrounding furniture. The entire process took no more than 2 or 3 seconds, clean and efficient. Yin Ron watched in stunned silence, while Tian's face turned ashen. As Su Pingan turned and stepped closer to Tian, a palpable killing intent filled the air. Tian was convinced that this man had taken lives before. The thought alone made him drop to his knees in terror. Don't kill me. I have money. Lots of money. Tian begged repeatedly. Su Pingan crouched in front of him, his voice chillingly calm. From now on, whenever you see me or Shinron, stay as far away as possible. If you want revenge, come at me directly, but if you touch anyone close to me, I will make sure the entire Qi family pays for it. I won't. I swear I won't. Tian nodded frantically. Under Su Pingan's intimidating gaze, Tian and his bodyguard fled in a panic. Lu Yun also promised under Su Pingan's warning to go to the company the next day to terminate the manager contract. Once everyone had left, Yin put her hands on her hips and looked Su Pingan up and down. After some playful banter, the two quickly fell into a passionate embrace. An hour later, as she caught her breath, Yin asked, "What exactly did you do while you were away? You're so strong now." Su Pingan gently stroked her hair and finally spoke. "Shinron, you're smart? I think you might have guessed some of it by now." "Yes," Shinron replied softly, "I have some guesses, but I wasn't sure. Does it have to do with that beef?" "Today, I only ate a small piece, and I already felt my energy surging and my strength increasing. But you ate a large chunk and felt nothing, which means this beef has no effect on you anymore," Shinron said as she closely observed Su Pingan's reaction. Su Pingan chuckled softly and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Our Shinron is indeed clever. You'll understand the details in a few days by following the news. It's a bit complicated to explain right now." That's as good as saying nothing." Shinron pouted and playfully bit Su Pingan's arm. Being a smart woman, she knew when to stop pressing for answers. Since Su Pingan had said so, she decided not to ask further. After all, it was just a matter of a few days. "Take a rest at home today, don't go to the site," Su Pingan said softly. "It's all your fault." Shinron's cheeks flushed slightly. Her body was still a bit uncomfortable, making walking difficult. After settling Shinron to rest, Su Pingan went to the living room, laid out a yoga mat, dripped a drop of first-grade spirit liquid, and began his training for the day. By noon, he had prepared a sumptuous lunch for the two of them. After a nap, he continued his training. "Pingan, what are you doing? Practicing yoga?" In the afternoon, Shinron, feeling much better, came downstairs and saw Su Pingan striking some peculiar poses on the yoga mat. After finishing his practice, Su Pingan smiled and explained, "It's not yoga, it's martial arts. Do you think I got this strong just from eating beef? The main reason is my training. Can I learn it too? Or is it something only passed down to men or kept within the family?" Shinron asked curiously. "There are no such restrictions. I've already prepared a training method for you, but you'll need to condition your body with beef for a few days first. Once your foundation is set, I'll officially start teaching you." "So this is the second surprise you mentioned." Shinron suddenly understood and then gave Su Pingan a light peck on the cheek. "Pingan, you're so good to me." Meanwhile, in a top-tier mansion in Shanghai, Tian lay sprawled on the sofa, while a middle-aged woman cautiously used a peeled egg to reduce the swelling on his face. "That despicable man. How dare he injure my son's face like this? Dear, You must avenge Tonner. Overindulgence spoils the child. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Mom, that Su Pingan is too strong. He's like a monster. Joseph couldn't withstand even one move from him. He threatened to wipe out our entire family if we seek revenge, Chi Tian said, still shaken. Chi Guizhen was furious. Coward. Frightened by just a few words. How could our Chi family produce such a useless son? It was only after the butler's intervention that Chi Guizhen calmed down a bit. Moments later, a muscular, square-faced middle-aged man walked in. Wu San, what did you find out? Master, Joseph's fist suffered a comminuted fracture. Even if it heals, it's ruined. Such strength is unheard of worldwide. After a thorough discussion, Wu San concluded that Su Pingan might possess extraordinary natural strength, a rarity seen only once in a millennium. Although Chi Tian suggested he might be an ancient martial artist or an immortal cultivator from legends, Wu San dismissed it as mere fiction from movies and novels. Finally, Chi Guizhen inquired about Su Pingan's background from the butler. Master, Su Pingan is 26 years old with a distinguished military background. He enlisted at 17, joined the Serious Special Forces at 18, was promoted to major at 25, and retired earlier this year. During his service, he received numerous accolades. After retirement, he worked as a mercenary in the Middle East, but has since stopped due to his relationship with Yin Ron and is currently unemployed. The butler reported Su Pingan's family background. His parents are ordinary state enterprise employees in a county town. His younger brother, Su Pingkong, is 22 years old and studying at the National University of Defense Technology, and his younger sister, Su Lele, is 18 and a freshman at Northwestern Polytechnical University. His Chi Guizhen took a sharp breath upon hearing this. A 25-year-old major is probably the youngest in the country. Wu San and the butler's expressions became grave. Master, I must retract my earlier statement, Wu San said solemnly. Even in a direct armed confrontation, I have at most a 20 chance of success, and only a 50 chance if I launch a surprise attack. Such a person has an exceptionally keen sense of danger. The butler also cautioned, given Su Pingan's military record, he must have a notable reputation within the military and a strong network of connections. Moving against him requires careful consideration. If we face retaliation, the Qi family might find it hard to stand in China. These words only fueled Chi Guizhen's anger. The Su family, an ordinary household, managed to raise 3 outstanding children, while his own immense wealth had produced only a troublemaking wastrel who relied on power and influence to womanize. Enraged, he kicked Chi Tian. Ouch! Chi Tian fell to the ground and looked pitifully at the middle-aged woman nearby. Mom! The woman helped her son up with concern and then turned to Chi Guizhen. Master, Su Pingan hit Tianer and threatened our Chi family. We can't just let this go. And how do you propose we handle it? Chi Guizhen was already showing signs of hesitation. Su Pingan is not an ordinary retired soldier. Offending the military over a moment of anger isn't worth it. A shrewd look flashed in the woman's eyes. Who said we have to use force? We can leverage the Qi family's social resources, capital, and influence things Su Pingan lacks. Chi Guizhen's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Using our influence to make his life difficult, like boiling a frog in warm water, means he won't be able to seek help from the military. Meanwhile, after a day's rest, Yin Ron felt refreshed and went out to handle terminating her contract with Lu Yun, finding a new manager, and other matters like the concert venue. Alone at home, Su Pingan focused on his cultivation but noticed that a drop of first-tier medium-grade spiritual liquid could only increase his strength by 40 kilograms, causing him to frown. Although he had already broken through to the 6th level of the body-tempering realm, reaching a strength of 3,045 kilograms, the effectiveness of his training had clearly diminished. The remaining 49 drops of spiritual liquid could only increase his strength by a little over 2,000 kilograms, still far from the 7th level of the body-tempering realm. This led Su Pingan to consider going to the number 2 portal on Java Island, Indonesia. The portal is hidden deep within the Java Valley Cave and might not be discovered for another 3 years, making it an ideal base for long-term hunting of fierce beasts. 4 days later, after using up all the first-tier medium-grade spiritual liquid and some first-tier low-grade spiritual liquid, Su Pingan's strength finally surpassed 6,000 kilograms. At that moment, his phone rang. Wiping away his sweat, Su Pingan saw it was a call from Yin Ron. Pingan. An anxious voice came from the other end of the line. I just saw on Douyin that troops are being deployed to Beihai Island. Is this the news you wanted me to watch for? Su Pingan's brow furrowed. Today was December 11th, and the portal was supposed to be discovered tomorrow. It seemed someone had gotten the information early and was preparing to seal it off. It's somewhat related, but not the main issue, Su Pingan replied calmly. Is there anyone around you? No. I made sure to call from a secluded place, Yin Ron answered cautiously. Try to handle everything on your plate today. You can take a day off tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to cultivate, Su Pingan said. He knew very well that after these days of nourishment, his guidance, and the assistance of the spiritual liquid, Yin Ron should be ready to begin her cultivation. Yin Ron's eyes lit up with excitement at his words. For her, cultivation meant endless possibilities, especially the alluring prospect of eternal beauty that Su Pingan had once mentioned. After hanging up the phone, Su Pingan opened his mobile browser to check the news. A headline about Beihai Island had already climbed to the top of the trending list. Japan urgently deploys 20,000 self-defense forces to Beihai Island. The comment section was buzzing with various speculations. Some worried that Japan intended to launch a surprise attack on the northern territories, while others believed it might be a military maneuver targeting China. Military enthusiasts analyzed the details, noting that the hasty deployment didn't resemble a premeditated military operation. Some even feared it could be a precursor to World War III. The comments gradually veered off topic, shifting from serious military discussions to playful banter among netizens, interspersed with some borderline advertisement spam. Meanwhile, under the Shiju Bridge on Japan's Beihai Island, Prime Minister Yamamoto Twenty-One was personally inspecting the site. Upon learning about the discovery of a wormhole, he had immediately mobilized troops to cordon off the entire mountain range. Despite the hasty military movement revealing their actions, he had no choice but to take this risk to seize the initiative. Koji Ono was briefing the Prime Minister on the discovery of the wormhole. It all started with a missing persons case. The police, while tracking the individuals through surveillance, stumbled upon a wormhole emitting a faint blue light. Experts believed it was likely a stable wormhole, linked to an ancient bronze doorframe beneath the bridge. The two missing individuals were probably the first to discover the wormhole, Koji Ono explained. We found their burnt-out vehicle on the other side of the wormhole, but there was no sign of them. However, there's something even more bizarre that has left the experts baffled. Would you like me to continue rewriting the subsequent content? What kind of strange occurrence? Yamamoto Twenty-One asked curiously. Ono Raji immediately began a detailed report. Given the current width of the wormhole, it's impossible for the missing person's vehicle to have driven directly into it. Even if they tried to enter at an angle, the two of them couldn't have managed it without tools. There's no evidence of any tools being used at the scene. More importantly, there are no tire tracks leading from the bridge to the wormhole. Our scans also show that the wormhole is slowly expanding, which means it was even narrower when the missing persons discovered it. Yamamoto Twenty-One frowned as he examined the wormhole. Indeed, aside from small vehicles, a regular car couldn't get through. Two people moving a car by hand? That was absurd. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if it wasn't just those two missing people? If there were others involved, moving the car becomes much more plausible. Ono Raji nodded in agreement and added, we did find several campfires on the other side, in the New World. Experts believe there might have been a third person involved, and possibly earlier than the two who went missing. If a third party arrived before the missing persons, Yamamoto Twenty-One analyzed, then those two might have been silenced. Moving the vehicle into the wormhole could have been an attempt to destroy evidence and prevent news of the wormhole from spreading. This third party is likely not acting alone, but is part of an organization. Although only one set of footprints was found at the scene, Ono Raji did not refute the Prime Minister's hypothesis. It's possible other traces were destroyed by soldiers or creatures afterward. Regardless of whether these mysterious individuals are in the New World or our own, they won't easily give up this exit, Yamamoto Twenty-One said grimly. They have already threatened the fate of the Japanese Empire, and we must find and eliminate them. Ono Raji solemnly accepted the command. When asked about other findings, he reported discovering large amounts of non-human blood and tissue samples in the New World, currently being analyzed in the lab. These samples came from the local giant beasts, which had already caused over 700 casualties among police and self-defense forces. Due to the narrowness of the wormhole, transporting large weapons was impossible, making the construction of defensive structures very challenging. Fortunately, after clearing the surrounding monsters, they seized the opportunity to establish a defensive line and an advance base. At Yamamoto Twenty-One's request, they crossed the wormhole into the New World. However, as soon as they arrived, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. A winged giant tiger, leading hundreds of beasts, was flattening the jungle and charging toward them. Gunfire erupted immediately, and Ono Raji quickly organized the Prime Minister's evacuation. Hold the line, was Ono Raji's final command before retreating. Though the soldiers were disgruntled about the official's early departure, they had no choice but to fight against the unprecedented beast threat. Back in a safe zone, Yamamoto Twenty-One was still shaken. Once they were further away, he erupted in anger. Baka, didn't you say the defensive line was secure? Prime Minister, please calm down. It was just an accident and it won't happen again, Onoya Raji said, bowing deeply until his forehead almost touched the ground. Yamamoto Twenty-One snorted coldly, his eyes sharp. If it happens again, you can commit seppuku? Yes, sir. Facing the crisis, the now rational Yamamoto Twenty-One immediately deployed a two-pronged battle plan. Mobilize the army to support the front lines immediately. The forward base was hard won and must not be abandoned. Meanwhile, Build defenses here to prevent the monsters from breaking through if the front lines fall. Onoyaraji agreed wholeheartedly and began organizing personnel at once. Yamamoto Dufu added, deploy heavy artillery and missile sites. One line of defense is far from enough. We need multiple layers. At this moment, an officer nearby spoke up. Prime Minister, there's no need to worry too much. The wormhole is currently limited in size, and only smaller, weaker monsters can get through. We can handle them. Hearing this, Yamamoto Dufu relaxed slightly. The monster's overwhelming presence had indeed shaken him earlier. Suddenly, he remembered a crucial question. By the way, have we collected any monster corpses? Yes, Prime Minister. Onoyaraji responded immediately. We've obtained several monster corpses. Due to their size, we had to dismember them before transporting them to the lab for research. We'll report any significant findings right away. A glint of madness flashed in Yamamoto Dufu's eyes. Accelerate the research. I have a hunch that these monsters hold great opportunities. If we can create super soldiers through genetic modification, this new world will be ours. Understood. The cyborg project, Onoyaraji agreed without hesitation. Yamamoto Dufu then issued a stern warning. Also, cut off all communication signals from this mountain. If any information leaks, you know the consequences. Yes, if there is a leak, I will commit seppuku. Just then, a bloodied officer rushed through the portal. General, the front lines are in dire straits. The monster onslaught is fierce, and we've suffered heavy casualties. We need reinforcements. Onoyaraji frowned. Didn't we already send a large number of weapons? General, this time a flying tiger-like monster appeared. It breached the first line of defense, causing significant casualties and creating a major gap. Yamamoto Nijuichi. Yes, sir. A short man, standing only about 5'3", with bow legs and triangular eyes, responded. Despite his small stature, his eyes were fierce. Lead a team to support the front lines and ensure the defense holds. Half an hour later, Yamamoto Nijuichi returned, his face covered in blood. General, the defense line has been stabilized. Most of the monsters were annihilated, with only a dozen or so escaping wounded. To prevent further attacks, I have ordered the defenses to be reinforced and have not pursued them. Well done, Yamamoto Dufu praised. Receiving the Prime Minister's commendation, Yamamoto Nijuichi was elated. This man, who would later bring disaster to the world, was beginning to show his true colors. In the days that followed, this military maneuver was quickly forgotten by the public, as global attention shifted back to the conflicts in the Middle East. On the morning of December 12, 2023, in the first floor hall of Buckingham Villas No. 3, Yin Ron, today I will teach you the immortal everlasting art, Su Pingan said calmly. We will start with breathing techniques, then move on to the movements and visualization methods. Yin Ron, excited yet puzzled, asked, immortal everlasting art? It sounds like something out of a martial arts novel. Can it really help you leap over rooftops and slow aging? Su Pingan smiled proudly. More than that. At advanced levels, you can fly and stay youthful forever. Is it really that amazing? Yin Ron found it hard to believe. Before we start practicing, let me introduce you to the basics of the cultivation world. Su Pingan explained in detail the 7 realms of cultivation. Body refining, chi and blood, cleansing marrow, transcending the mundane, supernatural, mountain and river, and heaven and man. He particularly emphasized the importance of the body refining realm and the characteristics of the immortal everlasting art. Balanced and harmonious, prolonging life, but slow to cultivate and relatively weak in combat. However, it could be cultivated to the rare 10th level of body refining. Although Su Pingan possessed more than 20 techniques, only 3 were suitable for women. The Divine Maiden Sutra, the Ice Heart Technique, and the Immortal Everlasting Art. While Su Pingan was studying the cultivation manuals, he first noticed the unique requirements of the Shan Nu Jing. This technique not only demanded the practitioner to remain chaste, but also required them to maintain purity until they reached the transcendent realm. Failing to do so would lead to complete failure. Although it allowed dual cultivation with men after breaking through to the transcendent realm, providing significant benefits to the partner, Su Pingan saw this as a dubious technique similar to a cauldron practice. Given that Yin Ron was no longer a virgin, it was naturally ruled out. Next was the Ice Heart Technique. This cultivation method would gradually make the practitioner indifferent to desires, with this trait becoming more pronounced as their cultivation deepened, ultimately reaching a state of supreme detachment. Su Pingan would never let his loved one embark on such a path. In the end, he chose the Eternal Youth and Longevity Technique. This was the technique he had cultivated in the later stages of his previous life. Not only was it the most suitable for the current situation, but his prior experience with it made teaching it much easier. More importantly, it was the only top-tier technique that could be cultivated to the heavenly being realm, remaining incredibly precious even in an era 20 years later when cultivation techniques were abundant. Wow, this is amazing. I want to cultivate it. Teach me quickly. Yin Ron exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Su Pingan's arm. her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Pingan then began to patiently guide her, starting with the most basic movements and breathing techniques. Thanks to the nourishment from the unicorn bull meat over the past few days, Yin Ron quickly adapted to the cultivation state. When he observed that the time was right, Su Pingan took out a crystal vial and asked Yin Ron to open her mouth and stick out her tongue. He carefully dripped a drop of first-grade spiritual liquid onto it. Obediently, Yin Ron swallowed the liquid, and 20 minutes later, she was thrilled to feel the surge of power within her. Is this what cultivation feels like? It's incredible! Yin Ron exclaimed, clenching her fists and jumping with excitement. Hello, my esteemed leader. A voice filled with humility came from the other end. George spoke bluntly. You mobilized 20,000 troops to North Sea Island a few days ago. What are you up to? Yamamoto's hand trembled slightly. He had been waiting for this question for 2 days. He had assumed the US was too preoccupied with the Middle East to pay attention to them, but the inevitable had come. He quickly gathered his thoughts and answered cautiously, I noticed you were struggling a bit in the Middle East, so I created a diversion to attract the attention of Russia and a certain Eastern power to ease your burden. George almost laughed out loud. A Japanese person offering to help? It was laughable enough that they weren't causing trouble, let alone offering assistance. Then explain to me what's going on with the Tokachi Bridge. The question hit Yamamoto like a sledgehammer, nearly knocking the wind out of him. His mind raced. Who leaked the information? Speak. George's angry shout barely brought Yamamoto back to his senses. Leader, we are just stationing troops at the Tokachi Bridge, he said, making a last-ditch effort. But George's next words shattered him completely. The wormhole beneath the bridge will be taken over by our forces. You don't have any objections, do you? Yamamoto slumped in his chair, his voice trembling. Leader, we could collaborate on its development. This only confirmed George's suspicions. A wormhole to a new world. This discovery had him so excited he could barely hold the phone. I don't think that's necessary, George said coldly. In his eyes, Japan was just a compliant dog. If they had reported the wormhole's existence immediately, they might have gotten a share. But now, they needed to be taught a lesson for their disobedience. Leader, don't push me. Yamamoto's voice was low and menacing. Are you threatening the great United States? George was unfazed. In the past, the economic strain of multiple wars had forced him to placate Japan. But now, with a new world in sight, this was the solution to all problems, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. Suddenly, the line went dead. George was furious and immediately ordered, notify our forces in Japan to take full control of North Sea Island. Deploy 3 carrier strike groups to blockade the entire area. No one goes in or out, including the Japanese. James reminded him, Leader, this requires military approval. With this information, who would dare disagree? Those greedy congressmen will be even more eager than us, George sneered. Handling this situation correctly would make him the greatest leader since Washington, maybe even the greatest ever. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, Intelligence Chief Sergei had woken the Tsar in the middle of the night. He presented a series of photos and videos, which made the Tsar's frown deepen. Is this information verified? The Tsar asked. The photos and videos are real, but the area has been sealed off, so we can't confirm it definitively yet. At any cost, I need accurate information. Also, keep a close eye on the United States movements, the Tsar commanded. Intelligence agencies around the world began to act, with all eyes turning towards the east. In an apartment in Shanghai, military analyst Zhang Wei was staring at his screen, muttering to himself, Huh? An email from Japan? Could it be from one of my fans there? In his previous videos, he had often criticized Ippon, so it piqued his curiosity to find out he had fans there. Zhang Wei stared at the mysterious email that suddenly appeared in his inbox and clicked it open without hesitation. At first, the email seemed unremarkable, but as he read further, his expression shifted from confusion to shock. Holy crap! He abruptly stood up from his chair, bracing himself on the table. Recalling Ippon's recent troop movements, he had always dismissed the online theories about a surprise attack on the northern 4 islands. If the information before him was true, everything started to make sense. Wormholes? Another world? Zhang Wei muttered to himself, doubting his own rationality. Yet, an insistent voice in his head urged him. What if it's real? Being the first to break this news as a streamer could bring a massive influx of followers. Of course, if the news was fake, the backlash would be equally severe. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and decided, damn it, let's go for it. High risk, high reward. He quickly processed the video footage, kept it unaltered, and added his own analysis. He made sure to note at the end that the information came from an unverified email, hoping to mitigate any potential negative impact. What he didn't know was that the same email had been sent to hundreds of prominent media outlets and internet influencers worldwide. Su Pingan, the orchestrator, knew that while major media might stay silent due to various pressures, some traffic-chasing influencers wouldn't be able to resist. Once the news started spreading, it would catch fire and rapidly go viral thanks to the internet. Sure enough, as some major influencers shared the news, it caused a huge stir online. The speculation intensified, especially after residents near Ippon's northern sea islands who went to the mountains around Tokachi Bridge were driven away by the military. The internet exploded with reactions. Is this still Earth? Wormholes? Another world? Are we going to see Cultivation next? Is Ippon planning to annex another world? Could this be a marketing stunt for a sci-fi movie? The bronze frame around the wormhole, does it imply it's man-made? Could this be the work of aliens? In the central meeting room of Huagua's capital, all top officials gathered urgently. Zhang Guodong, the director of the Ninth Bureau, reported with a grave expression, Prime Minister, our informant has confirmed the existence of the wormhole. He saw Ippon soldiers entering and exiting it, but we still don't know the specifics of the other world. That little Ippon really hit the jackpot, the fifth elder remarked. Jackpot? A senior military official scoffed. This could very well be a ticking time bomb for them. Everyone chuckled knowingly at his words. If Ippon could keep this secret for decades, they might rise to power. But now that it was exposed to the world, no nation would let this opportunity slip by. The Prime Minister surveyed the room and asked, let's discuss our next steps. What should we do? The emergence of wormholes and new worlds was an unexpected event, but also an opportunity for us, a general calmly stated. Damn it. Wasn't this supposed to be confidential? How did everyone find out so quickly? George slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with anger. James, standing nearby, explained helplessly, President, we live in an era of short videos. That mysterious person or force must have sent information to multiple media outlets and social media influencers simultaneously, which is why the situation spiraled out of control. Damn it, we must shut it down. George clenched his fists, seething with rage. He vividly remembered the last time public opinion spiraled out of control due to a similar situation. Even though they controlled mainstream media, they couldn't stop thousands of independent content creators. Any attempt to block information or guide public opinion had little effect, only putting them in a more difficult position and severely undermining their influence. Understanding the gravity of the situation, James gently advised, banning it is not a wise move. It will offend all voters and affect next year's election. Moreover, as long as there's demand, new short video platforms will keep emerging. President, the most important thing now is to control the wormhole. The news has spread worldwide, and that's an unchangeable fact, James reminded. What's the situation over in Japan? George asked, slightly calming down. Our forces were repelled when approaching the northern sea island. They've refused to let us get close. What? Are they rebelling? George erupted again in anger. I'm afraid so. From Yamamoto's attitude, it's clear they see the wormhole and the new world as crucial to their national interest. They won't back down easily. Those fools. George roared, order the front line to eliminate that dog for me. I want Yamamoto to beg for mercy personally. James quickly intervened. President, please reconsider. Starting a war now is unwise. The news has already spread, and the major powers will surely take action. If we go to war with Japan, we'll be playing right into their hands. Damn it. George cursed. Then what do you suggest? James proposed a win-win solution. How about we initially cooperate with them on development? Once we have control over the wormhole, the new world, and military power, we can decide how to deal with them. We know Yamamoto well. We can use them to balance the two major powers while supporting them from behind, ensuring our victory. After contemplating for a moment, George found the proposal feasible and nodded. Send Blinken to negotiate the joint development of the new world and military cooperation. Meanwhile, the Emperor put down the phone and said gravely, wrap up the situation in the south quickly. Our future lies in the east. The Minister of Defense asked if additional troops were needed, considering the scale of the upcoming Far East conflict. After a brief consideration, the Emperor agreed. Despite the immense pressure this would bring, the potential of the new world made it worth it. This decision would undoubtedly alarm European countries, making them hesitant to act rashly. Platinum Han in Magic City, inside Yin Ron's villa restaurant. Pingan, were those photos and videos online taken and spread by you? Yin Ron asked, scrolling through her phone and looking at Su Pingan in shock. The overwhelming news reminded her of what Su Pingan had said last night, that the world would be turned upside down today. Being smart, she quickly connected the dots. Not bad, right? Su Pingan replied nonchalantly while cutting his steak, admitting to his actions without hesitation. You really amaze me. The sky is practically falling, and yet you're calmly having breakfast, Yin Ron said helplessly, looking at Su Pingan's carefree demeanor. What are you worried about? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. It won't hit us, Su Pingan replied casually. Yin Ron's expression turned serious. The discovery of wormholes and another world is too significant. It will undoubtedly spark a global scramble among major powers. As the catalyst, if they find out who you are, there won't be a place on Earth where you can hide. Will you tell anyone? Su Pingan asked. Of course not, Yin Ron answered without hesitation. Then there you go. No one knows the truth except us. They won't find me in the short term, and eventually, everyone's attention will shift to the other world, Su Pingan said calmly. Yin Ron rolled her eyes. Since you're not worried, why should I be? I'll eat, and eat you into poverty. With that, she began to eat heartily, finally able to enjoy food freely thanks to her cultivation progress. Heh, don't worry, I can afford to feed you. After finishing their meal, Su Pingan gave a stern reminder. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, don't display too much of your martial strength in public. You are a celestial queen. If anyone discovers something unusual, it will cause a huge uproar. Yin Ron nodded seriously. I understand. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, I have a question. If it's not convenient to answer now, that's okay. Is the cultivation method we're practicing from the other world?
Yes.
Are the cultivators in the other world easy to get along with? What is their attitude towards Blue Star? Su Pingan sighed. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. Some are benevolent, while others want us dead.
The greatest danger often comes from within our own ranks.
You're right. I get it now. Yin Ron nodded slightly. Su Pingan handed her a crystal vial. I bought a ticket to Indonesia for this afternoon. I might be gone for a while, and you may not be able to reach me. This is spiritual liquid. Use 1 drop per session during your cultivation. Do you have to go? I have to. Then make sure you come back safely. I'll be waiting for you at home. On Java Island, Indonesia, inside an abandoned factory. In the rusted facility, Su Pingan, dressed in black and wearing a baseball cap, emerged from the shadows. Did you bring the stuff? A brown-skinned man with a menacing scar on his face responded respectfully. The batch you wanted was hard to get. It took a lot of effort. I'll pay you 10 extra for the trouble. Deal. The scar-faced man laughed heartily. Let me check the goods first. Laid out before Su Pingan were 2 Barrett sniper rifles, 2 Gatling guns, 5 M500 revolvers, 3 RPG launchers with 120 rounds, 180mm mortar with 50 shells, 300 grenades, a modified drone, and a large amount of ammunition and explosives. Seeing these weapons, Su Pingan finally felt a bit of relief from his fear of insufficient firepower. The goods are fine. As we agreed earlier, you'll pay with Bitcoin, right? Su Pingan asked calmly, standing in the abandoned factory. Scarface nodded and smiled. No problem at all. The transaction was quickly completed. Scarface and his men left the factory, leaving behind all the weapons and equipment. In the car, one of the underlings couldn't help but ask, Boss, these are top-notch goods. Are we really just giving them to him? Smack. Scarface backhanded the underling across the face. Do you know why he dared to come alone? The underling, holding his face, shook his head in confusion. Idiot, Scarface said with a hint of fear on his face. He's hoping we try to double-cross him, so he wouldn't have to pay. Even if we had twice as many men, it wouldn't be enough. He's the Wolf King of China. He once single-handedly took on Kansa, the Golden Triangle drug lord with an army of 500 men, killing over 200 on the spot and making the rest surrender. He's retired now, but the rules still apply. As long as we do business by the book, we'd be fools not to make money. Back in the abandoned factory, Su Pingan carefully checked the surroundings to ensure no one was following or watching. He then took out a dimensional space box and stored all the weapons and equipment inside. Afterward, he drove straight to the Java Valley Cave in Indonesia. It's one of the top 10 forbidden places in the world, said to have a powerful suction force that claims lives within 6 meters. For decades, countless explorers and research teams have vanished there, and it's still an unsolved mystery. Su Pingan, familiar with the terrain, found the target cave and quickly descended using a rope. The cave was dark and deep, with the occasional sound of bones cracking underfoot, but such things were trivial to someone who had survived an apocalypse. Wearing a headlamp, he navigated the cave using his memory. After passing through 7 forks and walking for over an hour, he finally saw the rusted bronze door. Su Pingan hurried forward and placed the box in the lock position. The bronze door creaked open, and a ghostly blue light illuminated the entire cave. He opened the box, revealing a deep green stone, the life source stone. This ancient, primordial treasure continuously absorbs natural vitality, providing its host with strength and healing abilities, even bringing the dead back to life. Excitedly, Su Pingan took out a silver needle and, without hesitation, pricked his finger to produce a drop of blood, which he let fall onto the life source stone. As soon as the blood dripped onto it, it spread rapidly, like ink in water, until it enveloped the entire life source stone. The stone then transformed into a streak of light and merged directly into Su Pingan's sea of consciousness, settling peacefully alongside the demon refining pot. With the process of bonding complete, Su Pingan gained a deeper understanding of the life source stone. Beyond the initial basic information, he discovered several key characteristics. Firstly, the life source stone currently contained a full measure of vital energy. This might be the result of years of accumulation, or it could have been infused by an unknown powerful being. Secondly, the rate at which the life source stone passively absorbed vital energy from its surroundings was extremely slow, only 1/1,000,000th per day. To fully recharge an empty life source stone would take a staggering 2.7 billion years. Thirdly, the use of vital energy was entirely controlled by its host. For injuries that could be healed through rest or conventional treatment, it was unnecessary to expend this precious energy. Lastly, and most crucially, although the consumption of vital energy for resurrection increased exponentially with one's cultivation level, Su Pingan's current realm required only 600 points for a single revival. Given the current reserves in the life source stone, he could theoretically revive billions of times. This is practically immortality, Su Pingan murmured in awe. Every reward from these portals is so extraordinary. Each one I obtain offers an additional layer of security. With the life source stone, I can afford to be more daring in my explorations of the otherworld. After careful consideration, Su Pingan decided to revise his previously conservative hunting plans. Of course, this didn't mean he would recklessly seek death. The experience of dying was far from pleasant. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Su Pingan adjusted his mindset and unhesitatingly stepped into the cerulean teleportation portal. After a dizzying swirl, his vision cleared. Unlike the dense forest of North Sea Island Portal Number 3, he found himself on an endless expanse of grassland. Upon the portal's activation, a 300-meter radius around it became a safe zone, pushing all ferocious beasts to the periphery. A pack of wolves, which had been drinking water, now stared bewilderedly at the golden barrier that had pushed them away. However, upon spotting Su Pingan, their expressions turned bloodthirsty as they licked their chops and repeatedly rammed the barrier. Triangular green wolves? Su Pingan immediately recognized the one-star, three-tier beasts. Known as the prairie killers for their triangular heads and greenish skin, they excelled at camouflaging in the grasslands and had venomous fangs, preferring to hunt in packs. Seems like I have a fate with wolves, Su Pingan chuckled wryly, quickly retrieving an M500 from his dimensional space box and rushing to the edge of the safe zone to open fire. 5 gunshots rang out, and 5 triangular green wolves fell, with one dying instantly. This fierce attack threw the pack into chaos, and with an angry howl, the Wolf King led the pack in retreat. Running away? Unfortunately for you, I'm well armed this time, Su Pingan said, pulling out several more M500s and unleashing a rapid barrage on the fleeing wolves. Soon, all 6 M500s were emptied, each shot hitting its mark, leaving 19 triangular green wolves crippled and 11 more injured but escaping. When the wolf pack retreated beyond 50 meters, Su Pingan decisively dashed out of the safe zone to pursue them. As a practitioner at the 6th level of the body refinement stage, he would have confronted the wolves heeded if not for their venom. Seeing the pack's numbers drastically reduced, he recognized this as the perfect moment to take a risk. Upon hearing the gunshot, the alpha wolf realized that this human was faster than the pack and immediately halted its retreat. It let out a long howl and led the remaining tri-horned wolves to turn and fight. Su Pingan holstered his pistol and retrieved his signature weapon from his dimensional treasure box, the coiling dragon spear. This weapon, weighing over 80 kilograms, featured a blood groove on its tip and could be disassembled into 3 parts for ease of transport. The spear's shaft was adorned with lifelike dragon engravings, which gave it its name. Custom-made in the Magic City, today marked its first real battle. With a piercing sound, the coiling dragon spear struck like a venomous snake, piercing the throat of the nearest tri-horned wolf. Su Pingan flicked his wrist, producing a sharp clang from the spear, and the wolf's head promptly separated from its body. Facing the onrushing pack, Su Pingan unleashed his sweeping army technique. He dropped into a low stance, and his spear carved a crescent arc along the ground, sending a dozen tri-horned wolves flying. 4 or 5 of them were fatally slashed by the spear's edge, collapsing lifelessly. The alpha wolf was stunned by this display and instinctively considered retreating. But Su Pingan wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He leaped, stepping on the back of a tri-horned wolf, crushing it into the ground, and propelled himself directly at the alpha wolf's vital point. Arg die! With a thunderous shout, Su Pingan's attack struck the Wolf King's vital spot. The first tier, 5-star beast fell instantly, unable to withstand even a single blow. The loss of their leader threw the wolf pack into chaos, allowing Su Pingan to move freely among them. Within a mere 5 minutes, nearly 100 triangular green wolves lay dead in pools of blood, save for a few lucky enough to escape. The heavy scent of blood wafted across the battlefield. Su Pingan knew well that this smell would attract numerous scavengers to the open grassland. Given that the area was only about 100 meters from the safe zone, he quickly took out the spirit beast pot and collected all 89 wolf carcasses. He then swiftly made his way back to the safe zone. After refining the corpses, Su Pingan counted his gains. 18 drops of mid-grade first-tier spiritual liquid, 234 drops of low-grade first-tier spiritual liquid, and, combined with the 8 drops of high-grade first-tier spiritual liquid he had left, his pockets were once again full. Surveying the safe zone, he noticed something that caught his eye. About 100 meters from the teleportation portal was a small lake, a quarter of which lay within the safe zone. This water source would not only be convenient for his own use, but also attract various beasts to drink. Evidently, the wolf pack had been driven out of the safe zone while drinking here. Choosing a flat area, Su Pingan retrieved 2 custom containers from his dimensional storage box. One was converted into a bedroom and training room, while the other housed a bathroom, toilet, and kitchen. Such a luxurious setup would surely drop the jaws of any other hunting team. After settling in, Su Pingan moved to the edge of the safe zone to check his weapons and equipment. He methodically examined each weapon, loaded ammunition, and ensured everything was in working order before storing them back in the dimensional storage box, leaving only a mortar and shells out. Lastly, he deployed a 4-meter wingspan armed drone, equipped with a modified machine gun and 4 bombs on its wings. Relying on his extensive control experience, Su Pingan quickly had the drone airborne. Using its onboard thermal imaging and laser range-finding equipment, he soon had a clear picture of the surrounding beasts. Suddenly, what appeared on the screen made his pupils contract. A herd of over 1,000 Tianqing Kuei cattle was migrating. These beasts typically reached first-tier 5-star to 6-star levels upon maturity, with elite individuals reaching 7 stars. In a herd of this size, the leader could likely be an 8-star or even 9-star tier. Although the herd was still 3 kilometers from the safe zone, Su Pingan had no intention of letting this prize slip away. He first tried using music to attract them, but it had little effect. He then maneuvered the drone closer to the herd and dropped a bomb. The explosion not only caused immediate casualties, but also triggered a chain reaction. The panicked herd instinctively stampeded in the opposite direction, resulting in a massive trampling. The ripple of fear spread, driving the entire herd towards the safe zone. However, just then, an exceptionally large Tianqing Kuei bull let out a thunderous moo. The herd began to slow, and their agitated state started to calm. With the herd still over a kilometer away from the target, Su Pingan grew increasingly anxious. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Though Su Pingan was reluctant to use his last bomb, he gritted his teeth and threw it for the sake of the Tianqing Kuei cattle. With a thunderous explosion, several Tianqing Kuei cattle were killed instantly. The sound echoed through the valley, and the entire herd scattered like a pot boiling over. Su Pingan held his breath and waited. Soon, a group of about 200 cattle came charging out of the safe zone. "Come on, baby," said Su Pingan, lifting his Gatling gun. But instead of retreating, the cattle picked up speed. Even with the protective golden shield, the ground-shaking momentum made him swallow hard. Su Pingan steadied himself, standing his ground. This seemed to further enrage the herd. The front row of Tianqing Kuei cattle crashed into the golden shield, sending ripples through it, and were immediately disoriented. The rest of the herd couldn't stop in time and collided with those in front, causing chaos. Amidst the blood and gore, the front row of cattle suffered heavy casualties, and the ones behind were left bewildered. Su Pingan seized the moment and threw 7 grenades in quick succession. The explosions compounded the already severe losses in the herd. He then pulled out his M500 and started picking off the stragglers, prioritizing those that tried to flee. After emptying the 6 bullets, only 7 or 8 cattle were left moving, posing no threat. Su Pingan walked out of the safe zone with his long gun and swiftly dispatched the remaining first-tier, 5-star Tianqing Kuei cattle. Looking at the carcasses strewn across the ground, Su Pingan couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, I'm rich." He quickly summoned the demon refining pot to collect the bodies and then returned to the safe zone to check the drone footage. Through the drone, he saw that most of the herd had fled in the opposite direction of the safe zone. Only 2 smaller groups remained nearby, one with about 20 cattle and the other with 50. Su Pingan first used the drone's machine gun to decimate the group of 20, killing or severely wounding them all. He then grabbed an RPG and charged towards the other group, firing 2 rockets and causing significant casualties. When he caught up with his rifle, the remaining cattle scattered. As Su Pingan was busy cleaning up the battlefield, the ground suddenly shook violently. Turning around, he saw the previously fleeing herd had returned, led by an exceptionally large bull. "Shit." Su Pingan cursed and sprinted towards the safe zone. When he was still 500 meters away, the bull was already within 30 meters. Bang! Su Pingan fired while running, the bullet grazing the bull's shoulder. Though it was only a minor injury, it slowed the bull down. This seemingly missed shot was actually intentional. Su Pingan had his sights set on this herd of Tianqing Kuei cattle. Everyone thought hope was lost, but the cattle herd surprisingly returned on their own. Su Pingan knew this was the work of the Bull King. If he killed the Bull King now, the rest of the herd would surely scatter. So, he temporarily suppressed his urge to kill. After several shots, when Su Pingan was only 100 meters from the safe zone, the Bull King didn't close the distance but instead retreated to over 50 meters away. For the remaining distance, Su Pingan holstered his rifle and sprinted with all his might. Not only was he confident he could reach the safe zone before the Bull King caught up, but the last shot had also shown that the Bull King was immune to firearms. It no longer regarded the gun as a threat. Fortunately, the Bull King hadn't witnessed him using the Barrett to snipe its kin earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so careless. As a first-tier 9-star creature, the Bull King's speed was indeed astonishing. Man and beast raced across the prairie, the distance between them rapidly closing. When Su Pingan was just 10 meters from the safe zone, the Bull King was already within 3 meters. In the final 2 meters, Su Pingan could feel the scorching breath behind him. He unleashed all his potential and dashed into the safe zone. A thunderous crash erupted behind him, accompanied by a pained bellow. Su Pingan didn't need to look back to know what had happened. The Bull King had crashed full speed into the safe zone barrier, injuring itself severely. Su Pingan quickly adjusted his stance, drew his spear, and leaped, aiming for the Bull King's eye. With a squelching sound, the Bull King, already grievously injured, couldn't dodge, and the spear pierced its eye. Su Pingan seized the moment, his arm trembling with force, transmitting powerful energy through the spear into the Bull King's brain. With a resounding crash, the Bull King fell. Though not dead instantly, it was on the brink of death. This life-and-death struggle seemed long but lasted only a couple of seconds. The rest of the herd had arrived by then. Seeing this scene, they became even more enraged and charged at Su Pingan. Predictably, most of the herd crashed into the barrier, with only those at the back managing to stop in time. Su Pingan seized the opportunity, throwing grenades into the dense crowd, scattering the herd. He then picked up his Barrett and targeted the burly first-tier 7-star Tianqing Kuei cattle. Once these elite creatures were taken out, he pulled out his Gatling gun, unleashing a rain of bullets until he ran out of ammunition. Finally, he charged into the fray with his spear, engaging in close combat. This fierce battle lasted nearly half an hour, during which Su Pingan, armed only with a spear, slew over 100 Tianqing Kuei cattle. When the fight ended, Su Pingan was covered in blood, both his own and his enemies'. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe and didn't hinder his movements. Standing atop a pile of cattle corpses, he looked around at the lifeless scene, a strong sense of battle thrill surging within him. While cleaning the battlefield, he stored most of the cattle corpses in his demon refining pot, leaving only the Bull King and 3 first-tier 8-star elites. After moving them into the safe zone, he lay down to rest. In this battle, he had single-handedly killed nearly 1,000 Tianqing Kuei cattle. Despite relying on the safe zone and modern weapons, this achievement was still something to be proud of. After a short rest, Su Pingan began processing the 4 elite cattle carcasses, cutting out 4,200 kilograms of premium beef, with the Bull King alone accounting for 1,200 kilograms. The rest was placed in the demon refining pot to be converted into spiritual liquid. Seeing the results of the refining, Su Pingan couldn't help but laugh out loud. 55 drops of top-grade first-tier spiritual liquid, 1,819 drops of mid-grade, and 389 drops of low-grade. Combined with his previous stock, he now had 63 drops of top-grade, 1,837 drops of mid-grade, and 623 drops of low-grade. This far exceeded his expectations. He had hoped to double his previous haul but had surpassed his goal in just 2 hours. This prairie was indeed a treasure trove, especially since the beasts here tended to live in groups, perfectly suited to his hunting style. However, in his excitement, Su Pingan's movements aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. He decided to try the effect of the life source stone, given that the stone's life force was abundant and replenished daily. With a thought, the life source stone in his consciousness trembled, and a stream of green life force began to flow out. In the next moment, the power of vitality seemed to move with a will of its own, swirling around Su Pingan's wounds. The injuries healed at a visible speed, with the entire process from coagulation to scabbing, and finally to the shedding of scars, flowing seamlessly. A second wave of vitality surged, completely erasing any remaining scars, leaving his skin as good as new. The third wave of vitality was even more miraculous. It not only repaired his previous bullet wounds, 7 knife cuts, and a burn, but also replenished the energy he had expended during the fight. Su Pingan felt a surge of power throughout his body, feeling even better than when he first entered this other world. This vitality power is incredible, Su Pingan thought excitedly. It replenishes itself every 3 days, like an endless supply. He then faced a choice: continue hunting fierce beasts or focus on cultivation. After a moment's thought, Su Pingan chose the latter. The reason was simple. Their current supply of mid-tier first-grade spiritual liquid was enough for both him and Yin Ron to cultivate. To break through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm, they needed high-tier first-grade spiritual liquid. Although there were fierce beasts of 7-star caliber and above near the safe zone, their numbers were too few to support further cultivation needs. After a quick wash and change into clean clothes, he began his cultivation. With a drop of mid-tier first-grade spiritual liquid in his stomach, combined with a specific posture and breathing rhythm, he quickly entered a state of cultivation. Each session required only 17 minutes to absorb a drop of spiritual liquid, increasing his strength by 38 kilograms. A little over a day later, Su Pingan broke through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm, reaching a strength of 10,000 kilograms. What had taken him 6 years in his previous life was now accomplished in such a short time. He then began experimenting with height-year first-grade spiritual liquid, which had a significant effect. 40 minutes increased his strength by 400 kilograms. Another day passed, and after consuming 31 drops of height-year spiritual liquid, he broke through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. By the time he used up all the spiritual liquid, his strength had reached 30,850 kilograms, successfully stepping into the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Just as he was about to rest, a wolf's howl shattered the silence. The 3-day protection period of the safe zone had ended, and a pack of wolves had entered. Su Pingan quickly packed up the container and faced the encroaching triangular blue wolves. In just 5 minutes, he had killed dozens of fierce beasts, refining them into spiritual liquid. It's time to explore deeper and seek higher-tier beasts, Su Pingan thought as he took out his modified drone and started scouting an area 20 kilometers away. He soon spotted some Tianqing Kuei oxen, but these low-tier beasts no longer met his needs. Meanwhile, the outside world had undergone dramatic changes. In the Prime Minister's residence in Tokyo, Japan, the trusted secretary Akira Yoshizawa was reporting to Prime Minister Yamamoto Dufu. Prime Minister, Brin is pressing us again. Stall him. Yamamoto Dufu replied without hesitation. Prime Minister, I don't think we can stall him this time. Akira Yoshizawa said helplessly. What do you mean? The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Akira Yoshizawa was briefing Doku Yamamoto on the latest developments. Previously, they only had one carrier strike group within their military base. It was a significant threat, but not fatal. However, according to intelligence, 3 carrier strike groups dispatched from the mainland of Samukoku will arrive in Ippon this afternoon. By then, they will have 4 carrier strike groups assembled in our waters. Hearing this news, Doku Yamamoto involuntarily trembled. As the Prime Minister of Ippon, he harbored deep-seated fears of the United States. All right, I'll go see him. We can't delay any longer, he said helplessly. In the conference room, Doku Yamamoto deliberately adopted a humble stance. Honorable Mr. Blin, please convey my greetings to the great president. Blin sneered. Prime Minister, you finally agreed to meet me? Mr. Blin, please forgive me. Domestic affairs have indeed been overwhelming these past few days. Doku Yamamoto said, bowing. Cut the crap, Blin said bluntly. You should know why I'm here. The president has stated that he is willing to cooperate with Ippon in developing the New World, but we must take the lead. After all, we are the most powerful military nation on Blue Star. Mr. Blin, don't forget that the wormhole and the New World are on Ippon's territory. It can be there, or it can be not. Blin's tone was filled with menace. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Finally, Doku Yamamoto spoke. We can let you take the lead, but the ownership of the wormhole must belong to Ippon, and we require at least 50% of the development profits. The wormhole can nominally belong to you, but the actual control must be in our hands. You get 20% of the profits. Mr. Blin, don't push us too far. There's a saying in Huaxia, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Doku Yamamoto slammed the table in anger. As the negotiations hit an impasse, Secretary Akira Yoshizawa hurried in and whispered something into Doku Yamamoto's ear. Doku Yamamoto immediately stood up, ignoring the bewildered Blin, and left the conference room with his secretary. Back in the Prime Minister's office, Doku Yamamoto urgently confirmed. Is it true that eating the meat of those monsters can make our soldiers stronger? Yes, the experiments have confirmed it. Not only does it enhance overall physical abilities, but it also increases lifespan. Moreover, a unique energy exclusive to the New World has been discovered in the monster meat. Fantastic! This must be a blessing from Amaterasu. Doku Yamamoto exclaimed excitedly. Immediately order Ono Daraji to deploy more troops into the New World. I want a lot of monsters to build a super army. When Akira Yoshizawa inquired about the issue with Samukoku, Doku Yamamoto decisively responded. We must not let them know any of this, not a single bit. At that moment, he was nurturing a wild idea in his mind, monopolizing the New World, even if it meant risking everything for Ippon. What if Samukoku actually attacks us? We have to gamble now. I bet they won't dare, Doku Yamamoto analyzed. The strength we've accumulated over the years is not to be underestimated. For them to make us submit, they would have to pay a huge price. Besides, the Northern Bear and the Eastern Giant are both eyeing the situation. If they strike us, they will definitely be seized upon and retaliated against. Although he was only 50% confident, it was enough for him to take the risk. As long as he could leverage the complex international situation and balance various relationships for a few more years, they wouldn't fear any nation. As for failure, he neither dared nor allowed himself to consider it. The Black House of Sam's country. George blinked incredulously, as if he had misheard. What did you say? Blinn sat upright, his expression solemn as he repeated, Mr. President, you heard correctly. Yamamoto Dufu had initially agreed to share the development rights of the New World. But just as we were discussing the critical details, his secretary, Yoshizawa Akira, whispered something in his ear, and he immediately changed his stance. Now, they are extremely firm, willing to go to war rather than relinquish control of the wormhole or share the New World with us. It must be something Yoshizawa Akira said. Blinn continued to analyze. For Yamamoto Dufu to take such a huge risk, I suspect they've discovered something extraordinary in the New World. Something they believe can counter our power. George pondered for a moment and then asked calmly, what do you think it could be? This is beyond my knowledge. Blinn shook his head. Then what do you suggest we do? George inquired. Without hesitation, Blinn replied, Mr. President, if my suspicions are correct, and there is indeed a significant discovery in the New World, we must act immediately to seize Beihai Island. If we allow Japan to capitalize on this opportunity, the cost of subduing them in the future will increase exponentially. Besides, regardless of whether my guess is accurate, the wormhole and the New World are resources we must control. Since Japan is being uncooperative, as the dominant power, we have a duty to teach them a lesson. James, standing nearby, immediately objected, Mr. President, please reconsider. Acting rashly will undoubtedly lead to other nations seizing the opportunity to undermine us. This will be a classic case of, when the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who profits. James, you're too timid, Blinn retorted. Even if we do nothing, do you think they'll leave us alone? Delaying will only let Yamamoto Dufu succeed. Right now, we are still the global hegemon, and they are wary of challenging US. Moreover, this is about disciplining our subordinate. If others interfere, they will have no moral grounds. Seeing the two men at an impasse, George rubbed his temples. Enough. Stop arguing. Sensing the moment was ripe, Blinn delivered his final argument. Mr. President, the entire world is watching the wormhole in the New World, and our citizens are awaiting your decision. If we do nothing, our adversaries will use this against you, making next year's election difficult. But if we conquer Japan and control Beihai Island and the wormhole, your prestige will soar, and next year's victory will surely be yours. These words clearly struck a chord. George's spirits lifted, and he immediately ordered, summon the military leaders. It's time for Yamamoto Dufu to witness our might. The wormhole and the New World are ours for the taking. Blinn smiled triumphantly, while James could only sigh in resignation, knowing the decision was made. Meanwhile, in another conference room, the leaders of Huaxia were closely monitoring the unfolding situation. He's coming. The chief of staff broke the silence. At this time, it must be about the wormhole. Logically, he should be going to Japan. Why come to us? One elder wondered. This Yamamoto Dufu is quite impressive, daring to say no to their American overlords. The second elder frowned. This indirectly proves that the value of the New World far exceeds our expectations, enough for Japan to risk everything. After inquiring about the intelligence updates, the director of the 9th Bureau reported, according to the leaked video from the mysterious individual, the New World is a primeval forest with trees much taller than those on Earth. There are giant beasts roaming there. Japan has already hunted some for research, and seems to have made significant discoveries. We are trying to obtain samples of these beasts, but their defenses are extremely tight. It appears the key lies with these beasts, the group mused. They likely have made breakthrough discoveries at the genetic level. It's a rare opportunity. We must make them bleed this time. As these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere in the conference room eased slightly. A general in military uniform spoke with a serious expression. Prime Minister, everyone, there's an urgent matter we need to decide on quickly. Should we adjust our national strategic focus? Currently, everything centers on economic development, but with major changes on the horizon, strengthening our military power is of utmost importance. The attendees nodded gravely. Indeed, whether for the cause of national unification, dealing with complex regional situations, or facing new global challenges, military strength needed urgent enhancement. Besides continuing to develop high-tech equipment and building an information-based army, expanding the number of troops was also imperative. To what extent should we expand the army? Someone asked the critical question. I suggest increasing it to 3 million first. This number won't hinder economic development and will ensure combat readiness. An elder immediately countered, 3 million is far from enough. We need at least 8 million. Don't forget, aside from the global situation, we know nothing about the New World. If there is a civilization there, they might invade us just as we can go there. We must be prepared. After in-depth discussions, the leadership finally reached a consensus. Expand the army to 5 million, which would allow both offensive and defensive capabilities, and adjust the scale as needed. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, the Tsar laughed heartily at a report. A dog biting its master. Interesting, Ha ha ha. The foreign minister asked about the strategy for dealing with Blinken, while the defense minister angrily pointed out the arrogance of the United States sending George to visit the East while only sending Blinken to visit them. The Tsar was unconcerned but saw it as a rare opportunity and decided to contact the Eastern power to discuss a joint strategy. At 10 Downing Street in London, a heated debate was underway about whether to join the coalition forces formed by the United States. The defense minister emphasized 3 points: maintaining the Anglo-Saxon leadership, seizing opportunities in the New World, and using the chance to enhance their influence. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office in Tokyo, Yamamoto, upon learning that Japan was excluded from the coalition forces, felt a mix of fear and determination. The potential benefits of the New World were too great to ignore, so he decided to mobilize the entire nation. He also ordered the deployment of forces in the United States to support Trump, aiming to distract George. The whole world was subtly preparing for the impending major shift. Yamamoto Dokufu proposed a new strategy. We need to activate our covert agents in China to stir up public opinion and incite hatred against the United States, forcing China to take action against them. Simultaneously, we should send an envoy to Russia, promising to relinquish claims on the northern territories in exchange for their support against the United States, and offer to open up the New World. Prime Minister Yoshizawa Akira frowned. We've already refused the United States. Do we really want to bring in the unpredictable factor of Russia? A cold smile appeared on Yamamoto's lips. Heh, when I say future opening, when exactly that future is still up to us to decide, isn't it? Clearly, he never intended to truly fulfill the promises made to Russia. Moreover, he continued to analyze, we need to use money to divide European countries, mobilizing all available resources to make them consume themselves internally. If we can delay for just 6 months, victory will be within our grasp. Afterwards, the world plunged into an eerie calm. The fires of conflict temporarily ceased, and countries began to send envoys, seeking alliances. Small nations understood that to secure a share in the New World, they had to align themselves with major powers. Beneath this surface calm, undercurrents were surging. Leaders and insightful individuals worldwide realized that the global order was on the brink of a major shift, with a great storm brewing. The current peace might be the last moment of tranquility for years, if not decades. On the internet, people sensed the unusual atmosphere. Something's not right, someone posted. All countries are massively rearming. This is a real arms race, and once it starts, it will be hard to stop unless a global war breaks out. The comments section buzzed with discussion. Isn't this the prelude to World War III? Come on, life is good now. Who wants war? China is the only country that can come out on top in a conflict with the other 4 permanent members, and many countries have forgotten that. Dignity is on the edge of the sword, truth is at the muzzle of the gun. For China's revival, this battle is unavoidable. Debate about Japan was especially intense. Someone analyzed, Japan is in a precarious situation this time. The key lies in their choice. Either they surrender early to preserve their core, or they gamble their national fate by opposing the whole world. From recent moves, it seems they've chosen the latter. They've already entered the New World, someone added. If they're willing to oppose the world for it, the New World must hold astonishing secrets. As some began discussing escape, an experienced netizen bluntly pointed out, in times like these, nowhere is safe. People from all over the world eagerly discuss global affairs online, but the Chinese are particularly invested. They are deeply concerned about international dynamics and actively participate in discussions, offering various analyses and comments. It's undeniable that there are many experts among the public. The detailed analyses and deductions provided by netizens often rival those of think tanks in various countries, sometimes even getting close to the truth. On this otherworldly prairie, Su Pingan was intensely focused on operating a drone for terrain surveying. Centering the drone around a portal, he maneuvered it in concentric circles, capturing the landscape below. His fingers moved swiftly over a notepad, jotting down crucial information until the drone's fuel alarm went off, prompting him to direct it back for refueling. After several such cycles, a detailed topographic map began to take shape. This hand-drawn map, understandable only to him, clearly marked the distribution of all beast groups within a 20-kilometer radius. Su Pingan studied the map meticulously, considering the current situation. Within this area, there were 4 second-tier beast groups and 23 first-tier beast groups rated 7 stars or higher. With his current strength and the aid of modern weapons, dealing with the first-tier 7-star beasts, though challenging, was still manageable. However, the second-tier beast groups posed a significantly higher risk. Of course, this expanse of over 1,000 square kilometers also contained numerous first-tier beast groups below 7 stars. Although a few had broken through to higher levels, they no longer held any allure for Su Pingan. Similarly, lone first-tier 7-star beasts were not part of his hunting plans. He was well aware that in his effort to maximize efficiency, the scans were somewhat superficial, inevitably leading to some omissions. Information that was missed during the scans naturally would not appear on his map. Finally, Su Pingan's gaze settled on a black dot on the map. He circled the spot conspicuously with his pinnet, marked the lair of his first hunting target, the fire beast. The fiery beast, an outstanding first-tier ferocious beast, reaches first-tier 7 to 8 stars upon maturity, with a rare few breaking through to first-tier 9 stars. These creatures are massive, standing at 5 meters tall and 9 meters long, resembling a moving heavy truck. Their bodies are covered in black scales, with a lion's head and a tiger's body. The most distinctive feature is the phenomenon that occurs when they run. Sparks fly from the friction between their black scales and the air, making them appear as if engulfed in flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. They are incredibly fast, with a powerful impact and trampling force. Their sturdy scales provide formidable defense, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate. However, they have notable weaknesses. Their throat, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears lack scale protection. Su Pingan avoided the low-tier beast activity areas and quickly reached the fiery beast's gathering spot. After careful reconnaissance, he gathered detailed information. There were over 480 fiery beasts in the area, with over 200 at first-tier 8 stars and more than 30 at first-tier 9 stars. The Beast King was suspected to be at first-tier 10 stars or second-tier 1 star. The main difference between these two levels is that second-tier beasts have developed beast cores, allowing them to use blood energy, making them far more destructive than first-tier beasts. To ensure the success of his mission, Su Pingan decided to eliminate the Beast King first, leaving the fiery beasts leaderless. He used the undulating terrain of the grassland to conceal himself and stealthily approached within a kilometer of the Beast King. After setting up his Barrett sniper rifle and mortar, he observed the feeding Beast King through an 8x scope, surrounded by 8 first-tier 9-star fiery beasts as guards. Su Pingan aimed at the Beast King's eye and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 bullets blocked the Beast King's escape route. The first shot accurately hit the eye, creating a large gap. The second hit the thigh, causing minor injuries by breaking scales. The third missed. The Beast King's roar shook the entire gathering spot, causing the surrounding fiery beasts to become agitated. Seizing this opportunity, Su Pingan immediately turned to the mortar. Whoosh! The shell traced an arc and hit the Beast King's location. In the ensuing explosion, the 8 guarding fiery beasts were thrown to the ground, and the Beast King at the epicenter suffered further injuries. Su Pingan quickly switched back to the Barrett and began sniping the stunned 9-star fiery beasts. The bullets from the 2 Barretts were lethal, blinding most of the 9-star fiery beasts and killing a few instantly. As the beast horde swarmed towards him, Su Pingan switched to a Gatling gun. The metallic storm clashed with the fiery beast's scales, creating sparks and spraying blood. When the fiery beasts finally got within 20 meters, Su Pingan threw grenades, with the ensuing fragments and shockwaves inflicting fresh wounds on them. The deafening explosion echoed through the air, disrupting the charging rhythm of the fire beasts. Their pace slowed significantly. However, the remaining fire beasts were already closing in on Su Pingan's position. Su Pingan gripped his panlong spear tightly and deftly sidestepped, skillfully avoiding the leading fire beast's assault. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his spear precisely into its eye. Utilizing his smaller stature to his advantage, he maneuvered effortlessly among the fire beasts. When multiple fire beasts attacked simultaneously, the gaps between their massive bodies became Su Pingan's best avenues for evasion. Su Pingan completely controlled the pace of the battle. Even in unknown confrontations, the fire beasts struggled to gain the upper hand. Despite being outnumbered, the fire beasts couldn't subdue their agile opponent. Suddenly, a fire beast seized an opportunity and sent Su Pingan flying. Another beast followed closely, attempting a fatal strike. But Su Pingan was prepared. He quickly drew his M500 midair and shot the approaching fire beast in the eye. He then tossed a grenade into the dense cluster of fire beasts. Unfortunately, their formidable defenses limited the grenade's effectiveness. In close-quarters combat, the advantage of firearms diminished. Su Pingan decisively shifted his strategy to focus on hand-to-hand combat. Thanks to the regenerative power of the Life Source Stone, his combat strength increased rather than waned, while the number of fire beasts steadily decreased. After about an hour of fierce fighting, the remaining 30-odd fire beasts finally recognized the situation. They cast resentful glances at Su Pingan before scattering in all directions. While Su Pingan tried to pursue them to the end, he managed to stop only 6, allowing the other 20+ to escape. Gazing at the field littered with fire beast corpses, Su Pingan smiled with satisfaction. He quickly retrieved the demon refining pot and collected the scattered remains of the fire beasts one by one. However, when he approached the Beast King and struck it down, the scene before him left him stunned. Spirit stones? Su Pingan blurted out in surprise. Beneath the Beast King, a massive primal spirit stone was emitting a faint glow. Although it was only a low-grade primal spirit stone, its size was enough to be cut into at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, which would be considered a fortune in the early stages. In this alternate world, The task of cutting spirit stones was handled by specialized spirit stone cutters who were part of official institutions. While private individuals could mine spirit stones, they had to turn them over to official purchasing offices in exchange for official spirit stones, with a certain percentage taken as a processing fee. The main difference between official spirit stones and ordinary primal spirit stones lay in their use. The former could be used for both cultivation and trade, while the latter was limited to cultivation. Anyone caught engaging in illegal trade would face severe consequences, ranging from fines and loss of cultivation to the extermination of their entire family. Each official spirit stone was cut into pieces the size of a mahjong tile, with a standard weight of 1 liang, and imprinted with special runes. These runes not only signified official certification but also locked in the spirit energy to prevent leakage, ensuring each stone contained the same amount of energy. Once the spirit energy was absorbed, the runes would automatically disappear. The leftover fragments from cutting were mixed with other metals to mint smaller denomination spirit coins. How could there be such a large spirit stone here? Su Pingan's eyes gleamed. Could there be a spirit stone mine nearby?
It's unlikely the fiery beast brought it from elsewhere.
He recalled his past life experiences. I've never heard of a spirit stone mine near the teleportation gate. Maybe this is just a remnant from history. After some consideration, Su Pingan decided not to leave immediately and began carefully searching the surrounding area. By the time dusk fell, he had spent half a day searching but found nothing. I wish I had a spirit stone detector, he sighed in frustration. Relying on just my eyes is too difficult. He remembered the device invented by Chinese scientists during the 13th year of the Great Voyage, capable of detecting up to 10 meters underground. It was in high demand at the time. The fiery Beast King's lair was a natural shelter. If it hadn't been out today, Su Pingan might not have had the chance to kill it. After confirming the cave was safe, he took out a storage container, quickly washed up, changed into clean clothes, and began refining. In an instant, over 450 fiery beasts turned into spirit liquid, 4 drops of top-tier first-grade spirit liquid, 895 drops of high-tier first-grade spirit liquid, and 7 drops of mid-tier first-grade spirit liquid. For drops of top-tier first-grade spirit liquid, Su Pingan analyzed. This confirms the Beast King was indeed a 10-star first-grade beast, and its power had more than quadrupled since it first advanced. However, to break through to 11-star first grade, it requires not just 10 times the power but also a stroke of luck. In high spirits, Su Pingan began cultivating. He assumed a special posture on a yoga mat, combined with unique breathing techniques, continuously enhancing his strength. Whenever his body felt discomfort, the spirit liquid would release powerful blood energy to replenish him. By 3 a.m., he had consumed 40 drops of high-tier first-grade spirit liquid, increasing his strength to over 42,000 kilograms. He was still far from the tenfold realm target of 100,000 kilograms. Currently, each drop of high-tier first-grade spirit liquid increased his strength by about 280 kilograms, a noticeable decline in efficiency. Over the next 3 days, Su Pingan swept through 7 groups of 7-star or higher first-grade beasts within a 20-kilometer radius. The most exciting moment was when he hunted another 10-star first-grade beast, increasing his top-tier first-grade spirit liquid to 7 drops, high-tier first-grade spirit liquid to 6,334 drops, and over 1,000 drops of mid-tier first-grade spirit liquid. This time, he had specially hunted some low-level beasts to gather supplies for Yin Ron. Su Pingan looked at the empty ammunition depot before him, his fingers gently brushing over the shelves that once held bullets, shells, and grenades. A flood of emotions washed over him. He had been away for a long time, and the situation outside might have changed drastically. Memories surged in. The scenes of the brutal, all-out war from his past life were still vivid. According to the timeline, in just 2 days, the Sam Kingdom would launch a probing attack on Ippon. Upon encountering Ippon's staunch resistance, Sam Kingdom immediately mobilized its global allies' military forces, initiating a half-month-long bombardment across Ippon. Countless buildings collapsed, factories turned to ruins, and the land was left in devastation. Following this, a 1 million-strong UN force landed on Ippon's shores. In just a week, the Northern Sea Island fell into enemy hands. This war inflicted over 7 million casualties on Ippon. Even more heartbreaking, Yamamoto, the dictator, was assassinated by political opponents who feared Sam Kingdom. His successor quickly surrendered, turning Ippon back into a vassal of Sam Kingdom. At that moment, a coalition of 33 countries led by Huaxia, the Northern Bear, and Iraq clashed with the Western Alliance in Ippon, igniting the Third World War. The Northern Sea Island became a critical battleground, with countless soldiers perishing in the fierce fighting. Fortunately, this world war abruptly ended after just 6 months, due to the sudden appearance of a second interdimensional portal. If not for this, the outcome of the war would have been unpredictable. By then, the global economy was on the brink of collapse, and both sides were contemplating the use of nuclear weapons, held back only by various concerns. Experts estimated that if the portal had appeared 1 or 2 months later, humanity might have plunged into the abyss of nuclear warfare. The most devastating impact was on the nation of Eben. This land was reduced to ashes during the war, effectively being thrust back into the Stone Age. Behind the staggering toll of over 30 million casualties were countless young lives lost, creating a significant population gap. The complete environmental destruction rendered the land uninhabitable for humans, causing the population of Eben to plummet to less than 20 million in just a decade. Survivors scattered in all directions. Some crossed over to other worlds, while others fled to different parts of the globe, barely scraping by. Those who stayed were mostly the lower-class citizens with nowhere else to go, struggling to survive in the harshest conditions while being exploited by the United Nations forces, including Sam Nation, for every last bit of remaining value, just to get a meager amount of food to live on. In such an extreme environment, coupled with the unique national character of Eben, a large number of extremists emerged. The most lethal among them was Yamamoto XXI, who conspired with the Blood Spirit Demon Sect from the other world. He introduced a special parasite known as the blood goo mother worm, causing billions of people worldwide to rapidly transform into blood zombies. This time, I absolutely cannot let the blood goo mother worm enter Blue Planet, Su Pingan said with determination in his eyes. Even if it is brought back, it must be contained within Eben's borders. The disaster of the blood zombies must not spread to Huaxia, nor can we allow the Blood Spirit Demon Sect to turn Blue Planet into a breeding ground for blood zombies. After crawling out of the cave and exiting the signal interference zone, Su Pingan turned on his phone, which had been off for a week. Notification sounds kept coming as unread WeChat messages, missed calls, and unread texts flooded in. He first noticed over 30 unread messages from Yin Ron. Just as he was about to open them, a message from his younger brother, Su Pingkong, caught his attention. "Bro, call me as soon as you see this." This message made Su Pingan frown, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He knew very well that because of his service in the Special Forces, his family was always cautious and would never contact him during missions. Even if they missed him, they would only call through the military line. Due to the nature of his special missions and confidentiality agreements, he couldn't explain to his family why he retired to become a mercenary, which nearly severed his relationship with his father, who almost ended up in the hospital from the stress. In his previous life, Su Pingan's parents died during the blood zombie disaster without ever knowing the truth, leaving him with deep, lasting guilt. "Hello, Pingkong?" Su Pingan immediately called his brother. During the call, Su Pingkong informed him of the family's dire situation. His girlfriend, Wang Shijuan, had suddenly accused him of rape and gathered incriminating recordings. Their parents had been framed at work and were fired, facing a 2 million yuan compensation demand. And their younger sister was being targeted by classmates at school. All signs pointed to a systematic attack on their entire family. Chi Tian? Or maybe the Chi family? Su Pingan thought of the first suspect. Thinking of Yin Ron, he quickly checked her WeChat messages. Aside from the usual greetings, the latest message indicated that her concert had been cancelled, all her engagements were called off, and she seemed to be on the verge of being blacklisted. "Hello, Shinron." Su Pingan called Ron. "Pingan, are you back in the country?" Ron's voice came through on the other end of the line. As soon as Su Pingan walked in, he cut straight to the chase. Was it the Chi family? Ron's expression remained calm, though a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Although our boss Shui didn't say it outright, he made it pretty clear. He mentioned that I've offended someone I shouldn't have, and that he can't protect me. He suggested that I should bow down. For the company to blacklist me despite the huge profits I bring, it shows how powerful the force behind this is. There's no other entity besides the Chi family that would go to such lengths to target me. It seems the lesson we taught Chi Tian last time wasn't enough. Su Pingan's face darkened, a dangerous tone creeping into his voice. Ron immediately grabbed his arm. "Pingan, don't act rashly. Based on what we know about the Chi family, if they really didn't care about us, their methods wouldn't be this mild. They're using legal means now, waiting for you to take the bait. The moment you resort to violence, they'll have a legitimate reason to crush you completely." Su Pingan nodded slightly, contemplating the 3 ways to break the deadlock. Bowing to the Chi family, using violence, or finding a stronger force to counterbalance them. The first was impossible, the second too risky, making the third the best option. Meanwhile, at the Chi family estate in the Magic City, that foolish woman. Chi Tian smashed his teacup in fury. I had her boss hint to her that she could continue her career as a superstar if she left Su Pingan, but she chose that guy without hesitation. A middle-aged woman asked in confusion, "Master, we've already made our move. Why hasn't Su Pingan reacted at all?" Chi Guozhen frowned. "He's been abroad." Just then, the butler hurried in. "Master, latest news. Su Pingan has returned to the country and is heading to the Buckingham." Hearing this, Chi Tian trembled slightly, but a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Chi Guozhen snorted coldly. "Useless." He then instructed the butler to closely monitor Su Pingan's every move. Inside Villa Number 3 at the Buckingham, Shinron, "There are Chi family spies around the villa," Su Pingan said as soon as he walked in. "I noticed a while ago. They haven't done anything, so I couldn't be bothered," replied Yin Ron, who had reached the 5th level of the body refining stage, with indifference. As they spoke, Su Pingan's phone rang. Seeing an unmarked number on the screen, a look of delight crossed his face. What's up? Yin Ron asked curiously. Su Pingan gestured for silence and answered the call, his tone lazy. My dear Captain Qin, what made you think of calling me? You finally came back to the country. I thought you were hiding abroad, too scared to return. So, tell me, how did you end up provoking the Qi family? Qin Ming's voice came through the phone, laced with a teasing tone. As the captain of the Syria Special Forces, he wasn't just Su Pingan's superior, but also a comrade who had been through life-and-death situations with him. What? Can the Qi family really put pressure on the military? Su Pingan asked, feigning surprise. The Qi family is nothing. Don't be ungrateful, kid. Can't you tell when someone's joking? Qin Ming retorted with a laugh. Thanks for your concern, Captain Qin. The Qi family is nothing to me, Su Pingan. No need to worry about me. Su Pingan's nonchalant attitude made Qin Ming want to punch him through the phone. But Qin Ming knew that Su Pingan was no longer the same as before. If they really fought, he might not even have a chance to strike back before being subdued. Captain Qin, I doubt you called just because of this. What's the real reason? Su Pingan asked straightforwardly. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Qin Ming finally spoke. The higher-ups have notified me. You can rejoin the team. So soon? Su Pingan's demeanor turned serious. This was more than a year earlier than in his previous life, disrupting his plans to hunt at Portal Number 2. Upon confirming that Away was a military plant, Su Pingan decided to adjust his strategy. I'm planning to give the country a big gift. It wouldn't feel right going back empty-handed to see my old comrades. You have 3 days. Get back here, Qin Ming said before abruptly hanging up. Sam's country must be making a move, Su Pingan muttered as he stared at the now-dark phone screen. Yin Ron rushed over upon hearing the news, hugging him excitedly. Pingan, are you really re-enlisting? The two then embraced and headed to the bedroom. Perhaps the imminent separation made Yin Ron particularly passionate. Meanwhile, turmoil was brewing in Japan. In the Prime Minister's residence, Yamamoto Twenty-One was discussing countermeasures with the Minister of Defense. Prime Minister, the deadline given by Sam's country has passed. Are we really going to fight? The Minister of Defense asked hesitantly. Yamamoto Twenty-One didn't answer directly but instead asked, You've tasted the monster meat. How does it feel? The Minister of Defense instantly understood the Prime Minister's implication. If Sam's country discovered the true value of monster meat, they wouldn't even get a fraction of the benefits. After confirming the national mobilization situation, Yamamoto Twenty-One issued an order to recruit 1 million troops within 3 days and demanded swift control of the 88 Sam's country military bases within their borders. Finally, following the advice of Akira Yoshizawa, Yamamoto Twenty-One decided to strike first. Since we've already torn the facade, let's make the first move. Koji Ono, how's the progress on the New World front? Yamamoto Twenty-One's gaze was fixed on his subordinate. Prime Minister, the second line of defense has been established, and 3,000 troops have been successfully transported to the other side, Koji Ono reported promptly. Yamamoto Twenty-One's face lit up with a satisfied smile. His mood visibly improved. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office of the White House, a loud bang shattered the office's tranquility. George slammed his desk in fury, then winced and hid his hand behind his back, gasping in pain. Those damned shorties. How dare they launch a surprise attack on our military base? Are they out of their minds? George raged. Commander-in-Chief, they seem utterly reckless. We must retaliate immediately, Blinken urged eagerly. Mobilize all global ammunition. I want to bomb Japan back to the Stone Age. George issued his most severe order. Yes, sir. Blinken's tone even carried a hint of excitement. December 24th, 2023, a day destined to be remembered in history. Su Pingan woke up in the morning and habitually checked the news on his phone. A breaking headline jolted him awake. What the hell? Next to him, Yin Ron was roused from her sleep, groggily asking, What's wrong? Japan has gone to war with Uncle Sam. Su Pingan quickly scanned the news. This was completely different from the historical timeline he remembered. The war had broken out earlier, and Japan had taken a more aggressive stance, destroying 52 U.S. military bases within its territory overnight, causing over 20,000 U.S. casualties. The U.S. immediately launched a fierce counterattack, initiating a full-scale assault from the sea and remaining military bases. Is the Third World War truly unavoidable? Yin Ron asked with a worried frown. Su Pingan, however, showed a contemplative smile. Even without the wormhole incident, this war was inevitable. The fact that it's starting in Japan is actually beneficial for China. He then told Yin Ron that he needed to go out today and reassured her that he would only be moving around domestically, so there was no need to worry. Online, discussions about the war had dominated the trending topics, even surpassing debates about the wormhole and the other world. The comment sections were buzzing with activity. Some were shocked that Japan dared to attack the US. Others analyzed the scale and impact of the war, and many were delving into the deeper reasons behind the conflict, the struggle for control over the new world's resources. As netizens had predicted, the core focus of this war was the control of the wormhole on Beihai Island. As long as Japan remained steadfast on this issue, the war was destined to be prolonged. War has never been the best way to solve problems. Every conflict results in the loss of lives and depletion of resources, with both sides paying a heavy price. We should strive for peaceful coexistence, resolving differences through dialogue and diplomacy. Let's collectively hope for a world without war, where nations can live in harmony and respect each other. This requires each of us to play a constructive role, spreading the message of reason and peace. Your point about military strength is valid. It is indeed crucial for national security. However, it is even more important to use wisdom, engaging in multilateral dialogues and negotiations to maintain regional stability and peace. I believe that through rational dialogue and the enhancement of mutual trust, nations around the world can engage in healthy competition and cooperation in this new era, jointly advancing the development of humanity. Su Pingan had already left Shanghai by plane and arrived on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. His destination was clear the Death Valley of Kunlun Mountains. Known as the mother of all mountains and the most sacred mountain in China, Kunlun is not only the legendary dragon vein but also a place filled with countless dangers. The most perilous among them is the Death Valley, often referred to as the Gate of Hell. The magnetic field of the Earth's crust in this area is extremely abnormal. The deeper you go, the stronger the anomalies become. Geologists believe that the magnetic field in the valley interacts with the electric charges in the clouds, creating a deadly lightning zone. This explains why any living creature that strays into this area almost always meets a fatal end by lightning strike. Standing at the entrance of Death Valley, Su Pingan carried a light backpack. He looked up into the valley and saw a bolt of lightning strike a gazelle dead in an instant. This place is damn dangerous, Su Pingan thought to himself. Good thing I have the life source stone. Otherwise, even with my current cultivation level, I'd get injured if struck by lightning. Choosing this portal was a well-considered decision. There are actually two portals within China. The other one is located in the east and is much safer geographically. However, the portal in Death Valley has two critical advantages. First, the rewards for opening this portal are crucial for China's future development, and the sooner they are obtained, the better. Second, its remote location in the heart of China makes it easier to keep secret and develop discreetly. Without further hesitation, Su Pingan stepped into Death Valley. With his cultivation level at the 9th level of body refinement, his speed had reached an astonishing 260 meters per second. He moved like a guided arrow, swiftly navigating through the valley and skillfully avoiding all areas struck by lightning. In the blink of an eye, Su Pingan reached the deepest part of Death Valley and came to a stop in front of a massive cliff face. After carefully observing his surroundings, he locked onto his target a smooth, mirror-like cliff wall. With a powerful punch, the entire cliff face was instantly covered in cracks and then collapsed into rubble. As the dust settled, a rusty bronze door was revealed. With the number 6 inscribed on it, this was the 6th portal. If it hadn't been accidentally discovered during a battle in his previous life, this portal might have remained buried underground. Su Pingan's gaze immediately fixed on the treasure box on the door. He quickly stepped forward, took down the box, and opened it to find a miniature stone tablet lying quietly inside. "It's it," Su Pingan said, his face showing a mix of excitement and relief. A stream of information surged into his mind. The wordless heavenly stele, an ancient innate treasure. Though its surface bears no inscriptions, it holds an infinite number of classic texts. Depending on the practitioner's aptitude, it reveals different levels of cultivation methods. Average aptitude yields lower to mid-ear methods. Above average aptitude offers mid to high-tier methods. Superior aptitude unlocks high to top-tier methods. Extraordinary aptitude grants top to divine-tier methods. And those with monstrous aptitude may even comprehend saint-tier methods. Moreover, practitioners in other professions can derive alchemical recipes, crafting blueprints, formation diagrams, and various other cultivation techniques from it. Ha ha ha, yes, it's exactly the same as in my previous life. Su Pingan could barely contain his excitement. In his view, the wordless heavenly stele might have limited use for an individual, but for a civilization, it was an unparalleled treasure. After all, the most crucial aspect of the cultivation path is finding suitable methods and acquiring higher-level techniques. This stele not only provides practitioners with the most fitting methods but also offers countless auxiliary skills, akin to a vast library of cultivation knowledge, surpassing the techniques and recipes unearthed from otherworldly relics by various nations. Recalling his previous life, it wasn't until the 15th year of the Great Voyage that the stele's owner, gravely injured and on the brink of death, voluntarily revealed and handed it over to the then leader. Unfortunately, it was too late by then. People had already embarked on their own cultivation paths, and the blood puppet calamity had ravaged the world, leaving less than 300 million survivors globally, with fewer than 20 million remaining in Huaxia. Su Pingan clenched his fists. This time, if Huaxia could obtain the wordless heavenly stele now, Combined with this teleportation gate, they would have no shortage of methods and resources. Huaxia would rise rapidly, preventing the tragedy of his previous life from repeating. He knew well that if Huaxia fell, the entire blue planet civilization would collapse. Even if he, like other refugees from his previous life, managed to survive in another world, his later years would be filled with regret. Moreover, the Wuji Xingong he cultivated, though its subsequent methods were unknown, was undoubtedly resource-intensive. Relying solely on his own efforts to gather resources would result in slow progress. With the nation as his backing, providing a steady stream of resources, his cultivation speed would soar. After careful consideration, Su Pingan decided to cooperate with the state. Several key factors were in his favor. The conflict between the Sam country and Japan had designated Japan as the main battlefield for the Third World War. He had already received the reward from Gate Number 2, the Life Source Stone, which allowed almost limitless resurrection, making him unafraid of any schemes. The authorities were already suspicious of his actions in Japan, giving him the perfect opportunity to present Gate Number 6 and the wordless heavenly steel. And most importantly, he needed the nation's power to protect his family. With his mind made up, Su Pingan sprang into action. He took out his phone and snapped photos and videos of the Azure Passageway before stepping through it to continue documenting the scenes of the other world. Unlike Gate Number 3, which led to a forest, and Gate Number 2, which connected to a grassland, the other side of Gate Number 6 opened into the rolling expanse of the 10,000 mountains. The gate was situated at the foot of an unnamed mountain, similarly embedded in the mountain wall. The 300-meter safety zone, due to the undulating terrain, appeared even more expansive. After capturing images of the gate and some peculiar plants not found on Blue Planet, Su Pingan reached the boundary of the safety zone, where he was delighted to discover 4 three-flower ghost-faced pigs that had been driven out. These first-tier, 4-star low-level fierce beasts, though not highly ranked, had meat that was considered a top delicacy in the other world. In his previous life, they had been hunted to extinction, becoming so rare that they were worth their weight in gold, with even one being nearly impossible to find. As long as Su Pingan brings an adult 3-flowered ghost-faced pig to the city in the other world, nobles will scramble to buy it, ensuring he becomes wealthy overnight. The value of this rare spirit beast is evident. Its most prized parts are said to be worth an ounce of meat for an ounce of spirit stone. Although an adult 3-flowered ghost-faced pig weighs around 2 tons, only 20 to 30 pounds of premium meat can be harvested. This core meat is exceptionally delicious, with each ounce fetching an ounce of lower-grade spirit stone. While the rest of the meat is also valuable, it doesn't compare to the prime cuts, making the entire pig worth approximately 100 ounces of lower-grade spirit stones. In the other world, spirit stones are a precious resource coveted by practitioners. They are not only used for significant transactions, but also for cultivation by those at the marrow washing stage and above. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme, with each grade being 100 times more valuable than the previous one. To meet the daily transaction needs of the common folk, a more widespread currency called spirit coins is also in circulation. These coins, made from a mixture of rare metals like gold, silver, and copper with spirit stone fragments, come in 3 denominations: copper spirit coins, silver spirit coins, and gold spirit coins. 1 gold spirit coin can be exchanged for 10 silver spirit coins, and 1 silver spirit coin is worth 1,000 copper spirit coins. An ounce of lower-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 gold spirit coins. Therefore, the value of an adult 3-flowered ghost-faced pig reaches 10 million copper spirit coins. This figure is astronomical for the average persona. Regular adult working in the city, even with frugal living, can only save about 8,000 copper spirit coins a year. Without considering wage increases, it would take over 1,000 years of savings to afford 1 3-flowered ghost-faced pig. This explains why there are so many adventurers in the other world who are unafraid of risking their lives. For ordinary people eager to change their fate, the options are either the arduous path of cultivation or the perilous life of an adventurer. Otherwise, they are resigned to a mundane existence. In Su Pingan's eyes, this wasn't just a pig. It was a moving gold mine. Although he'd already unexpectedly acquired treasures worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones from the number 2 portal, the lure of 400 spirit stones was still hard to ignore. More importantly, he was eager to finally taste Second Brother, a delicacy he'd heard of in his previous life but never had the chance to try. First, he took out his phone and carefully captured photos and videos of the 3-flower ghost-faced pig. Then, with a swift movement, his spear shot out like a dragon, effortlessly taking down 4 Second Brothers. Instead of refining them into spirit liquid, he directly stored them in his dimensional space treasure box. For appearing at once is no coincidence, Su Pingan calculated. There's likely a hidden group of Second Brothers around here. The idea of farming them briefly crossed his mind but was quickly dismissed. People in this other world had tried countless methods, but these freedom-loving creatures would starve to death if confined. Even in his previous life, modern technology in Huaxia couldn't tame them. Unfortunately, the blood puppet disaster struck too quickly, leaving civilization on the brink of collapse and no further opportunities for research. Sure enough, after circling the area, he discovered a few more second brothers. This time, he restrained the urge to act. After all, they were nearby, and there was no rush. Not bad, Su Ping'an thought with satisfaction. I found a gold mine for Huaxia. After collecting the necessary materials, he casually hunted down over 30 different levels of ferocious beasts. With these beast corpses and samples, he left the other world and returned to Blue Star. He immediately headed to the outskirts of Death Valley and dialed a familiar number. Hello, Captain Chon. There's signal even in Kunlun Mountains? Came a teasing voice from the other end. I told you to give me 3 days. Do you really need to watch me every second? Trying to show off your capabilities? Su Ping'an replied helplessly. Note, this is a partial rewrite due to word limit. If needed, I can continue with the rest of the story. I suggest you first consult with your superiors and request the Syria Special Forces to come over, then have the military seal off the area around Death Valley, Su Ping'an said calmly, his tone measured. As for me, I'll head straight to the capital. I'm sure someone is already waiting to see me and ask questions. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. A flash of surprise in his eyes, followed by genuine admiration. This young man remained composed in the face of such a major incident, which was truly impressive. After hanging up the phone, Su Ping'an glanced around and, seeing no one, quickly retrieved a container. He climbed inside and immediately began his training. He had been diligently practicing with first-grade high-quality spiritual liquid during this time, and his strength had reached over 71,000 kilograms, just a step away from the 10th level of body refinement. Meanwhile, in a certain conference room, give me his information. Su Ping'an, 26 years old, former captain of the 1st Squadron of the Syria Special Forces, with the rank of Major, temporarily retired due to the Eagle Binding Plan, the Secretary General reported concisely. So it's him, the youngest major in China. One of the senior officials remarked, clearly impressed by the prestigious title. Notify everyone to attend a meeting. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. Outside Death Valley, a military helicopter landed steadily. A young officer with the rank of major on his shoulder nimbly jumped off and strode over to Su Ping'an. This was Shueyong, who had collaborated and engaged in multiple training exercises with Su Ping'an, always ending in his defeat. You're quite something, still getting a special helicopter from the Western Military Region even after retiring, Shueyong said, giving Su Ping'an a friendly punch on the chest. Why is it you? Su Ping'an feigned annoyance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got down to business. The higher-up sent me to take you to the capital. What's going on? Shueyong asked curiously. Forgot the confidentiality regulations? Su Ping'an pretended to be serious. Seeing Shueyong sheepishly fall silent, Su Ping'an then laughed. Just kidding. Since they sent you, they must trust you. But let's wait. Captain Chon is on his way. We'll go together. 2 hours later, a heavily armed combined battalion marched into the outskirts of Death Valley. Wow, such a big operation. Shueyong was taken aback by the scene. A middle-aged officer strode over. I'm Long Hai. You must be Su Ping'an? Su Ping'an and Shueyong immediately straightened up and saluted the officer smartly. Greetings, sir. Major Su, the higher-ups have ordered me to follow your lead. So, what's the plan? Long Hai asked with a serious expression. Do we have a map of the area? Su Ping'an got straight to the point. Long Hai nodded, and soon someone brought over a detailed topographic map. Su Ping'an quickly drew a circle around Death Valley and said, surround this area completely. No one gets in or out. Long Hai frowned at the map. That's quite a large area. Can't handle it? It's not that. With modern technology, we could manage, but the electromagnetic anomalies in Death Valley will create gaps. Some areas will need to be guarded manually. We don't have enough personnel in the combined battalion. Regular infantry will suffice. Using the combined battalion would indeed be overkill. But you guys were the first to arrive, Su Ping'an reassured. Don't worry. Reinforcements are on the way. Your burden will be lighter soon. Long Hai breathed a sigh of relief. I'll start the deployment then. Over 2 hours later, several large transport planes appeared on the horizon. Hundreds of Special Forces soldiers parachuted down, their black silhouettes opening parachutes in unison, landing, and gathering in formation before running to Su Ping'an. Welcome back to the service, Captain Su, they shouted in unison. Su Ping'an, holding back his emotions, straightened his uniform and ran towards Qin Ming, reporting, Su Ping'an requesting to rejoin the unit. Rejoin. Qin Ming responded loudly. Qin Ming teased, haven't slacked off on training this past year, have you? Don't get back in just to be outmatched by your own men. Captain Qin, I'm not boasting, but I can single-handedly take on the entire Syria Special Forces team now, Su Ping'an replied with a grin. Stop bragging and take us to the wormhole. Qin Ming urged, not taking him seriously. Led by Su Ping'an, the group entered Death Valley. He warned them sternly, stay close to me and move as fast as you can. Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically, and a thunderous roar echoed. Damn, move quickly. Su Pingan leaped dozens of meters high. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck him directly. He crashed into the ground, creating a nearly 2-meter-deep crater. Damn, getting struck by lightning hurts like hell. Su Pingan cursed from the crater, quickly channeling his blood to protect his heart and using the vitality from the life source stone to heal his injuries. Everyone was stunned who had ever seen someone jump that high, who had ever seen someone get struck by lightning and act like it was nothing. Don't worry, I'm fine. This place is dangerous. Move quickly. Su Pingan leaped out of the crater. Qin Ming finally understood that Su Pingan's earlier claim about being able to single-handedly take on the entire Special Forces team was no joke. Such superhuman abilities must be related to the New World. As they sprinted, Su Pingan pondered. The lightning in Death Valley, though weaker than normal lightning, is still deadly to ordinary people. Normal lightning can carry up to 200,000 amps, while the human body can be harmed by just 100 milliamps, and 10 milliamps through the heart can be fatal. But this lightning strike led to a significant discovery. His body now craved energy, impurities were reduced, and both his physical strength and resilience improved. Could this be the legendary Thunderfire body tempering technique? When I have some time, I'll come and test it, Su Pingan thought to himself. If it turns out to be true, Death Valley won't be Death Valley anymore. It'll become a holy land for body refinement practitioners. The continuous running left Su Pingan feeling exhausted. He quickly took out a drop of top-grade spiritual liquid and consumed it. To his surprise, the liquid was instantly absorbed the moment it entered his stomach. He immediately took another drop, but when the effect still wasn't enough, he gritted his teeth and gulped down a large mouthful. A powerful surge of energy swept through his body like a torrent, forcing Su Pingan to stop running. The other warriors, seeing this, also halted. Just as Su Pingan was about to use the life source stone to restore his body, he noticed the sky in the distance beginning to change dramatically. A wild idea flashed through his mind, and Su Pingan darted towards the source of the lightning like an arrow. With a thunderous crash, another bolt of lightning struck him. This time, the lightning was weaker, not only failing to harm him but also accelerating the circulation of his qi and blood, quickly digesting the energy he had just absorbed. To replenish his energy, Su Pingan consumed about a third of a mouthful of spiritual liquid and then sat down to meditate. Captain Qin, is Su Pingan all right? Shui Yong asked worriedly. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. He should be fine. It looks like he's cultivating. Let's not disturb him. As Su Pingan continued his cultivation, he kept an eye on his surroundings. After about 10 minutes, he had completely refined the spiritual liquid and used his life force to heal all his injuries. Testing his strength, he found it had reached over 96,000 kilograms, just a step away from the 10th level of body refinement. This discovery made Su Pingan extremely excited. Using lightning to accelerate his cultivation not only allowed him to improve rapidly, but it also opened the possibility of using artificial electric shocks to help others speed up their training. Captain Qin, let's keep moving. We're almost there, Su Pingan said. Under his leadership, the team continued forward, eventually reaching the depths of Death Valley. There, a familiar, clockwise rotating blue wormhole appeared before them. Qin Ming and Shui Yong observed the wormhole in shock, and even Commissar Wu Kuei couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Su Pingan then laid out 4 crucial tasks. Teaching the warriors to comprehend techniques from the wordless heavenly steel, guiding them in starting their cultivation, constructing the first safety perimeter, and preparing for the arrival of subsequent troops. These tasks would lay the foundation for the upcoming operation, ensuring the safety on the other side of the wormhole and preparing for further expansion. Fourth, Su Pingan elaborated on his training plan in detail. He emphasized that while their strength would increase after training, they could take the initiative in battles, but safety must always come first. They should avoid being overly aggressive. More importantly, experienced warriors should mentor newcomers, creating a virtuous cycle that quickly builds combat effectiveness. Su Pingan, what exactly is the wordless heavenly steel? Shui Yong couldn't help but ask, can we really become as strong as you? Su Pingan smiled and explained, the wordless heavenly steel is like an immense library of cultivation techniques, allowing everyone to find the method best suited to them. As for training, of course you can. Catching up to my current level isn't difficult, but matching my speed of progress. He shook his head smugly. You still have a long way to go. If it weren't for the shortcut of body tempering through lightning, he wouldn't have dared to boast. But now, he was confident he could break through to the chi and blood realm ahead of everyone else. We'll discuss the specifics later. For now, let's enter the alternate world, Su Pingan said, stepping into the passage first. As Su Pingan disappeared from sight, everyone exchanged bewildered looks. It all seemed too sci-fi, but Qin Ming unhesitatingly followed as the second to enter. Wu Kuei shouted, let's go, and was the third to step in. Subsequently, over 400 members of the Serious Special Forces followed through the passage. In the alternate world, a 10-meter tall, 4-meter square pure white steel stood imposingly. The steel was immaculate, resembling a towering piece of white jade. Is this the alternate world? Qin Ming looked around in astonishment. Simply passing through the wormhole in the mountain wall had instantly transported them to a completely new world. He glanced at his watch and saw that only a few seconds had passed. The air here is much fresher than outside, Shueyong said, taking a deep breath. Su Pingan explained, besides the higher oxygen content, there's also an element here that's absent on Blue Star spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Cultivation? Shueyong suddenly understood. Next, Su Pingan explained to everyone how to comprehend the wordless heavenly steel. Although he, as the steel's master, could directly grant comprehension access, he designed a set of ritualistic actions to avoid revealing his identity. Once everyone was ready, he discreetly lifted the steel's restrictions. Half an hour later, the last warrior completed their comprehension. How does it feel? Su Pingan asked. Qin Ming spoke first. I got an exceptional cultivation technique called Bloodthirsty Azura, which requires constant breakthroughs in battle. An exceptional technique is quite rare, Su Pingan said, genuinely happy for him. Apart from the infinite profound technique, the highest level technique he possessed was an exceptional one called Eternal Youth Technique, which was clearly inferior in combat effectiveness compared to Bloodthirsty Azura. That's fantastic, Qin Ming said, overjoyed. Knowing that Su Pingan was the most knowledgeable about cultivation among them. My cultivation technique is called Luo Tian Divine Spear, a top-tier method. I didn't expect it to have 7 levels, Wu Kuei said. That's right. 7 levels indicate that this technique can be cultivated to the heavenly human realm, making it one of the best among top-tier techniques, Su Pingan remarked. My Subduing Demon Divine Technique is also a top-tier method with 7 levels, Shueyong said excitedly. Looks like mine is top-notch too. Su Pingan nodded affirmatively, but then Shueyong raised a question. Why can I only see the first chapter on body strengthening? The rest are grayed out. Qin Ming and Wu Kuei also looked on curiously. This is normal, Su Pingan explained. The subsequent techniques are sealed. You need to master the first chapter to its limit before unlocking the rest. However, these techniques are already imprinted in your consciousness, so there's no need to worry. Everyone suddenly understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Pingan then assessed the situation of all the warriors. Most had received top-tier techniques, with only about 30 having mid-tier techniques. That's excellent. As expected of the warriors of the Serious Special Forces, Su Pingan encouraged. He then announced plans to establish a cultivator's library to collect all techniques, giving those with mid-tier or even low-tier techniques a chance to switch to higher-level ones. Although he knew the techniques given by the wordless heavenly steel represented each person's current cultivation ceiling, he chose to give everyone hope. Su Pingan distributed a drop of first-tier low-grade spiritual liquid to each warrior, guiding them on their initial cultivation. These Special Forces soldiers already had excellent physiques, and after cultivating, they all reached the first level of the body strengthening stage. At the safety zone's border, Su Pingan introduced the marked safe boundary to Qin Ming and Wu Kuei. The portal has just opened, and there's over 2 days of safety protection left. During this period, ferocious beasts cannot enter the safe zone. You need to build the first defensive line before the protection period ends. He also took out a large amount of foundation-building spiritual liquid. These were converted from first-tier mid-grade and high-grade spiritual liquids, totaling over 31,000 drops. This amount was enough to help the warriors of the Serious Special Forces quickly advance to the 4th level of the body strengthening stage, with the remainder aiding more warriors who would arrive later in their initial cultivation. Finally, Su Pingan used a dimensional treasure box to showcase various ferocious beast corpses, detailing their characteristics and emphasizing the precious value of the 3-flower ghost-faced pig. Everyone was shocked by the massive beasts and marveled at Su Pingan's spatial equipment. Pingan, when you mention long-range kills, do you mean our firearms can inflict fatal damage on them? Wu Kuei asked. Su Pingan stood in front of his team members, his expression serious as he instructed. The beasts are incredibly agile, and your reaction time might not keep up. It's best to coordinate your shots with multiple people, especially against those large beasts with tough hides. If you don't hit their vital points, even dozens of shots might not be lethal. Wu Kuei nodded emphatically. Understood. We'll be careful. By the way, Qin Ming suddenly thought of something. How long will you be in the capital this time? If we capture a 3-flower ghost-faced pig, the body will spoil if left for too long. Su Pingan was prepared for this. He took out an empty dimensional storage box from his pocket and handed it to Qin Ming. This can store not only the 3-flower ghost-faced pig, but also the bodies of other beasts. The foundation-building elixir you use is refined from these beast corpses, isn't it? He explained in detail. Just focus your mind, and any object within a 3-meter radius can be stored in the box. Qin Ming accepted the box and examined it lovingly. Seeing this, Wu Kuei also wanted to touch it, but Qin Ming dodged. This was given to me by Pingan. If you want one, ask for it yourself. Shueyong, quick on his feet, was the first to approach Su Pingan, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Brother Su, We have a good relationship? Do you think these are as common as cabbages? Su Pingan rolled his eyes. I only have 3 myself, and I've already lent out 1. He turned to Qin Ming and warned sternly, Captain Qin, this spatial storage box is extremely valuable and rare. Don't lose it. And remember, it's just a loan. You'll have to return it. Return it? Qin Ming frowned, reluctantly agreeing, all right, I'll return it. Su Pingan knew all too well that the box might never come back. He planned to find another spatial tool in the future to trade it back. After making all the arrangements, Su Pingan called out to Shui Yong. It's time to go. The capital is waiting for us. Returning to Death Valley, Su Pingan didn't leave immediately. It wasn't until a bolt of lightning helped him break through to the 10th level of the body refining realm that he was satisfied and left the valley with Shui Yong. What's that smell on you? Shui Yong asked, pinching his nose outside the valley. Just broke through, needed to cleanse my body. Su Pingan quickly found a water source to wash up, changed into new clothes, and then boarded an armed helicopter with Shui Yong to head to the airport. Meanwhile, in the core conference room of the capital, there was a buzz of discussion. The Prime Minister has called an emergency meeting. Something big must be happening. Could it be a development in the southeastern front? The Sam Kingdom should be too preoccupied to cause trouble. When the Prime Minister arrived, he immediately had the Secretary General play a series of photos and videos. After viewing them, the room fell into a brief silence. The second elder was the first to speak. Prime Minister, these images are very similar to the North Sea Island wormhole, but the surrounding environment is completely different. Why is that? Some speculated that it might be false intelligence, but this was quickly dismissed. Sam Kingdom was known for its caution and wouldn't be easily deceived. An even more shocking hypothesis emerged. Could there be a second wormhole on Blue Star? The tech mogul quickly weighed in. Unless it was artificially constructed, it's impossible for a second natural wormhole to exist. The wormhole on Beihai Island, surrounded by bronze-framed features, strikingly resembles the newly discovered wormhole structure shown in the video. This detail immediately caught the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned to the chief advisor, waiting for him to unravel the mystery. With a slight smile, the chief advisor nodded slowly. Indeed, there is a second portal on Blue Star, located within our own Huaxia territory. And just before I entered this meeting room, I received confirmed intelligence our first batch of warriors successfully traversed the wormhole and returned safely, bringing back the monster carcass samples we've been eager to obtain. This information is now 100 verified. For a moment, the air in the meeting room seemed to solidify. Although the high-ranking officials of Huaxia were inwardly excited, they quickly calmed down and began analyzing the situation. Someone immediately suggested, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. With the Western Coalition, including Sam Nation, currently at war with Japan, any leak of this information could trigger unnecessary conflicts. We should develop quietly for a few years first. A photography enthusiast suddenly noticed the details of the video. Chief Advisor, the filming technique of this video is very similar to that of the Beihai Island incident. Could there be any special significance? The Chief Advisor replied meaningfully, it is indeed the work of the same person. Moreover, this person is one of our compatriots, and some in the military should be quite familiar with him. The military personnel exchanged puzzled looks, unable to immediately identify this extraordinary individual. He's already on his way to the capital. The chief advisor shifted the topic. Now we need to discuss how to handle this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The third elder promptly proposed a systematic plan. First, confirm whether the 2 wormholes lead to the same world. Second, conduct a comprehensive survey of the new world's resources. And finally, develop new living spaces in preparation for a potential third world war. Other attendees also added their thoughts. Japan is willing to oppose the entire world to seize the new world, indicating significant discoveries. We need to conduct in-depth research on the monster samples we've obtained. We must also handle potential civilizations in the new world with caution and strengthen our military capabilities to face more complex situations. The atmosphere in the meeting room was filled with a heavy and focused intensity. Everyone realized that this discovery would fundamentally change the future trajectory of Huaxia. The fact that 2 wormholes have consecutively appeared on Blue Planet left everyone in the conference room deep in thought. One representative posed a critical question. If a third, fourth, or even more wormholes were to appear, how should Huaxia respond? The room fell silent at this question. The attendees realized that this issue not only concerned the control of the wormholes themselves, but also the complex landscape of international relations. Previously, many third world countries had sought alliances with Huaxia, hoping to gain a share of the control over the wormholes in the struggle against the Western Bloc led by Sam's country. A high-ranking military official made his stance clear. Even a wormhole might not be enough to meet Huaxia's need for living space in the new world. We cannot afford to share these precious resources with other countries. However, the situation is more powerful than one's will. The current international landscape is already undergoing a reshuffle. Sam's country is leveraging the North Sea Island wormhole and resources from the New World to unite Western countries around it. If Huaxia refuses to share its wormhole resources, those countries that originally followed or intended to follow Huaxia might shift their allegiance to the Polar Bear Bloc. This would result in a tripartite balance of power: the Western Bloc led by Sam's country, the Polar Bear Bloc, and an independent Huaxia. One participant noted that this tripartite balance would be highly disadvantageous for Huaxia. Unless the New World can rapidly enhance Huaxia's overall national strength, abandoning its current international influence would be an extremely unwise choice. He recalled that during the rivalry between Sam's country and the Giant Bear, Huaxia had earned international respect through the War of Establishment, but the gaps in economic and technological fields remained significant, making it difficult for Huaxia to play a larger role in international affairs. He concluded by saying that the world was then divided into three tiers. Sam's country and the Giant Bear were in the first tier, their allies in the second tier, and the rest of the countries were categorized as third world nations. Huaxia, too, was once a part of the third world. Although the physical strength of the nation hasn't changed, this three-tier classification has significantly elevated Huaxia's international reputation and status. The elder who had just raised this issue visibly relaxed in the conference room. In this way, besides secretly developing the otherworld realms within our borders, we need to maintain our current strategic decisions on the surface, the military leader said gravely. After thorough discussion, the meeting concluded with two key decisions. First, to secretly develop the newly discovered otherworld realms within Huaxia, extending the secrecy period as much as possible to quietly enhance our strength. Second, to maintain our external stance unchanged. Regarding how to deal with Su Pingan, everyone agreed to meet him first and observe his character before making any decisions. At that moment, the Secretary General walked briskly to the Prime Minister's side and whispered, "Prime Minister, Su Pingan has arrived and is waiting outside the conference room. Invite him in." The Prime Minister nodded, then turned to the attendees. "The young man has arrived.
Please do not underestimate him because of his age."
"Rest assured, Prime Minister, we understand the importance," everyone responded in unison. The door opened and Su Pingan straightened his clothes and walked into the conference room with his back straight, saluting everyone with a standard military salute. Su Pingan reporting to all the leaders. The Prime Minister stood up and introduced him. "Comrade Su Pingan is our army's most outstanding soldier and the youngest major in history. Since joining the military, he has made significant contributions to the nation, ensuring the safety of people's lives and property. He is a young tiger, a guardian of the country." The military personnel finally realized, although not everyone had heard of Su Pingan, they all knew that a young major had recently emerged in the military. "Comrade Su Pingan, your proactive report on the discovery of the wormhole and the submission of the wordless steel that allows one to comprehend cultivation techniques is of immense merit and significance to Huaxia." The Prime Minister's words left everyone in the room astonished once again. "As a citizen of Huaxia, it is my duty." Su Pingan's response was met with approval from everyone. "What? Cultivation?" The attendees looked at each other, doubting their ears. The Prime Minister explained, "You didn't hear wrong. I didn't mention it before because I am also an outsider in this field. Now that Comrade Su Pingan is here, let's have him explain it in detail." With Su Pingan's consent, he began to elaborate. Cultivation is just an easy-to-understand term. Essentially, it is a form of training. The otherworld contains a substance that our blue star does not have: spiritual energy. With spiritual energy, humans can cultivate, and all things can evolve. To cultivate, one must either go to the otherworld or obtain cultivation resources from it. Seeing the astonished expressions, Su Pingan continued to explain the 7 major realms of cultivation. The first realm is the body refining realm, primarily strengthening the physical body. The second realm is the Qi and blood realm, condensing the power of Qi and blood within the body. The third realm is the marrow cleansing realm, drawing spiritual energy into the body, extending lifespan up to 200 years. The fourth realm is the mortal shedding realm, reversing aging and extending lifespan to 500 years. The fifth realm is the transcendent realm, enabling one to fly and live for 3,000 years. Regarding the higher realms of Shanghai and Tianren, Su Pingan admitted he wasn't sure about their exact power. This was actually a benevolent lie, as he was quite knowledgeable about the Shanghai realm's capabilities. Those masters could summon mountains and seas, reverse the flow of rivers, control lightning in the void, and even carve out their own domains, wielding power akin to deities. However, when it came to the Tianren realm, he genuinely knew nothing. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had never seen or heard of anyone reaching the Tianren realm before his rebirth. Of course, it was also possible that someone had reached this realm but had never revealed themselves. After Su Pingan's explanation, the meeting room fell silent. The Prime Minister's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. If that's the case, these cultivators are indeed comparable to immortals. It seems Japan understands this, which is why they dare to defy the entire world. They are stalling for time. Prime Minister, you might be mistaken. Su Pingan shook his head and explained. The wordless heavenly monument exists only in Huaxia. The portal on Japan's North Sea island leads to a forbidden area called the Dark Forest, spanning over 5,000 kilometers filled with fierce beasts and no humans. To obtain cultivation techniques, they must find ancient relics within the Forbidden Zone. But the nearest relic is 200 kilometers away, making it impossible for them to acquire any techniques in the short term. Then why does Japan dare to challenge the world? A senior elder asked, puzzled. They probably discovered that consuming the meat of fierce beasts can enhance their strength, which is the easiest trait to uncover, Su Pingan answered thoughtfully. A numerically inclined elder was shocked as he calculated. A forbidden zone covering 5,000 kilometers has an area exceeding 78 million square kilometers, more than half of Blue Star's land area. How vast is this new world? Very vast, far beyond human imagination, but I can't say exactly how big, Su Pingan answered truthfully. Even in his previous life, human exploration was very limited when he was reborn. The focus of the meeting then shifted to ancient relics. Su Pingan informed them that the nearest relic on the Huaxia side was over 60 kilometers away, an ancient sect's relic. While everyone was pleased with the proximity, they were unaware that this journey could potentially encounter second-tier fierce beasts, or even solitary third-tier beasts, posing significant dangers. When asked why he was so knowledgeable about the other world, Su Pingan explained that it was due to an ancient legacy, and he had confirmed the information's authenticity through field investigations on Japan's North Sea island. In response to questions about why he didn't report it immediately but chose to disclose it now, the Prime Minister understood his decision. Finally, Director Zhang Guodong of the 9th Bureau posed a crucial question: why was Su Pingan willing to share this information? Su Pingan candidly replied that besides hoping Huaxia could lead the world, the more pressing reason was the impending apocalypse. He then revealed an 18-character prophecy. 9 gates converge, seals break, spiritual energy returns, truth unveils, cosmos opens, slaughter begins. This prophecy left everyone present deep in thought, attempting to decipher its profound meaning. Su Pingan calmly explained the meaning of the 18-character prophecy. The 9 gates converge likely refers to the opening of 9 portals on Blue Star. Seal breaking might hint at the removal of some unknown seal, the effects of which are still uncertain. Spiritual energy revival probably indicates that Blue Star is about to experience a resurgence of spiritual energy. Truth reveal may mean that once the previous prophecies come to pass, certain hidden truths will emerge. He paused for a moment, furrowing his brow. As for the final phrases, universe expands and slaughter begins, the former remains an enigma to me, while the latter could suggest an apocalyptic disaster. The source of this disaster, whether from another world or elsewhere, is my greatest concern. An elder immediately seized upon a key point. 9 portals? Besides the 3 known ones, where are the other 7? Su Pingan answered cautiously, currently, only 3 portals have been opened. One on Beihai Island in our country, one hidden deep in the Java Valley caves of Indonesia, and one in the Death Valley of the Kunlun Mountains in China. The remaining 6 are not yet due to open. This statement contained a hidden lie, but no one present detected it. So, there's one in Indonesia as well. This could be an opportunity we can exploit, an elder mused. The Prime Minister suddenly realized. No wonder you visited Indonesia earlier. It was for this matter. Su Pingan nodded and continued with a detailed explanation. The Beihai Island portal leads to the Dark Forest, the Java Island portal connects to the Endless Prairie, and the Death Valley portal links to the 10,000 Mountains. Interestingly, these 3 terrains, though distinct, are all forbidden zones in the other world. This is no coincidence, the Prime Minister analyzed calmly, but it presents us with an opportunity to prepare in advance for future crises. In the ensuing discussion, Su Pingan was forthright about what he knew and candid about what he didn't. Eventually, the Prime Minister steered the conversation to a crucial point. Now that everyone has a general understanding, how should we respond to this increasingly complex situation? Su, do you have any suggestions? The Prime Minister's more familiar address surprised the other leaders. However, recalling Su Pingan's previous display of composure and his audacity to reshape the world's order single-handedly, they quickly accepted it. Facing the expectant gazes of the top leaders, Su Pingan felt a rare moment of nervousness. This was different from his earlier straightforward explanations. He knew that his suggestions, if adopted, would influence the future direction of Chinese civilization. Taking a deep breath, Su Pingan steadied himself and began to elaborate on his recommendations. He emphasized the importance of cultivation in the future, suggesting a reform of the education system by replacing foreign language courses with Taoist classics and traditional Chinese medicine knowledge, and transforming physical education classes into martial arts training to lay the foundation for nationwide cultivation. This proposal received unanimous approval. Encouraged by the Prime Minister, Su Pingan went on to suggest a transformation of the military industry and address the logistics challenge using spatial storage equipment. When Su Pingan touched on social system reforms, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew tense. Sensing the sensitivity of the topic, Su Pingan wisely paused his remarks. The Chief Minister's words greatly encouraged Su Pingan. With a determined look, he said, "Our generation grew up in a time of peace, far removed from bloodshed and violence. While this is generally a good thing, It may become our Achilles heel in the face of the impending crisis. Therefore, I suggest we revive the martial spirit among the populace and implement a system where everyone is trained as soldiers. As he continued, Su Ping'an's thoughts became even clearer. Economically, we should adopt more planned economy measures, focusing our efforts on major projects to fully leverage our nation's strengths. Additionally, he said earnestly, we have many national treasure-level scientists and talents who have made significant contributions to our country, but they are now elderly. If we can extend their lives, allowing them to continue contributing and witnessing an even greater era, it would be immensely beneficial for our national development. What specific methods do you propose? An elder asked eagerly. Although the attendees were also advanced in age, their health was relatively good, and they could continue working for another decade or so. Su Ping'an explained, the meat of ferocious beasts has mild but potent restorative properties. It can help regulate the body, accelerate metabolism, eliminate aging cells, and activate bodily vitality. I suggest prioritizing the supply of this meat to these senior experts. Once their health is improved, they can then engage in cultivation practices to extend their lifespans. Great idea. The elder was the first to express his approval. The chief minister also showed a look of approval. Xiao Su, you've put a lot of thought into this. Do you have any other suggestions? That's all I've thought of for now, Su Ping'an said, though he had some more radical ideas that he felt weren't yet appropriate to share. This time, you've done a great service for the country. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. As long as they are reasonable, the nation will fulfill them. These are things I should be doing, Su Ping'an said sincerely. If I must ask for something, I hope you can arrange for the protection of my family and girlfriend so that I have no worries. Nothing else?
Nothing else.
The chief minister patted Su Ping'an on the shoulder. Good. You can go rest now. Don't leave the capital for the time being. We have more arrangements. Let us know if you need anything. After Su Ping'an left, the meeting continued. The chief minister called in the secretary general and instructed him to investigate Su Ping'an's family situation. During the subsequent discussions, the attendees unanimously agreed that Su Ping'an had a promising future and decided to promote him to a more important position. Eventually, the chief minister proposed forming a top-tier military unit led by Su Ping'an, which would serve as the vanguard for exploring other worlds. This proposal received unanimous support from everyone present. The meeting lasted until after 8 p.m. Su Ping'an was arranged to stay at Diaoyutai for rest. After a brief tour, he began his cultivation practice. The next morning, after breakfast, he received a call from Yin Ron asking, Ping'an, have you re-enlisted? How did you know? Su Ping'an asked in surprise, as the agreed 3-day period hadn't yet elapsed. Early in the morning, Yin Ron received a call from Mr. Shui, and her joy was hard to conceal. The news on the other end was exhilarating. Not only was her suspension lifted, but he also proposed terminating her contract to support her in setting up a private studio affiliated with the company. Even more surprising, director Zhang Yi's movie and her postponed concert were back on schedule. This must be your doing, Yin Ron said, her tone tinged with sweetness. Ping'an Su smiled smugly. Impressive, right? Your husband is amazing, Yin Ron pondered. But you must have done something else, right? Even if you re-enlisted as a major, the Chi family wouldn't give up on blacklisting me so quickly, nor would the company make such a 180-degree turn. Smart. Ping'an Su didn't hide his pride. Yesterday I met with the prime minister and some big shots. The Chi family is nothing in front of me. I didn't even need to act personally. They continued chatting on the phone until another call interrupted their sweet moment. It was Ping'an's brother, Pingkong Su, his voice full of excitement. Bro, did you know? The school informed me that I've been specially recruited by the military, straight to the Eastern Military District with a lieutenant rank. Meanwhile, in a top-notch estate in Shanghai, Guozhenqi was facing a series of blows. Banks were demanding payments, loans were suspended, tax audits were suddenly initiated, and upstream suppliers were cutting off supplies. Everything happened so abruptly. Dad, could this be Ping'an Su? Tianqi asked in a panic. Guozhenqi was about to deny it when the butler brought even more shocking news. Yang Shui had lifted the ban on Yin Ron, and Ping'an Su's parents had not only returned to the Power Bureau, but his father had been directly promoted to director. The situation was far beyond Guozhenqi's expectations. He hurriedly contacted his patron, Mr. Jin, only to find out that he had been taken away by the disciplinary committee. Another old friend, Mr. Wang, added to his fear. Beijing has already issued a warning. No one dares to associate with the Qi family now. Think higher up. This sentence made cold sweat drip down Guozhenqi's face. Tian, he roared at his son, go and apologize to Ping'an Su right now. Whether it's kowtowing or kneeling, as long as it appeases him, agree to any condition. At this moment, Ping'an Su, accompanied by Secretary General Zhang, was heading to the core meeting room. Despite his probing questions, Wei Zhang remained tight-lipped about the arrangements from above. It's not the same conference room as yesterday, and there aren't as many bigwigs. Only the chief minister is here. Su Ping'an stood straight and gave a standard military salute to the chief minister. Xiao Su, you're here. Did you rest well last night? The chief minister asked kindly.
I rested well.
The chief minister nodded in satisfaction and picked up a letter of appointment from the table. After our discussions, we've decided to form a special military unit, the Yin Ron Corps.
We've decided to appoint you as its first commander.
Commander? Su Pingan's eyes widened. The position seemed too far-fetched for him. The chief minister explained. The Yin Ron Corps will initially be small in scale. I've ordered the transfer of the best special forces units from the 5 major military regions, including the Sky Wolf Special Forces from your southern military region. 5 special forces units, each with over 400 members, totaling over 2,000 special forces soldiers, not including logistics personnel. He paused. Future expansions will depend on your performance in the other world. Congratulations, Colonel Su. The chief minister shook hands with Su Pingan, clearly testing him as well. Rest assured, Chief Minister, I will lead the Yin Ron Corps to new heights, Su Pingan promised solemnly. Clearly, the Yin Ron Corps was more important to him than a military rank promotion. The chief minister patted him on the shoulder. I look forward to our next meeting when you will be a major general. After confirming the specific duties of the Yin Ron Corps, Su Pingan was sent to Death Valley. By then, the other 4 special forces units had already arrived. Standing outside Death Valley, Tong Guan, who stood at 1.9 meters tall, thundered. Has Lao Qi not arrived yet? He was the captain of the Central Military Region's Fierce Tiger Special Forces. Their journey is the longest, so it's normal for them to be late, responded Yi Xiao, the captain of the Northern Military Region's Eagle Special Forces, with a cold, sharp gaze. Just as the captains were discussing, a helicopter appeared on the horizon. To their astonishment, a figure leaped from 100 meters high. That's suicide, Yi Xiao exclaimed. Even experienced special forces soldiers have only a 3,040 chance of surviving a jump from such a low altitude. As everyone watched in shock, Su Pingan landed steadily, his feet sinking several centimeters into the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. As he emerged from the dust, the 4 captains were left speechless. Captains, sorry to keep you waiting, Su Pingan said with a smile. Are you all right? Xiao Li stammered. Thank you for your concern, Captain Xiao. I'm fine, Su Pingan replied calmly. Tong Guan grabbed Su Pingan's arm, inspecting him closely for any signs of mechanical assistance. After confirming there were none, he turned his attention to where Su Pingan had landed. As the dust settled, revealing a deep crater, he couldn't help but gasp. Jumping from 100 meters without any gear, this is no ordinary feat. It seems the higher-ups want us to follow your lead because of this, right? Yi Xiao, now composed, remarked. As someone who only respected the strong, he was thoroughly convinced by Su Pingan's abilities. All eyes were on Su Pingan, waiting for his explanation. Captain Yi, you guessed half right, Su Pingan said calmly. And the other half? Yi Xiao pressed. I'll take you to a place. You'll understand when we get there, Su Pingan replied mysteriously. Aren't we waiting for old Qin? Tong Guan asked. Captain Qin is already at the destination, Su Pingan said. Raising his voice to give orders, all teams, assemble and prepare to move out. The 4 battalions of special forces quickly formed up with impressive efficiency. Under Su Pingan's lead, the troops soon arrived at the entrance of Death Valley. Su Pingan, ahead is Death Valley. It's very dangerous, Alifu, a native of Xinjiang, couldn't help but warn. Don't worry, I've been through it many times. The serious special forces are inside, Su Pingan replied, noticing Alifu's hesitation and smiling slightly. What are you scared? If you're not afraid, neither am I, Alifu said, taking a deep breath. The 1,000-strong team advanced slowly through the rugged terrain of Death Valley. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky. Su Pingan immediately shouted, Stop! He crouched down quickly before leaping several meters into the air. A blinding bolt of lightning struck him directly. Amid the thunderous crash, Su Pingan was hit and fell to the ground, but thanks to his experience and enhanced abilities, he handled it with much more composure. Along the way, Su Pingan shielded the team from 3 lightning strikes. Finally, they arrived safely at a smooth rock face deep within Death Valley. A wormhole? Tong Guan was the first to notice the clockwise rotating, eerie blue portal in the rock face. The group buzzed with shocked discussions. Aren't wormholes supposed to be in Beihai Island? Could it be randomly moving? Are there multiple wormholes? This is truly a blessing for our nation. Excited voices echoed all around. The number of wormholes in the world doesn't matter. As long as China has one, it will ensure that we won't fall behind other nations in the journey to explore new worlds. This realization filled everyone present with excitement. Yi Xiao quickly walked up to Su Pingan, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Su Pingan, are you saying the other half is the wormhole? Smart? Su Pingan nodded slightly, a hint of approval tugging at his lips. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled as she quickly connected the dots. So, the higher-ups gathered the 5 strongest special forces teams from our 5 military regions to explore the new world? Congratulations, you got it right, Su Pingan said with a smile. Is there a reward for that? Xiao Li asked half-jokingly. Su Ping'an replied seriously, how about I teach you all how to cultivate, making you as powerful as I am? His words made everyone's breathing quicken involuntarily. Are you really willing to teach us cultivation? Yi Xiao asked in shock. Throughout the journey, Su Ping'an had displayed various extraordinary abilities, which had already made him suspicious. Though it all seemed unbelievable, the evidence before his eyes proved it was no trick. Why wouldn't I be? Su Ping'an countered. Yi Xiao was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Su Ping'an's voice suddenly took on a solemn and resolute tone. An individual's strength is not true strength. Only the strength of an entire civilization is true strength. Since I have this ability, I naturally hope that all Chinese people can access cultivation. My wish is to see every Chinese person become as powerful as dragons, and for Chinese civilization to thrive. We must possess great strength to protect ourselves. The century of humiliation is something I, Su Ping'an, never want China to experience again. The scene fell silent, and then, in unison, everyone stood at attention and saluted a soldier's highest form of respect. Yi Xiao straightened his posture, his expression serious. From today on, I, Yi Xiao, will only follow you, Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an saluted the crowd with a crisp military gesture, his eyes resolutely scanning each person present. To achieve a China where everyone is as powerful as dragons and our civilization prospers, it's not something I can do alone. I need you. We need the efforts of millions of Chinese people together. You will join me as pioneers. His voice grew more forceful. The road ahead is fraught with thorns and dangers, but we must press forward without hesitation. Tell me, are you afraid of sacrifice? No, no, no. The unified shout was deafening. Good, then I know I chose the right people. Su Ping'an turned to face the portal. Follow me into the unknown world and start our new journey. Yes, sir. The 4 team captains followed him without hesitation, stepping into the portal. The political commissars stayed behind to ensure all soldiers passed through safely. Although the portal was large, it could only accommodate 3 people walking side by side at a time. Fortunately, a secure perimeter had been established on the other side, and the process was orderly. In no time, everyone had crossed over. As soon as they entered the new world, Tongguan and the others looked around with the curiosity of children seeing everything for the first time. It's incredible. Just one step, and we're in another world. Tongguan marveled. If we could master this technology, is there anywhere in the universe we couldn't go? Who needs spaceships then? Su Ping'an paused at these words, realizing the idea had merit. But the portal technology was so advanced that even this new world seemed not to have fully grasped it. Xiao Li carefully observed their surroundings. This looks like a mountainous area. The trees are much thicker than those on Blue Star, and the air is exceptionally fresh. This really is a new world. How big is this world? Alifu couldn't help but ask. Su Ping'an shook his head with a wry smile. This world is unimaginably vast. The 10,000 mountains we're in now is just one restricted area, covering over 8,000 kilometers. There are many such restricted areas, and together they only make up a small part of this world. Just as everyone was still immersed in the vastness of the new world, a familiar figure approached. Old Qin, Tongguan, upon seeing Qin Ming, wanted to give him a hearty hug but was easily blocked by him. Your strength has grown. It used to be me who couldn't breathe when you hugged me, Qin Ming said with a smug smile. During their conversation, Su Ping'an handed Qin Ming the official document for establishing the Yinhuang Corps. After carefully reading it, Qin Ming half-jokingly saluted Su Ping'an. Congratulations, Colonel Su. This title left Tongguan and the others stunned. Given Su Ping'an's age, being promoted directly from major to colonel was just one step away from becoming a general. The document circulated among the captains, and they quickly understood their mission. Alifu, rarely one for praise, remarked, Yinhuang Corps is a good name. Yi Xiao, full of ambition, declared that they would make the Corps' name renowned in both worlds. Finally, Su Ping'an solemnly reminded everyone, the beasts in this new world are numerous and powerful. Even though you are the finest warriors from Blue Star, here you are as weak as infants. Your first priority is to enhance your personal strength. No one felt disheartened by these words because they had witnessed Su Ping'an's prowess and knew that compared to him, they were indeed still very weak. Next, Commissioner Wu will take you to the steel of no words to comprehend your own cultivation techniques, Su Ping'an said, his gaze sweeping across the captains before him, his tone steady. Once everyone has grasped their techniques, I will provide foundation establishment elixirs, and the members of the Syria Special Forces will guide you in your cultivation. Only when your skills meet my standards will I start assigning missions. Su Ping'an glanced at Wu Kuei, who had just arrived, calculating in his mind. These people's cultivation levels are too low. Even with modern weapons, their reaction speed and strength are far from adequate. These are elite soldiers, his initial core team. He cannot afford to let them take risks lightly. Besides, he himself needs time to grow stronger. The steel of no words, someone asked in confusion. Commissioner Wu will answer your questions, Su Pingan replied succinctly. Everyone nodded silently. Since Su Pingan had made the arrangements, they had no further questions. Commissioner Wu, thank you for your efforts. Su Pingan turned to Wu Kuei. Haha, it's a rare opportunity to be the instructor for the 4 captains. I'm more than happy, Wu Kuei joked, easing the atmosphere. Coach Wu, as long as we can learn cultivation techniques, you can train us as hard as you want. Tong Guan said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That's right. We'll do whatever it takes to get stronger, Yishao affirmed. Learning legendary immortal techniques is our chance. If any of my soldiers dare to complain, I'll deal with them, Xiaoli said resolutely. I feel the same, Alifu nodded emphatically. Seeing the enthusiastic responses from the 4, Wu Kuei laughed even harder. Since you all trust me so much, I won't let you down. Follow me. With that, he led the large group away. After everyone had left, Su Pingan turned to Qin Ming, Captain Qin. How is the construction of the first line of defense coming along? Qin Ming reported the current status of the defense line. Due to the tight schedule and limited tools, they had not built the defense line along the original plan at the safety zone's boundary. Instead, they had reduced the scope, establishing a semicircular defense line with a 200-meter radius centered on the teleportation gate, backed by a mountain wall. The two went to inspect the defense line. Su Pingan, seeing the defense line adapted to the terrain, gave Qin Ming a thumbs up. Captain Qin, you're impressive. This setup saves effort and is easier to defend. They then discussed the deployment plan for the follow-up troops in detail. Su Pingan revealed that a construction battalion and a regiment of regular troops were on their way, bringing heavy machinery and advanced weaponry. They planned to secure their position steadily and gradually expand their control. Finally, Su Pingan inquired about the soldiers' cultivation progress. Learning that most had reached the 3rd level of the body refining realm and were about to break through to the 4th level, he expressed his satisfaction. He emphasized that the focus now was on cultivation, aiming to reach the 6th level of the body refining realm as soon as possible. He also made it clear that only special forces soldiers who could comprehend top-tier techniques would be recruited. After discussing work, Su Pingan mentioned the need to consolidate his cultivation. I've just undergone 3 lightning tribulations and need some time to meditate. Understanding. Qin Ming took his leave. All right, take your time to cultivate. I won't disturb you. With that, he turned and left. Leaving Su Pingan alone, he quickly took out a container and slipped inside to start his training. When he opened his eyes again, a hint of joy appeared on his face. 3 lightning strikes have increased my strength by over 80,000 kilograms. The effect is quite remarkable. However, thinking about the immense power needed to progress from the 11th to the 12th level, and then from the 12th to the 13th level of the body refining stage, he couldn't help but frown. While the Thunder Fire body tempering method was effective, it severely damaged his body's foundation. If it weren't for the life source stone he possessed, which could use vitality to repair the damage in time, it would have left irreparable hidden dangers. This method isn't suitable for everyone. Su Pingan shook his head. I must quickly establish an artificial lightning field and simultaneously enhance the overall strength of the Yanhuang Legion. Relying on just myself, who knows how long it will take to achieve my training goals. Decisive by nature, Su Pingan immediately left the otherworld and returned to Blue Star. As soon as he stepped out of Death Valley, he saw a familiar figure. Old Shui, weren't you in the capital? How did you get here almost at the same time as me? Thanks to you, I got a good assignment. Shui Yong replied with a smile. I'm now a special liaison officer, responsible for connecting the otherworld and Huaxia. In simple terms, I handle communication between you and the Prime Minister, ensuring that any needs from either side are conveyed immediately, reducing intermediate steps and preventing leaks. That's quite a direct line to the top. Su Pingan gave Shui Yong a meaningful look. I heard you were from a military family, and now I believe it. The higher-ups had granted Su Pingan the highest authority in the otherworld, but they were well-versed in the art of power balance. While Shui Yong appeared to be a liaison officer, he also played the role of a supervisor, ensuring that every move in the otherworld was promptly reported to the higher-ups. This understanding was tacit between Su Pingan and the authorities. Our Shui family has 2 generals, so yes, being from a military family is accurate, Shui Yong admitted frankly, as there was no need to hide it given Su Pingan's current status. Impressive. Su Pingan gave a thumbs up. A family with 2 generals was undoubtedly a powerhouse in Huaxia. You're just in time. I need your help with something. Su Pingan's eyes lit up. Remember when I withstood lightning strikes in Death Valley? I discovered that lightning can speed up training, but the lightning in Death Valley is unstable. I hope the state can build a super lightning field nearby, not just for my use but to help others train as well. A lightning field? Shui Yong pondered for a moment. How about high-voltage electricity? We can set that up in 2 days at most. A full lightning field would be more complex and take a long time. Then let's start with an adjustable high-voltage training room. No problem. Leave it to me. Shui Yong assured, patting his chest. As Su Pingan was about to leave, Shui Yong called him back. One more thing. Regarding the Foundation Establishment Elixir, the higher-ups have come up with a plan. First, for the first-grade low-quality elixir you provide, you'll be compensated 100,000 yuan per drop. Second, any surplus beast corpses obtained by the military will be handed over to you for processing, with a fee of 3,000 yuan per drop of elixir. Shui Yong handed over a bank card. The compensation for the previous 31,260 drops of elixir, amounting to 3.2 billion yuan, is all here. Future processing fees will be settled monthly. Su Pingan took the bank card and joked, "I've just become a billionaire." He didn't refuse it, as it was what he deserved, and he indeed needed the money for military procurement. "I'll take the card, but tell the higher-ups that the price can be lowered. From now on, I'll provide the elixir at 10,000 yuan per drop, and the processing fee will be a flat rate of 100 yuan per drop regardless of grade," Su Pingan said with a smile. "Additionally, I have one more condition. Besides the 100 yuan per drop for the outsourced work, I also want a 1% share of the Foundation Establishment Elixir," Su Pingan said, looking directly into Shui Yong's eyes with a firm tone. "That much?" Shui Yong's eyes widened in surprise. Su Pingan explained, "Don't underestimate 1%. Once the nation fully mobilizes, the production scale will be enormous. That 1% will be astronomical. My cultivation technique consumes a lot of resources, and it's too slow if I do it alone. You can report this truthfully to the higher-ups and let them decide." Shui Yong sighed. "All right, I'll convey your message as soon as possible, but I can't guarantee the outcome." Su Pingan smiled and patted his shoulder before turning to look for Long Hai. As soon as he entered the command tent, Long Hai greeted him warmly. "Congratulations, Colonel Su." Inside the tent were two other officers. Long Hai immediately introduced them. "Gentlemen, this is Colonel Su Pingan." The two officers stood at attention and saluted. "Greetings, Colonel." Su Pingan nodded. "Introduce yourselves." A middle-aged colonel with a square face stepped forward. "Hello, Colonel. I'm Colonel Meng Dashan, commander of the 357th Regiment. I've been ordered to enter the Otherworld and oversee the defense of our base camp, following your commands." Another officer, with rough skin and a ruddy complexion, followed. "Hello, Colonel. I'm Yin Ron, commander of the Xinjiang Independent Engineer Battalion. I'm responsible for the Otherworld defense line and base construction, laying the groundwork for subsequent troop deployments, all under your command." Su Pingan immediately gave orders. "For safety reasons, we'll enter the Otherworld in batches, by battalion, through Death Valley." When Jin Han asked how to transport machinery and weapons, Su Pingan demonstrated his spatial storage ability, effortlessly storing all the equipment in a small box, leaving everyone present in awe. Over the next 2 days, Su Pingan made multiple trips, escorting all personnel into the Otherworld. He also used the lightning in Death Valley to enhance his cultivation, increasing his strength to over 390,000 kilograms. When Shui Yong informed him that the high-voltage electric cultivation room was ready, Su Pingan eagerly went to inspect it. Although the building was only 200 to 300 square meters, he understood the scale's reasonableness, considering it was an experimental setup. In the cultivation room, Su Pingan carefully tested the current tolerance of practitioners at different cultivation levels and recorded the following data. Body refining stage level 6 could handle approximately 60,100 amps, level 7 250,300 amps, level 8 350,550 amps, level 9 650,1200 amps, and starting from level 10, 2,000 amps. He himself could currently withstand 3,500 amps, with a limit of about 3,800 amps. Based on the test results, Su Pingan began planning the future classification of cultivation rooms, intending to divide them into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, with the maximum current in primary cultivation rooms controlled below 1,200 amps. As for my own advanced training room, there's no rush. The current can reach up to 15,000 amps, which is sufficient for my practice for a while. After quickly organizing his thoughts, Su Pingan immediately began his formal training. He first drank a small sip of high-grade first-tier spiritual liquid, then adjusted the current to 3,800 amps. The current activated every cell in his body, making them eagerly absorb the energy from the spiritual liquid, continuously enhancing his body's resistance. Although with his 10th stage body refinement cultivation, he should have been using top-grade first-tier spiritual liquid, he only had 7 drops left. In comparison, the supply of high-grade first-tier spiritual liquid was much more abundant. Even though 1 drop of high-grade liquid only increased his strength by around 150 kilograms, the plentiful quantity made up for it. Within 5 days, Su Pingan's strength skyrocketed from 400,000 kilograms to 710,000 kilograms. This rate of improvement wasn't as fast as the effect of being struck by lightning in Death Valley, but it was stable and safe, without consuming the life force from the life source stones. When the high-grade first-tier spiritual liquid was exhausted, Su Pingan had to pause his training. He recalled obtaining over 6,000 drops of spiritual liquid from the other side of the number 2 portal, of which more than 2,000 drops had been converted and distributed to the Yinhuang army members, and he had used up 4,000 drops for his own training. Now, He took out the remaining 7 drops of top-grade first-tier spiritual liquid to try. Each drop brought about a 700 kilogram increase in strength, which, although not meeting his initial expectations for the 10th stage body refinement, still successfully pushed his strength to over 738,000 kilograms, moving him closer to the 11th stage body refinement. After leaving the training room, Su Pingan noticed a new building being constructed not far away and happened to meet Shui Yong, who was supervising the construction. Through their conversation, he learned that it was a gravity training room designed to help warriors better adapt to and control their rapidly increasing strength. Following Shui Yong's suggestion, Su Pingan entered the newly completed gravity room for a test. Increasing the gravity from 1 to 10 times, he felt a significant pressure but still found it manageable. Nonetheless, he practiced his martial arts inside for 5 hours before emerging, drenched in sweat. After confirming the effectiveness of the gravity room, Su Pingan instructed Shui Yong to expedite the construction of a basic high-voltage training room, demanding it be completed within a week to accommodate 2,000 people training simultaneously. He then turned and left, preparing to head to another world. Meanwhile, a crisis was unfolding at the Qi family villa in Modu. Qi Guojin was overwhelmed with stress due to matters involving Su Pingan. In just a few days, Qi Group's assets had plummeted from over 20 billion to less than 3 billion. After berating his son Qi Tian for incompetence, he kicked him out the door, ordering him to find Yin Ron's whereabouts. Qi Tian stumbled out of the villa, filled with helplessness and fear. Outside Villa Number 3 in Buckingham, Qi Tian stood at the door and raised his voice. "Miss Yi, I know you're inside. Please come out and meet me." He lowered his voice, his tone sincere. "Miss Yi, I'm here to offer a genuine apology. I was wrong before. If you can forgive me, I'll agree to any conditions you set." Suddenly, the door opened, and Yin Ron stood at the entrance, her delicate face filled with coldness. "Qi Tian, if you keep shouting at my door, I'll sue you for disturbing the peace." Qi Tian immediately dropped to his knees. "Miss Yi, please be magnanimous. I promise I won't bother you and Mr. Su again. Just ask him to spare the Qi family." His sudden kneeling caught Yin Ron off guard. She instinctively wanted to help him up but quickly remembered his past actions. With a cold snort, she took out her phone and dialed Su Pingan. "Yin Ron." Su Pingan's voice was gentle, having just emerged from the gravity training room. "Pingan, Qi Tian is kneeling at my door begging for mercy. How do you think we should handle this?" Su Pingan was silent for a moment. He had been so busy with training that he nearly forgot about the Qi family. "You handle it. I trust your judgment." With Su Pingan's authorization, Yin Ron turned to Qi Tian. "Do you want us to spare you personally, or spare the entire Qi family? If we spare you, the Qi family goes bankrupt. If we spare the Qi family, you turn yourself in and confess all your crimes over the years. Choose one." Qi Tian collapsed to the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He knew his crimes were enough to put him away for life. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and he lunged at Yin Ron. "If I have to die, you're coming with me." The agents from Villa Number 5 immediately opened fire, hitting Qi Tian. Despite the impact, he still managed to reach Yin Ron. Unfazed, Yin Ron kicked him several meters away. Security personnel quickly shielded Yin Ron, and Qi Tian was taken to the police station. When the news reached Qi Guojin, he was already in despair. The Qi family swiftly crumbled, serving as a warning to all major families in the city. Meanwhile, preparations for Yin Ron's concert continued, and Su Pingan returned to the other world. He immediately sought out Qin Ming, learning that with the help of the Foundation Establishment Elixir, all 5 Special Forces members had advanced to the 6th level of body refining, and the members of the Engineer Battalion and the 357th Regiment had reached the 3rd level of body refining. Qin Ming also showed him the detailed plans for the 2nd line of defense, including terrain utilization and engineering layouts. "Let's go. Take me to the site," Su Pingan said. Qin Ming led Su Pingan along the defense line, detailing the layout of the 2nd line of defense. The entire line formed an irregular semicircle, cleverly utilizing the terrain to take advantage of elevated ground as vantage points. This not only saved on construction efforts but also occupied advantageous positions. The new defense line advanced approximately 1.3 kilometers forward, expanding the base camp's total area to nearly 2.7 square kilometers. Along the way, Qin Ming meticulously explained the reasoning behind each defensive node selection. Each design earned nods of approval from Su Pingan. During their inspection, they encountered Jin Han from the Engineering Battalion. Qin Ming asked, "Captain Jin, when will the 2nd line of defense be completed?" "Commander, Captain Qin, we're in the final stages. It should be finished by tonight at the latest," Jin Han replied with a smile. This news made it hard for Qin Ming to hide his excitement. The completion of the 2nd line of defense meant a significant increase in their strategic depth and living space. "What's the next phase of construction?" Su Pingan asked. Jin Han immediately responded, "Commander, we plan to build a permanent military camp to replace the temporary barracks. We'll also carve out a cave in the mountain, which can be used to store ammunition and serve as a temporary safe house and command center if necessary." This should take about a month to complete. Can we speed up the progress? Su Pingan inquired. We would need more manpower and machinery, Jin Han replied. All right, I'll handle the manpower issue. You focus on speeding up the process, Su Pingan decisively stated. After inspecting the entire defense line, Qin Ming handed Su Pingan the dimensional space box, filled with the beasts they had hunted recently. When Su Pingan took out the beast corpses, the sight was quite impressive. Qin Ming explained that the construction noise had attracted many beasts, leading to several beast tides. To protect the construction, they took turns hunting and keeping the beasts at least a kilometer away from the defense line. Su Pingan immediately took out a refining pot to process the beasts. After inventory, there were 61 adult 3-flower ghostface pigs and 79 other valuable and delicious beasts. The refining process yielded 9,285 drops of first-grade low-tier foundation building elixir, 4,922 drops of medium tier, and 731 drops of high tier. Su Pingan stored the 3-flower ghostface pigs and some other beasts in his own space box and handed the prepared foundation building elixir to Qin Ming for safekeeping. Although Qin Ming suggested giving it to Shuiyong, Su Pingan thought it more appropriate for Qin Ming to handle it. Is everyone here? Su Pingan suddenly asked. When he learned that the 357th Regiment was on guard duty and everyone else was in the camp, Su Pingan solemnly said, Then please gather everyone, Captain Qin. We're officially forming the Yin Huang Corps today. Qin Ming glanced at Su Pingan and nodded. All right, I'll go right away. Soon, all members of the 5 Special Forces teams gathered in the open area. Su Pingan stood on a high platform, his piercing gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged soldiers below. At ease.
Attention.
His voice was powerful and reverberated across the open space. Today's assembly has one purposito officially established the Yin Huang Legion. This announcement was like a thunderclap, instantly electrifying the ordinary soldiers present. Although the 5 team leaders and political commissars were already aware of this news, for most soldiers, it was an exhilarating and significant proclamation. Su Pingan continued, the Yin Huang Legion, as the vanguard of Huaxia civilization, will only accept the strongest and most capable. The Legion will be divided into 2 sequences. The combat sequence, responsible for external exploration and operations, and the Guardian sequence, focused on protecting the Legion's base, strategic locations, and headquarters. This arrangement was meticulously thought out. As Huaxia's top warriors, each of these soldiers was an elite, and Su Pingan did not want to eliminate any of them. The dual sequence system was the result of his careful consideration. Listen to my command. Su Pingan's voice rang out again. Those who have comprehended top-tier or higher-level techniques from the wordless heavenly steel, step forward. Following the command, most of the soldiers stepped forward in unison, leaving a few standing still. Although those who remained had anticipated this, their faces still showed signs of anxiety. Those who stayed, turned left and marched forward. Quickly, the 2 groups stood separately. Su Pingan announced, those who stayed are assigned to the combat sequence, the rest to the Guardian sequence. Remember, regardless of the sequence, you are all soldiers of the Yin Huang Legion. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The soldiers' response was weak. I can't hear you. Yes, sir. This time, their thunderous reply was filled with determination and pride. Qin Ming, Tong Guan, Yi Shao, Xiaoli, Ali Fu. Su Pingan called out each name. Present. The 5 responded in unison. You 5 stay. The rest are dismissed to continue training. Su Pingan issued the final order succinctly, showcasing his decisive and efficient style. Yes, sir. The crowd answered and dispersed. Su Pingan left the 5 people behind and, with a serious expression, began to speak. I've kept you here for 3 main reasons. He first introduced the new military structure of the Yin Huang Legion. From the lowest to the highest, it consists of 10 levels: group, squad, platoon, company, battalion, regiment, brigade, division, corps, and army. Although the higher levels are not needed at the moment, Su Pingan is confident in the future development of the Yin Huang Legion. The vast expanse of the otherworld requires a formidable military force to safeguard Huaxia's interests. He explained the composition of each level in detail. Group consists of 1 leader and 2 members, forming the smallest temporary combat unit capable of deploying the 3-talent sword formation. Squad, made up of 3 groups plus 1 squad leader, totaling 10 people. Platoon, composed of 3 squads plus 1 platoon leader, totaling 31 people. Company, includes 3 platoons, a company commander, and a political commissar, totaling 95 people. Battalion, comprises 3 companies, a battalion commander, a political commissar, a communications squad, and a vanguard squad, totaling 307 people. Regiment, consists of 3 battalions, a regiment commander, a deputy commander, a political commissar, and is equipped with a communications platoon, an enforcement platoon, a Xuanwu company, and a logistics company, totaling 1,177 people. Su Pingan particularly emphasized the importance of the 3-talent sword formation. 3 warriors at the 3rd level of body refinement can form this formation, enabling them to contend with an enemy at the 4th level of body refinement. With good coordination, they could even achieve victory. Such formations will become increasingly important in the future, as the threat posed by conventional weapons will significantly diminish at the transcendent and superhuman levels. After introducing the military structure, Su Ping'an proposed forming a War God Special Forces unit, comprising the 40 best soldiers in the entire army. The 5 people all agreed with this proposal. Next, Su Ping'an announced the personnel appointment plan: 2 combat sequence regiment commanders, 1 War God Special Forces captain, and 1 deputy corps commander of the Guardian sequence, making a total of 4 positions. Given that only Qin Ming and Yi Xiao had comprehended the supreme techniques, the War God Special Forces captain would be chosen from among them. Surprisingly, Qin Ming voluntarily recommended the younger Yi Xiao for the position. Respecting Qin Ming's choice, Su Ping'an officially appointed Yi Xiao as the first captain of the War God Special Forces. He then turned his gaze to Tong Guan. Tong Guan, present. Tong Guan immediately stepped forward and responded. Su Ping'an stood in the command hall and began announcing a series of important appointments. His voice was clear and powerful as he scanned the crowd with determined eyes. Appoint Tong Guan as the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Yinhuang Legion's combat sequence. Tong Guan immediately straightened up and responded loudly, "Yes." "Xiao Li, you are appointed as the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the combat sequence." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Li's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Present." "Erifu, you are appointed as the deputy commander of the Guardian sequence."
Yes.
Erifu responded, with a hint of surprise in his eyes as well. Finally, Su Ping'an turned to Qin Ming. "You are appointed as the chief of the Yinhuang Legion's law enforcement team and head of logistics, serving as deputy commander." Although these positions were not frontline combat roles, they were crucial to the Legion's support system. Su Ping'an had initially considered the rigid Erifu for the role, but Qin Ming had voluntarily stepped down from his position as the War God Special Forces leader, clearly to give other commanders more opportunities. Su Ping'an then announced the allocation of 2 formations. The combat sequence would primarily focus on the Shanghai sword formation, while the Xuanwu battalion would also train in the Xuanwu formation. The Guardian sequence would primarily focus on the Xuanwu formation while also training in the Shanghai sword formation. He gave them 3 days for reorganization, and after receiving confirmation from everyone, he dismissed the meeting. After leaving the command hall, Su Ping'an headed straight to the temporary parking lot. Led by Shui Yong, he quickly loaded the carcasses of 79 specially selected fierce beasts into several refrigerated trucks. This valuable beast meat would be sent to the capital, where it could be used both for elderly consumption and research purposes. During their conversation, Shui Yong mentioned the need for spatial equipment. Su Ping'an thought for a moment and brought up an ancient site located more than 60 kilometers away. He knew that not only did it contain spatial equipment, but also blueprints for crafting artifacts. However, considering the safety concerns, he decided to hold off on discussing it further. Finally, they talked about the war situation between Japan and the United States. Japan's condition was dire. 89 warships destroyed, nearly 1,500 advanced aircraft lost, military casualties nearing 500,000, and civilian casualties over 600,000. Ironically, the weapons sold to them by the United States had hidden backdoors, turning them into instruments of their own demise. At the Prime Minister's residence in Tokyo, Yamamoto Dufu was furiously listening to these loss reports. Despite the heavy losses, they had deployed 1 million troops and 3 million civilians on North Sea Island, determined to hold the gateway to the New World. This was their last hope. "How is the exploration of the New World going?" Yamamoto Dufu asked, his eyes fixed intently on Ono Raji as he sat in his office. As the Prime Minister of Japan, he knew the nation had staked everything on this new world, even risking war with the United States coalition forces. Ono Raji organized the documents in his hands. "Due to the small size of the wormhole, we can't send airplanes through, so we've been relying mainly on drones for exploration. We've expanded our exploration range to over 500 kilometers, but the forest seems endless. Experts believe that the explored area alone exceeds the size of Japan, and this could be just a small part of the New World. The overall scale might be larger than the entire Earth. The drones shouldn't have such limited range." Yamamoto Dufu frowned. The absence of signs of other civilizations so far filled him with doubt. "The issue is the monsters," Ono Raji said gravely. "The further we get from the wormhole, the stronger they become. We've lost hundreds of large military drones. More troubling is that some monsters are completely impervious to gunfire, and there's even one that survived a missile strike. Our casualties have exceeded 8,000. I recommend we first secure a 10-kilometer radius around the wormhole." Yamamoto Dufu was shocked, but a spark of excitement lit up in his eyes. If they could harness the power of these formidable monsters, could their soldiers gain similar abilities? The thought of having thousands of warriors impervious to missiles made him grip his teacup so tightly that it shattered. 100 kilometers, that's the minimum requirement, he said decisively. The United States won't give us time. We must accelerate the development of super soldiers, even if it means greater sacrifices. After inquiring about the new world's mineral resources and learning that over 30 types of minerals and an oil field had been discovered, Yamamoto Dufu felt even more invigorated. Japan, blockaded by the United States Navy, finally saw a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in the White House, George was furiously questioning the Secretary of Defense about the delay in capturing Hokkaido. After hearing the various concerns, he directly ordered a saturation strike, disregarding any international repercussions. As this order reached the front lines, General Vanfort immediately sprang into action. In an instant, Japan was engulfed in flames, and the world was left in shock. In the core meeting room of Beijing, Chinese generals were analyzing the war. They recognized the importance of military independence and saw the fatal oversights in Japan's war preparations. As the ancient saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In a brightly lit conference room, the chief minister was intently listening to the report on the ongoing war. This war acts like a magnifying glass, allowing us to clearly see both our strengths and weaknesses, as well as those of our enemy, he remarked before turning his attention to the conclusion of the southeastern conflict. The commander of the Southern Military District wore a confident smile. Rest assured, Chief Minister, the war is completely over. We are now in the process of replacing identification cards. More importantly, other Southeast Asian countries, after witnessing our swift action and the passive stance of Sam's country, have completely withdrawn. We have also reclaimed all the islands and reefs in the South China Sea that were occupied. At that moment, a general raised a request regarding Ryukyu. The Ryukyu envoy is seeking our assistance. Now that Japan is confined to its 4 main islands, it's the perfect time to strike while they're down. Ryukyu has always been our vassal state, and with the revival of China imminent, we must not forget these loyal states. As the discussion about Ryukyu heated up, Director Zhang Guodong of the 9th Bureau suddenly burst in, visibly excited. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a significant turn in the war with Japan. Sam's country has mobilized its global ammunition reserves and is launching a massive bombardment on Japan. Japan's fighter jets, air defense systems, and radar systems are all crippled and completely unable to resist the bombardment from all directions. The commander of the Southern Military District immediately realized the opportunity. Chief Minister, the moment for Ryukyu's restoration is now. There's no need to wait. However, the Chief of Staff issued a warning. Let's not forget that Japan respects strength over reason. If something happens to Yamamoto, his successor might align with Sam's country. This statement brought a brief silence to the room. The Chief Minister finally made a decision. There's no need for excessive concern. Regardless of Yamamoto's fate or Japan's potential realignment, it doesn't affect us. The priority is to seize this strategic opportunity and decisively support Ryukyu's restoration. He added, also, send the beast samples we brought back from Japan to the polar bear. The emperor there will know what to do. After waiting anxiously at Diaoyutai for a long time, the Ryukyu envoy, Shangku, finally received the anticipated response. He expressed his gratitude with excitement. Thank you, great nation. Ryukyu will forever honor China as our superior state and will never forget today's kindness. For Ryukyu, without China's support, even if they managed to break free from Japan's control, it would be difficult to establish themselves in the international community. You all must have made some preparations during your years in Ryukyu, right? The Secretary General asked, looking directly into Shangku's eyes. Of course, Shangku replied with a serious expression. But previously, we were heavily suppressed by the Japanese. We didn't dare to make even the slightest move. The Secretary General nodded solemnly. The time is ripe now. We will assist you in restoring your nation under the guise of volunteer forces. Moreover, China will leverage its international influence to establish diplomatic relations with you and push for United Nations recognition of Ryukyu's legitimacy. Thank you for your generosity, Shangku said, his voice trembling with emotion. Meanwhile, outside Death Valley, Shuiyong was eagerly sharing the latest news with Su Pingan. Ryukyu has successfully restored its nation? Su Pingan exclaimed in surprise. In his memory, Ryukyu was supposed to regain its independence 6 months later. This time, it happened much earlier. Shuiyong explained with pride. Isn't it natural? With our intervention, and Japan having withdrawn most of their forces back home, combined with our strong public support, restoring the nation was practically a foregone conclusion. Su Pingan gave a silent thumbs up. On reflection, this change made sense. After all, in this lifetime, China had obtained the portal earlier, so the overall strategic layout was bound to differ from the previous one, appearing more stable. By the way, what's the situation in Japan? How is the bombing by the American forces progressing? Su Pingan asked. The bombing is still ongoing, and it's much more intense than expected. Shuiyong detailed the battle situation. We all underestimated the strength of the American coalition. After they supplied so much weaponry to Ukraine and Israel, we thought their ammo reserves were depleted. This time, they truly showed us the extent of their stockpile. Even though much of it is World War I era ammunition, it still inflicts significant damage on Japan, which has lost air superiority. He continued, the latest reports indicate that Tokyo is almost leveled. The emperor and the prime minister have taken refuge in underground bunkers. According to incomplete statistics, in less than 3 days of bombing, Japan has suffered at least 7 million casualties, and this number is still climbing rapidly. It's safe to say that Japan is truly finished this time. Su Pingan sighed in relief after hearing this. Although the timeline differed from his previous life, the end result remained largely the same, offering him some comfort. It seems that Ippon won't hold out much longer. We need to speed up our progress as well, Su Pingan remarked thoughtfully, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. What do you plan to do? Shui Yong asked, frowning. Su Pingan laid out his plan straightforwardly. Expand our exploration range, increase personnel transport to the other world, and enlarge our main base. Although Ippon has suffered heavy blows from Sam Nation, given their relentless nature, their progress in exploring the other world is likely far ahead of ours. Shui Yong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ippon doesn't care about casualties. While we've been advancing steadily with 0 losses so far, all decisions regarding the other world are in your hands. We will fully support you. Good. Su Pingan began to outline the specific plan. Request at least 3 divisions of regular troops from the higher-ups, and it would be best to have 5 divisions of construction corps. How soon can these personnel be in place? 1 day is enough, Shui Yong assured, pounding his chest. No need to rush. Su Pingan pondered for a moment. Prepare more machinery and ammunition. I'll give you 2 days. Just as Su Pingan was about to leave, Shui Yong stopped him to bring up an important issue: the allocation plan for the Foundation liquid. The higher-ups had given 2 options. The first was to maintain the original plan as previously agreed. The second was more attractive, keeping the manufacturing price at 100 yuan, canceling the 1% commission, but allowing Su Pingan and his immediate family unlimited use of National Reserve resources. Additionally, all personal spoils of war would be fully owned by him, with the state holding only the right of first refusal under equal conditions. To Shui Yong's surprise, Su Pingan chose the second option almost without hesitation. His reasoning was simple. As long as his family had ample cultivation resources, everything else was secondary. After the 2 parted ways, all of Huaxia was abuzz with excitement. Streets were adorned with festive decorations, businesses offered various discounts, and online discussions were ablaze with the joyous news of Huaxia breaking the maritime blockade. There were even foreigners announcing that they had obtained Huaxia citizenship, sparking heated discussions among netizens. Finally, a foreign netizen's question brought a smile to many faces. If I join Ippon now, will I have a chance to be integrated into Huaxia in the future? The response from netizens was a playful one. You're quite the genius, aren't you? Poor Xiaoyi Bin. He's really in a tough spot now. This statement sparked a series of discussions in the war analysis room. Despite their deep-seated hatred for them, seeing their current miserable state stirred up a sense of pity among some. This complex emotion resonated with everyone present. It's one of the remarkable qualities of us Chinese, someone remarked. We possess a strong sense of empathy. Even when we see small animals suffering, we feel compassion. The conversation quickly shifted to deeper discussions. What goes around comes around, someone murmured. It's just a matter of time. This was followed by speculations about military actions, with everyone eagerly anticipating the right moment to strike against Sam's country and its allies. 5 days later, at the foot of Shunlong Mountain in another world, the command center of the Yinhuang Legion was bustling with activity. This mountain, named Shunlong Mountain, stood over 3,000 meters tall and covered more than 80 square kilometers. It was a significant landmark on the other side of the portal, a name carried over from Su Pingan's previous life. In these 5 days, Su Pingan had been tirelessly leading the Yinhuang Legion in combat training, teaching the 3-talent sword formation and the Xuanwu formation. He made dozens of trips to Death Valley, safely transferring 3 regular field divisions and 5 construction corps to this location. Despite enduring over 30 lightning strikes, which depleted all his spiritual liquid reserves, the results were remarkable. His strength had broken through to over 1.06 million kilograms, reaching the 11th level of the body refining realm. In the command center, Su Pingan warmly welcomed Major General Li Ming and Lieutenant General Guo Xiaotian. Li Ming was in charge of the 5 construction corps and Jin Han's engineer battalion, while Guo Xiaotian commanded 3 regular field divisions and the 357th Regiment. Amid enthusiastic applause, both sides expressed mutual respect and support. Then, Su Pingan turned to the task at hand. He signaled Qin Ming, affectionately known as Old Qin by everyone, to display the latest topographic map. The screen immediately showed a detailed map, revealing the results of drone reconnaissance over the past few days. Although they lost more than 50 drones worth 600,000 each, they obtained complete topographic data within a 50-kilometer radius. Besides the 720-meter Shunlong Mountain, the surrounding area included 8 other peaks ranging from 1,200 to 2,400 meters, covering areas between 22 to 59 square kilometers. No wonder it's called the 10,000 Mountains. There are 9 peaks in such a small area, Tong Guan marveled. Su Pingan merely smiled at the remark. The 10,000 mountains are not an exaggeration. Major General Li Ming surveyed the large map on the wall and said slowly, even if there aren't exactly 10,000 peaks, there are still 60 or 70,000. If we count the small hills under 300 meters, the number far exceeds 10,000. From what I understand, the mountains near the portal are relatively sparse, but as you go deeper, the peaks are continuous and more densely packed. Such terrain might hinder transportation and economic development, but it's ideal for breeding. There must be a large number of fierce beasts and rare herbs in the mountains. Qin Ming nodded in agreement, his finger moving among the dense markers on the map. That's right. These are high-definition images taken by our drones, and the important locations were marked by the Legion commander. The red dots represent beast gathering areas, while the green dots indicate where the herbs grow. Are these the red and green dots? Lieutenant General Guo leaned closer to the map, his eyes scanning the various markers. Exactly, Qin Ming confirmed. As soon as he spoke, everyone present instinctively gathered around the map to study it closely. They all understood that both the beasts and the herbs were crucial resources. The fact that they had been called to look at the map clearly indicated that a mission was about to be assigned. At this moment, Captain Xiaoli noticed a detail. What do the star marks next to the red dots mean? Why do some have 1 star and others have 2? The stars indicate the danger level, Qin Ming explained. 1 star means the lowest danger level. According to the Legion commander, a single squad can complete the mission with 0 casualties. 2 stars indicate the need for a platoon, and so on. If you see 5 stars, it means at least a battalion's strength is required. He added a special note of caution as he spoke. Here are the standards set according to the current cultivation and equipment level of the Yinhuang Legion. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the densely packed red dots on the map. They noticed that most of the red dots were marked with only 1 or 2 stars, with the highest being 4 stars, and none reaching 5 stars. What do these 3 exclamation marks mean? Xiaoli asked, pointing to a spot on the map. Su Pingan stepped forward to explain. This signifies an extremely dangerous area, beyond the Yinhuang Legion's capacity. It's not that we can't conquer it, but the potential casualties would be too high, making it not worth the effort. Commander Su, this area is located at the top of Shenlong Mountain. If we don't clear it, it will always pose a threat to our base camp. If the Yinhuang Legion isn't strong enough, we can provide support, Guo said with a furrowed brow. His implication was clear even with potential losses. Such a threat couldn't be allowed near their doorstep. I'll handle this personally, Su Pingan nodded in agreement. Although Guo wasn't sure of Su Pingan's exact cultivation level, it was undeniable that he was the strongest among them. Can you ensure your safety? You are too important to Huaxia, and the higher-ups have repeatedly emphasized that your safety must be guaranteed at all costs. Don't worry, General Guo. I value my life, Su Pingan replied half-jokingly. Guo gazed into his eyes for a moment, then nodded slightly and said no more. Su Pingan then began to assign tasks. This was a joint operation between the Yinhuang Legion, the Construction Corps, and the Field Army. The Yinhuang Legion would advance 50 kilometers outward to clear the beast gathering points within that range. The Field Army would then eliminate any stragglers, and the Construction Corps would build bunkers and establish a third line of defense. After explaining the principles of tight exterior, loose interior for the defense line construction, Su Pingan revealed the specific data. Within the 50-kilometer range, there were 1,844 1-star, 265 2-star, 42 3-star, 6 4-star beast gathering points, and 1 extremely dangerous area. Captain Yi, prepare 5 drones equipped with machine guns and missiles. Our War God Special Forces will handle the extremely dangerous area on Shenlong Mountain. Su Pingan issued his final order to an excited Yi Xiao. Yes, sir. Yi Xiao responded firmly. There are exactly 6 areas with 4-star danger level beasts that need to be cleared, Su Pingan said, surveying Tongguan, Xiaoli, and the other commanders in front of him. Their 2 battalions happen to have 6 detachments, which could be assigned 1 to each area. Each detachment will be responsible for 1 4-star danger zone. What do you think? Su Pingan asked, his eyes sharp. Rest assured, Commander. We will complete the mission. Tongguan and Xiaoli straightened up and responded firmly. Su Pingan nodded slightly and turned to Qin Ming. Old Qin, you will stay at the base to coordinate and dispatch. Once each detachment has cleared their 4-star area, they should report back immediately. You will then assign them to 3-star zones, and so on, until all beast areas are cleared. Is this arrangement acceptable? No problem, Qin Ming replied decisively. We're good on our end too, Tongguan and Xiaoli said in unison. A silent Ali Fu then spoke up, Commander. How should we arrange the warriors of the Guardian sequence? You have 2 crucial tasks, Su Pingan said seriously. First, you will provide mobile support. Although we have conducted thorough reconnaissance, there may still be oversights or unexpected situations. If the combat units encounter danger, you must provide immediate reinforcement. He emphasized, these are the nation's elite. I don't want unnecessary casualties due to recklessness. The second task is to protect the spiritual fields, Su Pingan continued, pointing to the green dots on the map. These are areas where spiritual herbs grow densely, and they will be vital for our future cultivation. You need to clear the beasts guarding these areas and take control of them completely. He particularly stressed, be careful to protect the herbs during combat. 2 of these spiritual fields were in the 4-star zones and would be handled by the combat units. The remaining 4 were in 3-star and 2-star zones and would be managed by the 2 battalions of the Guardian sequence. Gather and prepare sufficient ammunition. We depart in 1 hour. Su Pingan issued the final order. After everyone left, Su Pingan stood alone, staring at the map. This area, spanning 50 kilometers and nearly 8,000 square kilometers, would be their first stronghold in this other world. As he was deep in thought, Yishao returned to report that the Special Operations Team was ready. On the training ground, Su Pingan briefed the Special Operations Team about their critical target Shenlong Mountain. At the mountain's peak, there was a Shenlong pool, formed from a drop of blood from an ancient 5-clawed golden dragon, capable of enhancing the bloodlines of beasts. A Titan dragon python resided in the pool, currently at the peak of the first tier, 11 stars, seeking an opportunity to break through and elevate its bloodline to the sacred level. In the previous life, it had indeed succeeded, but it still needed a few more years. Unfortunately, it crossed paths with Huaxia. Su Pingan's voice carried a hint of regret as he explained the origins of the Titan python in detail. In its previous life, it devoured numerous Huaxia warriors, enraging the higher-ups. Eventually, under relentless and overwhelming firepower, it was forced to flee miserably for over 10 kilometers before succumbing to exhaustion. Su Pingan's gaze turned resolute. This time, our target is this beast. Our primary objective is to tame it for Huaxia's use. If taming proves impossible, we will have no choice but to eliminate it. The potential of this sacred bloodline war pet is too great to allow it to escape and become our enemy. Turning to his subordinates, Su Pingan assigned 2 clear tasks. First, the battle at the mountaintop will inevitably stir up nearby beasts. You must ensure the elimination of any beasts attempting to interfere. Second, if the Titan python tries to escape, you must intercept it with firepower. This also explained why Su Pingan had previously instructed Yi Xiao to prepare long-range heavy firepower and 5 combat drones. Mission will be accomplished. Yi Xiao responded with a salute. Immediately, the team began their advance towards Shenlong Mountain. This mountain, with its majestic terrain and vast area, was home to a significant number of first-tier beasts despite the special rules near the portal that prevented stronger beasts from approaching. The fact that the Titan python, with its first-tier 11-star strength, could dominate Shenlong Pool and keep other beasts at bay spoke volumes about its power. Using the drone's infrared radar scanning system, the team managed to avoid numerous beasts and reach the mid-mountain area with almost no encounters. Commander, there are beast activities ahead, Yi Xiao whispered, pointing to several red dots on the monitor. Should we take a detour? Su Pingan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he quietly moved forward to conduct a personal reconnaissance. The path ahead is the only way up the mountain. Taking a detour would be too far. We'll go straight through. Leave it to me. You don't need to lift a finger. Otherwise, we'll make too much noise, Su Pingan said, taking the lead immediately. The group quickly approached the location of the fierce beasts. Observing the scene closely, Yi Xiao noticed 5 massive beasts facing off against each other. Furrowing his brow, he said, Commander, something's not right. They seem to be confronting each other. You're right, they're definitely in a standoff, Su Pingan replied in a low voice while scrutinizing the surroundings to find the cause of this unusual behavior. Suddenly, a bright red fruit caught his eye. A Zhu fruit? Su Pingan confirmed after a closer look. It was indeed a second-tier low-grade spiritual fruit about to ripen. In the cultivation world, Zhu fruits are categorized by age and quality. 1-year-old fruits are first-tier low-grade, suitable for practitioners below the 4th level of the body-tempering realm. 3-year-old fruits are first-tier mid-grade. 9-year-old fruits are first-tier high-grade. 10-year-old fruits advance to second-tier low-grade, and 30-year-old fruits reach second-tier mid-grade, capable of rapidly enhancing the qi and blood power of middle-tier practitioners in the qi and blood realm, even helping those at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm break through to the 2nd level of the qi and blood realm. See that red fruit over there? Su Pingan pointed to the Zhu fruit. After Yi Xiao confirmed, he immediately ordered, that's a second-tier mid-grade Zhu fruit. I'll handle these 5 beasts. You guys focus on the Zhu fruit. If any beast gets close, take it down immediately. We can't let them consume the Zhu fruit. Though Yi Xiao was concerned that the commotion might alert the Titan dragon python, Su Pingan believed the risk was worth it. It won't leave Shenlong Pool easily. At most, it will lose the element of surprise. But if these beasts consume the Zhu fruit, the consequences will be far worse. Before he finished speaking, Su Pingan had already drawn his Panlong spear and dashed toward the beasts like lightning. The beasts roared in warning, but Su Pingan ignored them, piercing the throat of one with a single thrust. The remaining beasts, surprisingly, coordinated their attack in response. As Su Ping'an continued to slay several beasts, a ghost leopard suddenly broke from the fray and sprinted toward the Zhu fruit. The 5 sharpshooters of the war god special forces opened fire simultaneously, halting the ghost leopard's advance and buying Su Ping'an time to pursue. Finally, just 3 meters from the Zhu fruit, Su Ping'an ended the beast with one strike. After collecting the bodies of 3 beasts, Su Ping'an waited for the Zhu fruit to fully ripen. 5 minutes later, the fruit turned completely red, exuding a unique fragrance. Once the recorder had detailed the battle, Su Ping'an sat down and swallowed the Zhu fruit in one bite. As the Zhu fruit entered his stomach, a warm flow spread throughout his body. While Su Ping'an circulated his cultivation technique, his tiger and leopard thunder sound deepened significantly, and his chi and blood power surged. 1.1 million kilograms, 1.5 million kilograms, 1.8 million kilograms. Few 1.95 million kilograms, truly worthy of being a second-tier mid-grade Zhu fruit. Su Ping'an took a deep breath, feeling a surge of joy. The efficacy of this spiritual fruit was enough to support his cultivation to the 12th level of the body refinement realm. However, finding another 10 or so of these fruits would be nearly impossible. Encountering even a second-tier low-grade spiritual fruit near the portal was rare, let alone a mid-grade one, unless one ventured further afield. After finishing his cultivation, Su Ping'an first checked on the situation of the Titan dragon python. Yishao reported back, "It has been awakened, but as the Legion commander predicted, it remains in the divine dragon pool and hasn't left." "Good, as long as it stays put. Let's keep moving forward." As they advanced towards the mountain peak, the presence of fierce beasts became increasingly sparse. By the time they reached the upper half of the mountainside, the last 300 meters showed no signs of any beasts at all. This was clearly the territory of the Titan dragon python, and other beasts dared not approach. Su Ping'an ordered his subordinates to set up defenses at strategic points, ensuring no beast could breach their lines. He then grasped his coiling dragon spear and, with a few agile leaps, arrived at the divine dragon pool. This pool covered more than 500 square meters, with a unique top-wide, bottom-narrow terrain that prevented the enormous Titan dragon python from reaching the bottom. In his previous life, China had to use pumps to drain the pool just to get a glimpse of what lay beneath. Sensing Su Ping'an's approach, the Titan dragon python revealed its massive head, flicking its tongue and casting a warning glare. "Big guy, no need for the threatening posture," Su Ping'an spoke calmly. "You possess the bloodline of an ancient divine beast and the ancestral effects of the divine dragon pool. You've reached the peak of the first tier 11 stars, so you must have activated your divine-grade bloodline by now, right?" These words only made the Titan dragon python more vigilant, a human-like gleam flashing in its eyes. Su Ping'an continued, "I'll be straightforward. I'm here to make you my battle pet. Not if you agree, otherwise, we'll have to settle this with a fight." This statement thoroughly enraged the Titan dragon python. As a being with awakened divine bloodline and the potential to ascend to a sacred bloodline, becoming a battle pet was a monumental insult. It leaped out of the divine dragon pool, causing a splash, and darted towards Su Ping'an like an arrow. For the next hour, Su Ping'an maintained a Hitandran strategy, waiting for the opponent to tire. When the Titan dragon python's attacks began to weaken, he launched a counterattack. Despite being knocked down multiple times, Su Ping'an, with the life source stone continuously replenishing his energy, always managed to get back up quickly. As his mastery of spear techniques and movement skills improved, his combat prowess steadily increased, eventually overpowering the increasingly fatigued Titan dragon python. After a fierce battle, the Titan dragon python unleashed its accumulated blood energy, faint red serpent silhouette. Su Ping'an, relying on his past life's experience, narrowly dodged this deadly move. Seeing its final trump card fail, the Titan dragon python finally showed signs of retreat. As a future sacred beast, how could it die at the hands of a human? However, Su Ping'an had already anticipated its intentions and launched a fierce assault, giving it no chance to escape. With Su Ping'an's relentless pursuit, the Titan dragon python tried to escape several times but failed. Suddenly, a shadowy figure attacked again. But this time the assault was notably weaker and slower. Su Ping'an keenly observed that the dragon python experienced a brief dizziness when it launched the attack, clearly a sign of exhaustion. Despite the weakened attack, Su Ping'an didn't let his guard down and swiftly dodged. The Titan dragon python seized this opportunity and dashed down the mountain, putting some distance between itself and Su Ping'an. "Captain Yi, full firepower. Stop it for me," Su Ping'an shouted as he chased relentlessly. A barrage of gunfire erupted, with machine guns and cannons roaring, followed by deafening explosions. The already exhausted Titan dragon python was caught off guard by the sheer power of modern weaponry and was quickly overwhelmed. When the gunfire ceased, Su Ping'an arrived on the scene to find the Titan dragon python lying on the ground, its scales shattered, and its body covered in bloody wounds. As a first-rank 11-star beast, no matter how high its bloodline level, It couldn't withstand such a fierce onslaught. Big guy, are you willing to become my battle pet now? Su Pingan asked calmly, standing 5 meters away. The Titan dragon python weakly lifted its eyes to look at Su Pingan, a mix of hatred and fear in its gaze. Su Pingan seemed to read its thoughts and smiled, saying, becoming a battle pet doesn't mean losing your freedom. Following the right master could be an opportunity. When your master stands at the pinnacle of the world, wouldn't you share in the glory? This could even become a source of pride for your clan, something even your ancestors would envy. The dragon python showed a disdainful expression, flicking its tongue as if mocking Su Pingan's arrogance. Where there's a will, there's a way, Su Pingan said confidently. But one thing is certain. If you don't agree, you'll die today. You're just a first-rank 11-star beast. You probably haven't seen much of the world yet, right? Don't you want to experience its wonders, to see the scenes from your inherited memories with your own eyes? These words clearly struck a chord with the Titan dragon python, and a glimmer of hope and longing flashed in its eyes. Although it had gained some intelligence, its experience with intelligent beings was limited, and its nature remained relatively simple. Seeing its hesitation, Su Pingan threw out his biggest lure. If you become my battle pet, I can help you upgrade your bloodline and achieve the status of a holy beast. He then explained in detail the origin of the divine dragon pool, the dragon blood crystal slumbering at its bottom, and the sacred seal contained within. He told the dragon python that by merging with the sacred seal, it had a 70 to 80% chance of evolving into a holy grade bloodline. Finally, Su Pingan issued his ultimatum. I've shown enough sincerity. Now, this is your last chance. Nod if you agree, and if not, well, the Titan dragon python fell into deep contemplation, realizing it no longer faced death with the same fearlessness as before. Su Pingan held the dragon spear, its tip aimed directly at the Titan dragon python, and advanced step by step. Under this immense pressure, the moment the spear's tip pointed at its eye, the Titan dragon python finally lowered its proud head, crashing heavily to the ground, its breath weakening to an extreme. With swift movements, Su Pingan planted the spear into the ground and quickly formed hand seals, creating a special mark. Placing his hands on his forehead, a golden hexagram appeared. This was a soul mark that could only be activated by someone with a cultivation level of at least the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. He swiftly imprinted the soul mark into the Titan dragon python's sea of consciousness. Seeing the Titan dragon python in visible pain, Su Pingan immediately warned, do not struggle or resist, or you will die. The Titan dragon python quieted down, and the soul mark was smoothly implanted. In an instant, Su Pingan felt a soul connection established between them, allowing him to control the creature's life and death with just a thought. Master, save me. I can't hold on any longer. The Titan dragon python's plea echoed in Su Pingan's mind. After a moment of contemplation, Su Pingan decided to try using the life force of the life source stone for healing. He placed his hand on the Titan dragon python, channeling the life force from the life source stone in his sea of consciousness through the star mark. As the continuous stream of life force was infused, the Titan dragon python's injuries rapidly healed. Within just 5 minutes, it went from being on the verge of death to being full of vigor. Su Pingan silently calculated that this process had consumed a total of 61 units of life force. The Titan dragon python was overjoyed, its massive head gently rubbing against Su Pingan. When Su Pingan learned its name was by Susu, he resignedly decided to call it Susu for short. Yishao and the others snapped out of their astonishment and congratulated Su Pingan. In high spirits, Su Pingan led the group to the mountain peak. There, a divine dragon pool came into view, with the surroundings showing signs of a fierce battle, shattered rocks and toppled vegetation. Su Pingan explained to the group that the pool's water contained the power of dragon blood, and he soothed the anxious Titan dragon python in his mind. Eagerly, everyone jumped into the pool. Although the initial cold was bone-chilling, under Su Pingan's guidance on how to circulate their energy, they soon felt a burning heat. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle was unfolding methodically. 2 combat camps had split into 6 teams, each heading to different 4-star danger-level beast gathering sites. Outside a gourd-shaped valley, Shanghai led a team of 300, reporting to the camp headquarters via military radio, we have reached the 4-star Zone 1 position, requesting permission to engage. Position 1, the drone is in place. The beasts inside haven't detected us yet. Battalion Commander Tong Guan quickly issued combat orders through the real-time drone footage. Ascend from both sides, secure the high ground, and block all exits. Yes, sir. The squad swiftly mobilized, executing the tactical deployment as planned. First squad in position. Second squad in position. Third squad in position. Squad leader Chow Hai scanned the surroundings, confirming that all units were ready. He decisively commanded, target the enemies, open fire. In an instant, the deafening roar of gunfire shattered the valley's silence. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, precisely striking the beasts within the valley. The sudden attack threw the beast horde into chaos. A Tier 1 9-star Beast King let out an earth-shaking roar. Using the protrusions on the cliff, it leapt towards the soldiers on the mountainside, attempting to attack. Suppress it with firepower. Don't let it get up here, Shanghai ordered decisively. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers simultaneously raised their heavy sniper rifles, aiming at the airborne Beast King. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, with dozens of bullets hitting their mark. The Beast King's body exploded midair, disintegrating into a mist of blood and falling into the valley below. Under overwhelming firepower, none of the nearly 2,000 beasts in the valley survived. They all became spoils of war. This wasn't cruelty. It was the law of survival. The bloodthirsty beasts, lacking sentience, were both a threat and a resource to humans. Calling HQ, the battle is over. Requesting permission to disperse and attack the 3-star danger-level beast gathering points, Shanghai reported through the radio. With HQ's approval, the squad replenished their ammunition and split into 3 groups, each heading towards one of the nearby beast gathering points. Meanwhile, at the edge of Shenlong Pond atop Shenlong Mountain, a soldier opened his eyes, excitement coursing through him as he felt the newfound power surging within. Those who have awakened, wait on the shore, Su Pingan instructed. Hit me with a punch, Su Pingan said to the soldier who had just come ashore. Commander, my strength has increased, but I can't control it well yet. The soldier hesitated. Don't worry, give it your all. The soldier nodded, gathering all his strength, and struck Su Pingan's outstretched palm with a powerful punch. Over 27,000 kilograms, late stage of the 8th level of body refinement, Su Pingan quickly assessed the warrior's strength and smiled with satisfaction. The effect of the dragon blood body refinement had indeed exceeded his expectations. The warrior, in disbelief, confirmed, Commander, are you saying I advanced directly from the early stage of the 6th level to the late stage of the 8th level? Su Pingan nodded in confirmation, and the warrior became even more excited. Sit down and meditate to stabilize your cultivation and adapt to your new body, Su Pingan instructed. One by one, the warriors emerged from the Shenlong pool. The later they emerged, the more energy they had absorbed and the greater their improvement in strength. This was closely related to each individual's aptitude and determination. When the 13th warrior emerged, Su Pingan smiled with satisfaction. Over 30,800 kilograms, early stage of the 9th level of body refinement. Not bad. As time passed, only Yishao remained in the pool. About an hour later, Yishao suddenly opened his eyes and burst into excited laughter. I can't bear to look, Su Pingan commented wryly. Under everyone's gaze, the usually stern Yishao showed a rare moment of embarrassment, coughing lightly to cover it up. How do you feel? Su Pingan asked. Thank you, Commander. I feel great, Yishao replied, regaining his composure. Give me your best punch. Let me see your strength. Yishao nodded, and then punched Su Pingan's palm with all his might. The force of the punch caused Su Pingan's arm to move slightly backward. Yishao was the first warrior to achieve this. Over 101,000 kilograms, 10th level of body refinement. Now you can proudly say you're the second strongest on Blue Star, Su Pingan praised. Yishao was initially ecstatic, but quickly calmed down. He realized that even his full-strength punch couldn't move the commander an inch, a testament to the commander's unfathomable strength. Su Pingan patted Yishao's shoulder and addressed everyone. Now, you all deserve the title of War God Special Forces. But remember, do not become complacent. Keep striving. He then ordered Yishao to lead the team down the mountain to find Deputy Commander Chon for their next mission, to familiarize themselves with their new strength through actual combat. When Yishao asked about his whereabouts, Su Pingan pointed to the Shenlong pool and said, It's my turn to give it a try. Before leaving, Yishao asked if they could train there again. Su Pingan explained that the energy in the Shenlong pool was nearly depleted, and the best results were achieved only during the first session. After everyone had left, Su Pingan summoned the demon refining pot to collect dragon blood. A golden dragon blood crystal was quickly absorbed into the pot. By separating the holy seal, he obtained a little over 1 drop of 5th-grade low-tier spirit liquid. Although it was less than he had expected, Su Pingan quickly came to terms with it. He kept 1 drop of the 5th-grade low-tier spirit liquid and distributed the remaining portion among the lower tiers. 13 drops of high-grade 4th-tier spirit liquid? Su Pingan couldn't help but exclaim. It was only now that he truly grasped the vast chasm between the 4th and 5th tiers. A single drop of low-grade 5th-tier spirit liquid could accommodate 100 drops of high-grade 4th-tier spirit liquid, far surpassing the usual tenfold relation. He meticulously took stock of his haul. After retaining 13 drops of high-grade 4th-tier spirit liquid, the remaining portion was converted into over 7 drops of mid-grade 3rd-tier spirit liquid. Keeping 7 drops of mid-grade 3rd-tier spirit liquid, he then converted the rest into 5 drops of high-grade 2nd-tier spirit liquid, along with 4 drops of high-grade 1st-tier and 6 drops of low-grade 1st-tier spirit liquid. Regarding the levels of spirit liquid, Su Pingan had a clear understanding. Top-grade 1st-tier was roughly equivalent to low-grade 2nd-tier, divine-grade 1st-tier matched mid-grade 2nd-tier, and Saint grade first tier corresponded to high grade second tier. As for supreme grade, even the demon refining pot couldn't produce it. As an 11th-stage body refinement cultivator, what he needed most now was mid-grade second-tier spirit liquid. Other grades wouldn't bring any significant improvement. He poured the lower-grade spirit liquids into a large bottle, planning to use them later for his warriors or to exchange for resources. Taking inventory of his gains, besides a drop of low-grade 5th-tier spirit liquid, he had 13 drops of high-grade 4th tier, 7 drops of mid-grade 3rd tier, and 5 drops of high-grade 2nd-tier spirit liquid, enough to support a long period of cultivation. Not bad. This trip to Shanghai Pool was a huge success, Su Pingan thought happily. Not only had he obtained the Zhuge fruit, but he had also amassed a substantial amount of spirit liquid and a highly promising battle pet. Unwilling to waste the remaining energy in Shanghai Pool, he instructed his battle pet, "Guard me." Then, he leaped into the pool. "Yes, master." Sure enough, there was still a trace of dragon blood power lingering in the pool. Su Pingan closed his eyes, operating his cultivation technique. Feeling the dragon blood power continuously flow into his body, his cultivation level rising steadily. Only when he could no longer absorb any dragon blood power did he open his eyes, looking with slight regret at the now ordinary deep pool. Over 630,000 kilograms, he estimated, clenching his fist, now one step closer to the 12th stage of body refinement. "Congratulations, master, on your significant advancement." The Titan Dragon Python swam closer to congratulate him. "Now it's your turn," Su Pingan said with a mysterious smile. Continuation of the story follows the same optimization style, retaining all content while making it more concise and engaging. "Master, based on the knowledge I have inherited from the 5-clawed golden dragon lineage, the sacred bloodlines are categorized into 3 levels: lower, middle, and upper. Right now, I possess the lowest tier of the sacred lower bloodline," Bai Sushu explained in detail. The first stage of the 12-star realm is subdivided into 9 grades. Entering the 12-star realm corresponds to the first grade. A sacred lower bloodline only needs to cultivate to the 3rd grade to break through to the 2nd stage. The middle tier requires the 6th grade, and the upper tier needs the 9th grade. Su Pingan nodded slightly. This information was entirely new to him, as he had never encountered it in his previous life. The notion of the 12-star realm being divided into 9 grades was also a first. It could have been due to the lack of records in the Wuji Xiangong, or perhaps the previous discoverers hadn't disclosed it. Once he acquired the complete Wuji Xiangong in the Antarctic continent, he would naturally uncover the truth. "What is your current cultivation level? And how are you able to float in midair?" Su Pingan asked. "I am currently at the 2nd grade of the 12-star first stage. As for floating, it's a flying secret technique of the 5-clawed golden dragon clan. An innate ability that comes with awakening the sacred bloodline," Bai Sushu replied, then excitedly added, "Master, I can not only fly myself but also carry you along." Su Pingan's eyes lit up. This ability was indeed convenient. "Great, let's descend the mountain now. Take me down," he said as he leaped onto Bai Sushu's massive body, nearly 70 meters long. "Sushu, what species do you belong to now?" Su Pingan suddenly realized she could no longer be called a Titan Dragon Python. Bai Sushu explained, "Master, my ancestors were from the Titan Python clan. They interbred with the Dragon clan in ancient times, giving rise to the Titan Dragon Python clan. Now that I have advanced to the sacred lower bloodline, I should have created an entirely new species. Please give me a name. In that case, considering you now resemble the Dragon clan more and are so enormous, why not call you Titan God Dragon? This place is called Shenlong Mountain and Shenlong Pond, which seems quite fitting. What do you think?" "Yes, Titan God Dragon it is." Bai Sushu happily accepted the new name for her species. Bai Sushu then carried Su Pingan into the sky, flying steadily toward the foot of the mountain. However, as they reached the base, alarms suddenly blared. "Damn, I forgot about this. Don't attack, it's me," Su Pingan quickly shouted. "Wait, that sounds like the commander." Someone below recognized his voice. Although they still aimed their weapons, they didn't open fire immediately. As they descended to about 200 meters, Su Pingan leaped off, creating a deep crater upon landing. Emerging from the dust, he immediately ordered the alarm to be lifted and introduced Bai Sushu's new identity to everyone. Finally, Su Pingan arranged for Bai Sushu to continue living at the mountaintop Shenlong Pond and handed her a bottle. "Here are 100 drops of high-grade 2nd-level spiritual liquid. It should be enough to support your cultivation up to the peak of the 3rd grade." Su Pingan handed over the container filled with the liquid. Bai Sushu accepted the spiritual liquid, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. "Thank you, master." She recalled how she had previously absorbed the spiritual liquid quickly using the power of the sacred seal and felt a bit regretful. Now, she could only enhance her strength slowly, and due to her large size, she couldn't pass through the teleportation gate to the high-pressure electric training room on Blue Star. After Bai Sushu left, everyone visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Pingan immediately turned to the group. Let's go to the command center and report on the current battle progress. At the large sand table in the command center, Qin Ming first reported the achievements of the Yinhuang Legion. They had cleared out large beast gathering areas within a 50-kilometer radius, eliminating over 214,000 beasts, with only 7 minor injuries among their ranks. Additionally, they had secured 17 spiritual fields and herb gardens. Next, Guoshout Eon reported on the wild army situation. They had swiftly cleared 441,000 beasts and identified 73 potential spiritual herb growth sites. Although 5 were seriously injured and 143 sustained minor injuries, there were no fatalities. It was estimated that more than 100,000 beasts might still remain in the area, with their numbers potentially fluctuating due to nocturnal activities. Su Pingan identified a critical issue. We lack specialized personnel, especially in identifying medicinal herbs and minerals. Qin Ming mentioned that some warriors had gained insights into alchemy and weapon forging from the wordless heavenly steel, but their numbers were very few. Su Pingan decided to bring in experts from Blue Star and instructed Qin Ming to organize the warriors with relevant skills to conduct a preliminary inventory of the spiritual fields. Finally, Li Ming from the construction corps detailed the plan for the third line of defense. It would be built in 4 stages, including basic defense construction, secondary defense setup, military facility placement, and road construction, with an estimated total duration of about 2 weeks. After listening to the reports, Su Pingan shared his own idea. We need to build a city. Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, he added. We need to construct something akin to ancient fortresses at strategic locations. Su Pingan began to elaborate on the necessity of building a city. He first pointed out that according to historical records, the social structure of this otherworld is similar to ancient times, and constructing a city would facilitate future integration and communication with its civilization. He then analyzed the current challenges of defending against fierce beasts. We can only control an area within a 50-kilometer radius, while the 10,000 mountains span over 8,000 kilometers. Completely eradicating the beasts is unrealistic. A city would serve as the most effective defensive structure. As his finger traced the map, he continued. A city would not only provide safety for warriors, experts, and civilians, shielding them from nocturnal beast attacks, but also act as an economic hub where people can live together. After listening to the analysis, Li Ming's frown gradually eased, but soon returned. Su Pingan immediately noticed his concern. Generally, are you worried about the higher-ups' attitude? Li Ming admitted that the previous plans had already been set, and the idea of building a city had not been mentioned. Su Pingan promptly responded, I will personally report this suggestion to the higher authorities. Although he held the highest decision-making power, he chose to involve the higher-ups more. After arranging the construction of defensive lines and the task of eliminating fierce beasts, Su Pingan asked Qin Ming to stay behind. On the open ground outside the second defensive line, the two spent nearly 2 hours counting the beast corpses. Su Pingan meticulously recorded 2,238 adult 3-flowered ghost-faced pigs, 16 5-colored phoenix chicks, 25 money-mad blood leopards, 66 jaded golden toads, 3 crimson fire emperor dragon beasts, and 4,882 other edible fierce beasts. He specifically highlighted the value of several rare beasts, such as the 5-colored phoenix chick and the crimson fire emperor dragon beast, which have the bloodline of sacred beasts, the money-mad blood leopard, which can be used to refine blood rage pills, and the jaded golden toad, which can neutralize all poisons. Finally, there was the count of the Foundation establishment elixirs. From second-tier superior to first-tier inferior, the sheer quantity left Qin Ming momentarily stunned. When Su Pingan reminded him to take notes, Qin Ming snapped out of it and marveled. I didn't expect such a huge haul this time. Yeah, I didn't expect there to be so many second-tier beasts either. This is great, Su Pingan said with a satisfied smile. He analyzed the results carefully. Within a 50-kilometer radius, there are around 2,000 to 3,000 wandering second-tier beasts. This number is quite reasonable. If they were to gather together, they could indeed cause significant trouble. But in their scattered state, it's easier for us to take them down one by one. Talking about first-tier top-grade spiritual liquid, Su Pingan continued, first-tier top-grade spiritual liquid corresponds to first-tier 10-star beasts, which are even rarer than second-tier low-grade beasts. This makes sense since beasts with top-grade bloodlines are already scarce. He added with a hint of regret. It's a pity that our warriors haven't reached the Qi and Blood realm yet. Otherwise, we could consider taming some of these top-grade bloodline beasts as battle pets. To form a contract, one needs to either reach the 11th level of the body refining realm or the Qi and Blood realm. Right now, none of us are at that level. He initially thought of reminding Qin Ming to capture first-tier 10-star beasts alive in the future, but considering the current inability of the warriors to accurately determine the beast levels, Su Pingan shelved the idea. Time was limited, and he couldn't address everything. Pingan, how should we allocate these foundational spiritual liquids? Give me a specific plan, Qin Ming asked. Su Pingan immediately provided a detailed plan. First-tier low-grade foundational spiritual liquid is no longer of much use to the Yinhuang Legion. We can allocate it to the field army and the construction corps. We'll keep a portion of the first-tier mid-grade spiritual liquid and distribute the rest of them as well. The primary goal is to help the brothers in the field army and construction corps reach the 6th level of the body refining realm. With this batch of foundational spiritual liquid, many in our Yanhuang Legion should be able to break through to the 2nd tier, which will be very helpful for our upcoming explorations of further regions. He added, beyond the 50-kilometer radius, the number and proportion of 2nd-tier beasts increase significantly. While those in the body refining realm can still explore these areas, the risks will rise sharply. Got it, I know how to handle it now. Qin Meng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the core meeting room of the capital, the Prime Minister had gathered all the top officials. Prime Minister, seeing you so happy, do you have good news to announce? The second elder asked with a smile. The Prime Minister responded with a smile. Indeed, I have good news, and not just one. Today, besides announcing 3 pieces of good news, we also need to discuss 3 major issues. He then announced the first piece of good news. Su Pingan, leading the Yanhuang Legion and other units, has expanded our territory by 50 kilometers beyond the teleportation gate. This means that Huaxia now has a solid foothold in the otherworld, our new territory. This is a monumental achievement. Su Pingan has truly lived up to our expectations. The officials present were elated. A 50-kilometer radius, approximately 8,000 square kilometers, is equivalent to the area of a city. This not only alleviates the previous lack of strategic depth between the first and second lines of defense, but also, being located in the 10,000 mountains, the high mountains and dense forests within the region hold significant strategic value. When the Prime Minister announced the second piece of good news, it left everyone stunned. This time, they had hunted over 600,000 beasts, including 4,882 beasts most suitable for nourishing purposes, which were already on their way to the capital. Even more exciting was the research finding that the meat of these beasts contained powerful active factors that could not only inhibit the spread of cancer cells, but also delay aging, making it akin to a miraculous medicine. The Prime Minister proposed, we are relatively healthy and can wait, but for those critically ill patients, every second counts. I suggest prioritizing these patients who are in urgent need of treatment. A general raised concerns about confidentiality. Prime Minister, I agree with your idea, but large-scale treatment of patients will inevitably expose the existence of the portal, which could cause a huge international uproar. Are we prepared to handle this? The Prime Minister acknowledged the importance of this issue. It does need to be done secretly. Does anyone have specific suggestions? During the discussion, someone proposed treating the patients under the guise of testing new drugs and suggested centralized management of the patients. However, this quickly encountered practical difficulties. The number of critically ill patients nationwide is vast, and many of them are in ICUs, making it difficult to centralize them. At this point, an elder proposed a new approach. Can we extract a treatment from the meat of the fierce beasts? This might be more manageable. This immediately reminded everyone present of the Foundation elixir. The Prime Minister immediately summoned Secretary General Zhang Wei. Contact Shui Yong right away. Retrieve the Foundation elixir and bring it back to the capital. Send it to the lab. I want to see the test results as soon as possible. After Zhang Wei left, the Prime Minister continued to lay out the plan. The use of fierce beast meat will be temporarily set aside. We will continue to prioritize supplying it to the elderly and veterans who have made significant contributions. Once their health permits, they will be sent to Kunlun Mountain for cultivation. This is the fundamental solution. Although someone suggested that the acquired cultivation methods could be practiced directly in the capital, the Prime Minister explained. Some people can go to Kunlun, and some can stay in the capital. But to truly comprehend the most suitable cultivation methods, one must visit the Stele of No Words in the other world. The meeting then moved on to the second agenda item. The Prime Minister conveyed Su Pingan's suggestion to build a city in the other world, sparking a lively discussion. The participants analyzed the feasibility from security, economic, and military perspectives, ultimately reaching a consensus. The Prime Minister concluded, since everyone agrees, let's leave it to the experts. We will send construction experts and ancient city-building specialists to draft the best plan. The final agenda item concerned the international situation. Faced with the fierce conflict between Sam Nation and Japan, and the looming threat from Russia, the participants unanimously agreed that it was too early to send troops. The Prime Minister made the final decision. For now, we will observe but accelerate our military preparations. Inform the Emperor that they will lead this battle, with us providing logistical support, and we will share the spoils 60-40 in the future. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, the Emperor was listening to a report from the Foreign Minister. In response to China's stance, the Defense Minister appeared indignant, but someone pointed out that this was an open strategy. To avoid becoming a subordinate to China and to gain more benefits, Russia had no choice but to step up. The Emperor gazed eastward and asked in a deep voice, how many soldiers have been mobilized so far? 2 million troops, and we can immediately deploy 1.5 million. The military minister responded decisively. That's too few. The Emperor's eyes burned with intensity. Accelerate the mobilization. Even 5 million won't be enough. We need at least 10 million troops. First, secretly move the 1.5 million troops to the Far East, under the guise of maintaining stability there. Upon hearing this, the court official's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, this is a golden opportunity to revive the Red Empire. We should rally more nations to join our cause, they suggested eagerly. Although the smaller countries are weak on their own and hesitant to act, if they follow our lead, the situation will change dramatically. Good point. The emperor pondered for a moment. Immediately contact the friendly nations, engage their intentions. If they are willing, have them form a coalition army and send them to our Far East region. The international situation suddenly became highly volatile, with the shadow of a second storm looming over the globe. People began hoarding food and weapons, and anxiety spread. Only in China did life remain calm and normal, despite the seemingly imminent crisis. Meanwhile, in the high-voltage training room 0 outside Death Valley, Su Pingan was undergoing grueling training. Electric arcs danced across his body, causing him to frown and sweat profusely. The dashboard showed that the current running through his body had reached 11,000 amps. Suddenly, Su Pingan opened his eyes, blue electric arcs flickering in his pupils like lightning. He took a deep breath, exhaling a stream of air mixed with electricity. Body refinement stage, level 12, grade 5, with a strength of 50 million kilograms. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. A week of seclusion had significantly boosted his cultivation, but the prolonged electrical stimulation had also left his body exhausted. He took stock of his resources: 1 drop of 5th grade low tier spirit liquid, 13 drops of 4th grade high tier spirit liquid, and 62 drops of 2nd grade high tier spirit liquid, enough to support a considerable period of training. As he stepped out of the training room, he encountered Yi Xiao. During their conversation, Su Pingan learned that all members of the War God Special Forces had advanced to the first level of the Qi and Blood stage, with 5 reaching the mid-stage. Both combat battalions had also entered the first level of the Qi and Blood stage, with only 7 members of the Guardian Squad remaining at the peak of the 9th level of the Body Refinement stage. Although there were only 11 gravity rooms, the training results were impressive. At that moment, Shui Yong arrived to return the dimensional space box and brought the latest war report. After 3 days of bombing, the Sam Nation coalition had begun landing on Beihai Island, with Yamamoto leading the high command personally. Currently, the coalition was still over 70 kilometers from the wormhole, advancing only 2 to 3 kilometers per day. The battlefield had turned into a meat grinder, with daily casualties in the tens of thousands on both sides. It seems the Western Coalition's ammunition supplies are running low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be using human lives to fill the gap, Su Pingan mused, noting the similarity to the previous timeline, though the timing was slightly different. Shui Yong paused, then fell into deep thought. Based on intelligence, Japan suffered significant losses during the last round of prolonged bombings that lasted over 10 days. Shui Yong analyzed carefully. Casualties are estimated to be no less than 20 million, with at least 5 million deaths. Major industrial bases and cities like Tokyo have been reduced to ashes. In terms of war potential, they likely won't hold out much longer. What's the current situation on Hokkaido? I estimate they've relocated a large population there through various channels. The island's civilian population should be around 20 million now, with an army size of 3 to 4 million, Shui Yong said, his tone slightly uncertain. And the Western Allied forces? The initial landing force was 1 million, but today's reports indicate it's increased to 1.5 million. The key point is that the West has ample logistical support, whereas Japan, having lost its industrial base, will struggle with supplies. So Japan has essentially no chance of turning the tide? It was doomed from the start, Shui Yong analyzed. The only variable is the other world. Yamamoto Dufu took the emperor and other high-ranking officials to Hokkaido, likely not just to oversee the battle, but also because there's an escape route there. Su Pingan nodded in agreement. He knew that in his previous life, Japan had indeed done this. Unfortunately, a high-level betrayal occurred. Yamamoto Dufu was backstabbed and killed while preparing to retreat to the other world. The traitor led Japan to submit to the United States, becoming its vassal. What about the other 3 islands? The American-led coalition is also attacking, but not as intensively as on Hokkaido. They aim to completely cripple Japan's war potential. Once control over the 3 islands is lost, Japan will be left to die on Hokkaido. The Japanese High Command must be well aware of this situation. Yes, but they have no choice but to hold out. Moreover, they believe the other world offers a way out. If worst comes to worst, they can make a comeback from there. The other world is vast. It won't be easy for the United States to find them. Su Pingan felt quite satisfied. In this reborn life, this outcome was the one he least wanted to change, and it seemed to remain unchanged. What's the higher-up stance on the Japanese front? Are they planning to send troops? Not for now. However, we've already made contact with Russia. They'll take the lead while we provide logistical support. Russia has already stationed 1 million troops in the Far East, and is continuing to increase their numbers. The Western allies have noticed this, which is why the battle on Hokkaido is so fierce. The conversation then shifted to the exploration of the other world. Su Pingan mentioned that the fourth portal was about to open in Antarctica, likely within a month, and he needed to personally confirm its exact location. A few days later, on January 15, 2024, Su Pingan's private jet flew over Antarctica. "Commander, we're approaching the designated area," the pilot reported. After some discussion, they decided to parachute at an altitude of 700 meters. Although Su Pingan had reached the 12th level of body tempering, with a strength of 70 million kilograms, caution was still necessary for safety. Amidst the howling wind, Su Pingan jumped. Activating his cultivation technique, he pushed his energy and blood to the limit, ultimately crashing into the ice, penetrating over 10 meters deep. In an instant, he leaped out of the deep pit. The cushioning effect of the ice was unexpectedly effective, and Su Pingan landed without a scratch. He quickly checked his physical condition and, confirming he was unhurt, couldn't help but smile. He immediately retrieved a drone from his dimensional spacebox and began reconnaissance. Soon, a clear overhead map appeared before him. Su Pingan carefully compared the scene with his memories and quickly pinpointed his target location. After a few agile leaps, Su Pingan arrived at the entrance of a sloped ice cave. Seeing the familiar sight, a smile spread across his face as he walked briskly into the cave. About a dozen meters in, a heavily corroded bronze door came into view. It was the #1 portal discovered by the adventurer YouTuber, Chris. Su Pingan swiftly took down the dimensional treasure box from the door. Upon opening it, he found only a golden light. In the next moment, the light entered his forehead, accompanied by a message. Infinite profound art, supreme level technique, divided into 3 parts. Mortal realm, divine realm, and supreme realm. The mortal realm has 7 levels, corresponding to 7 stages from body tempering to celestial being. Su Pingan could clearly see all the content for the body tempering stage in his mind, while the other 6 stages appeared in a gray state. As for the divine realm and supreme realm, apart from their names, the rest was shrouded in mist. The body tempering stage's training methods matched the information Chris had previously shared, but with additional detailed divisions for the 12th and 13th levels. The 12th level is divided into 9 grades, corresponding to sacred bloodlines or blood quality. The 13th level is divided into 3 grades, corresponding to supreme bloodlines or blood quality. The 12th level is further categorized into lower, middle, and upper sacred grades, while the 13th level is divided into supreme sovereign, supreme ruler, and supreme transcendence. Su Pingan frowned. Achieving the supreme sovereign quality of the 13th level requires a starting strength of 1 billion kilograms. To advance to the supreme ruler quality, 10 billion kilograms of strength is needed, and the ultimate supreme transcendence quality demands an astonishing 100 billion kilograms of strength. This is like an endless loop, Su Pingan thought, relieved that he chose to join the state, as it would be nearly impossible to endure this long accumulation process alone. He estimated that possessing the strength of 100 billion kilograms might not make him a match for a 4th realm transcendence expert, but he would be unrivaled below that level. After gathering his thoughts, Su Pingan decided to check the world behind the portal. Passing through, he experienced a dizzying sensation and found himself in the snowy expanse of the northern wilderness ice and snow forbidden zone, identical to what he remembered. Confirming this, he immediately returned to Blue Star. Although the portal had a 3-day safety zone protection, solo exploration no longer offered significant rewards for Su Pingan, unless he encountered rare treasures like the dragon blood crystals from the Divine Dragon Pool. Leaving the ice cave, Su Pingan used his coiling dragon spear to cut a large block of ice and seal the entrance. Over time, the ice would merge with the cave entrance, making it difficult for Chris to rediscover the portal. However, Su Pingan estimated that the expanding portal would be exposed in 8 to 10 months. After completing the cover-up, Su Pingan sent a signal. When the plane arrived, he leapt into the air, grabbed the 200-meter-long rope dangling from 400 meters above, and quickly climbed aboard. "Chief, you're incredible. Let's head back," Su Pingan said with a smile. "Yes, sir." Upon returning to the capital, Su Pingan went straight to the core meeting room. "Xiao Su, please brief everyone on the situation of the 4th portal," the Prime Minister said. Su Pingan nodded and explained the portal's location and camouflage, estimating it could remain hidden for 8 to 10 months. The attending generals acknowledged this time frame, believing it wouldn't affect the upcoming battles. When asked about the portal's activation patterns, Su Pingan stated that he hadn't found any clear patterns, but could sense the timing and location of new portals in advance. This information worried the attendees. If the rest of the world learned about other portals, the Western Alliance, Japan, and Russia might alter their strategies and avoid further conflict. The group agreed that they needed to accelerate their actions. In this era of unprecedented change, a high-ranking official spoke gravely to Su Pingan. To snatch chestnuts from the fire, gaining the maximum benefit with minimal cost, this is China's opportunity. With the information from the seer, we can launch a dimensional strike. Xiao Su, if the next portal is about to open, You must notify us immediately so we can be prepared. No problem. Su Pingan nodded in agreement. He mentally calculated the remaining 5 portals. One within China's borders, ready to be activated at any time. One at the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, which was currently untouchable due to the potentially catastrophic consequences of the 18-character incantation, necessitating a buildup of sufficient resources. The other 3 portals were located in the United States, India, and Egypt. The peculiarity of these portals was that once activated, they would be impossible to conceal, necessitating their rapid consecutive activation to prevent others from reacting and triggering a nationwide search for the Bronze Gates. Xiao Su, I heard you're planning to explore an ancient relic. Do you need any assistance from us? The chief advisor asked at the right moment. No need, the current forces in the other world are sufficient to handle it. Su Pingan replied concisely. Be careful. Your life is more important than any relic, the chief advisor said with concern in his voice. Upon returning to the command center of the Yinhuang Legion in the other world, Su Pingan immediately inquired about the reconnaissance of the relic from Qin Ming. Qin Ming unfolded an electronic map and pointed to the red dots on it, saying, We've discovered 9 large beast gathering areas around the relic, each with 6,000 to 10,000 second-tier beasts. Including the scattered beasts in the vicinity, there are nearly 300,000 within an 8-kilometer radius, with almost 100,000 being second-tier beasts. Su Pingan carefully observed the distribution of the beast gathering points on the map and suddenly had a revelation. The 9 Palace Divine Formation. This is the protective formation of an ancient sect. Due to its age, the formation has become unstable, causing spiritual energy to leak out, which attracted so many beasts. Is there a way to deal with them without damaging the relic? Qin Ming asked. Lead the snake out of its hole, Su Pingan said confidently. Call everyone for a meeting. I have a complete battle plan. 50 kilometers southeast of the relic, a military fortress stood majestically. It was equipped not only with dense bunkers, but also artillery positions, air defense systems, and a 6-kilometer-long, 30-meter-high defensive wall. How's the preparation of the beast blood? Su Pingan asked. We recently hunted over 200,000 beasts, and the blood reserves are sufficient, Qin Ming replied. Su Pingan ordered. Use drones to spread the blood from the nearest beast gathering area all the way to our location. Use the scent of blood to lure them out. We've made a lot of noise here in recent days, and they haven't moved. Are you sure this will work? Qin Ming asked with some hesitation. Daytime might not be feasible, but night is a different story, Su Pingan said with a smile. If we launch a surprise attack and thoroughly enrage them, the situation could change. Beasts are more bloodthirsty and agitated at night. Once provoked, they lose their rationality, and we can lead them by the nose. Qin Ming pondered for a moment before asking, should we send people to provoke the beasts or use long-range artillery? Heh, I'll go meet them myself, Su Pingan replied confidently. Seeing the concern on Qin Ming's face, Su Pingan reassured him. Don't worry. I've reached the 13th level of the body refinement stage, 1st tier. I can easily kill any beast below the 3rd tier, 2 stars. As long as we don't encounter anything above the 3rd tier, for stars, there won't be any danger. To ease Qin Ming's worries, Su Pingan laid out a triple-layered plan. Have the War God Special Forces stand by 3 kilometers away. Ask General Gua to prepare artillery and drones for fire support, and I'll also call by Su Su for assistance. In the worst-case scenario, I can escape to the sky. Once the plan commenced, drones flew over the beast's gathering area and sprayed copious amounts of beast blood. The scent of blood quickly filled the air, growing stronger towards the northwest. Some beasts, driven mad by the smell, roared furiously at the sky. Su Pingan followed closely, wielding his panlong spear as he charged into the beast horde. Dozens of beasts lunged at him, but he repelled them with a single move, sweeping through thousands. He fought with broad and powerful strokes, effortlessly defeating even second-tier beasts. In the heat of battle, the panlong spear suddenly broke. Su Pingan cursed under his breath, but his bare fists proved even more formidable, smashing beasts into blood mist with a single punch. To avoid wasting spiritual liquid, he began to restrain his strength and retreated towards the northwest wall, deliberately luring the beasts to chase him. On the city wall, with Su Pingan's coordination, the Yinhuang Legion launched a counterattack. From regular gunfire to machine gun volleys and finally a barrage of rockets, the tide of battle began to turn. Su Pingan and Bai Su Su held their respective positions, slaying any beast attempting to scale the wall. Suddenly, a massive 3rd-tier, 1-star Iron Thorn Beast King smashed through a section of the wall. Su Pingan confronted it head-on, shattering its protective aura with a single punch and then seizing the opportunity to obliterate it with a second blow. This battle made Su Pingan realize his strength might surpass his expectations. To kill a 3rd-tier, 1-star beast in just 2 moves, even the weakest 3rd-tier beast, was an impressive feat. Without a moment to spare, Su Pingan quickly rushed to the collapsed city wall, his hands rapidly moving the fallen bricks and stones. Amidst the rubble, a A soldier was struggling to move. Are you okay? Su Pingan extended his hand to pull him up. Commander, it's just some minor injuries. The soldier responded firmly. The rescue operation was in full swing, with trapped soldiers being rescued one after another. However, deep within the debris, a lifeless body made Su Pingan's heart sink. He immediately tried to transfer life force, but it was in vain. Carry him to the rear, Su Pingan ordered somberly. As the highest commander, he understood that compassion had no place in warfare. Pioneering in a foreign realm was fraught with dangers, and this was only the first sacrifice. More challenges lay ahead. The battle raged on for an hour and a half before it finally subsided. The piles of beast corpses around the city walls silently attested to the ferocity of the fight. What's the casualty count? Su Pingan asked sternly. Qin Meng replied in a low tone. The field army lost 1 soldier, with 18 seriously injured and 148 lightly injured. The Yanhuang Corps has 1 soldier seriously injured and 13 lightly injured. Send the fallen soldiers back to Blue Star, transport the seriously injured to the main base, and treat the lightly injured on site, Su Pingan ordered decisively. The battle isn't over yet. This wave of Iron Thorn beasts was stronger than expected, all being second-tier beasts, including several dozen at the second-tier 9-star level and 1 at the third-tier 1-star level. Their defenses far exceeded those of ordinary beasts, making it difficult for conventional weapons to inflict fatal damage. Moreover, apart from the Yanhuang Corps, the other soldiers were only at the 6th level of body refining, rendering them nearly powerless in close combat. Just as Guo was about to console the seemingly downcast Su Pingan, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Commander, a large number of beasts are charging towards us." Drone footage revealed that the commotion and bloodshed from the previous battle had attracted nearby beast hordes. Su Pingan immediately ordered an equipment check in preparation for battle. He turned to General Guo. "Don't hold back on ammunition. Bombard them with everything we've got and call for reinforcements from the rear." The rocket artillery positions unleashed 5 rounds of intense bombardment, splitting the beast army. However, a thunderous beast roar from the rear rallied the initially chaotic beasts, driving them to continue their charge. Artillery and drones, execute a saturation strike, Guo ordered decisively. Most of the beasts were obliterated before reaching the city walls, with only a few high-tier beasts breaking through the firepower net. Su Pingan and Bai Susu led the Yanhuang Corps to deal with these stragglers. Bai Susu suddenly warned, "Master, I sense an extremely powerful presence. It's a third-tier beast king with near-divine bloodline, commanding from the shadows." Qin Meng brought even more troubling news. "Commander, the situation is critical. This beast tide numbers in the hundreds of thousands. Beasts from 8 large gathering points and numerous smaller ones are converging here, clearly a coordinated attack." Su Pingan immediately took Qin Meng to find Guo. "General Guo, this beast tide is being directed by a third-tier beast king with an exceptional bloodline. It has gained intelligence comparable to humans. No wonder this attack is so well coordinated," Guo realized. "If we don't eliminate it, we might suffer significant casualties this time," Su Pingan said gravely. "Therefore, I'm going to personally kill it. General, I leave the command to you." As a former Special Forces soldier, Su Pingan knew that the beast army without its beast king would be like scattered sand. A decapitation strike was undoubtedly the best option at present. "Commander Su, a man of your stature should not risk himself." Guo shook his head repeatedly. "You are our supreme commander now. How can you lead the charge yourself? If something goes wrong—" "No, absolutely not. Don't worry, I'll be fine," Su Pingan said confidently, though he kept the secret of the life source stone to himself. "General Guo, I order you as the supreme commander. Lead the army. If you can't hold the line, retreat to the next defensive layer, or even the second line of defense if necessary. Remember, the soldiers' lives are paramount. If we lose land but save lives, we can always reclaim the land later after these beasts are eliminated." Guo hesitated, but eventually saluted Su Pingan and left to carry out the orders. "Susu, take me there," Su Pingan said as he leaped onto Bai Susu, who flew towards the rear of the beast army. Before long, Bai Susu excitedly communicated, "Master, I sense it. It's among these beasts, but it's very good at hiding. We need to pinpoint its exact location." In the pitch-black night, Su Pingan frowned in thought. He was about to instruct Bai Susu to return to support the army when she firmly interrupted. "Master, let me stay and fight alongside you. My lower-grade holy bloodline is fatally attractive to the Beast King. It can help you lure it out." "Can a third-tier beast still upgrade its bloodline?" Su Pingan was somewhat surprised. "It can, but it's extremely difficult. However, my bloodline is 2 major levels higher than its own, making it incredibly tempting for it." After careful consideration, Su Pingan agreed to Bai Susu's suggestion. They landed among the beasts, with Bai Susu releasing her bloodline aura, while Su Pingan scattered numerous glow sticks for illumination. Under the glow, they were surrounded by a dense crowd of beasts. Some knelt upon seeing by Susu, others looked crazed, and some exuded murderous intent. Master, I've found it. Bai Susu shared her vision with Su Ping'an, allowing him to lock onto their target, the Crimson Fire Emperor Dragon Beast. Suddenly, a roar that sounded like a mix of dragon and tiger echoed through the night sky. The surrounding beasts, ignoring the pressure, charged at Bai Susu frantically. Get airborne now! Su Ping'an shouted. Bai Susu immediately soared into the sky, and the Crimson Fire Emperor Dragon Beast, seeing its chance slipping away, let out another earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, dozens of dark shadows streaked across the sky, their pitch-black wings tracing eerie arcs through the air. Master, it's the corpse vultures. Leave them to me. Bai Sushu's eyes sharpened as she swiftly moved to confront the airborne harbingers of death. Su Ping'an didn't hesitate for a moment. With a powerful leap, he charged towards the Crimson Fire Emperor Dragon Beast. Just then, a thunderous dragon roar echoed around them, and a massive wave of beasts surged forward, encircling the Dragon Beast. The remaining fierce beasts formed a fan-shaped formation, rushing towards Su Ping'an. Damn, even third-tier beasts are this timid. Su Ping'an cursed under his breath. Without his Panlong spear, his combat efficiency had indeed taken a hit. This made him ponder the need for a new weapon. Weapons forged on Blue Star were clearly insufficient. He needed something at the spirit weapon level. Either he had to wait for the rewards from the Asin Nation's portal, or he had to pin his hopes on the relics of that ancient weapon-crafting sect. But for now, the most pressing task was to break through the encircling beasts and go straight for the Beast King. Su Ping'an let out a powerful roar as his right fist shot forward. Boom! The air was instantly torn apart, the sonic boom carrying violent gusts that sent a dozen beasts sprawling. Next, Su Ping'an transformed into a relentless killing machine. Every punch he threw took down a 2-star, second-tier beast or higher. These beasts, capable of guarding the Crimson Fire Emperor Dragon Beast, were indeed formidable and coordinated well in their formations. However, in the face of Su Ping'an's overwhelming strength, they could only slightly delay his advance. Soon, Su Ping'an reached the final line of defense. When he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp. 13 uniform, 1-star, third-tier beasts were glaring at him menacingly. Wow, so many high-tier beasts gathered here, Su Ping'an marveled, his eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. Boom! Bai Sushu fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground next to Su Ping'an, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Su Ping'an looked up and saw only 6 second-tier, 9-star corpse vultures circling above. One of the corpse vultures let out a sharp screech and dove towards the fallen Bai Sushu. Su Ping'an instantly rushed in front of Bai Sushu, delivering 4 precise punches, killing 4 corpse vultures on the spot. The remaining 2, terrified by the sight, quickly ascended, not daring to come close. Are you alright? Su Ping'an asked with concern, channeling the power of vitality into Bai Sushu. Master, I'm fine, Bai Sushu replied, quickly regaining her strength under the influence of the vitality power. This scene was witnessed by the nearby Scarlet Flame Dragon Beast, whose eyes flickered with both curiosity and greed. Suddenly, Bai Sushu communicated through her thoughts, Master, it's asking what kind of power you're transferring into me. Oh, you can communicate with it? Su Ping'an asked, surprised. Of course, we are both fierce beasts. It has a supreme bloodline and can gain intelligence at the 3rd tier, Bai Sushu explained. Then tell it that if it surrenders, we'll spare its life, Su Ping'an instructed. Though Bai Sushu knew it was extremely difficult to make a fierce beast submit, she conveyed the message anyway. Hearing this, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Beast flew into a rage and immediately led 13 of its 3rd-tier subordinates in a charge, reducing all vegetation in their path to ash. Sushu, stand back, Su Ping'an said, his expression serious as he faced the 14 charging beasts. Instead of retreating, he launched a counterattack, delivering a thunderous blow to one of the beasts, causing cracks to appear in its protective aura. The ensuing battle was intensely fierce. Su Ping'an adopted a strategy of trading blows, successfully killing 2 beasts but sustaining injuries himself. The beasts quickly changed tactics, opting for a war of attrition to wear down Su Ping'an's stamina. Meanwhile, the situation on the city wall had also changed. With Su Ping'an holding the Beast King at bay, the leaderless beast horde became disorganized. Guo seized the opportunity and ordered a saturation attack with increased firepower. After more than 2 hours, the city wall was in ruins. Seeing this, Guo immediately commanded, saturation attack 50 meters outside the wall, establish a containment net. The Yanhuang Legion will hold the line for 5 minutes while the others retreat to the second defensive line. Use long-range firepower to cover the Yanhuang Legion's withdrawal. The artillery fire brought the enemy closer, but despite the ferocious beasts swarming from afar, only a few managed to break through to the vicinity of the city walls. The soldiers of the Yanhuang Legion, though under immense pressure, steadfastly held their ground. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and the second line of defense was completed. Guo Xiaotian promptly ordered a retreat and commanded concentrated artillery fire to cover the area 30 meters outside and 50 meters inside the city walls. His strategy was to turn the city wall into an obstacle akin to barbed wire, slowing the beast's advance. The tactic was immediately effective, significantly reducing the beast's progress and buying precious time for the second line of defense to prepare. The fierce battle raged on for over 3 hours. Witnessing the mountain of beast corpses piling up, Guo Xiaotian decisively commanded his troops to retreat to the third line of defense. He also ordered the support units at the rear to hastily construct the fourth and fifth temporary defense lines. His tactical intent was clear: establish a defensive line every kilometer, trading space for enemy casualties. As the troops gradually retreated, the beasts were continuously worn down, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. When they had retreated to just 10 kilometers from the second line of defense, the beast horde had dwindled from over 200,000 to less than 30,000. The commander was right. The deeper into the night, the more frenzied these beasts become. Today, they've completely lost their minds, only knowing to charge and kill, Qin Ming observed, noting the chaotic yet fierce attacks of the beasts. That's correct. Their numbers have significantly decreased, and there's still a long time until dawn. Victory is in sight. It all depends on Commander Su's situation now, Guo Xiaotian replied, his tone weary but filled with relief. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Su Pingan was locked in an intense battle with the Crimson Fire Emperor Dragon. After over 5 hours of fierce fighting, he had slain all other third-tier beasts, leaving only this final opponent. Die! Su Pingan roared, delivering a powerful punch that instantly pulverized a beast. His gaze fixed firmly on the Crimson Fire Emperor Dragon. This is your last chance. Submit or die.
Choose.
With Bai Susu translating, the dragon's response was only rage and defiance. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, Su Pingan finally shattered the dragon's protective aura. Even gravely injured and on the brink of death, the Crimson Fire Emperor Dragon chose to fight to the end. Su Pingan, without further words, ended the proud beast's life with a single punch. After the battle, Su Pingan collected the beast corpses on the battlefield into the demon refining pot. Those below the third tier were refined into spirit liquid, while the third-tier ones were temporarily preserved. He then rode Bai Susu back to the main camp, where Guo Xiaotian had already led the army to a position just 3 kilometers from the second line of defense. Commander Su, I can finally relax now that you're back safely, Guo Xiaotian said, his eyes reflecting relief as he watched Su Pingan descend from the sky. Qin Ming didn't bother with formalities and rushed forward to give Su Pingan a big hug. Seeing Su Pingan return safely, Yishao and others couldn't help but smile in relief. Is everyone all right? Su Pingan asked with concern. We're fine, Guo Xiaotian reported quickly. We fought while retreating, staying vigilant all the way. There were some casualties, but the losses were minimal. Hearing this, Su Pingan felt somewhat reassured. He then turned his attention to the battlefield, where the beams of searchlights and the flashes of artillery fire illuminated the relentless wave of beasts. How many beasts are left? Hard to say, Qin Ming replied, shaking his head. There were over 30,000 initially, but the blood has attracted more. I estimate beasts from a 50-kilometer radius have been drawn to the battlefield. From the looks of it, we might have to fight until dawn. We'll only be done once we've either wiped out the nearby beasts or they regain their senses and retreat, Su Pingan analyzed. That's our assessment too, Qin Ming agreed. Let's keep fighting. At least there are no tier 3 beasts, which makes things a bit easier, Su Pingan said, then followed Guo Xiaotian to closely observe his command techniques. This experience of coordinating large-scale, multi-unit operations was invaluable to him. As the battle progressed, the Chinese army gradually fell back to the second defensive line, holding their ground firmly. There was no room for further retreat, and the second line's infrastructure was crucial. More importantly, the tighter formation meant more concentrated firepower, gradually diminishing the beast's numerical advantage. As dawn broke, the battlefield was revealed in stark detail, with mountains of beast carcasses making everyone gasp. Deploy drones to scout the area, Su Pingan ordered. Soon, the reconnaissance results came in. Report, no more beast reinforcements detected. Less than 10,000 remain within a 5-kilometer radius. Most have stopped attacking and are scavenging the dead along their path. The time for a counterattack has come. Su Pingan and Guo Xiaotian exchanged a determined look, reaching a consensus. As expected, after the battle, Su Pingan meticulously inspected the bodies of the beasts on the battlefield. Due to the intense firepower and the beasts devouring each other, there were few intact bodies. After a rigorous selection process, he set aside over 300 of the most valuable beasts and selected more than 15,000 relatively intact ones with nourishing properties to be transported to the capital. The rest were all refined into spiritual liquid. How much Foundation establishment liquid did we get this time? Qin Ming asked with concern. Su Pingan beamed. A lot, more than expected. He then listed the detailed figures. over 37,000 drops of second-tier high-grade, more than 65,000 drops of mid-grade, and over 257,000 drops of low-grade, 15,000 drops of first-tier top-grade, more than 1,657,000 drops of high-grade, over 268,000 drops of mid-grade, and nearly 38,000 drops of low-grade. The battle, which lasted all night, started with over 200,000 beasts, with more groups joining continuously. By dawn, they had pushed from the second defense line to the third. Over the following 3 days, they cleared an additional 10 kilometers, exterminating nearly 200,000 more beasts. Conservatively estimated, they had eliminated over 700,000 beasts, with their overall level significantly higher than the last encounter. After confirming the usage of the previous batch of Foundation Establishment liquid second-tier high and mid-grade remained unused, while the low-grade had all been supplied to the Yinhuang Legion, and other grades were distributed to the Field Army and the Construction Corps. Su Pingan immediately made a new allocation. All second-tier low-grade to the Yinhuang Legion, first-tier high-grade to the Field Army, mid-grade to the Construction Corps, and low-grade to Shuiyong for cancer treatment experiments. As for the remaining second-tier mid and high-grade, they would be reserved for future use. With the beasts around the ancient ruins cleared and a comprehensive defense system established, Su Pingan turned his attention toward the ruins. This site, known as the Artifact Pavilion, was a significant remnant of the ancient Artifact God Sect. Standing at the edge of the 9 Palaces Divine Array, Su Pingan gazed at the time-worn stone steps winding upwards. The stone tablet at the entrance was inscribed with the words Artifact Pavilion, and another stone tablet detailed the entry and exit regulations of the core treasury of the Artifact God Sect. To enter the array, there were 6 methods: internal deactivation, violent destruction, using a restriction token, reaching the transcendent realm and mastering formations, waiting for the spiritual power to deplete and the array to close automatically, and the last method. The first 5 methods were unfeasible for various reasons, leaving only the last method. He reached out his hand, and a ripple, like that on the surface of water, spread before him. The entire Qi Shen sect was enveloped by the 9 Palace Divine Formation, making it impossible for anyone to easily penetrate this defense. Commander, the explosives have been planted as instructed, Yishao reported, running up to Su Pingan. Su Pingan glanced at his watch. 10 o'clock sharp. Synchronize your watches. Set the timers in 1 minute, and detonate at 10:03. Yes, sir. Su Pingan watched his watch intently and reminded Yishao in the final 10 seconds. Wait outside for me. Do not force your way in. At 10:03, a thunderous explosion erupted. 9 key points of the formation were simultaneously detonated, causing a violent disruption in the spiritual energy and a momentary lapse in the formation's control. Su Pingan seized this fleeting opportunity and dashed towards the barrier. The next moment, he found himself in a different space. This was his only chance, using the formation's weakest moment to break in. In its prime, such a method would have been impossible. Upon entering Ling Mountain, Su Pingan surveyed his surroundings cautiously. With memories from his past life, he knew the dangers hidden here. Outside the formation, Yishao watched as Su Pingan passed through. When he reached out to test, a ripple blocked him. The formation had stabilized. Su Pingan could see outside but couldn't communicate. He signaled safety to Yishao and began ascending the stone steps. After a long climb and several turns, a massive platform appeared before him. Standing on it was a lifelike humanoid puppet, the guardian of the Qi Shen sect. You've arrived. The puppet spoke suddenly, startling Su Pingan despite his preparation. Do you know me? He asked. No. It's just that no one has come here for a very long time. You're the first human I've seen in ages. The guardian puppet introduced itself. I am the guardian of the Qi Shen sect's Artifact Pavilion. Before the sect's fall, the master left a decree to pass the pavilion to a destined person, provided they inherit the Qi Shen sect. Are you willing? I am. Su Pingan answered without hesitation. Very well, but you must pass 3 trials to obtain the inheritance. The first trial is a test of strength. Given your level, you pass directly. The second trial tests your artifact crafting talent. Place your hand on mine. As Su Pingan did so, the guardian puppet was astonished. Talent of the highest divine grade. This is an extremely rare talent. Senior, it seems I've passed the second trial. What is the third trial? Su Pingan inquired. The guardian puppet pointed to the steps ahead, and Su Pingan followed its gaze. Unlike the winding stone steps below, these were a straight, white jade staircase leading directly to the summit pavilion, glistening under the sunlight. This is the Jade Stairway to Heaven, the guardian puppet explained in detail. It consists of 108 steps, embodying the 36 heavenly spirits and the 72 earthly fiends. For every 9 steps you ascend, you'll receive a reward. This stairway is specifically set up for inner sect and true disciples, and you need to accumulate enough contribution points to get the opportunity to climb. The key to ascending these steps lies in willpower. The guardian puppet seemed particularly attentive to Su Pingan. Even a mortal, if their willpower is strong enough, can reach the top. Conversely, even those with profound cultivation may falter if they lack sufficient willpower. This is why the elite disciples of the inner sect are eager to challenge it. Su Ping'an asked, "What's the difference between the heavenly spirits and the earthly fiends?" The 72 earthly fiend steps correspond to one's current realm, while the 36 heavenly spirit steps require breaking through one's limits, the guardian puppet said, giving Su Ping'an a meaningful look. The earthly fiend steps reward with artifacts below the 7th grade, while the heavenly spirit steps grant at least 7th grade artifacts. Since the founding ancestor of the weapon god sect built this stairway, no one has ever reached the summit. The highest record is 105 steps. The guardian puppet then detailed the weapon grading system. From the lowest grade mortal artifacts divided into lower, middle, and upper grades, to spiritual artifacts graded from 1 to 7, each further divided into lower, middle, and upper subgrades, then to semi-divine artifacts, and finally divine artifacts graded by stars 1 star to 3 star. Above divine artifacts, there are even more powerful postnatal treasures and innate treasures. Su Ping'an calculated silently. His previous Panlong spear was roughly equivalent to a middle-grade mortal artifact. With Blue Star's technological level, mass-producing upper-grade mortal artifacts wasn't difficult, but the crafting of spiritual artifacts was an entirely different matter. Just as Su Ping'an was contemplating whether he could obtain a spiritual artifact, the guardian puppet's words interrupted his thoughts. For you, this is the 3rd trial. To gain the weapon god sect's legacy, you must ascend at least 73 steps. What if I can't do it? Su Ping'an probed. Then you'll stay here until you can. The guardian puppet replied firmly. Su Ping'an's expression grew serious. He knew he couldn't afford to delay here for long. If other teleportation gates were discovered, the loss would far exceed the value of the weapon god sect's legacy. It seems I'll need to reach the heavenly spirit level. Su Ping'an took a deep breath and walked towards the jade stairway to heaven without hesitation. Under the clear blue sky, the jade steps appeared pristine and exuded a transcendent aura. As he stepped onto the first step, an invisible pressure surged from all directions, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him. Feeling this pressure, Su Ping'an nodded slightly. This level of strain was still within his tolerance. With the first step taken, Su Ping'an's pace gradually quickened as he strode confidently up to the 9th level. His movements were light and effortless, as if the surrounding pressure had no effect on him. At that moment, a clear notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations on reaching the 9th level. You have been randomly awarded a top-tier grade 3 spiritual artifact Mingshan armor. As the notification ended, a suit of armor, glowing faintly, flew out from the weapon pavilion at the peak and hovered steadily in front of Su Ping'an. The Mingshan armor not only boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, but was also engraved with special Mingshan defensive runes. It was impervious to attacks from cultivators below the marrow cleansing stage, and could withstand 30% of attacks even from those at the marrow cleansing stage. Impressively, when fully charged with spirit stones, it could even endure a full-force strike from a first-stage transcendent without a scratch. Not bad at all. This is quite a gem among grade 3 spiritual artifacts, Su Ping'an thought to himself, feeling fortunate. Just as he was about to reach out and claim his reward, the notification sounded again. Would you like to continue? The reward will be saved and distributed once you exit the challenge. Su Ping'an nodded slightly, withdrew his hand, and looked up toward the higher jade steps, continuing his ascent without hesitation. Before long, he reached the 18th level. The notification chimed once more. Congratulations on reaching the 18th level. You have been randomly awarded a mid-tier grade 4 spiritual artifact flowing light storage bag, containing 800 cubic units of space. It can store non-living items, with no passage of time inside. Not bad. Su Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. Although the storage bag seemed ordinary, in this otherworldly realm, it was an extremely valuable piece of equipment. The lowest grade storage bags were grade 4 spiritual artifacts. Anything less was made from natural Na stones, which were not classified as artifacts. While Na stones inherently possessed storage space, their size varied, and they were highly unstable, prone to collapsing at any moment. If a collapse occurred, everything inside would be destroyed, making them unsuitable for storing valuable items. They were mostly used for holding food or insignificant objects. In contrast, advanced storage equipment like the flowing light storage bag was meticulously crafted by artifact refiners using materials such as Na stones and space silkworm threads to create a stable dimensional space. The internal space was extremely secure and reliable. Continue, Su Ping'an said resolutely. On the 27th floor, Su Ping'an acquired a 5th grade lower tier spiritual weapon, the Blazing Heaven Blade. He continued his ascent, passing through the 36th, 45th, and eventually reaching the 71st floor. Suddenly, an unprecedented pressure surged towards him, causing Su Ping'an to stagger and nearly fall. He steadied himself, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Finally, a real challenge, he muttered. Reflecting on the previous 71 floors, it was unclear whether his mental strength and willpower, honed through 2 lifetimes, or his formidable physique at the 13th level of the body refining stage, made the pressure from the heavenly ascension jade stairs far less than expected. As he stepped onto the 72nd floor, a familiar voice echoed. Congratulations on reaching the 72nd floor, the pinnacle of the 72 earthly fiends. You are randomly rewarded with a 6th grade upper tier spiritual weapon, the sky-piercing sword. Would you like to continue challenging the limit? Note: failing to continue will revoke all rewards, while giving up allows you to keep your current gains. Heh, playing mind games again. If not for the necessity to reach the 73rd floor to complete the third trial, I might have stopped here, Su Pingan thought with a cold smile. He then loudly responded, continue. He stepped forward with his right foot onto the 73rd floor, and immense pressure immediately bore down from all directions, crushing not only his body but also assaulting his mind. Su Pingan took a sharp breath, clenched his teeth, and brought his left foot up to join the right. At this moment, the voice of the guardian puppet replaced the previous system prompt. I didn't expect you to reach the 73rd floor on your first attempt at the heavenly ascension jade stairs. Even in ancient times, this was rare. Congratulations on passing the third trial. You will inherit all the legacies of the artifact god sect. Under the guidance of the guardian puppet, Su Pingan learned that the steps beyond the 73rd floor could help refine his willpower. Without hesitation, he chose to continue the challenge, climbing to the 90th floor, then the 99th floor, earning the guardian puppet's approval. When Su Pingan finally reached the 100th floor, the immense pressure forced him to the ground. Summoning his incredible willpower, he barely managed to sit cross-legged and began practicing the infinite profound technique. As time passed, his speed of operation increased until, at a certain moment, a golden light enveloped his entire body. Unity of form and spirit, the guardian puppet exclaimed in awe. As the golden light dissipated, Su Pingan was astonished to find that the pressure had significantly reduced, making him feel much lighter. The guardian puppet then explained, form refers to your body, and spirit refers to your mental willpower. By achieving unity of form and spirit, you can fully control your body, allowing your willpower to direct your body to perform previously impossible actions and techniques, thereby unleashing 100% of your combat potential. Although Su Pingan only partially understood the guidance, he could feel its benefits through the noticeable reduction in his own pressure. He respectfully thanked the guardian puppet, but his heart was racing with excitement for another reason. In that fleeting moment, the Wuji Profound Art had unlocked two martial techniques, the star-shattering finger and the sky-splitting sword technique. The conditions for unlocking these techniques were reaching the 13th level of the body refinement realm and achieving the unity of form and spirit. Coincidentally, he had just met both of these conditions. The profound principle of the star-shattering finger made his eyes light up. It was essentially the ultimate application of the concept of pressure in physics. By concentrating power onto the smallest contact area at the fingertip, as long as the point was sharp enough and the intensity was strong enough, it could break through anything, even shattering stars with a single finger. The sky-splitting sword technique, on the other hand, took an entirely different approach, focusing on the refinement of mental willpower. The power of the sword technique was directly tied to the user's strength of will. The stronger the will, the greater the power. At its peak, it could split the sky with a single sword. No wonder I never heard of Chris mastering these techniques in my previous life. It was because he never reached the 13th level of the body refinement realm, Su Pingan mused to himself. The guardian puppet continued to watch him silently from below. After calming the excitement in his heart, Su Pingan refocused his attention on the celestial jade steps in front of him. Step by step, he climbed higher. 101st step, 105th step. When he reached the 106th step, he set a new record in the history of the Qi sect. Although he felt the pressure suddenly increase, he was still able to handle it with ease given his current state. The 36 heavenly steps symbolize surpassing limits, and having reached the 13th level of the body refinement realm, I have already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Moreover, now that I have achieved the unity of form and spirit, there's no reason I can't reach the highest step. With this thought, Su Pingan continued to climb without hesitation. After the 107th step, he finally stood on the 108th step, the highest point of the celestial jade steps. At that moment, all the pressure on his body vanished suddenly, and an ancient voice echoed from the void. Kid, you're quite impressive. To reach the summit, you must possess at least the blood potential of a lower saint level. Only a true prodigy could achieve this. You are now eligible to receive the ultimate legacy of the Temple of Artifacts. As this voice faded, a massive stream of information surged into Su Pingan's mind. Fortunately, the refining demon pot and life source stone in his sea of consciousness acted swiftly, compressing the information into the form of a jade slip. This was the artifact codex, created by one of the 12 celestial gods under the Great Panwu during the prehistoric era. It encompassed techniques, artifact crafting, and blueprints. Through this legacy, Su Pingan uncovered an astonishing truth. The artifact sect was founded by a surviving disciple of the Temple of Artifacts, and the celestial jade steps were originally from the same temple, designed to test disciples. The predecessor who founded the artifact sect did so to ensure the legacy continued. Unfortunately, over the years, no one had been able to inherit the complete artifact codex. Only those who reached the 108th step of the celestial jade steps were qualified to receive the full inheritance. Prehistoric era, Great Panwu, 12 celestial gods. What a glorious age that must have been. Su Pingan couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. But he quickly made a decision. I have already cultivated the infinite profound art. This artifact codex should be left for someone else. Among China's 1.4 billion people, there must be a suitable inheritor. At that moment, a guardian puppet appeared at the entrance of the artifact pavilion, kneeling on one knee. Guardian greets the master. In the ensuing conversation, the guardian puppet explained its origins. It was the proudest creation of the artifact god. According to its previous master's last wishes, anyone who reached the 73rd step could take over the artifact pavilion, while anyone who reached the summit would be recognized as its master. Su Pingan initially wanted to refuse, but considering the guardian puppet's ability to even teleport, its strength was undeniable. Having such a powerful protector would be invaluable for him and China. So he proposed a condition. Once my strength surpasses yours, you will be free. What astonished Su Pingan even more was the guardian puppet's power. It opened its chest to reveal an empty compartment and explained that its strength would increase based on the grade of spirit stones used. Without spirit stones, it was at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. With high-grade spirit stones, it could reach the mountain and river realm. With supreme-grade spirit stones, the heavenly human realm. With spirit crystals, the demigod realm. And with divine stones, the 9-star divine human realm. During their subsequent conversation, the guardian puppet also explained the reason for the fall of the artifact sect. It was bound by a command not to leave the sacred mountain, which was protected by a 9 palaces divine formation requiring a 7-star divine general to break. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the 10,000 mountains had diminished, causing cultivators to leave. It was only recently that the spiritual energy had begun to stabilize again. I haven't seen a human in over 600,000 years, the guardian puppet said with deep emotion. Su Pingan was shocked upon hearing this. 600,000 years? And that was the last time you saw humans? The Qishan sect must be even more ancient. No wonder it's called a relic of the ancient times. This discovery answered one of his questions, but raised new ones. What caused the decline in spiritual energy? And when did it start to stabilize? About 20 days ago, the guardian puppet replied, its tone tinged with uncertainty. It must be related to me opening the portal, Su Pingan pondered, furrowing his brow as he tried to piece the puzzle together. But soon, he shook his head. The more I learn, the more questions I have. Forget it. Let's focus on the Qi Pavilion for now. He walked up to the Qi Pavilion and pushed the door, but it didn't budge. Guardian, how do I open this pavilion? The guardian puppet produced 2 miniature artifacts. Master, both the Qi Pavilion and the Heavenly Jade Steps are divine artifacts that require a master. These are their artifact spirits' hearts. You just need to drop your blood to claim ownership. Su Pingan nodded, circulating his energy to force out 2 drops of blood. Ordinary needles could no longer pierce his skin at his current level. As the blood was absorbed, information about the Qi Pavilion flooded his mind. It was a dimensional space capable of housing living beings, vast and boundless inside, storing the Qi God Temple's inherited treasures and the Qishan sect's collected relics over the ages. After a moment of thought, Su Pingan's eyes lit up. The Qi Pavilion can serve as a strategic reserve center for China. We can establish a merit-based exchange system. This will improve efficiency and avoid intermediary issues. As for the Heavenly Jade Steps, they could remain here to cultivate talent. Master, the door is open, the guardian puppet reminded him. The Qi Pavilion was divided into 5 levels. The first 3 levels stored spiritual artifacts of grades 5 and below, grade 6, and grade 7 respectively. The 4th level housed semi-divine artifacts, and the 5th level contained 3 supreme treasuries, a 3-star divine artifact called the Universe Ring, a constellation sword formation made of 7 1-star divine swords known as the Big Dipper Sword Array, and the 9 palaces divine protection array that safeguarded the sacred mountain. Su Pingan quickly made his plans. The 9 palaces divine protection array would guard the portal and the main base. The Big Dipper Sword Array could be managed by 7 chosen guardians, and the Universe Ring was already on his finger. Additionally, he selected a semi-divine sword named Kunwu. Stepping out of the Qi Pavilion, Su Pingan glanced thoughtfully at the guardian puppet. For the 9 palaces divine protection array to remain functional despite the decline in spiritual energy, this sacred mountain must be extraordinary, right? You guessed correctly, Master, the guardian puppet responded. Beneath the mountain lies a top-grade spiritual vein, which was the cause of the Qishan sect's downfall. However, the guardian puppet's tone shifted. To maintain the array, the spiritual vein has already lost its essence, and the remaining spirit stones are nearly depleted. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, the array will automatically shut down. Su Pingan nodded silently, knowing that the 9 Palaces Divine Protection Array could only last for a few more years. Guardian, you will remain at the Sacred Mountain. Su Pingan instructed the Guardian puppet at the core of the Qishan sect. I will deactivate the 9 Palace Divine Array and entrust the formation diagram to you. Later, I will bring people here to train on the Heavenly Jade Steps. You must protect them. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, you may activate the array for defense. The Guardian nodded in agreement. For him, continuing to watch over this familiar land was no hardship, especially with new humans around to dispel some of his loneliness. After giving his orders, Su Pingan collected all the spiritual and divine artifacts from the artifact pavilion, leaving only the pavilion and the Heavenly Jade Steps untouched. He then exited the array, and the spiritual energy at the 9 array points gradually calmed. Yi Xiao had been waiting outside. Seeing Su Pingan emerge unscathed from around the stone steps, he rushed over excitedly. Commander! The wait had been torturous for him, as Su Pingan was not only their leader but also his idol. Gather the entire War God Special Forces team here, Su Pingan said warmly, noting Yi Xiao's concerned expression. But there was urgent business at hand. Soon, 40 Special Forces members were lined up neatly before the stone steps. Su Pingan stood on the steps, surveying them. This ancient relic is called the Qishan sect, and this mountain is its core forbidden area. I have passed the trials and inherited everything here. He continued. On the mountain is a unique divine artifact, the Heavenly Jade Steps, which can temper a practitioner's will. You have previously used Foundation Establishment Elixir to rapidly increase your cultivation, which is harmful for future progress. Training on the Heavenly Jade Steps will undoubtedly elevate you further. Additionally, there is a Guardian Hiria puppet created by an ancient master. Though a puppet, he possesses independent emotions and intelligence far beyond ours. You must respect him and can seek his guidance for any cultivation doubts. Do not neglect this. Yes, sir. The team responded in unison, their spirits lifted. Despite being a puppet, gaining insights from an ancient existence was an invaluable opportunity for their advancement. After giving his instructions, Su Pingan returned to the main camp. The high-ranking officials were already waiting at the Yin Huang Legion Command Center, and they greeted him with enthusiastic applause upon his arrival. Cut it out, Su Pingan motioned with his hand. I know you have questions. Follow me for a detailed discussion. In the command center, Su Pingan elaborated on the situation at the Qishan sect. It's the core site of an ancient artifact crafting sect with complete inheritance. Although we are still using thermal weapons, our last battle showed that these weapons will soon become obsolete. We must quickly develop our artifact crafting technology and learn from the otherworldly crafting techniques. Everyone agreed. During their first external expansion, they mainly faced scattered first-tier beasts, and thermal weapons were highly effective. However, in the last battle, they encountered second-tier and even 3-star third-tier beasts. While they could barely handle second-tier beasts, the fight against the third-tier beast resulted in their first casualties since the start of the campaign. If Su Pingan hadn't personally killed the Iron Thorn beast, the casualties would have been far worse. Su Pingan's words left everyone deep in thought. If Tier 3 beasts appeared in groups, most conventional firearms would be ineffective. Only large-caliber cannons, rockets, and missiles would be useful. However, these weapons are bulky and not portable, making them suitable only for defensive battles and less effective in offensive scenarios. Because of this, everyone was eager about the spiritual devices Su Pingan mentioned. If they could draw inspiration from them, master the otherworldly crafting techniques, and even achieve industrial production, combining these with modern weaponry would be the perfect solution. At this thought, Guo Eon and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. Commander, you take charge. We'll follow your lead. Qin Meng was the first to voice his support. Su Pingan nodded in agreement. All right. Crafting spiritual devices requires a large number of talented individuals and experts in modern manufacturing techniques. Combining these two groups would be ideal. He then turned to Shui Yong. Have the experts we requested arrived? They've gradually reached the outskirts of Death Valley. For safety reasons, they're waiting outside for now, Shui Yong replied. Get them in immediately and take them to the inscriptionless monument. See if they can grasp any crafting knowledge from it to save time on learning from scratch. Shui Yong reminded him, we might need to send strong escorts. The lightning in Death Valley is a significant issue. A warrior at the peak of the body refining realm tried to enter before and got seriously injured. The lightning is too unpredictable. The higher-ups are evaluating a plan to demagnetize Death Valley to solve the lightning problem, Shui Yong added. Su Pingan was slightly puzzled. Wouldn't that be a massive undertaking? Considering the value of the otherworld, no effort is too great, Shui Yong said seriously. After some discussion, Su Pingan suggested halting the demagnetization plan. He explained that as long as one's cultivation reached the 7th level of the body refining realm, they could predict the lightning's strike points and dodge in time. Once they assimilate their current gains, they would have at least hundreds of thousands of warriors at this level. Additionally, spatial storage boxes could be used for transporting supplies, making Death Valley not a hindrance but a natural protective barrier. In the end, Su Ping'an dropped a bombshell. China actually had 2 teleportation gates. Besides the one in Death Valley, there was another in the eastern part of the Qinling Mountains, which had better transportation access and was more suitable for large-scale development. This news shocked everyone present. That's fantastic. Commander, when will the Qinling teleportation gate be activated? Shui Yong asked excitedly. Su Ping'an said arrangements would be made as soon as possible, but the exact time would depend on the situation. He then shifted the conversation back to business, laying out 5 important tasks. The first was about the ancient relic they discovered, the Heavenly Jade Steps. This artifact could train one's willpower, eliminate the side effects of rapid cultivation progress, and help better integrate the body and mind. Su Ping'an gathered everyone to discuss important matters. He first announced the usage plan for the Heavenly Jade Steps. The Heavenly Jade Steps will be open to all, but due to limited capacity, priority will be given to those with exceptional talent and outstanding military achievements. Old Qin will be responsible for drafting the specific plan. Qin Meng silently noted down the task. Although he was curious about the Heavenly Jade Steps, he was focused on carrying out his orders at the moment. Su Ping'an continued with the second item. There is a guardian puppet in the ancient ruins, which you can think of as an independent being with emotions and human intelligence. He has now submitted to me and agreed to protect the Heavenly Jade Steps. Su Ping'an's tone became solemn. His combat power is at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, making him our protector for the foreseeable future. You must treat him with respect. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The power of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm left them all in awe. How did the commander manage to subdue such a powerful being? Shui Yong couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. Su Ping'an explained, it was a legacy task left by the founder of the Artifact God Sect. As long as one can reach the 108th step of the Heavenly Jade Steps, the guardian puppet will recognize them as its master. I have agreed with him that once my strength surpasses his, I will grant him his freedom. By the way, his name is Guardian, but you can also call him Artifact Master, as the disciples of the ancient Artifact God Sect did. Next, Su Ping'an announced the third item. The distribution and usage of the foundation-building elixir made from the corpses of fierce beasts harvested in the recent battle. He ordered that these resources be fully converted into strength within a month to prepare for the next phase of expansion. When discussing the expansion plan, Qin Meng reported the latest reconnaissance results. Within a 100-mile radius, first-tier fierce beasts dominate, accounting for 70. Second-tier fierce beasts make up 30, mostly below 4-star level. Third-tier fierce beasts are rare. This is related to the unique influence of the ancient ruins. Finally, Su Ping'an made a significant decision. Shui Yong, apply to the higher authorities for the deployment of 5 field divisions and 10 construction corps divisions. The scale of this request shocked everyone present, as it was nearly double the current garrison in Death Valley. Seeing their reactions, Su Ping'an explained that this was in preparation for the upcoming opening of the Qinling portal. Shui Yong, although surprised by the large-scale troop deployment, understood that the situation had changed drastically since the portal's appearance. Since the discovery of a portal, the Huaxia military has expanded twice, now boasting a force of 8 million. Shui Yong, brimming with confidence, remarked, don't worry about 15 divisions. Even if you need 150 divisions, just give me some time and I'll mobilize them. 8 million is far from sufficient, Su Ping'an said calmly. Report to the higher-ups that we need at least 30 to 40 million troops at this stage. And eventually, we must aim for universal conscription. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. However, considering the vastness of the otherworld, the number seemed justified even if the entire population of Huaxia were to migrate. The land would still appear sparsely populated. It's settled then. Report this directly to the higher-ups, Su Ping'an decided firmly. Shui Yong nodded in agreement. Su Ping'an then brought up the 5th agenda item. The situation within a 50-kilometer radius is now stable, and with the guardians in place, we can handle high-level beasts. It's time to start large-scale construction, such as building cities. City construction has already been approved by the top officials, Shui Yong responded. This will provide the populace with a sense of security and belonging. I'll immediately arrange for experts to assess the terrain and choose suitable locations for city building. After the meeting, Su Ping'an returned to the real world and entered the high-voltage training room to begin a new round of cultivation. He had reached the 13th level of the body refining realm, using 3rd-tier low-grade spiritual liquid for his training. Although he recently hunted a dozen 3rd-tier fierce beasts in a battle, he handed over these valuable research materials to Shui Yong to be sent to the capital. He took stock of his remaining spiritual liquid. 1 drop of 5th-tier low-grade, 12 drops of 4th-tier high-grade, 9 drops of 4th-tier mid-grade, 9 drops of 4th-tier low-grade, 9 drops of 3rd-tier high-grade, 3 drops of 3rd-tier mid-grade, and 5 drops of 3rd-tier low-grade, enough to support a significant period of cultivation. The training room activated a 15,000 amp current, causing Su Ping'an to tense up instantly from the intense pain. This current strength could turn an ordinary person to ashes in an instant, but for him now, it was the perfect intensity for training. He immediately converted 3 drops of third-tier mid-grade spiritual liquid into 35 drops of third-tier low-grade liquid and consumed them all at once. As his cultivation method circulated, powerful energy flowed through his body, with each drop of spiritual liquid providing roughly 3 million kilograms of strength. As time passed and the spiritual liquid's energy was exhausted, he converted 5 drops of third-tier high-grade liquid into 500 drops of third-tier low-grade liquid to continue his training. The current strength gradually increased to 19,000 amps, and his power grew rapidly. When the 500 drops of liquid were depleted, Su Pingan felt he was just a step away from a breakthrough. Instead of continuing with low-grade liquid, he directly converted 1 drop of third-tier high-grade liquid into 10 drops of mid-grade liquid and consumed one. Suddenly, a surge of immense spiritual energy swept through his body, and his strength finally broke through the 10 billion kilogram barrier. His muscles generated a unique rhythm. Red blood with impurities oozed from his pores, and the blood within began to glow with a sacred golden light. He had ascended to the 13th level, second rank of the body refining realm, with his blood and energy reaching the supreme sovereign level. Now, only the final step remained: transcendence. Su Pingan's face showed a hint of excitement. He knew well that he had poured a tremendous amount of effort and resources into his body refinement practice, all to build an unparalleled foundation. Otherwise, he would have already broken through to the Qi and blood realm, possibly even approaching the level of the purification realm. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Just one more step, Su Pingan murmured softly. He then calmed his mind and continued his training. Resolutely, he increased the current intensity to 40,000 amps and swallowed 9 drops of mid-grade third-tier spiritual liquid in one go. Each drop could increase his strength by 16 million kilograms, a result he found extremely satisfying. Next, he converted the remaining 2 drops of high-grade third-tier spiritual liquid into 20 drops of mid-grade third-tier spiritual liquid and quickly absorbed them. Under this dual boost, Su Pingan's cultivation level steadily rose. However, while Su Pingan was in seclusion, the outside world was undergoing drastic changes. In the base camp of another world on Beihai Island in the country of Ippon, Prime Minister Yamamoto Dokufu was holding an emergency meeting. Through long-term consumption of fierce beast meat, his physical fitness had significantly improved, with muscles bulging all over his body. If Su Pingan were here, he would definitely notice that Yamamoto Dokufu's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the body refinement stage. But at this moment, Yamamoto Dokufu's face was grim, as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing on his heart. "What's the situation outside?" he asked in a low voice. His secretary, Yoshizawa Akira, hesitated before answering. Seeing Yamamoto Dokufu slam the table and roar, "Speak," the secretary had no choice but to muster his courage and respond. Recently, Yamamoto Dokufu had become increasingly autocratic, considering himself the true emperor of Ippon, and frequently resorted to killing, making his subordinates extremely fearful of him. Taking a deep breath, Yoshizawa Akira said, "Except for Beihai Island, our entire territory has fallen, with civilian casualties exceeding 30 million. The Sam country has supported Watanabe Saburo in forming a new cabinet, appointing him as prime minister to govern the 3 islands." "What?" Yamamoto Dokufu stood up abruptly, slamming the table in rage. "That traitor!" Yamamoto Dufu slammed his fist on the conference table, his face ashen with rage. Watanabe Saburo's betrayal had pushed him to the brink of fury. This longtime political adversary had stabbed him in the back at the most critical moment, betraying not just him but the entire nation of Ichihan. "Prime Minister, please calm down." Ono Raji stepped forward to intervene immediately. "The priority now is to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yamamoto took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. "How many people do we have left?" As the newly appointed Minister of Defense, Ono Raji promptly reported, "Currently, there are over 15 million people on Beihai Island. This includes citizens transported from the 3 islands and patriotic individuals who have smuggled in through various channels. Additionally, there are nearly 700,000 people in the New World." "Is that all?" Yamamoto's eyes widened. Since the war began, over 35 million people had been relocated, but now only about 16 million remained. This meant nearly 19 million people had either died in battle, been captured, or possibly fled. Including the casualties from the 3 islands, Ichihan had suffered close to 50 million losses in just 2 months. After a long silence, Yamamoto finally asked, "How long can we hold out?" "The Sumokoku and other Western allied forces are less than 30 kilometers from the wormhole entrance," Ono Raji stated candidly. "If they weren't concerned about the stability of the wormhole, we wouldn't last even a day. Even in the current situation, they could reach the wormhole in about a week. We are short on ammunition and ultimately won't be able to hold them off." Everyone in the room gasped at the news. "Why panic? We still have over 1 million people," Yamamoto shouted, trying to mask his inner fear. "What's the situation with the polar bear? Why haven't they taken action yet?" "They say they're still preparing," Yoshizawa Akira replied. They want to see us suffer, hoping we'll weaken the Western allies for them. Yamamoto saw through the polar bear's intentions immediately. Send a message to their emperor right away. Tell them we can't hold out much longer. If they don't send troops within 3 days, we'll abandon control of the wormhole.
Let's see if they act then.
He then ordered an acceleration of the population relocation plan and inquired in detail about the defense lines in the New World. Ono Raji reported that 5 lines of defense had been established, making it nearly impossible for the enemy to advance even if they did get through the wormhole. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin of the Polar Bear Nation, the emperor was inquiring about the military assembly. The Minister of Defense reported that 5 million national troops and over 3.6 million allied forces from 19 other countries had been assembled, but the ammunition reserves would only support large-scale operations for a few more days. At the end of the meeting, someone expressed dissatisfaction with Huaxia's stance. What are they up to? Do they intend to just sit back and watch? They want to emulate the old Samukoku, making a fortune off the war, someone sneered. In a solemn conference room, a discussion about the control of a wormhole was underway. Sure, they can make money, but without our involvement. Once we secure control of the wormhole, they won't get anything, a minister stated. Didn't we agree to give them 40 of the profits before? Another person questioned. The emperor snorted coldly, his expression severe. With the level of support they're giving us now, they expect 40? Dream on. Giving them 10 is already generous. But it's all about leverage. Everyone present showed signs of anger. Despite his irritation, the emperor remained rational. There's nothing inherently good or evil about it. Between nations, there are no permanent enemies or allies, only eternal interests. If we were in their position, we'd likely do the same. Just then, a member of the intelligence department hurried in and reported, Emperor, the Prime Minister of Ichiban has sent a secret message. They are close to losing control of the wormhole. If we don't deploy troops within 3 days, they will abandon the control. It seems the Ichiban really are in a hurry, the Emperor said, narrowing his eyes. To hold off the SAM's coalition forces alone for 2 months, they do have some capability, the military minister immediately advised. Given Ichiban's current casualties, they are done for. Emperor, it is time for us to deploy troops. We cannot let the control of the wormhole fall into SAM's hands. Reclaiming it would be too difficult. The Emperor stood up abruptly, his voice resonant. All right, inform Ichiban that we will deploy our troops tomorrow. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the core meeting room of Huaxia's capital was equally tense. As the leaders discussed, the Secretary General walked in briskly and whispered something into the Chief Counselor's ear. The Chief Counselor then smiled and raised his hand to interrupt the discussion. Su Pingan has arrived. Why is he here in the capital now? A leader asked, puzzled. He should be very busy with the construction efforts in the other world. Before the discussion could continue, Su Pingan entered the meeting room under the guidance of the Secretary General and saluted the leaders. Greetings, everyone. The Chief Counselor pointed to a chair beside him. Su, have a seat. Su Pingan was a bit nervous, but sat down after the Chief Counselor's repeated gestures. The Chief Counselor then tested him. Su, we just received some news. What are your thoughts? After careful consideration, Su Pingan replied, the reason the SAM's coalition is advancing slowly on Beihai Island isn't that Ichiban is strong, but because they are cautious about damaging the wormhole. But it's different with the Polar Bear Coalition. They have no such concerns and will likely fight fiercely. Upon further questioning by the Chief Counselor, Su Pingan continued his analysis. If I were the commander of the Polar Bear forces, I would split my troops into 2. One to hold off the SAM's coalition on Beihai Island, and the other to attack Ichiban's 3 islands. Controlling those islands would not only eliminate the threat, but also provide a supply base, putting additional pressure on the SAM's coalition. Listening to the leaders' discussions, Su Pingan silently admired their strategic vision. Impressive. They can strike without fear of retaliation. I don't see any issues. In the conference room, everyone raised their hands in agreement, even Su Pingan. The chief minister nodded slightly. All right, inform the emperor that we agree to bomb Ibn Sanshima. After the secretary general left, the chief minister turned to Su Pingan. Xiao Su, what brings you to the capital this time? Is there something important? This was also what the other leaders present were curious about. There are 2 matters I need to discuss with you all, Su Pingan said seriously. The first matter is about the upcoming opening of the Qinling portal. I will soon go to find its exact location. This news was expected by everyone. An elder asked, Xiao Su, how much do you know about the Qinling portal? How should we prepare for it? Chief, I haven't entered it yet, so I'm not familiar with the situation over there, Su Pingan explained. Only after I enter will the ancient inheritance in my mind unlock the relevant information. This explanation also clarified his previous mention of knowing the size of the forbidden area and the locations of the ruins. And the second matter? The chief minister inquired. In the ancient ruins across from Death Valley, I obtained 4 artifacts of great importance to Huaxia. Su Pingan's words immediately drew everyone's attention. The chief minister nodded. The Tongtian Jade Steps are indeed excellent. They can train the warrior's willpower and eliminate the drawbacks of rapid cultivation improvement. Plus, with that mysterious artifact master, the 3 artifacts I'm referring to don't include the artifact master, Su Pingan interrupted. First is the array flag of the Jiogong Imperial Divine Array. As long as there's sufficient spiritual energy, it can fend off Divine Realm experts. We can use it to protect the portal. That's fantastic, an elder exclaimed excitedly. The safety of the portal is crucial. Su Pingan continued. Secondly, there's the Beidou 7-star sword formation. I plan to select 7 sword cultivators from the Yin Huang Legion to specialize in this formation. Once mastered, they will be able to transcend boundaries and kill enemies, adding a powerful card to Huaxia's deck. The chief minister immediately agreed. You can choose the candidates, and resources will be provided without limit. The last item is the artifact pavilion on that sacred mountain, Su Pingan said. It appears to be a pavilion, but it's actually an independent dimensional space. It can serve as a strategic reserve, storing countless supplies without fear of damage. More importantly, it has an artifact spirit. We can establish a contribution system, allowing warriors to exchange their merits for treasures inside. Su Pingan spoke earnestly. The number of people entering the other world will inevitably surge in the future. We can't always supply everyone with cultivation resources. Letting people earn their own resources through their abilities will truly unleash their initiative. He explained the core function of the device pavilion in detail. The most critical feature is its long-distance teleportation capability, within a 10,000 kilometer radius. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can directly retrieve the needed supplies from the device pavilion. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Imagine, if you're injured in the wild, even if you're isolated and without healing pills, as long as you're within the pavilion's coverage area and have contribution points, you can instantly get life-saving medicine. This not only saves travel time and transportation costs, but also allows us to implement special policies for urgent supplies like healing pills, permitting emergency credit to ensure the warrior's safety. More importantly, Su Pingan emphasized, the artifact spirit can independently handle tasks that would normally require a lot of manpower, and it doesn't have issues with favoritism or corruption. This fundamentally avoids the various problems that human management can bring. The conference room fell into thoughtful silence as everyone weighed the feasibility of the proposal. After a long pause, the chief advisor broke the silence. What are your thoughts on Su's proposal? Please speak freely. An elder was the first to voice a concern. How large is the internal space of the device pavilion? Can it accommodate such a vast amount of supplies? It's more than sufficient, Su Pingan replied confidently. It's about 1,000th to 100th the size of Blue Planet, enough to support needs for decades or even centuries. This answer left the elder astonished. Another elder then asked if the pavilion could be used to cross teleportation gates. Su Pingan explained that this was beyond the pavilion's capabilities but suggested 2 alternatives: establishing 2 completely independent systems or using modern logistics for intermediary distribution. The second option received general approval. The discussion then shifted to security issues. Su Pingan suggested placing the device pavilion near the teleportation gates, making it convenient to manage and allowing for rapid evacuation in emergencies. For specific locations, he leaned towards initially placing it in the area opposite the developed Death Valley, and considering other options once conditions matured. During the meeting, attendees raised many issues, both anticipated and unforeseen by Su Pingan. Through in-depth discussion, they gradually addressed and resolved various concerns. Note: the original ending was somewhat vague, so I maintained an open-ended conclusion while ensuring all plot elements were fully retained in the earlier sections. The chief minister raised his hand first after speaking, signaling his support for Su Pingan. The others in the conference room followed suit, and the final result was 1 vote against, 3 abstentions, and all others in favor. All right, the plan is approved. Comrade Su Pingan will lead the Shenlong Warehouse project. We'll start with localized experiments and, if successful, proceed with a full rollout, the chief minister concluded. The so-called Shenlong Warehouse is actually the new name for the equipment pavilion, as the warehouse will be located at the foot of Shenlong Mountain. This name, with its rich Chinese cultural connotations, is more fitting. Su Pingan stood up and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your support, leaders. With the most important issue of his trip to the capital resolved, he felt a significant weight lifted off his shoulders. Do you need personnel support at the Qinling teleportation gate? The chief minister asked. We primarily need a large military force, Su Pingan replied with a nod. The chief minister explained. Shui Yong has already informed me. The military committee has agreed, and the army is currently training in Death Valley. They can move to Qinling at your command. During this period, Su Pingan had mainly been focused on his cultivation, leaving otherworldly affairs to Qin Ming. After coming out of seclusion, he rushed to the capital and was understandably unaware of these developments. Chief Minister, please give the order for the army to leave Death Valley immediately and head towards Qinling. I anticipate that the Qinling teleportation gate will open within 2 to 3 days. Considering the size of the army, the transfer will take time. All right, I'll handle this. You just focus on the teleportation gate, the chief minister assured him. The opening of the second teleportation gate was of immense significance to the chief minister, the other leaders present, and the entire country, as it meant having a secure backup and more options. That same day, Su Ping'an left the capital and headed south. He arrived at the eastern end of the Qinling Mountains, at the Funyo Mountain Range, home to the famous Jingru Mountain, also known as Laojun Mountain. The mountain stands over 2,000 meters tall and is a popular pilgrimage site. Seeing the constant stream of tourists, Su Ping'an thought to himself, who would have guessed there's a teleportation gate here? At the foot of Laojun Mountain, in an abandoned courtyard built in the early 20th century, Su Ping'an approached a well sealed by a large stone. With a gentle wave of his hand, he moved the stone aside, revealing a well with a diameter of just over a meter. Outside the courtyard, a unit of armed police had assembled. The middle-aged commander ordered, "Secure the courtyard. No one is to approach without orders." Tourists began to speculate upon seeing the sudden appearance of the armed police. What's happening here? Maybe it's an anti-terror operation, or they're after a fugitive. This is scary. Let's get out of here. With our soldiers here, there's no need to be afraid. Some even took out their phones to film. A subordinate asked the chief, "What exactly is going on? Who is that young man? Should we evacuate the public?" "Don't ask questions you shouldn't," the chief responded sternly, though he was also puzzled. His superiors had only instructed him to ensure the young man's safety and follow his orders. However, you have a point. Set up a perimeter and advise the tourists to leave, just in case, the chief added. At that moment, an armed policeman handed him a phone. "Hello, this is Zhao Ju." A loud voice came from the other end. "The military will soon arrive to take over Laojun Mountain. Assist them in evacuating the tourists." "Yes, sir." Although the chief didn't fully understand the situation, he immediately carried out the order. The well had long since dried up. By the light filtering in from the well's opening, Su Ping'an saw a bronze door embedded in the well wall. In his previous life, this place had been discovered during a renovation project. Finding it a year early was of great significance to the country. He took down a treasure box from the door. This was the key to opening it. The bronze door slowly opened, emitting a faint blue glow. Fortunately, it was daylight, so the light at the well's entrance wasn't noticeable, but it would be conspicuous at night without some cover. Su Ping'an looked down and opened the treasure box, revealing a spear wrapped in a black and red aura lying inside. "So, it really is you," he said excitedly, recognizing it with a drop of his blood. The spear transformed into a stream of light and merged into his forehead. His sea of consciousness had already housed several treasures, yet it still had ample space. At the same time, a flood of information surged into his mind. The Godslayer spear, an innate treasure, evolved from the main stem of the Chaos Green Lotus. Its most remarkable feature is its ability to kill without incurring karma, but this is merely its basic capability. Su Ping'an soon discovered even more astonishing functions of this divine artifact. First is the Hellfire ability. The spear's shaft contains 9 segments for storing karmic power, which can absorb resentment and karmic energy during battles. In critical moments, the stored energy can be detonated. 1 segment is enough to easily obliterate opponents below the Transcendent Realm, 2 segments can kill those in the Mountain and River Realm, and 3 segments can even slay gods. God Realm? Su Ping'an murmured to himself. For him, becoming a god was still a distant dream. However, storing karmic energy seemed like a good option. Unfortunately, the remaining 6 segments of storage space were sealed and would only unlock once he reached the God Realm. Next is the Bloodthirst ability. Every time it kills an enemy, it can absorb 1% of the opponent's vital energy. This not only replenishes Su Ping'an's own vitality, but also enhances his cultivation, exponentially increasing his combat power. Having a life source stone was already incredible, and now this ability? Su Ping'an clenched his fist. If it weren't for the people outside, he would have burst into laughter. Finally, there's the Intimidation ability. The Godslayer spear emits an overwhelming killing intent that can cause immense psychological pressure on enemies. Against novices, or those with weak wills, it can make them lose their nerve without a fight. Even determined opponents would be affected, becoming irritable and irrational in battle. Of course, as an innate treasure, the Godslayer spear also possesses fundamental qualities like indestructibility and unparalleled sharpness. No wonder the god of killing in his previous life became the world's strongest. This artifact is indeed absurdly powerful. Before stepping into the other world, Su Ping'an made a call to the Prime Minister. "The Qinling teleportation gate has been found. It's underground. I'm going to explore the other world. Please send someone to guard this place." "Go ahead. We'll take care of things on Blue Star." The Prime Minister reassured him and began making arrangements. He turned to the Secretary General and said, "Xiao Zhang, schedule some time for me. I need to visit Laojun Mountain." "Prime Minister, are you going to the other world?" "Yes, during the initial 3-day safety period of the teleportation gate. It's a good opportunity to take a look." Missing this chance would make things uncertain in the future. Su Pingan was unaware of the Prime Minister's plans. At that moment, he had already passed through the teleportation gate and arrived in the other world. Before him was a dense forest, surrounded by distant mountains. Relying on memories from his previous life, he knew this was not an ordinary continent, but a massive island spanning 9,999,999.99 square kilometers. See God's Forbidden Land, Crescent Archipelago. Su Pingan muttered to himself as memories surged back like a tidal wave. According to legend, the Crescent Islands were created by the sea god for his wife, the Crescent Goddess. This vast archipelago consists of a main island, Crescent Island, surrounded by 365 star islands, forming an awe-inspiring spectacle. The dual enchantments of the sea god and the Crescent Goddess render the archipelago a mere blur of mist to outsiders, causing ships to unknowingly steer clear. However, within the islands, these barriers seem non-existent. Su Pingan stood on Crescent Island, the main island covering a staggering 9,999,999.99 square kilometers. The 365 surrounding star islands each span nearly 100,000 square kilometers. He quickly calculated that the total area of the archipelago exceeded 40 million square kilometers, making his breath quicken with excitement. Such a vast territory would soon be within China's grasp. Yet, the geographical position of the Crescent Islands made Su Pingan furrow his brow. From his previous life's knowledge, he knew this area to be the most expansive forbidden zone among the 8 known teleportation gates, encompassing all 366 islands and stretching over 40,000 kilometers. To reach the mainland from the archipelago, one would have to cross a vast ocean. This information came from people of another world, as no one from his past life in China had ever successfully traveled between the archipelago and the mainland. Or if they had, they never returned with any information. Why worry so much? Su Pingan shook his head to clear his thoughts. It will take a long time to conquer the Crescent Islands. Matters concerning the mainland can wait for a few years. He scanned his surroundings and quickly pinpointed a noticeable landmark. Less than 300 kilometers from the teleportation gate lay the ocean, but he decided to head in the opposite direction. This was not for sightseeing. The beasts in the ocean were as dangerous as those on land. His purpose was clear: to scout the terrain for the warriors who would follow and to prepare for the construction of defensive lines. A few steps away from the safe zone, Su Pingan immediately encountered some low-level fierce beasts, but he paid them no mind. His figure swiftly moved past, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 300 kilometers away from the portal, standing before a vast, endless ocean. This sea resembled the oceans on Blue Star. Greatly crystal blue waters shimmered under the sunlight, with giant waves crashing against steep cliffs, sending up sprays of water tens of meters high. On the pristine white beach, the waves repeatedly surged and receded, occasionally bringing along some small sea beasts. Through the footage transmitted by the drone, Su Pingan saw the very terrain along the coast and couldn't help but think that if it weren't for the fierce beasts, this place would be an ideal habitat for humans. But then he thought if humans kept growing stronger, one day, this world would surely belong to Huaxia. As he pondered, a massive silhouette entered his view, instantly capturing all his attention. It was a Tier 3 7-star Great King Sea Serpent, over 120 meters long, with black and white scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. This amphibious beast had just finished hunting and was preparing to swim to the Crescent Island forest to rest. Perfect for testing the power of the Godslayer Spear, Su Pingan thought as he retrieved the drone and summoned the Godslayer Spear. The spear's aura immediately alerted all nearby beasts, including the Great King Sea Serpent. Su Pingan leaped down, landing right in front of the giant serpent. The serpent hissed a warning, flicking its tongue, but it did not attack rashly. Its gaze was fixed on the Godslayer Spear, evidently sensing the lethal threat. Trying to escape? Su Pingan noticed the serpent preparing to retreat into the sea. He flashed, blocking its path. The giant serpent instantly activated its protective energy shield and swung its massive tail in a counterattack. But Su Pingan was faster. The Godslayer Spear aimed straight for the serpent's vital point. The spear easily pierced through the energy shield and into the serpent's body. As the spear's malevolent energy was injected, the serpent's movements noticeably slowed, while a powerful surge of blood energy flowed through the spear into Su Pingan's body. This energy was so vast that even just 1% of the beast's blood energy would be overwhelming for an ordinary 10th stage body tempering cultivator. Yet Su Pingan merely felt a slight pressure before refining it completely. The ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. After a few more moves, the colossal beast was utterly lifeless. Su Pingan stored the corpse in his spatial ring, noting that the Godslayer Spear's karma storage now held a trace of special energy. With my current cultivation at the 13th stage, second grade of body tempering, roughly 20 billion kilograms of strength, without the help of the Godslayer Spear, killing this Tier 3 7-star beast would probably take 100 to 200 moves. Su Pingan calmly assessed his strength, showing no arrogance despite the easy victory. Su Pingan fixed his gaze on the blood sea crocodile god not far away. This formidable beast, known for its exceptional defense, was a Tier 3 7-star creature, even more troublesome than the previous great sea serpent. He put away his god-slaying spear and, with a few swift movements, appeared right in front of the beast. Fight me! He charged at the blood sea crocodile god like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to its chi shield. The shield trembled but remained intact, clearly not yet breached. The blood sea crocodile god swung its tail, aiming for the spot where Su Pingan had just stood. Anticipating the move, Su Pingan dodged the deadly blow with a quick sidestep. The massive creature's movements shook the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. The fierce battle raged across the beach, cliffs, and dense forest. After nearly 300 moves, Su Pingan unleashed his star-breaking finger for the 13th time, finally shattering the beast's chi shield with a thunderous sound. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a relentless assault. Each time the blood sea crocodile god attempted to reform its shield, the star-breaking finger would disrupt it, causing its chi and blood to become increasingly chaotic. Trying to escape? It's too late now, Su Pingan sneered. He had intentionally led the battle away from the coastline, cutting off the beast's retreat to the sea by several kilometers. As the battle continued, the severely injured blood sea crocodile god struggled to reach the shore, a look of relief on its face. Su Pingan wasted no time, drawing his god-slaying spear and striking at its vital point. With a final agonized scream, the beast's immense life force surged into Su Pingan through the spear. He twisted the weapon, ending the creature's life completely. From this battle, Su Pingan concluded that he could now kill a Tier 3 7-star beast within 500 moves, and typical beasts of the same tier would only take 300 moves. Over the next 5 days, he sought out even stronger opponents. Through these battles, he made several key discoveries. His strength had surpassed 30 billion kilograms. Beasts could repeatedly draw chi and blood after recovery. The god-slaying spear had a continuous bleeding effect in addition to its lethal aura. He could engage a Tier 3 8-star beast hand-to-hand for dozens of moves. And with the spear, he could swiftly kill Tier 3 8 or 9-star beasts, even gaining a slight edge against a Tier 3 9-star beast at its peak. After 5 days of relentless fighting, Su Pingan felt a bit weary and decided to return to check on the construction of the safety zone's defenses. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister in the capital was worried about his disappearance. When he heard of Su Pingan's safe return, he stood up excitedly. Where has he been? Reports say he went to the coast to investigate, but the details haven't come back yet, the secretary replied honestly. The story's final scene is set within the first defensive line of the Qinling teleportation gate. Commander Su. Everyone greeted enthusiastically. In fact, several kilometers before reaching the portal, Su Pingan encountered soldiers out on an exploration mission. When he saw Li Ming, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Huh. Major General Li, what brings you here? It was known that Li Ming had been in charge of the construction corps on the opposite side of Death Valley. Li Ming explained with a relaxed demeanor, things have stabilized on the other side of Death Valley. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Given my experience and the fact that this area is still in the early stages of development, I was reassigned to oversee the construction of the defenses here. That's great news. Su Pingan beamed, knowing that working with a familiar face would reduce initial communication hurdles and make things more efficient. He then asked with concern, I took a quick look around earlier. Have you already started building the second line of defense? Not just started, Li Ming said proudly. The second line of defense is almost complete. It will be finished in another day. The first line of defense, similar to the one at Death Valley, is set up around the safe zone with a perimeter of 300 meters. However, the second line here is more ambitious, extending up to a 5-kilometer radius, covering over 70 square kilometers, enough to accommodate 1 million people. That fast? Su Pingan exclaimed in surprise. Li Ming explained with pride, Commander Su, this is the speed of our infrastructure work in Huaxia. Unlike Death Valley, this place has better transportation and we mobilized a large number of construction corps from the start, so the efficiency is naturally much higher. What he didn't mention was that a division of seasoned construction soldiers and a division of veteran field soldiers had been transferred from Death Valley, significantly boosting the progress. Have you encountered any dangers? Su Pingan asked. Although there are quite a few fierce beasts, they are of lower levels since we're near the portal. We've accumulated considerable strength from our time at Death Valley, and with the support of advanced weaponry, dealing with them hasn't been too difficult, Li Ming replied. Where do you plan to push the third line of defense? Su Pingan inquired. Commander Su, do you have any instructions? Li Ming immediately became serious. In this otherworldly setting, Su Pingan held the highest command, and his orders had to be executed without delay. Instead of answering directly, Su Pingan asked, your drones should have spotted the coastline by now, right? Yes, Li Ming nodded. We received the information today. The coastline is 316 kilometers away from here. After their conversation, Su Pingan shared his findings. This was an island with an area of about 10 million square kilometers, and the beasts near the ocean were significantly stronger. He had even encountered a Tier 3, 9-star pinnacle beast by the sea. Based on these observations, he suggested that their expansion should primarily focus on moving away from the ocean, with secondary efforts directed towards the coastal areas. Li Ming nodded slightly, his gaze focused on Su Pingan as he got straight to the point. Commander, do you have any suggestions regarding the specific distances for our expansion? We can expand 45 kilometers towards the ocean, Su Pingan said, tracing an arc in the air with his finger. Within this range, there are primarily Tier 1 beasts. Between 45 and 60 kilometers, there are a few low-level Tier 2 beasts, but our current strength is sufficient to handle them. As for the inland direction, we can push up to around 130 kilometers. He paused for a moment before adding, although I haven't personally explored the inland direction, my memories from the previous life give me enough confidence. This trip to the seaside is more about combat training than verifying similarities with the past. What about the other two directions? Li Ming asked. Su Pingan pondered for a moment, tapping his finger on the table. The defensive line at Death Valley is circular, making it relatively easy to plan. I recommend setting it around 90 kilometers, but you'll need to determine the exact location based on field surveys. Consider the terrain and the danger posed by beast concentrations, and get me a detailed report as soon as possible, he added seriously. Before we establish the third defensive line, we must clear out the beasts within that range. Understood. Li Ming nodded. Do we need to mobilize the Yanhuang Corps for support? Su Pingan shook his head. Not for now. Our current forces are sufficient. He calculated internally that the Yanhuang Corps was currently benefiting from the high-voltage training rooms and gravity training rooms in the west. Moving them would disrupt their training progress. Looks like we need to speed up the construction of the two major training bases, he noted to himself. By the way, Commander, Li Ming hesitated slightly. The higher-ups are very concerned about you. They've been inquiring about your situation almost every day for the past 5 days. I understand, General Li. You may go now, Su Pingan replied curtly. All right. Li Ming nodded and took his leave. Stepping out of the portal, Su Pingan walked into the enormous workshop before him. The place had been completely transformed. The original well was gone, replaced by meticulously reconstructed passageways, clearly designed for ease of access and confidentiality. He immediately headed to the core conference room in the capital. Inside, the top officials had been waiting for some time. They were not only concerned about Su Pingan's safety, but also eager to learn about the situation in the other world. Xiao Su, you can't just disappear like that in the future, one elder said with concern. Do you know how worried everyone was about you? I'm truly sorry for causing you all concern, Su Pingan responded sincerely. I just wanted to further verify the information from our heritage with reality and lost track of time. And what were the results? The chief advisor asked urgently. Su Pingan calmly revealed the astonishing discovery. The results largely match. Despite the passage of countless years, the terrain hasn't changed much. According to the inherited memories, on the other side of the Qinling Mountains is a region known as the Crescent Archipelago, said to be the abode of the ancient Crescent Goddess. The entire archipelago consists of a main island with an area of nearly 10 million square kilometers, plus 365 smaller islands, each with an area of 100,000 square kilometers, totaling over 40 million square kilometers. His words sparked a wave of astonishment in the conference room. The attendees began to discuss. Such an area was comparable to a continent. For China, this vast territory and its abundant resources represented enormous development opportunities. But Su Pingan promptly reminded them, Elder Wu, the ocean is extremely dangerous, with sea beasts present. With our current ships, long-distance voyages are very risky. Elder Wu, however, was confident. Xiao Su, haven't we already sent experts into the other world's Death Valley to learn from their shipbuilding sects? We can adopt their techniques or improve upon our existing ones. We must learn from others to surpass them. The meeting then shifted to the discussion of defensive structures for the Qinling portal. Su Pingan proposed a plan for 6 layers of defense, starting from the portal and gradually extending outward, ultimately establishing cities and military fortresses along the coastline to fully control the Crescent Island. Regarding the construction of cultivation chambers, Elder Qi pointed out the difficulty of supplying electricity in the eastern region. After discussion, they reached a consensus. They could adjust the number of high-voltage cultivation chambers open based on peak electricity usage and consider developing wind and hydropower resources in the other world to build cultivation facilities. The entire meeting showcased the Chinese leadership's ambition for otherworldly development, as well as their pragmatic and steady approach. This matter needs to be expedited. It affects our progress in exploring the other world, the Prime Minister said sternly. The 7th Elder immediately responded. I'll set up a special team to focus on this issue and come up with a plan as soon as possible. The Prime Minister then turned to Su Pingan. Xiao Su, do you have any other thoughts? No, Su Pingan shook his head. We're about to discuss the situation of the Great Battle of the Islands. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay and listen, the Prime Minister suggested. Su Ping'an, intrigued, readily agreed. The Prime Minister then signaled Zhang Guodong, the director of the Ninth Bureau, to report on the situation. Zhang Guodong stood up and began a detailed briefing on the current state of the war. The Yamamoto regime is rapidly transferring its population through the portal, while the coalition forces of Sam's nation have advanced to within 10 kilometers of the portal. Meanwhile, the Polar Bear Coalition is fully engaged with Sam's nation on 3 fronts: the main island of Yamamoto, the naval battlefield, and the North Sea Island battlefield. The North Sea Island battlefield is particularly brutal, with daily casualties reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions, and the situation has spiraled out of control. Hearing this, Su Ping'an couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The war in this timeline is even more devastating than in the previous one. Meanwhile, inside the portal on North Sea Island, Yamamoto, furious, smashed his table to pieces, cursing his useless subordinates. Upon learning that they had transferred 3 million people but still had nearly 8 million waiting to be moved, he immediately ordered an acceleration of the transfer, prioritizing the young. Given the dire situation, Yamamoto decided to negotiate with Sam's nation, proposing that if they were granted 10 days and appropriate compensation, he would hand over complete control of the portal. However, in Sam's nation's Black Palace, George scoffed at the proposal, agreeing only to grant 5 days and refusing to provide any material support. At the new Prime Minister's residence, Yamamoto was enraged upon hearing the negotiation results. But Ono Raji reassured him, saying that this only exposed Sam's nation's weakness. Once they and the Polar Bear Coalition were both worn out, it would be the perfect time for their super soldiers to make an appearance. Yamamoto Dufu stood in the command center, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He was well aware of the terrifying power of the super soldiers, especially when these elite forces were paired with modern weaponry. They were virtually unstoppable. If it weren't for the limitations in numbers and training time, he would have already led his troops to strike and showcase their might to the world. But reason told him that now was not the right time. A rash move would only cause the Polar Bear and Uncle Sam to set aside their differences and join forces against them. Moreover, there was still the dormant dragon Huaxia had yet to make a statement. Let's stick to the 5-day plan, Yamamoto Dufu said to the adjutant beside him. Tell George that I don't want to see any offensive actions within these 5 days, or we'll destroy the wormhole. Ono Raji immediately asked, Prime Minister, what about the Polar Bear side? Inform them of the situation. Yamamoto Dufu raised his voice, and Huaxia as well. Don't let them think they can stay out of this. The message quickly reached the Kremlin. The Minister of Defense slammed the table in anger. That bastard Yamamoto is colluding with Uncle Sam at this critical time. He's trying to force us into a full-scale war. The Emperor asked in a deep voice, can we reach the wormhole location in 5 days? The Minister of Defense shook his head. Impossible. Uncle Sam has nearly 3 million troops on North Sea Island, and they are continuously reinforcing. Unless what? Unless Huaxia sends troops. Their army is the strongest in the world. If they can dispatch 2 million ground troops to support us, reaching the wormhole location in 5 days might be feasible. The Emperor snorted. Contact Huaxia immediately. Tell them if they send troops now to seize the wormhole, we can split it 50-50. If they stand by, they will only get 20% in the future. Meanwhile, in the core meeting room in the capital of Huaxia, the Prime Minister was presiding over a meeting. The Secretary General hurried in, reporting the latest developments between Yamamoto's country and the Polar Bear. After listening, the Prime Minister chuckled. The Emperor is getting anxious. Having just secured another portal, he appeared confident. Yamamoto wants to drag us into this, forcing us to confront Uncle Sam. The attendees voiced their opinions, with some advocating sticking to the original plan of providing logistical support, while others suggested deploying troops to maintain their status as a leader of the Third World. As the debate heated up, the Prime Minister turned his gaze to Su Ping'an. Xiao Su, what do you think? Su Ping'an was clear in his stance. Prime Minister, esteemed leaders, I do not recommend sending troops at this time. Su Ping'an stood steadily at the head of the conference table, his gaze sweeping across each of the senior executives present. He began speaking slowly, laying out 3 key arguments. First, as the 5th elder mentioned, the strengths of the Polar Bear and Sam's country have not yet been significantly damaged. Their conflict is just beginning. Su Ping'an's voice was clear and powerful. Given our current capacity, if we were to send troops, the Polar Bear might choose to retreat, and Sam's country would likely target us. This would turn the situation into a direct confrontation between us and Sam's country. He paused briefly before continuing. It's not that we fear Sam's country, but such a direct conflict would inevitably result in significant casualties, which is not in the long-term interests of Huaxia. On the contrary, if we hold our position, the Polar Bear will have no choice but to defend the wormhole with no way out. At that point, the battle between the 2 countries will reach a fever pitch, with both sides pouring in enormous resources. If it turns into a protracted war, they will continuously deplete their strength. Meanwhile, we have 2 teleportation gates, and our power is growing daily. In this scenario of mutual attrition, we will eventually become the world's strongest nation. Wouldn't it be better to step in and clean up the mess then? Second, Su Pingan raised two fingers. Both of our teleportation gates currently require a large military presence. As we continue to advance in the other world, the personnel gap will only widen. We simply don't have the extra troops to engage in a new battlefield. The attendees nodded in agreement at this point. Third, Su Pingan concluded, if we go to war, it will inevitably affect the national economy and disrupt the current balance. Instead of wasting military resources on a new front, it would be more advantageous to concentrate on developing the other world. This is the best choice for us. At this moment, a general reminded, Xiao Su, do you know the current public opinion? The people are calling for us to send troops to avenge the past. Su Pingan responded firmly, Sir, the people's patriotism is commendable, and we too wish for revenge. But they are unaware of the crucial information that we control two teleportation gates. Therefore, we cannot fully comply with public opinion. Once this information is made public, the people will naturally understand our well-intentioned strategy. Xiao Su made a good point. Now is indeed not the best time to deploy troops. We should at least wait until the polar bear and Sam's country are locked in a stalemate. The Prime Minister slapped the table, making the final decision. So how should we respond to the Emperor? The Secretary General immediately asked. Tell him we can settle for just 20, but for now, our priority is economic development. We don't want to get involved in the war. The Prime Minister replied succinctly. Upon receiving the reply from Huaxia, the Emperor had no choice but to personally lead his army into a fierce battle against Sam's country and its allies. A massive war, involving dozens of countries worldwide, erupted on the North Sea island, engulfing the area in flames. Casualties numbered in the hundreds of thousands daily, as various forces fought brutally for control of the wormhole. 5 days flew by. Inside the Prime Minister's office within the wormhole, Yamamoto Dufu was holding an emergency meeting. How many people do we have right now? Yamamoto Dufu asked directly. According to the statistics, about 5.8 million, and the vast majority are young and robust, Secretary Yoshizawa Akira reported excitedly. Excellent. If we mobilize everyone, that's 5.8 million super soldiers. When we return to Blue Star, the world will be ours, Yamamoto Dufu said, visibly excited. At this moment, Ono Raji interjected, Prime Minister, Sam's country is urging us to hand over control of the wormhole. How should we respond? Are the defense lines ready? Yamamoto Dufu asked, his expression serious. Rest assured, we've constructed 7 defense lines. They won't break through, Ono Raji said confidently. Good, then hand it over to them. Yamamoto Dufu sneered. Let them see if they can hold it. As the representative from Sam's country took control of the wormhole, it felt as if the world had hit a pause button. Intense discussions erupted online. Some celebrated Sam's country's victory, some questioned the 500,000 troops, while others anxiously called for Huaxia to intervene. Many debated the Emperor's strategy and Huaxia's response. Meanwhile, in the Black House of Sam's country, George furiously smashed his favorite cup. Despite taking control on Blue Star's side, the troops they sent to explore the other end of the wormhole were ambushed by the Japanese forces and annihilated. The towering 40-meter walls stood like an insurmountable barrier, halting Sam's country's army in its tracks. Damn Yamamoto Dufu! George roared, capture him. I want to personally deal with that cunning bastard. Despite trying various strategies, including using Japanese forces as bait, Sam's country's efforts proved futile. Yamamoto Dufu showed astonishing ruthlessness, showing no mercy to anyone attempting to cross the wormhole. In the end, George angrily surveyed the silent room and loudly demanded, is there any other way? No one could provide an answer, and the office fell into a deathly silence. Sam's country is currently unable to join the war, but the polar bear's army continues its relentless assault, resulting in heavy casualties daily. Amid the chaos, some smaller nations are beginning to show signs of exhaustion, struggling to hold on. In stark contrast, things in Huaxia are proceeding in an orderly manner. Although the surface appears calm, society is subtly transforming. Primary and secondary schools are adding courses in martial arts, traditional Chinese medicine, and Taoist culture. State-owned enterprises are establishing armed units and conducting militia training, a practice that is gradually spreading to private companies. Defense industries are working around the clock, with production lines operating 247. The general public, though rarely discussing it openly, is well aware of what these changes signify. Although Huaxia has not yet joined the war, these actions suggest that it's only a matter of time. Citizens are starting to voluntarily enhance their physical fitness in preparation for the possible conflict. The brutal intensity of the war between the polar bear and Sam's country is beyond imagination. Daily casualties reaching hundreds of thousands have nearly wiped out the younger generation in some smaller nations. The sea near Eben is stained red with blood, and the North Sea island is littered with dismembered bodies, resembling a hell on earth. Even large nations find it hard to endure such massive losses, yet no one is willing to cease fire until absolute victory is achieved. More concerning is the potential use of nuclear weapons, which would have catastrophic consequences. Amid this turmoil, Su Pingan did not return to the Qinling portal after leaving the capital, but chose to retreat and train intensively at the high-voltage Room Zero outside Death Valley in the west, aiming to quickly break through the Qi and Blood stage. He systematically used spiritual liquid to enhance his strength. From mid-tier 3rd grade to high-tier 3rd grade, then to low-tier 4th grade, his power kept increasing 40 billion kilograms, 50 billion kilograms, 60 billion kilograms, 76 billion kilograms, 90 billion kilograms. Finally, propelled by a drop of low-tier 4th grade spiritual liquid and stimulated by a powerful 80,000 amp electric current, his strength broke through to 100 billion kilograms. At that very moment, a marvelous change occurred across the entire blue star and even the far reaches of the universe. Purple energy emerged from the east, enveloping the entire planet, causing people to exclaim, "Is this the end of the world? Could this be related to wormholes?" This question is on everyone's mind around the globe right now. Even the United States, which has already mastered wormhole technology, has paused its military operations on North Sea Island. Everyone is looking up at the abnormal celestial phenomenon. The sky is shrouded in a purple mist, an unprecedented supernatural occurrence. In the central courtyard of the capital, the chief minister stood by the window, staring at the eerie sky. What on earth is happening? Chief Minister, should we consult Su Pingan? The Secretary General suggested. Such a phenomenon might only be explainable by him. What is he doing now? He's still in seclusion, cultivating. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a messenger hurried in. Report. News from the west. The purple mist in the sky is forming a massive vortex, directly funneling into Commander Zu's training chamber. The chief minister was taken aback. So, it's caused by young Su. After a brief pause, he turned to the Secretary General. Make sure to ask him what this is all about once he comes out of seclusion. Meanwhile, in Chamber Zero, Su Pingan's body was undergoing a miraculous transformation. The purple mist from the sky continuously flowed into his crown chakra, perfectly merging with his internal energies. His blood gradually turned from red to purple, emitting a mysterious glow. At this moment, his very essence was evolving beyond that of an ordinary human, with limitless potential for the future. With a thunderous roar, Chamber Zero disintegrated under a powerful energy wave. Su Pingan stood naked between heaven and earth. The purple mist from the sky instantly absorbed into his body. A mysterious purple mark flickered on his forehead. First stage of the Blood Chi realm, Su Pingan murmured, feeling the surging power within him. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Before the breakthrough, I was already invincible below the 4th tier. Su Pingan stood at the edge of the deep pit, silently assessing his own strength. Now, even when facing a fierce beast below the 4th tier and 4 stars, he had absolute confidence in victory. With the god-slaying spear in hand, he could even contend with a 4th tier, 4-star beast. The gap between the 3rd and 4th tiers is enormous, far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Although it doesn't compare to the chasm between the 4th and 5th tiers, a single 4th tier, 1-star powerhouse can easily wipe out hundreds of 3rd tier, 9-star practitioners. Now, Su Pingan, having just broken through to the Qi and Blood realm, is confident enough to challenge a 4th tier, 4-star expert. This alone speaks volumes about the astonishing nature of his breakthrough. As Su Pingan reveled in the joy of his power surge, a chill hit him. Looking down, he couldn't help but curse and quickly retrieved a clean set of clothes from his Chinkuan ring to change into. For a practitioner with a Chinkuan ring, storing a few spare sets of clothes is only natural. Su Pingan, you've got some good assets there. Shui Yong greeted with a laugh as Su Pingan emerged from the pit. Shut up. Su Pingan responded with a dark expression. Despite the awkward scene witnessed by many, he didn't care. A man of 7 feet, with ample assets, has nothing to fear. Those who saw it could only be envious. Ahem. So, what happened just now? Shui Yong asked seriously, shifting from his teasing tone, as it was part of his assigned task. Su Pingan gave him a meaningful look. Just broke through to the Qi and Blood realm. What? A breakthrough to the Qi and Blood realm caused such a phenomenon? Shui Yong was astonished. Can't help it, my talent is just that high, you know, Su Pingan said, maintaining an air of mystery. No one knew he had broken through, after reaching the 13th level of the body refining realm. While everyone knew the body refining realm had 13 levels, aside from Su Pingan, the highest achievement among Chinese practitioners was only 11 levels. In the ensuing conversation, Su Pingan decided to first train at the Tongtian Jade Steps and then head to Crescent Island to oversee the pioneering work. Upon learning that the battle plan for the 4th line of defense at Death Valley was still waiting for his approval, he realized his numerous responsibilities and decided to delegate some authority, focusing on the affairs of the Yinhuang Legion. After training at the Tongtian Jade Steps, Su Pingan arrived at the command center of the Shenlong Mountain Base. Qin Meng reported 3 important updates. The Foundation establishing elixir was running low. The average cultivation level of the Yinhuang Legion warriors had reached the midstage of the Qi and Blood realm, and 7 individuals with swordsmanship talent had been selected in preparation for the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. Qin Ming continued to report on the 4th item. Although the field army had allocated a division to the new portal, its current size has reached 10 divisions after high-level reinforcements. Among them, 2 veteran divisions are particularly strong, with soldiers averaging at the 9th level of the body refining stage, and some elite members have even broken through to the Qi and Blood stage. The weakest among them are at the early 9th level of the body refining stage. The 8 newly added divisions have an average cultivation level of the 5th level of the body refining stage. This is mainly because the supply of low-level foundation building elixirs has been exhausted, and they can only rely on hunting fierce beasts to gather resources for improvement. The Construction Corps also sent 1 division away but received 6 new divisions, maintaining a total of 10 divisions. The 4 veteran divisions have an average cultivation level at the early 8th level of the body refining stage, with the strongest reaching the 9th level and the weakest at the early 7th level. The 6 new divisions have an average cultivation level at the 3rd level of the body refining stage. Qin Ming explained that before the appearance of the portal, China had abolished the divisional system, mainly adopting the army, brigade, and battalion structure. However, considering the future need for large-scale operations, apart from retaining the original elite composite brigades, other units have reverted to the divisional system. According to the standard organization, a field division consists of approximately 13,000 personnel, while a construction division has about 15,000. Including experts and the Yinhuang Corps, the total number of troops stationed at Shenlong Mountain has reached 300,000. Between the 2nd and 3rd defensive lines, multiple cement roads have been constructed. Experts have planned a 3rd-level city, 4 second-level cities, and 22 first-level cities, with a total capacity to accommodate nearly 1 million people. According to the latest classification, a first-level city can house 10,000 to 20,000 people, suitable for scattered layouts in mountainous areas. A second-level city can accommodate 50,000 to 80,000 people, mainly used for military garrisons. A third-level city can house 300,000 to 400,000 people and will serve as the main base containing the portal, with potential for future expansion to higher levels. Isn't that a bit too few? Su Pingan asked. An area of 7,000 square kilometers within a 50-kilometer radius seems to have a low population density. Qin Ming explained that the scale is reasonable because the surrounding area is mountainous, making city construction difficult. He added that once the 4th defensive line is completed, new areas will be opened up. He also mentioned that these cities are primarily for civilian use, while the military will be stationed in dedicated fortresses. Regarding the construction timeline, Qin Ming stated that the initial planning is complete, and it is expected to take 34 months, possibly sooner. Su Pingan emphasized the need to speed up progress while ensuring quality to attract more specialized talents. Finally, discussing external exploration, Qin Ming provided detailed information on the distribution patterns of fierce beasts. The boundary between 1st and 2nd level fierce beasts lies between 76-80 kilometers, with clear distinctions for the various levels of 2nd and 3rd level beasts. Given that the Yinhuang Corps has reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood stage, and their combat power will further increase, he suggested pushing the 4th defensive line to 110 kilometers. This would facilitate hunting fierce beasts and keep them within the range of long-distance strikes. After hearing this balanced yet ambitious suggestion, Su Pingan fell into deep thought. In this way, our territory will be vast, and 300,000 people might not be nearly enough, Su Pingan said as he gazed at the map in front of him. Qin Ming immediately responded, "Yes, I suggest we bring in more manpower to develop the other world. We can take bigger steps forward." "All right, I'll discuss the manpower issue with Shuiyong," Su Pingan said after a moment of contemplation. "Let's be bolder and push forward by 120 kilometers. A radius of 120 kilometers, covering an area of 45,000 square kilometers, is indeed significant," Qin Ming analyzed seriously. With such a large territory, 300,000 people are certainly insufficient for defense. We need more soldiers and civilians to help build our new home. After a brief discussion, Qin Ming promised to complete the planning work within a day. Although he initially intended to spend 3 days refining the plan, he was confident he could meet the deadline thanks to thorough preliminary preparations. The following day, Death Valley was bustling with activity. Warriors moved back and forth, transporting ammunition and supplies in preparation for the upcoming battle. Su Pingan, in the command center, meticulously studied the map of the beast gathering spots provided by Qin Ming, assigning detailed tasks. Early the next morning, the heads of various military units gathered at the command center. After some brief pleasantries, Su Pingan began outlining the mission. He detailed the objective of this operation: to advance 70 kilometers beyond the 3rd defensive line and establish a 4th defensive line, achieving an actual push of 140 kilometers. When Guo Eon expressed concerns about insufficient troops, Su Pingan adopted his suggestion of advancing in phases and by regions. They finalized a clockwise operational plan moving east, south, west, and north. Su Pingan emphasized the situation in the eastern war zone, listing the distribution of various levels of beast gathering spots. He assigned specific tasks. Qi Zun would handle the most dangerous gathering spots. The Yinhuang Legion would cooperate with the War God Special Forces to deal with 6-star threats, and the Field Army would provide firepower support and subsequent cleanup. Lastly, Su Ping'an assigned Alifu and others to clear the beasts around the wild medicinal herb garden. With a command, the troops swiftly mobilized. Within half an hour, the Yinhuang Legion had reached their designated positions, and the large-scale military operation officially commenced. Report the situation, Tong Guan said gravely. The subordinate standing before him immediately began a detailed report. Sir, there are a total of 16,000 fierce beasts here. Among them, the Beast King has reached the 3rd tier, 1st star level. There are over 200 advanced 2nd-tier beasts, 800 intermediate 2nd-tier beasts, and more than 2,000 initial 2nd-tier beasts. The primary force consists of over 10,000 advanced 1st-tier beasts. Tong Guan frowned slightly. When will Master Qi arrive? He wasn't worried about the other beasts. His only concern was the 3rd-tier, 4-star Beast King. Such a beast had a formidable protective shield, and if it wasn't killed in one strike, the ensuing battle would become extremely challenging. At that moment, Master Qi's voice suddenly echoed around them. I'll handle the Beast King. The rest is up to you. Tong Guan and Xiaoli couldn't help but gasp. They had only been on the move for half an hour, yet Master Qi had already dealt with another extremely dangerous beast gathering and arrived here. His capabilities were astonishing. At the Shenlong Mountain base camp, Qin Ming observed the battlefield through a drone. Pingan, Master Qi is incredibly powerful, facing nearly 20,000 fierce beasts, including 3 3rd-tier, 4-star beasts, 1 3rd-tier, 2nd-star beast, and over 600 advanced 2nd-tier beasts. He finished the battle in less than a minute. Su Ping'an silently assessed himself, thinking that it would take him at least half an hour to clear such a horde. I still have a long way to go, he thought. At the perimeter of the 6-star danger level beast gathering, Master Qi suddenly appeared before Tong Guan. The Beast King has been dealt with. The rest is up to you. With that, he instantly teleported to a mountaintop, overseeing the battlefield. Tong Guan immediately issued orders. Proceed as planned. Prioritize eliminating the advanced 2nd-tier beasts and disrupt their formations. With powerful fire support, they managed to eliminate more than half of the beasts within half an hour. Once the height-ear beasts were cleared, Tong Guan ordered a halt to the fire attack, allowing the troops to engage in close combat, providing a rare opportunity for practical training. Another half hour passed, and the blood-soaked warriors emerged from the battlefield, leaving the cleanup to the field army. Back at the Shenlong Mountain base camp, Qin Ming reported to Su Ping'an that the 6-star danger level beast gathering had been cleared. Su Ping'an then ordered the troops to proceed to the other 4 5-star gathering points. From 7 a.m. on the first day until 4 p.m. the next day, the frontline combat summary finally reached Su Ping'an. He nodded in satisfaction and then inquired about the construction timeline for the eastern section of the 4th defense line. Qin Ming pointed out 5 key locations on the map. We will build fortifications at these points. Securing these 5 locations will effectively prevent large-scale beast invasions. The first phase of construction is expected to be completed in 3 days. Given the expanded defense area, we've changed our previous dense defense strategy to a focused defense approach. Although we can prevent large-scale beast invasions, the border is too long, and a few ground and flying beasts still pose a problem, Su Ping'an said, standing before the battle map, his eyes scanning the contours of the extended mountain range. We need more cameras and patrols. That is indeed an issue. Qin Ming stepped forward, pointing to the mountainous areas on the map. However, with modern technology, we can detect and eliminate threats early. While we can't completely eradicate them, we can minimize the threat. As our territory expands, these areas will eventually become part of our interior. We just need to take it one step at a time. How long will phases 2 and 3 take? Su Ping'an asked. Qin Ming unrolled detailed engineering plans. Phase 1 involves building a basic wall at the narrowest points. Phase 2 will take 10 days, focusing on reinforcing and raising the wall, filling gaps, and constructing 3 lines of defense at each pass. Phase 3 is more complex, estimated to take a month, as it involves building military fortresses at each pass to prepare for future garrisons. A month and a half, Su Ping'an nodded. The timeline is reasonable. Let the frontline soldiers rest tonight, and we'll start the southern campaign tomorrow. I'll arrange it right away, Qin Ming said, turning to leave. In the following days, Su Ping'an directed the frontline battles while handling the beasts brought back. The valuable ones were kept for breeding, while the rest were refined into foundation-building elixirs. In his spare time, he focused on martial arts training, making significant progress in both the star-breaking finger and the heaven-slashing sword technique. Finally, I've mastered the basics, Su Ping'an smiled slightly. After previous battles and recent training, his star-shattering finger technique has finally reached the beginner level, elevating his strength further. Among the 8 stages of martial arts proficiency: novice, beginner, minor achievement, mastery, major achievement, perfection, subtlety, In essence, his star-shattering finger is now at the beginner stage, while his heaven-splitting sword technique remains at the novice level. As for the 7 forms of the army-breaking spear technique, which he had mastered to the level of proficiency in his past life, it has now regained its former level through relentless practice in this life. Pingan, the northern battle is over. Our troops are returning, Qin Ming reported excitedly as he ran up to Su Pingan. Su Pingan immediately decided, don't return just yet. First, continue to eliminate the ferocious beasts in our territory, and second, assist the construction corps to expedite the building projects. That works. There are still tens of thousands of beasts that need to be dealt with. Qin Ming considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. 5 days later, the field army did not disappoint. Not only did they completely clear the territory of ferocious beasts, but they also completed the first phase of the 4th line of defense, with the second phases of the eastern and southern lines finished ahead of schedule. Commander, this battle yielded great results. Why not share the success with the troops to lift their spirits? Su Pingan suggested. Qin Ming immediately began a detailed report. The battle resulted in the elimination of an astonishing number of ferocious beasts. 148 third-tier beasts including 9 3-star, 27 2-star, and 112 1-star, over 872,000 second-tier beasts, and over 5,371,000 first-tier beasts. The intervention of the revered master was crucial in preventing significant casualties from the third-tier beasts. Additionally, the spoils were substantial. 39 herb gardens and 846 spiritual herbs were discovered, and experts skilled in spiritual plant cultivation and alchemy have been dispatched to tend to them. More importantly, based on the patterns of beast gatherings, 3 spiritual springs and 22 areas with dense spiritual energy were identified, with experts currently assessing the potential existence of spiritual veins. Upon hearing the report, Su Pingan couldn't hide his joy. He knew that the spiritual springs might contain spiritual veins, which, even if of the lowest grade, were invaluable to Huaxia. As for the areas with unusually dense spiritual energy, they could be abandoned spiritual stone mines, spiritual herb gathering sites, or remnants of ancient formations, all extremely precious resources. Lastly, we had no fatalities in this battle, with only 4 seriously injured and 57 lightly injured. Truly a glorious victory, Qin Ming concluded excitedly. It's mainly because everyone has gained experience fighting these beasts. They know when to attack and when to engage from a distance, avoiding reckless close combat. Everyone performed excellently, Su Pingan praised with satisfaction. All thanks to the commander's excellent leadership, Tong Guan saluted. I never thought our Captain Tong could be such a flatterer. That's rare, Su Pingan joked, causing everyone to burst into laughter. As for the spiritual herbs, they have been handed over to the experts. In the past few days, I have refined all the Foundation establishment elixirs. Su Pingan changed the topic, and everyone immediately held their breath. Commander, stop teasing us and tell us already, Tong Guan urged impatiently. Yes, Commander Su, please tell us. Even the usually composed Gua Xiaotian appeared somewhat eager. Su Pingan smiled and revealed the detailed figures. 255 drops of 3rd-tier lower-grade Foundation Establishment Elixir, 2,551,900 drops of 2nd-tier Foundation Establishment Elixir, and 16,021,300 drops of 1st-tier Foundation Establishment Elixir. Wow! Everyone gasped in astonishment. That many? Amazing! With these Foundation Establishment Elixirs, our cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. The hall echoed with their excited laughter. Commander, how do you plan to allocate these Foundation Establishment Elixirs? Qin Ming asked directly, causing everyone else in the meeting room to perk up with anticipation. Su Pingan, with his hands clasped on the table, pondered for a moment before responding, we'll distribute them based on everyone's current cultivation levels. Since the contribution system in Huaxia is still under development, I will manage these resources for now. Once the system is up and running, everything will be allocated according to the rules. Turning to Yi Xiao, Su Pingan asked, Captain Yi, what's the current cultivation status of the War God's Special Forces? Yi Xiao straightened his back and replied firmly, Commander, among the 40 members of the Special Forces, 14 have advanced to the early stage of the Blood Energy Realm's 4th level, while the remaining 26 have reached the peak of the 3rd level. After a quick mental calculation, Su Pingan decided, here's the allocation. 130 drops of 2nd-grade lower-tier Foundation Establishment Elixir, 14,000 drops of 2nd-grade mid-tier Elixir, 18,000 drops of 2nd-grade upper-tier Elixir, and 40 drops of 3rd-grade lower-tier Elixir. With your team's foundation, these resources should be sufficient to elevate the entire unit to the Cleansing Marrow Realm. Thank you, Commander. Yi Xiao couldn't hide his excitement. The Cleansing Marrow Realm, as the 3rd major stage, offers incredible power, evident from the destructive capabilities of 3rd-grade fierce beasts. The others in the room, though envious of the resources allocated to the War God Special Forces, understood the critical role this elite unit plays in becoming super soldiers and strengthening Huaxia's foundation. They quickly accepted the decision. Su Pingan continued, Captain Tong, Captain Xiao, Vice Commander Alifu, how are your troops faring? The three officers then provided detailed reports on their respective units, demonstrating their deep understanding of their soldiers. As key components of the Yinhuang Legion, the status of these three teams was equally crucial. Su Pingyan pondered for a moment, his fingers tapping rapidly on the table as he meticulously calculated the resource allocation plan. After a brief pause, he looked up with determination and announced the detailed distribution of the Foundation Establishment elixirs. You will receive 31,000 drops of second-tier low-grade, 385,000 drops of second-tier mid-grade, and 46,000 drops of second-tier high-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs. These resources are sufficient to elevate everyone's cultivation to the early stage of the 8th level of Qi and Blood. He explained that due to the insufficient quantity of second-tier mid-grade elixirs, some second-tier high-grade elixirs had to be used as substitutes to make up for the shortfall. This decision reduced the inventory of second-tier high-grade elixirs to 5,500 drops. The three Legion commanders were thrilled upon hearing this. Although it didn't match the allocation for the War God Special Forces, considering that most of the high-grade elixirs were given to them, they were more than satisfied. Next, Guo Xiaotian reported on the situation of the field army. After careful consideration, Su Pingyan continued the allocation. The two veteran field divisions will receive 290,000 drops of first-tier high-grade, 12,000 drops of first-tier top-grade, and 520,000 drops of second-tier low-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs. This will allow all members to reach the early stage of the second level of Qi and Blood. As for the 8 new divisions, they will be allocated 8.3 million drops of first-tier mid-grade, 1.35 million drops of first-tier high-grade, 12,000 drops of first-tier top-grade, and 104,000 drops of second-tier low-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, ensuring that all soldiers can break through to the early stage of the first level of Qi and Blood. After this round of distribution, Su Pingyan was left with 215 drops of third-tier low-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, 5,500 drops of second-tier high-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, 999,100 drops of second-tier low-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, 3,200 drops of first-tier top-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, 1,907,400 drops of first-tier low-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs. He then formulated a detailed plan for the construction corps. The 4 veteran divisions received 7.3 million drops of first-tier high-grade, over 3,200 drops of first-tier top-grade, and 60,000 drops of second-tier low-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, ensuring that 60,000 people would reach the early stage of the first level of Qi and Blood. After thorough deliberation, Su Pingyan allocated 4.05 million drops of first-tier low-grade, 12.6 million drops of first-tier mid-grade, 1.44 million drops of first-tier high-grade, and 100,000 drops of second-tier low-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs to the 6 new divisions. To ensure resource adequacy, Su Pingyan personally supplemented approximately 700,000 drops of second-tier low-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, equivalent in value to 7 drops of third-tier high-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs. These would be compensated at the agreed-upon price. After the meeting, Qin Ming marveled at Su Pingyan's selfless dedication. Su Pingyan, however, looked forward to the future with great anticipation. Once these resources are fully utilized, we will have 40 Shisui realm experts, over 2,000 8th-level Qi and Blood experts, 26,000 second-level Qi and Blood experts, and 254,000 first-level Qi and Blood experts. Before leaving, Su Pingyan informed Qin Ming about his upcoming trip to Xinyue Island. Just then, Shui Yong hurried in with important news. The Yinhuang Legion had been approved for expansion, with both the attack and defense units growing to 2 regiments each, the War God Special Forces expanding to 100 members, and the addition of the Beidou 7-star squad. This meant that the total number of the Yinhuang Legion would exceed 15,000, greatly exciting Su Pingyan. However, the expansion brought some headaches for Su Pingyan. A major issue was the newly recruited soldiers lagging in cultivation levels. His eyes involuntarily turned towards the 2 veteran field divisions under Guo Xiaotian's command. At that moment, Guo Xiaotian, who was distributing Foundation Establishment elixir, suddenly shivered. Muttering to himself, he said, "It's not even cold. Is someone bad-mouthing me behind my back? Oh, by the way, we need you to finalize the regiment-level organization plan and submit it directly to the higher-ups." The chief advisor mentioned that they would not interfere in principle, Shui Yong added. "Understood. I'll get the plan ready as soon as possible. Please send my regards to the chief advisor," Su Pingyan replied with a smile. "There's another matter," Shui Yong continued. "The higher-ups believe that since Huaxia has 2 portals, we shouldn't favor one over the other. They hope you can split the Yinhuang Corps, leaving one part at Shenlong Mountain and sending the other to Crescent Island. Both places need high-end combat strength." Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. "No problem, that makes sense. Crescent Island actually needs more personnel. Shenlong Mountain is already fairly stable, and the next major battle is still a long way off." He then shared his own thoughts. "Speaking of which, I have a request to pass on to the higher-ups. We need to send talents from various fields to the other world, including ordinary civilians. We've already controlled nearly 45,000 square kilometers of territory, and the next step is to quickly assimilate this land to provide new momentum for Huaxia's development. Shui Yong's eyes lit up. This isn't just about expanding territory. The economic value of the other world is immeasurable. With Huaxia's economic growth stagnating and global conflicts ongoing, finding a new economic growth point in the other world would be a tremendous boon for us. As the text is lengthy, the rest of the content will need to be provided in installments. This part retains all original plot points while enhancing the clarity and vividness of the dialogue and descriptions. If you need to continue, please let me know. Even after selecting from both legions, the numbers still fall short, Su Pingan said, spreading his hands with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Guo Xiaotian frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What do you mean? I plan to prioritize recruiting warriors who have reached the 10th level of body refining. Next, I'll consider the level of their martial arts techniques, and finally, I'll select from those with exceptional combat spirit or a love for fighting. Su Pingan explained his selection criteria straightforwardly. Guo Xiaotian's face darkened. This was not just Su Pingan's directive, but also an order from the higher-ups, leaving him no room for rebuttal. Taking a deep breath, he could only make one request. Just don't take everyone. Leave me some seeds. Su Pingan nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will. However, how he would handle the actual selection was another matter. After leaving the other world, Su Pingan headed straight for New Moon Island. He didn't start expanding his forces immediately, but decided to wait until the warriors had digested their recent gains. He wanted to see how many could reach the 10th level of body refining and who could break through to the 11th level. These individuals would be the primary candidates for the War God Special Forces. The training for the Big Dipper squad was already underway. Su Pingan had taught them the Big Dipper sword technique and formation a few days ago. Now, it was up to them to hone their skills. In terms of resources, they were given the highest priority. On New Moon Island, Li Ming greeted Su Pingan with a hint of reproach. Commander, you're finally here. I thought you had forgotten about us. As the overall commander of New Moon Island, Li Ming not only had to oversee the construction corps of 10 divisions, but also manage the field army of another 10 divisions. Although his authority had greatly increased, so had his responsibilities, adding to his stress. Su Pingan smiled and explained. How could I forget? We're in the middle of a war over there. I can't just abandon my post halfway. So, Commander, how should we proceed here? Li Ming immediately got to the point. After a detailed terrain survey, they had devised an operational plan covering 15,600 square kilometers, advancing 45 kilometers east, 80 kilometers west, 60 kilometers south, and 65 kilometers north. This area was primarily at the boundary between first and second-tier fierce beasts, ensuring the safety of the operation. Once all preparations were confirmed to be in place, Su Pingan handed over command to Li Ming and positioned himself in the central command. Even without the participation of the Yanhuang Legion, the warriors achieved impressive results. Meanwhile, the international situation was shifting rapidly. At the Sam Kingdom's allied camp on Beihai Island, the newly appointed pre-battle commander, 4-star General David, was fuming with rage. As the third commander in a short period, he was extremely frustrated by the ongoing inability to control the situation on the other side of the wormhole. Despite the heavy casualties the Allied forces had suffered, they still couldn't fully control the wormhole, putting immense pressure on the higher-ups, including George. In the general's office, the chief of staff reported with a serious expression, General, the passage is too narrow, and the enemy is well prepared. Our soldiers become sitting ducks as soon as they go through. Unless we can deplete their ammunition reserves and force close combat, we might have a slim chance. David paced anxiously in the office. What about using high-intensity bombs? They wouldn't dare. The chief of staff shook his head. They're afraid of destroying the wormhole. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious. Then let's use a human wave tactic to exhaust them, David said excitedly. Their numbers and ammunition are limited. Sooner or later, we will gain control. The chief of staff's expression grew even more grave. General, our soldiers are now terrified of the wormhole. No one dares to go in. Everyone knows it's a death sentence. What's the situation with the polar bears? David asked, changing the subject. They've basically taken control of the 3 islands. Watanabe Saburo has already surrendered to the polar bears. David slammed the table hard. Those turncoats from Japan. After calming himself, he asked, they still don't believe what we're saying. No, they don't. David lit a pipe, imitating the manner of the 5-star general, and fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he spoke. Contact home. We can't keep fighting like this. Continued attrition will be unbearable for both us and the polar bears, and it will only benefit the Japanese. Do you mean a ceasefire, General? Yes. The most important thing now is to gain control on the other side, not to engage in meaningless battles here. We can join forces with the polar bears and let them do the fighting. The chief of staff suddenly understood. Got it. I'll report this to headquarters immediately. In the Oval Office of the Black House, the atmosphere was tense. What do you all think of David's proposal? The president looked around the room. Bryn, as a trusted advisor, was the first to speak. Mr. President, this is the option that best serves our interests at the moment, James added. The members of Congress are already quite disgruntled. The public is eager for discoveries in the new world, and online criticism is mounting. The Golden Mane is also constantly accusing us of deceiving the public. After a round of discussion, the president made a decision. We'll go with David's plan.
Bryn, you head to the Kremlin and present our cooperation offer to the Emperor.
The next day, Bryn arrived at the Kremlin. A ceasefire? The Emperor sneered. We have the advantage now. Why should we stop? Bryn went straight to the point. If China stops supplying your logistics, how long can you hold out? China keeps its promises. They won't cut off supplies, the Emperor said, trying to appear confident. Bryn continued, the more support China gives, the higher the price you'll pay in the future. We control the wormhole. If we cooperate in developing the new world, China will have no chance. Don't forget, you're still occupying a lot of their territory. This struck a nerve with the Emperor. Although currently allied with China against the United States, the polar bears had never fully trusted their powerful neighbor. All right, what are your options? The Emperor finally wavered. Bryn held up 2 fingers. We have 2 options. In a critical negotiation, Bryn proposed 2 options. First, we team up to take down the opposition and secure control, then settle the score between us. Second, we collaborate to secure control, and then jointly develop the new world. The Emperor went straight to the heart of the matter. If we secure control, how will the profits be divided? 60% for us, 40% for you, and nothing for Huaxia, Bryn declared firmly. 50-50, or no deal, the Emperor insisted. Bryn emphasized their advantage. Don't forget, we control the wormhole on the blue star side, which gives us a greater advantage. Plus, our allies also need a share. We have allies too, the Emperor countered. But your allies, in terms of national strength and scale, can't compare to ours, can they? Bryn retorted. The Emperor fell into a long contemplation before finally making a decision. All right, let's do it. We can't afford to keep fighting domestically. This is the best solution for now. As for the 40% share, it's only temporary. We'll reassess in the future. Wise decision, Your Majesty, Bryn said with a sigh of relief. The announcement of the cooperation between Russia and the United States caused a global uproar. Huaxia's netizens were furious. Russia has betrayed us. Send troops immediately, or we'll lose everything. However, rational voices also emerged online. Unless we want to take on the whole world, it's not wise to intervene now. Some pointed out several suspicious aspects. Why did the US team up with Russia? Why hasn't any information about the new world been released? What does Huaxia's unusual silence signify? In the core conference room in the capital, the chief minister was inquiring about the control of online public opinion. When the notification from the Russian emperor was placed before them, everything became clear. Japan had already set up multiple defense lines on the other side, making it difficult for even the US, despite controlling the wormhole, to break through without seeking cooperation. Meanwhile, at the command center on Crescent Island, Su Pingan was also surprised by this development. It was a stark departure from how events unfolded in the previous timeline, but it didn't seem to be a bad outcome for Huaxia. Outside the wormhole on North Sea Island, Russian Commander Derikovsky was discussing strategies with General David. Based on new insights into the wormhole stability, Derikovsky proposed a bold idea. Are you suggesting using a larger yield bomb? General David asked, his brow furrowed. No, let's use missiles directly, Derikovsky suggested decisively. Fire them at the rear of their line. The front wall of their defenses can absorb most of the blast, minimizing damage to the wormhole. Plus, they must have stockpiled a lot of ammunition and personnel at the back. If we can severely damage those resources, victory will be within reach. David hesitated, but he had considered this option before but was always worried about damaging the wormhole. If you're worried about taking responsibility, I'll do it, Derikovsky said firmly, unwilling to see more of his soldiers die in vain. We can start with low-yield missiles, observe the wormhole's reaction, and gradually increase the yield. Reluctantly, David nodded in agreement. If they couldn't seize control from the other side soon, he would be removed from his position anyway. Now that someone was willing to take the responsibility, he had no reason to object. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Yamamoto Tofu's government behind the 7th defensive line within the wormhole, an emergency meeting was underway. Prime Minister Kayasawa Akira reported gravely, the attacks from the Sam Nation are becoming more intense. According to the latest captured prisoners, they have reached a ceasefire agreement with the Polar Bear Nation, and it's actually the Polar Bear troops that are attacking us now. Yamamoto Tofu slammed the table in anger. In recent days, they had encountered even more powerful monsters while exploring the new world. Although they had acquired many strong monster corpses, boosting their strength, this had also greatly depleted their already limited ammunition and manpower. Ono Raji tried to reassure him, please don't worry, Prime Minister. Whether they cooperate or not, they can't break through our defenses. Don't be too confident, Kaisawa Akira immediately countered. The wormhole is expanding. Once its width reaches a critical point, the enemy can deploy more troops simultaneously. We might not be able to hold them off. Moreover, our casualties and ammunition consumption are high, and we can't get resupplied in the short term. When Yamamoto Dofu learned that their population had dropped from 5.8 million to 5 million, he was shocked. Kaisawa Akira explained the reasons for the losses in detail. 200,000 had died on the front lines, and many more had perished exploring the new world, especially from encounters with powerful monsters with energy shields. As they were discussing whether to negotiate and cooperate with the Sam nation, a violent explosion suddenly shook the ground. Prime Minister, we have a problem. An aide rushed in frantically. The Polar Bear Nation has fired missiles at us. The first defensive line has a massive breach, and the enemy is pouring in. This news left Yamamoto Dofu stunned. They had been confident because they believed the enemy wouldn't dare use high-yield weapons. Now that missiles had indeed been used, they were caught off guard. Outside the wormhole, Darakovsky anxiously inquired about the wormhole's condition. When he learned that the wormhole remained intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of joy spreading across his face. David stood to the side, his face a mix of joy and regret. It was his idea to ally with the polar bears to minimize casualties, but he hadn't anticipated the wormhole's stability. If they had known they could use missiles directly, they could have monopolized all the gains. But there's no turning back time. The immediate priority was to seize control on the other side. In that case, fire another shot. Then our forces will charge through and take control of the wormhole, Darakovsky ordered decisively. The roar of explosions echoed again, and the first defensive wall, which Yamamoto Dofu had proudly built, collapsed. The wormhole remained unscathed. The three factions now understood that the wormhole was far more resilient than they had imagined, and they could proceed without holding back. With the wall destroyed and the rear ammunition depot exploding, the combined forces of the Polar Bears and Sam's Nation quickly overran the first line of defense. The second line fell within a day, and Yamamoto Dofu completely lost control both inside and outside the wormhole, leaving him with no options. In the Oval Office of the Black House in Sam's Nation, George burst into laughter upon hearing the good news from the front lines. Ha ha, finally, we've got it. Mr. President, James reported. In addition to the good news, David has informed us that Yamamoto Dofu wants to negotiate cooperation. Cooperation? George sneered. Now he wants to talk? Too late. Tell David to bring me Yamamoto Dofu's head. I want to kick it around like a ball. Only that will quell the anger at home. Sam's nation had suffered heavy losses in the war, and someone had to pay the price. In the newly established Prime Minister's office outside the 7th line of defense within the wormhole, Ono Raji reported helplessly, Prime Minister, Sam's nation has responded. They want your head and demand our unconditional surrender, or they will annihilate us. Damn it. Yamamoto Dofu was both furious and terrified. He then gave a frantic order. If they won't let us live, then we'll go down together. Deploy the Kamikaze Corps and drive them all back to Blue Planet. No, kill all the invaders. Let them know the cost of refusing to cooperate. This 200,000 strong Kamikaze Corps was his trump card, consisting of super soldiers who had grown accustomed to eating monster meat, far surpassing ordinary troops in strength. Although the invaders had also consumed monster meat and gained enhanced abilities, they were still no match for the Kamikaze Corps. Ono Raji knew this was their last chance. If even the Kamikaze Corps failed, their options would be to surrender or flee deeper into the new world. Outside the wormhole, a soldier reported in a panic, General, it's bad. A group of non-human warriors from Yamamoto's side has appeared. They can jump over 10 meters high, carry cannons into battle, dodge bullets, and move incredibly fast. We're about to be driven out. Requesting reinforcements. This news left David and Darakovsky stunned. They had been weighing whether to continue their cooperation or to turn against each other, but this sudden development changed everything. Send reinforcements immediately. We'll deal with other matters later, Darakovsky ordered. David quickly gathered troops to support the front lines. They had already reported their victory back home, and losing control of the wormhole now would lead to severe repercussions. Soon, soldiers brought back clear video evidence. The two generals watched in silence. Reinforce the defenses and hold the line at all costs, Darakovsky commanded. Both generals then sent the video back to their respective countries. In the Kremlin of the Polar Bears, the Tsar watched the video with a furrowed brow. The footage revealed why Yamamoto Dofu was so determined to control the wormhole, even at the cost of his nation's destruction. It seems the new world is far more important than we thought, the Minister of Defense muttered. Not only is it resource-rich, but it also has enough extraordinary materials to create so many super soldiers in just a few months. The Tsar immediately ordered, tell Darakovsky to hold the wormhole at all costs. Also, send the video to Huaxia. We've been leading the charge. With this evidence, they should be compelled to act. In the Black House of Sam's Nation, George watched the video and finally understood why Yamamoto Dufu had turned against them. Blinken reminded him, "Do you remember? Initially, Yamamoto Dufu was willing to share the new world until his secretary, Yoshizawa Akira, told him something that changed his mind. It must have been then that they discovered the special resources to create super soldiers," Blinken explained. "That's why Yamamoto Dufu was confident he could stand against us, Sam's Nation." George nodded in agreement. That must have been it. George sat in his office, a grave expression on his face as he analyzed the situation. They reject us publicly while secretly advancing their plans, all to buy time. If we hadn't acted swiftly, in 6 months or a year, they could have developed millions of super soldiers. The consequences would have been unimaginable. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Although the recent operation resulted in nearly 4 million casualties, it successfully thwarted Ipon's scheme. He immediately issued an order. Inform David to secure control of the wormhole at all costs. Their numbers are limited. Even if they have super soldiers, they haven't had enough time to become overwhelmingly powerful, or they would have counterattacked by now. Meanwhile, in an office just outside the 7th defensive line within the wormhole, Yamamoto Dufu was in a fit of rage, the room around him in shambles. "Damn it!" he shouted. He had thought that deploying the Kamikaze Corps would seize control of the wormhole and force Sam Country into cooperation, but instead, it had only strengthened their resolve. The situation on the front lines was also grim. Despite the Kamikaze Corps reclaiming the 2nd defensive line with their formidable strength, they couldn't breach the 1st line. Faced with the enemy's relentless firepower, the Kamikaze Corps suffered heavy losses in the confined battlefield. In just 3 days, their casualties exceeded 50,000. Although the enemy's losses were greater, their regular soldiers kept arriving in waves, and various smaller nations, eager for a share of the spoils, also sent reinforcements. "Prime Minister, we must make a decision," said Ono Raji. "Can we hold on?" Yamamoto Dufu slumped into his chair. "Continuing will only lead to more pointless deaths." After careful consideration, Yamamoto Dufu decided to retreat while fighting, leading his troops deeper into the wormhole. He believed that since the advanced monsters possessed intelligence comparable to humans, there must be some form of civilization in this world. Yamamoto Dufu led his army over 100 kilometers deep, and the pursuing allied forces suffered heavy losses when they encountered the fierce beasts, forcing them to halt their pursuit and lose track of Ipon's remnants. In the Black House of Sam Country, George was stunned by the giant monsters of this new world. Blinn reminded him that Ipon had refused to cooperate after studying the monsters, implying a connection between the super soldiers and the creatures. George immediately ordered scientists to begin research. In the Kremlin of the Polar Bear Country, the Emperor also believed there was a link between the super soldiers and the monsters, and he commanded the transport of monster corpses back home for study. When asked whether to inform Huaxia, the Emperor paused for a long time before deciding to keep it a secret for now. In the core meeting room of Huaxia's capital, the Prime Minister displayed some photos. "Take a look at these," he said. "These are satellite images just received." The attendees saw images of beast corpses being transported near the North Sea Island portal and began to discuss animatedly. A group of high-ranking military and political officials were gathered in the conference room, discussing the latest developments in the war. Previously, Sam's Country couldn't break through the front lines and had to cease hostilities with the Northern Bear. But now they can transport the corpses of the fierce beasts, which means they've already secured the passage inside. A seasoned general analyzed, tapping his finger lightly on the map spread out on the table. Could it be another scenario? Another general suggested. Maybe they couldn't conquer it and ended up collaborating with Japan? An elder with silver hair spoke slowly, his eyes reflecting deep thought. That hypothesis is very likely. Yamamoto's initial plan was to have Sam's Country and the Northern Bear weaken each other, but now they've stopped fighting. That plan has failed. In this situation, it's possible that Yamamoto chose to collaborate with them. After all, he has millions of people in the other world, and without sufficient supplies and ammunition, it's hard to sustain them. There appear to be 2 possibilities, another general summarized confidently. Either Sam's Country and the Northern Bear have reached a cooperation agreement with Yamamoto, or the Allied forces have already broken through Japan's defenses, signaling Yamamoto's inevitable defeat. "I lean towards the second possibility," another general chimed in. "Don't forget, this battle within Japan's borders has been dubbed a third world war of sorts, causing millions of casualties. As the primary culprit, Yamamoto needs to be held accountable by George and the Emperor to their domestic populations. If the world finds out they still rely on Yamamoto for resources from the New World, it would be hard to justify." "That makes sense," everyone nodded in agreement. "So, Yamamoto has indeed been defeated. But why haven't we seen any reports of his death?" "That's easy to explain," a general replied. "The other world is vast, and they've been exploring it for months. Given Yamamoto's cunning, he likely had an escape route prepared long ago. When it came to the point where he couldn't hold out any longer, retreating with his remaining forces wouldn't be difficult." After this in-depth discussion, The attendees had a clearer understanding of the situation. Just then, a general posed a thought-provoking question. By the way, why hasn't the Emperor briefed us on the situation this time? Are they trying to keep it a secret? The Prime Minister slowly shook his head, his expression grave. Impossible. Both sides have military satellites. There's no way to hide something like this, so it's an open game. The second elder furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before his eyes lit up. You mean, even though the Emperor hasn't told us, he knows we'll inevitably discover the situation on Beihai Island. This is his way of pressuring us to make the first move and gain the upper hand in future negotiations. Exactly. The Prime Minister nodded slightly. If there's truly only one portal in this world, we have to be involved. In our current position, we're very passive. We either align with the polar bear, or we oppose the entire world clearly. The latter is not an option. The Emperor is indeed cunning. Between nations, it's always about interests. This is to be expected, the Prime Minister said calmly. So what should we do now? Approach the Emperor or pretend we know nothing? Someone asked. Act as if we know nothing, the Prime Minister said solemnly. We control 2 portals while they share one. Plus, with our unique techniques, the longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for us. The second elder agreed. Indeed, they've just gained control of a portal and obtained a monster's corpse. They're busy consolidating their gains and dealing with internal competition and conflicts. They won't have time for us. We just need to watch and wait. However, events often take unexpected turns. At that moment, in the director's office of the Shield in Sam Country, James was processing intelligence related to Beihai Island and the New World, preparing to report to the president. Suddenly, an agent burst in. Director, we have urgent information. Is it about Beihai Island again? James asked warily. No, it's from China. James sneered. What could be so important from China? Director, please watch this video. It was sent by one of our top spies. The agent handed over a tablet. James glanced at it casually, then stood up in shock. A complete monster corpse? Where was this filmed? In a lab in Beijing. Impossible. James immediately dismissed it, thinking to himself, could it be from the polar bear? The agent added, the footage was taken 4 days ago. This completely shattered James's assumptions. After repeatedly verifying the information, he concluded that it must be some secret deal between Yamamoto and China before he lost control. Mobilize all resources to find out the source, quantity of the monster corpses China has, and any possible agreements with Yamamoto, James ordered sternly. Meanwhile, at the New Moon Island Command Center. Commander, the mission was a success. The beasts in the target area have been cleared, and Phase 1 of the 4-sided defense line is complete. Phase 2 is underway, Li Ming reported excitedly. Su Pingan smiled. Good job. Oh, and the Foundation elixir has been refined and is in the warehouse. Go ahead and distribute it. After detailing the distribution plan, a soldier hurried in. Commander, the director of the 9th Bureau urgently needs to see you. In the reception room, Zhang Guodong paced anxiously. Upon seeing Su Pingan, he immediately said, Xiao Su, we have an urgent situation. The Prime Minister sent me to inform you that there's a mole. Videos have been sent to Sam Country. Su Pingan was startled, but quickly regained his composure. He knew this issue would surface sooner or later. As the territory expanded and more people were involved, the need for manpower would also increase. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Logically, all attention should be focused on Beihai Island. What kind of videos were leaked? Are there any images from the other world? Su Pingan asked, his expression serious. Zhang Guodong shook his head. Luckily, it's just some videos of beast corpses in the lab. We discovered and contained the situation in time. Otherwise, more information would have been leaked. Su Pingan relaxed a bit upon hearing this. That's a relief. Indeed, a small blessing in disguise. Zhang Guodong agreed, then asked earnestly, now that you know, what do you plan to do? Please arrange for passports to Sam's country, the ancient pyramid country, and the white elephant country. I need to go abroad, Su Pingan said with determination. Your safety is paramount. Going to Sam's country is too dangerous. Zhang Guodong frowned. There's a portal there. I must inspect it personally, Su Pingan insisted firmly. Zhang Guodong sighed helplessly. They'll report this to the chief advisor. The final decision will be up to him. Thank you, Director Zhang. Su Pingan nodded in gratitude. He believed the chief advisor would agree, and even if he didn't, Su Pingan would go to the capital to persuade him personally. With the news of China possessing beast corpses already leaked, Sam's country would surely intensify their investigations, and the secret of the portals could be exposed at any moment. He had to secure the rewards for activating the other 3 portals before the situation spiraled out of control. As for the 9th portal, it was located in the Mariana Trench, which could be dealt with later. In his previous life, it wasn't until decades later that the seabed surfaced, giving him the opportunity to gain fortunes. Moreover, activating all 9 portals might have unpredictable consequences, so he decided to wait until he was stronger. The chief advisor paced back and forth in his office for a long time before finally stopping and saying to Zhang Guodong, "Get his passports ready." "Chief advisor, are you sure we should let him go abroad?" Zhang Guodong still had reservations. Su is a cautious person. If he's decided on this, he must be confident. Given his abilities, we should trust him, the chief advisor said with a smile. After 2 layovers, Su Pingan arrived at Laramie Airport in Wyoming, Sam's country. He drove a prearranged car straight to the Grand Canyon area in the middle of Yellowstone Park. The magnificent canyon and waterfall scenery were breathtaking, making any worries seem insignificant in the face of nature. Due to the war, there were very few tourists. Su Pingan parked in front of a waterfall and carefully scanned the surroundings with an infrared detector. Confirming no one was around, he leaped over 20 meters effortlessly and slipped into a cave behind the waterfall. Inside, it was a different world, reminiscent of the water curtain cave from Legends. He turned on his searchlight and soon found a rusty bronze door, a smile spreading across his face. The waterfall here isn't very large, and the water flows gently. Every year, it goes through a dry season, which is still more than 7 months away and will last about 4 months. Su Pingan recalled memories from his past life. It was during that dry season that explorers from the United States entered the cave and discovered this mysterious portal. Due to the previous live broadcast that had already showcased the Bronze Gate in its unopened state to the world, subsequent search efforts became significantly easier. This explains why, after the second portal was discovered, the remaining 6 could be located in a relatively short period. Standing in front of the Bronze Gate, Su Pingan reached out without hesitation and removed the dimensional space treasure box from it. As he opened the box, a golden, 3-legged 8 trigrams cauldron appeared before him. His eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly dripped a drop of blood onto the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron transformed into a stream of light and merged directly into his forehead, coexisting harmoniously with the other treasures in his mind. This was the Chinkuan Cauldron, one of the top 10 innate treasures of ancient times. It not only possessed dual capabilities for offense and defense, but also had the miraculous ability to reverse innate and acquired states, and to refine tools and elixirs. Once Su Pingan completed the refinement process, he gained more detailed information. Firstly, its ability to reverse innate states was extraordinary. With the right amount of primordial essence, it could elevate acquired items to innate status, a feat nearly impossible in the realm of cultivation. Secondly, the cauldron's ability to refine tools and elixirs was even more remarkable. As long as he provided the blueprints for spiritual tools and the recipes for elixirs, along with the necessary materials, the cauldron could automatically produce high-quality finished products. Su Pingan couldn't help but take a sharp breath and blurted out, "Incredible." Su Pingan gazed at the mystical abilities of the Chinkuan Cauldron and couldn't help but remark, this feature would leave those masters of artifact refining and alchemy in awe.
A lifetime of effort can't compare to this innate treasure.
The third ability of the Chinkuan Cauldron was even more astounding. It contained 9 types of celestial flames, including the Samadhi True Fire, the Southern Bright Departure Fire, and the Chaotic Sacred Flame. These flames could be unleashed for attacks. However, Su Pingan understood that harnessing these flames required significant cultivation, something he was far from achieving at the moment. One shouldn't be too greedy. Acquiring such a treasure is already a stroke of immense luck. Su Pingan reminded himself to be content. The fourth ability caught his eye, granted innate virtue within the cauldron, making it impervious to all evils and providing protective defense. The fifth ability was to suppress the fortune of civilizations, gathering virtue. Ha ha ha, this trip was worth it, even with the risks. Su Pingan couldn't help but laugh. After calming his mind, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze shifting between the activated portal and the waterfall outside. After some thought, he took out a waterproof cloth that blocked light and carefully wrapped the bronze door frame. Stepping back to ensure no light leaked out, Su Pingan nodded in satisfaction. Delaying its discovery by the people from Sam's country for even a day was beneficial. He used an infrared detector to thoroughly check the area, confirming no one was around. Then, with a sudden leap, he dashed through the waterfall and quickly returned to his parked car. He drove straight to the airport, caught a connecting flight to Los Angeles, and then headed to the White Elephant Country. The mission was clear: to claim the activation rewards for 3 portals in one go. Given the shifting global situation, which was deviating from his previous life's trajectory, any unexpected event could occur. In a deserted, dilapidated temple in the White Elephant Country, Su Pingan found his target location. He stomped hard on the ground, hearing a dull echo that indicated a hollow space below. Unable to find a mechanism to open it, he simply kicked through the ground, jumping into the revealed underground passage. Using the light from his headlamp, he discovered a mountain of gold at the end of the passage, and behind the gold stood a rusty bronze door. Su Pingan swiftly approached, took out his dimensional space treasure box, and opened it to reveal a 90-year bronze tower lying quietly within. After recognizing the tower with a drop of blood, it transformed into a stream of light and entered his consciousness. Information about the Hongming Tower flooded his mind. It was a chaotic treasure, each of its 9 tiers holding profound mysteries, including Dao soldiers, weapon storage, spirit awakening, soldier training, cultivation, creation, trials, rebirth, and transcendence. The first tier alone was a Dao soldier factory, capable of producing puppet warriors that felt no pain or fear of death, given the right materials. As expected, this function is insanely powerful, Su Pingan thought warily. I mustn't reveal it carelessly, or I might end up like that unfortunate soul from my previous life, hunted down by a coalition. As Su Pingan's heart surged with excitement, he kept reminding himself to stay calm. He vividly remembered the fate of the bounty hunter who had obtained the Hongming Tower in his previous life. That person created a vast number of Dao soldiers, plundering others' resources recklessly, and his ambition inflated to the point of attempting to unify the entire world. Ultimately, his ostentatious actions led to a coalition of powerful individuals from multiple countries who meticulously designed a trap, causing him to fall right into it and meet a grisly end. Even more thought-provoking was that the Hongming Tower completely vanished afterward, and until Su Pingan's rebirth, there had been no news of it. Su Pingan meticulously studied the functions of the Hongming Tower. The second layer, known as Hidden Soldiers, is an enormous independent space that can house not only Dao soldiers, but also ordinary soldiers. In truth, this layer resembles a complete small world where normal life is possible, and its actual extent is so vast that no one has been able to measure it. The third layer, Soul Awakening, is equally astonishing. By hunting powerful beings, there is a chance to obtain soul essences to perform the Soul Awakening ceremony on Dao soldiers. Once successfully awakened, these Dao soldiers would possess souls indistinguishable from ordinary humans while maintaining absolute loyalty to their master. This is incredibly powerful. Su Pingan couldn't help but marvel. With these independently thinking Dao soldiers as commanders, leading a vast number of ordinary Dao soldiers, he could form a terrifying death legion. As Su Pingan continued to review the information on the fourth layer, he discovered it was called Training Soldiers, specifically designed for training a cultivation army. Here, one could practice military formations and hone combined attack techniques, rapidly enhancing the army's cohesion. However, this ability comes at a cost, requiring a large amount of resources, especially spirit stones. Moreover, the more participants in the training, the greater the improvement multiplier, and correspondingly, the required resources, including spirit stones, would increase exponentially. As Su Pingan pondered the value of the Hongming Tower, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Although using the Hongming Tower required a significant amount of resources, this method of rapidly enhancing strength was exactly what Huaxia needed, especially for the Yinhuang Legion, whose training speed for the 3-talent sword formation, Xuanwu formation, and Big Dipper sword formation had always been an issue. With the support of the Hongming Tower, their overall strength would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. He meticulously reviewed the functions of each level of the Hongming Tower. The 5th level provided a cultivation space that could exponentially increase training speed. The 6th level reduced the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. The 7th level could create a trial space, allowing cultivators to accumulate real combat experience in a virtual environment. The 8th level offered a rebirth ability, where one could be resurrected as long as a soul imprint was left. And the 9th level enabled cross-realm communication. This is simply the perfect artifact, Su Pingan marveled to himself, then began contemplating the resource issue. We must accelerate our external expansion efforts and start cultivating renewable spiritual herb resources. After surveying his surroundings, Su Pingan carefully wrapped the bronze doorframe with a rainproof cloth. On his way back, he casually collected the gold on the ground into his spatial ring. After all, it was unclaimed, so there was no reason not to take it. Seeing the large hole in the ground, he smiled wryly and covered it temporarily with wooden planks. After leaving the temple, Su Pingan headed straight to the airport, flying to the last stop of his journey, the ancient land of pyramids. His target was the Sphinx in the Giza Pyramid Complex, where the final teleportation gate was hidden. Standing before the Sphinx, surrounded by throngs of tourists, Su Pingan furrowed his brow. He knew very well that once the teleportation gate here was activated, it would be impossible to conceal, inevitably causing a major uproar. This was precisely why he had scheduled this location last. Once the other teleportation gates were activated, exposure here wouldn't matter as much. Reflecting on his past life, the teleportation gate had been accidentally revealed in May due to a war. It was only February now, advancing the timeline by a full 3 months. As Su Pingan settled into a local hotel, he took out his phone to make a call back home, beginning to plan the details of his return journey. "My dear Commander Su, finally you called." Zhang Guodong's voice was a mix of urgency and reproach. "I've been worried sick these past few days." "No worries, I kept my phone in the Chinkuan ring to save battery," Su Pingan explained. The higher-ups were already aware of his possession of the Chinkuan ring. He had acquired a significant number of magical artifacts from the ruins of the Qishenzong, including 20 storage items, a ring, a bracelet, a storage chest, and 17 varying size storage bags and belts. all of which he had donated to the country for research. However, the primary tool for transporting beast corpses and other resources remained the dimensional space box he lent out. When are you coming back? The Prime Minister has been quite concerned about your itinerary and safety, Zhang Guodong asked. I'm currently in the land of ancient pyramids. This is my last stop. I'll be heading back soon. Hearing this, Zhang Guodong breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly became alert. You called me now because you need something, right? As expected of Director Zhang, sharp as ever, Su Pingan chuckled. Cut the flattery, get to the point. I might cause quite a commotion this time. Going through official channels is risky, so I need your help to arrange a safe route back. What kind of commotion? A new portal has appeared. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a long pause, Zhang Guodong finally spoke. Give me some time. I'll have a safe route for you by tomorrow. Great. After hanging up, Su Pingan opened his phone and started browsing the news. The comment sections of several trending stories were particularly lively. Discussions about the progress of exploring the New World were abuzz. Some marveled at its vastness, beyond imagination, while others questioned China's conservative approach. Many were focused on Sam's country's recent discoveries: giant monsters, abundant species, and mineral resources. The debates ranged from whether the monsters had intelligence to whether their meat was edible, and even if consuming it could grant superpowers. Opinions were varied and abundant. Many expressed regret that China hadn't secured a share of the New World, while some worried about having to go through Sam's country to enter. The topic of immigration sparked heated debates, with some eager to try and others scoffing at the weaklings. The most talked about subject was the rumor about monster meat. Although most people were skeptical of claims that eating it could turn them into superhumans, there was still excitement about its potential nutritional value and body-strengthening properties. However, there was disappointment that these resources were currently monopolized by a few countries, including Sam's. A post about China obtaining a monster's corpse sparked heated discussions on the forum. Netizens speculated about the origin of the monster's body, with some suggesting it might be a gift from Russia, given China's substantial support to Russia. Amid the discussions, someone mentioned the recent phenomenon of cancer patients being concentrated in specific hospitals, leading to further speculation. Despite the evolving global situation, the Chinese leadership remained silent, a calmness that only fueled more curiosity. In a hotel in the country of ancient pyramids, Su Pingan lay on the bed, scrolling through the discussions on his phone, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. What will the world's reaction be when they find out there's a wormhole inside the Sphinx tomorrow? He murmured to himself, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. The next morning, Zhang Guodong's call came in right on time. The route has been sent to your secure email, he said. Su Pingan checked the email. First, travel by land to the secret estate, then take a private plane to a smuggling port, and finally be picked up by a warship to New State, before returning by special aircraft. I'll skip the land route, Su Pingan replied. It's only 50 kilometers. I can run faster and more discreetly. Despite Zhang Guodong's concerns, he eventually agreed to the plan. As night fell, Su Pingan donned black attire and stealthily infiltrated the pyramid complex. He effortlessly evaded the guards and approached the Sphinx. Spotting the surrounding lights and cameras, he quickly shattered them with pebbles. Alarms blared, but Su Pingan had already darted to the Sphinx, punched through the outer layer, retrieved the dimensional space box from the bronze door, and swiftly retreated. The stunned security personnel discovered a wormhole emitting a faint blue glow where the Sphinx once stood. They eagerly prepared to report the discovery, while a late-arriving guard eyed the scene with a glimmer of greed. Su Pingan reached the secret estate in under an hour. After using the code, "The King covers the Earth Tiger," he boarded the prepared private plane. Half an hour later, he switched to a yacht at the port, completing the entire extraction process in just over an hour. Meanwhile, in Cairo, the capital of the ancient pyramid country, the president's secretary was urgently knocking on the door. Mr. President, there's an emergency that requires your attention. President Hu, who had been troubled by the Middle Eastern situation, had just dozed off when he was abruptly awakened by urgent knocking. With a grim expression, he put on his clothes, buttoning up while muttering under his breath, "This better be important, or someone's in big trouble." Opening his bedroom door, he saw his secretary, who looked terrified and was trembling as he spoke. "Mr. President, something major has happened." "What is it? Has Israel launched a night attack?" Hu snapped to attention, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Worse than that, the secretary took a deep breath. The Sphinx in the Giza pyramid complex has been destroyed, and a wormhole has appeared in the ruins, just like the one on North Sea Island, surrounded by the same bronze frame. A wormhole? Impossible. Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Weren't the experts saying that the probability of a stable wormhole appearing on Earth was already incredibly low, with the chance of a second one being nearly zero? The secretary handed him a phone immediately. "Look, this is a video taken from the scene." In the footage, under the silhouette of the pyramid, a familiar wormhole indeed hovered amidst the ruins of the Sphinx. whose hand visibly trembled, and he took several deep breaths to steady himself.
Act immediately.
He quickly issued a series of commands. Deploy the military to secure the site, detain everyone who has come into contact with the wormhole, and delete all related videos. By the way, when was this discovered? About 3 hours ago. What? Whose heart sank? Why am I only hearing about this now? The secretary explained that the delay was due to initial disbelief among lower-level officials, causing a delay in reporting. Who rubbed his temples and added, monitor the network, lock down transportation, and closely watch the movements of foreign embassies. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of Cairo, a secret deal was underway. A security guard from the Sphinx, carrying a secretly filmed video, approached the wealthy businessman Gil. After some negotiation, Gil agreed to pay $10 million for the shocking information. However, after confirming the authenticity of the news, Gil ordered the guard to be dealt with. Just 2 hours later, the sensational news reached the ears of world leaders. In the Black House of Sam's country, President George furiously slammed his desk, roaring, "There can't be a second wormhole." They had paid a huge price for control over the North Sea Island wormhole. If a second wormhole existed, what would all their efforts mean? Commander-in-Chief, it's confirmed, James said gravely. We have irrefutable video evidence, thoroughly verified, with no signs of tampering. George remained silent for a moment, forcing himself to stay calm, then asked, where is it located? The ancient pyramid country. This answer made George's face darken instantly. The Middle East had always been a powder keg. They had previously suffered a significant setback there and only managed to extricate themselves because of the North Sea Island wormhole incident, which had brought them substantial benefits. Now, they were forced to re-engage in this troubled region. Commander-in-Chief, James said urgently, whether the two wormholes lead to the same new world and correspond to the same area remains unknown. Each wormhole represents endless opportunities that we cannot afford to miss. George rubbed his temples. You know how much we sacrificed in the Battle of North Sea Island. The domestic opposition to me is already significant. If not for the enormous benefits from the New World, I would have been impeached by now. Despite his words, he knew he couldn't abandon the wormhole once it had appeared. Call a meeting with the Secretary of State and the others immediately, George ordered. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, does the wormhole have a bronze door frame? James nodded.
Yes.
George took a sharp breath. Do you think this is a coincidence? Impossible, James said firmly. Who do you think is behind this? Currently undetermined. It could be an alien civilization or an ancient one. With two wormholes discovered, could there be a third or a fourth? This question plunged James into deep thought. As the head of the most powerful intelligence organization on Earth, he couldn't provide a definitive answer. Meanwhile, the Kremlin was also holding an emergency meeting late at night. If this isn't important, you know the consequences, the Emperor said, emerging in his robe with a grim expression. Emperor, a second wormhole has been discovered in the ancient pyramid country, Chief Korberg reported immediately. As the video played, the Emperor quickly noticed the inscriptions on the bronze doorframe. Do you see this? These inscriptions are entirely different from those on the North Sea Island wormhole. Emperor, you are wise. Could these inscriptions represent the world beyond the wormhole? Some kind of numerical sequence? The Emperor speculated. Suddenly, the Emperor's eyes widened. Huaxia. This guess made Chief Korberg break into a cold sweat. Their analysis suggested that although Huaxia always promoted peace, they couldn't be indifferent to the new world discovered through the North Sea Island wormhole. Additionally, the complete monster carcass found in their capital indicated that Huaxia might have already mastered a wormhole. At the same time, in the presidential palace of Cairo, the ancient pyramid country, President Hufu was in a rage. The information has been leaked, the secretary reported gravely. Damn it, who leaked it? Hufu roared. The secretary suggested cooperating with major countries, offering a platform in exchange for benefits. Meanwhile, they should hasten their exploration of the new world to gather first-hand intelligence and verify the rumors about monster meat turning people into superhumans. The premise you're suggesting is that the two wormholes connect to the same world. Let's hope our side isn't worse off than Beihai Island, Hufu said, frowning as he pondered. Wormholes are already a sci-fi concept. With two suddenly appearing, who can guarantee they're linked to the same world? Maybe the one on Beihai Island leads to a habitable world, while ours could lead to a death trap, he said with a hint of worry in his voice. However, if we can prove both wormholes do connect to the same world, and with the discovery of the bronze door frame, the implications would be entirely different. Has the military reached the wormhole site? Hufu quickly shifted his focus to practical matters. The secretary nodded in confirmation. We just received word. They are in position. Deploy an elite unit into the new world immediately, Hufu ordered, then added, send a small reconnaissance team first. Capture video footage to confirm it's safe before committing larger forces. Meanwhile, in the office of the Prime Minister in the capital of Huaxia, the Prime Minister put down the intelligence report and remarked, This Xiao Su is stirring up global upheaval again. He recalled the chaos caused by the Beihai Island wormhole, a disaster that devastated the world's third-largest economy and resulted in millions of casualties. If something similar were to happen in the Middle East, where is Su Pingan now? He asked, collecting his thoughts. He's on a flight back and should arrive in the capital this afternoon, the chief of staff replied. Have him see me the moment he lands, the prime minister instructed. Just as he was about to resume his paperwork, the chief of staff hurried back in to report unusual activity by Northern Bear agents within the country. The prime minister paced for a moment, then smiled knowingly. It seems the Tsar has already sensed the possibility of a wormhole here. After analyzing the current situation, he decided to expel these agents to send a clear message to the Tsar about Huaxia's stance. Shortly after 4 p.m., Su Pingan arrived in the capital and was quickly escorted to the prime minister's office. Xiao Su, you've caused quite a stir this time, the prime minister said, personally pouring him a cup of tea. Su Pingan took the cup and sighed, explaining the difficulty of hiding the wormhole inside the Sphinx. He then confirmed that the wormholes in Sam's country, White Elephant country, and Ancient Pyramid country had all been activated, handing over the exact coordinates for the first 2 locations. That makes 8, with just 1 more to go, the prime minister said gravely. Su Pingan quickly reassured him. The last one is underwater and very stable. It should take decades to activate, so there's no need to worry too much. When the prime minister asked for his thoughts on the other portals, Su Pingan politely suggested that such decisions should be made by the top leaders. The prime minister's gaze was fixed on Su Pingan, clearly unwilling to miss any detail. Su Pingan, feeling somewhat resigned, took a sip of tea, aware that this conversation was far from simple. He gathered his thoughts and began to analyze the situation of the 8 teleportation portals in detail. The 2 portals under our control lead to the 10,000 mountains and an island terrain. These areas are within our jurisdiction and can develop steadily. Su Pingan started by outlining the most stable parts. The prime minister nodded silently and sat beside Su Pingan, signaling him to continue. The North Sea Island portal leads to a forest terrain currently controlled by Sam's country and the Polar Bear Nation. They won't relinquish any benefits, Su Pingan said, noticing a flicker of an inscrutable expression on the prime minister's face, making him wonder if the higher-ups had other plans. Shaking off these speculations, Su Pingan continued analyzing the remaining 5 portals. The portal in the Ancient Pyramid country has been discovered. According to inherited memories, it leads to a massive abandoned mine, with tunnels crisscrossing like a honeycomb. A mine? The prime minister showed rare surprise. Indeed, a mine, and a super spirit stone vein from ancient times, Su Pingan explained, while silently acknowledging the unspoken dangers, the threat of subterranean dark beasts and the restriction on using high explosives, which pose significant challenges for other countries. The prime minister inquired if the mine was truly exhausted, to which Su Pingan shook his head and explained, though it's an abandoned mine, the branch veins still exist. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, new veins might have formed. He knew that the place contained a wealth of valuable spirit stones and minerals, but the extraction difficulty and utilization threshold were extremely high. Su Pingan detailed the 2 major challenges in extraction. First, the arduous journey to the surface, which took various countries nearly a decade to find a path to, only to discover a desolate wasteland on the surface, 3,000 kilometers away from the nearest human settlement in the other world. Second, the lack of cultivation techniques and artifact refining methods, making it hard to fully utilize the spirit stones even if obtained. Hearing about the spirit stone mine, the prime minister's eyes lit up. It seems we should get involved as well. He analyzed China's influence in the Middle East and Africa, considering it an opportunity to showcase their strength. Moving on to the portal in Antarctica, Su Pingan pointed out that it led to an extremely dangerous icy world, with high-level beasts even near the portal, coupled with harsh natural conditions, making it unsuitable for initial exploration. The prime minister frowned at this, considering the geographical disadvantages, and suggested possibly letting it go. However, when Su Pingan asked if they should abandon it, the prime minister shook his head. The prime minister, with a smile, said, even though we plan to abandon it, it wouldn't make sense if this portal couldn't bring some benefits to our nation. I propose we trade the coordinates of this portal with the emperor for some other advantages. What do you think? Su Pingan's eyes lit up immediately, recalling the revenue share from the portal in Beihai Island controlled by the Arctic Bear. Considering Beihai Island's proximity to Huaxia, even a small share would be a sure gain for them. This matter requires careful deliberation. Let's discuss it further in the meeting. Please, continue. The prime minister nodded slightly, gesturing for Su to proceed. Su Pingan then analyzed the other portals. The portal in Yellowstone Park, USA, leads to a desert terrain in its core area, which is difficult for us to reach. However, the value of this desert goes beyond its surface. First, ancient ruins of once flourishing regions are buried beneath the sand, which acts as a natural protective barrier. Second, the oases scattered within it are rich in cultivation resources and ferocious beast resources. Lastly, rare desert beasts inhabit the area. The remaining 2 portals are located in a cave in Java, Indonesia, leading to a vast grassland, and in India, connecting to a plain area just over 2,000 kilometers from a human settlement in the other world, making it the most convenient point of contact with the other world. Hearing about the advantages of the portal in India, the Prime Minister couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If the portal weren't located near the Ganges River, deep in India's territory, he might have considered sending troops to seize it. Can we collaborate with India to develop the other world? Political negotiations are not my forte. Su Pingan shrugged. However, the plain terrain, while advantageous, also means the presence of numerous strong beasts. Without natural barriers for protection, they are bound to suffer heavy losses initially. This could be our breakthrough point. Discussing the Indonesian portal, the Prime Minister noted that it was a highly covert option, suitable for secret development. He mentioned that Yamamoto Twenty-One's previous proposal of a reverse defense line could be a useful reference. They could send small units to establish a defense line and control the wormhole. Prime Minister, I have a different idea. May I share it? Su Pingan asked tentatively. You need not hesitate before me. Speak your mind. Su Pingan then suggested. We could secretly send people into the Indonesian wormhole to establish a reverse defense line and develop the resources of the other world. With the dimensional space treasure box we possess, we can safely bring back whatever we harvest. The Grand Chancellor furrowed his brow slightly, crossing his hands on the desk as he sank into deep thought. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. So you mean we can begin development first and share with other countries when the time is right? Su Pingan nodded firmly. Exactly. Our current strategy for allied nations is simple. We can exchange the portal to the Antarctic continent with the Bear Nation for a share of the North Sea Island portal, and then allocate portions of these shares to allied nations. The same strategy can be applied to the Middle Eastern wormhole. We secure a share first and then distribute it to allies. This way, we can independently develop 3 portals to other worlds. He continued his analysis. Specifically, China has 2 portals domestically, plus 1 in Indonesia. By participating in the development of the Middle Eastern portal and negotiating for a share with the Elephant Nation, combined with the North Sea Island portal share obtained from the Bear Nation, China can effectively access 6 portals. If we retain a 10% share of the Antarctic continent portal, something I believe the Bear Nation won't refuse, that makes 7 portals. Except for the one in Sam's country, we can participate in the development of almost all portals. The Grand Chancellor showed a hint of concern. Will these overseas portals affect our development progress? Su Pingan shook his head confidently. Not at all. We can initially send a contingent of elite warriors from the Yinhuang Legion to lead the way, followed by secretly dispatching additional personnel in batches through various channels. As for resource transportation, we only need to assign 1 or 2 loyal and reliable warriors to handle the trips back and forth. Good. The Grand Chancellor stood up, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. I will give serious consideration to your suggestions today. By the way, there's one more thing. The contribution value system for China that you proposed is almost complete. According to the plan, we will launch 2 versions, the Otherworld version and the Blue Star version. The Otherworld version will primarily allow contributors to earn points through exploring other worlds, hunting fierce beasts, participating in wars, and submitting valuable resources, maps, and mineral distribution diagrams. The Chief Minister explained the workings of the contribution value system to Su Pingan in detail. Under this new system, ordinary citizens can earn contribution points through various means ranging from paying taxes to making positive contributions to national development. Any action that benefits the country will be rewarded with contribution points, much like earning a salary. These contribution points can be exchanged for cultivation techniques, cultivation resources, exotic materials like beast meat from other realms, the Chief Minister said, his eyes on Su Pingan. They can even be converted directly into money. However, note that this is a one-way exchange. Money cannot be converted back into contribution points. This is to prevent the wealthy from exploiting the system. What do you think? That's fantastic. Su Pingan nodded repeatedly. Chief Minister, you've thought this through very thoroughly. Since you have no objections, we'll proceed with a trial run in the other realm once the final version is ready, the Chief Minister explained. The reason for starting in the other realm first is that China has yet to reveal the existence of the portals to the public. Su Pingan had previously asked about this over the phone. The Chief Minister and his team believe that revealing the portals prematurely would only raise public expectations and might attract unnecessary global attention. It's better to wait until more portals appear and then naturally disclose this fact to the world. 3 days flew by. During this time, it was as if the world had hit the pause button, with conflicts around the globe simmering down. Everyone was waiting for the first batch of warriors from the ancient Pyramid Nation to return with their findings from the other realm, and waiting for the stances of the 3 major powers, the United States, Russia, and China. In such significant events, smaller countries could only align themselves with their respective major powers, hoping to secure a share of the benefits. In the president's office in Cairo, President Hufu was listening to a report from his secretary. Mr. President, the first batch of warriors exploring the New World has returned with several major discoveries. Tell me quickly, Hu Fu urged. The secretary then provided a detailed report. First, within a 300-meter radius centered on the wormhole in the New World, there exists a safe zone where no monsters appear. Warriors being pursued by monsters can enter this zone for protection. Leveraging this, they successfully killed several monsters from a distance and sent their bodies to the lab for research. However, this safe zone seems to last only 3 days. Upon learning that there was no similar safe zone in the Beihai Island, Hu Fu pondered. Intelligence analysis suggested that someone might have discovered the wormhole on Beihai Island beforehand, likely the mysterious individual who initially exposed the portal. Forget it, that's not our concern. If there are issues, the Americans will deal with them. Continue. Hu Fu waved his hand. The secretary resumed. Second, their wormhole leads to a complex underground world, resembling a giant mine, but no special minerals have been found yet. Third, the local monsters generally have hard shells, differing from the monsters on Beihai Island and making them difficult to handle. Fourth, experiments confirm that some monster meat indeed contains special energy that enhances human physical qualities, but some also contain lethal toxins. Are you saying that the mysterious substance rumored to turn people into superhumans is actually this monster meat? Hu Fu's eyes lit up. The secretary nodded in confirmation. Most likely, yes. Good. This is great news, Hu Fu said excitedly, but then his brow furrowed as he thought of something. We must immediately intensify our campaigns and kill more monsters as quickly as possible to collect more bodies. This is our chance. Are you worried that Samland might intervene? The secretary asked cautiously. Hu Fu shook his head, placing both hands on his desk. It's not a matter of worry. They will definitely make a move. An opportunity like this in the New World is something they won't pass up. However, the timing favors us now. Samland has just pulled all its forces back to its homeland, and the main forces of the Northern Bear are concentrated in the far east. It will take time for them to redeploy their forces. As for Huaxia, they have always favored peace and are more likely to seek cooperation. This is our opportunity. The secretary looked worried. Mr. President, don't forget about the Huskies and the Persians. Their strength should not be underestimated. The wormhole in the North Sea Island was too far for them to reach before, but this time they might be tempted, and we can't ignore Little Israel either. The military capabilities of these countries are not weaker than ours, and some are even stronger. Just one of them would be enough to trouble us, let alone if 3 of them act together. We could face a disaster similar to the one in Japan. So what do you suggest we do? Hu Fu asked. You just mentioned Huaxia. The secretary's eyes lit up. If we can secure cooperation with Huaxia and have them mediate, we can allocate some benefits to them. This way, we can at least take the initiative and maximize our gains. Hu Fu immediately made a decision. Contact the Huaxia ambassador right away. I want to meet him personally. Meanwhile, in the Samland White House, the president's office. You're here? President George said, looking at his closest advisors as they entered. He looked entirely different from his usual self. The sleepy, gray-haired image was gone, replaced by a vigorous demeanor, with even a few strands of black hair visible among the white. Mr. President, you look much better. Even your wrinkles have diminished, James complimented. George nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. This monster meat is truly a gift from God. In just a few days, I feel more energetic. If we can keep eating it, we might even break the limits of human lifespan. The Secretary of State expressed concern. Mr. President, the effects of monster meat are no longer a secret. The public will find out eventually. We need to prepare for the demand. Those commoners also want a piece of this delicacy? Bryn sneered. Once we have enough monster meat and are tired of it, we can consider it. But for now, we can use it to win over some wealthy businessmen and opposition politicians to secure your re-election. Everyone fell silent. The upcoming election was crucial for them to retain control over these benefits. Losing power would make regaining these resources nearly impossible. All right, Bryn, I leave this matter to you, George told Bryn. Rest assured, Mr. President, I will secure more votes for you, Bryn promised confidently. By the way, George shifted the topic. Is there any news about the new wormhole in the ancient pyramid country? What kind of world is on the other side? Is it suitable for human habitation? Are there monster resources? The North Sea Island portal was too small and had to be shared with multiple countries. They urgently needed to find new resource channels. In the conference room, James laid a stack of photos on the table, his expression serious. We've just received a response from the agents. On the other side of the wormhole in the ancient pyramid nation is an underground world. It's mostly abandoned mines, unsuitable for human habitation, but we found creatures entirely different from those on North Sea Island. He pushed the photos toward the attendees, revealing various unfamiliar biological forms. Everyone scrutinized the photos carefully. George lifted his head and glanced at each person in the room. What do you all think? The Secretary of State was the first to speak, his voice steady and authoritative. The fact that these abandoned mines exist indicates that intelligent life once conducted development there.
This confirms that intelligent life exists in the New World, at least in the area opposite the ancient Pyramid Nation.
Exactly. Others nodded in agreement. As long as there's intelligent life, we have a chance to gather more intelligence about the New World. Compared to North Sea Island, where we've explored hundreds of kilometers with no significant findings, the ancient Pyramid Nation might be our breakthrough point. A four-star general frowned and pointed out a practical difficulty. Most of our main forces are currently in North Sea Island, and our Middle Eastern presence has been withdrawn. Considering we only have 6 carrier strike groups left, plus the necessary maintenance and inspection time, we can only deploy a maximum of 4 at once under extreme conditions. At that moment, a voice broke the stalemate. We can involve Shawi first. Their military strength is sufficient to handle the ancient Pyramid Nation. This suggestion immediately grabbed everyone's attention. As for the potential retaliation from Middle Eastern countries after Shawi's intervention, we just need to open a corridor for them. As long as their forces can arrive and establish a foothold, that's enough. All right, it's decided. The final decision was quickly made. Contact NATA immediately and have them deploy forces to the ancient Pyramid Nation. The primary objective is to secure the wormhole. Meanwhile, redeploy 3 carrier strike groups from North Sea Island to support the Middle East. Yes, sir. The attendees responded in unison. Inside the Polar Bear Kremlin, a crucial military meeting was underway. Emperor, the situation is clear now. Should we take action? The Minister of War began. The Persian Empire wants to join forces with us to secure that wormhole, the Minister of Foreign Affairs added. The Emperor looked around the room. What are your thoughts? A general immediately analyzed. The Persian Empire is powerful and has a geographical advantage. If we don't cooperate with them, capturing the wormhole will be a tough battle. What about Huaxia's stance? The Emperor asked. Their foreign minister has already arrived in the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. It's clear they intend to get involved this time. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said gravely. They were slow to act on North Sea Island and missed the chance to claim resources from the New World there. They won't repeat that mistake. Everyone frowned. Huaxia had continuously supplied military materials during the North Sea Island conflict, and their formidable industrial capacity could not be underestimated. The Emperor pondered for a moment. Reach out to Huaxia for cooperation. With us, Persia and Huaxia together, we can stabilize the situation in the Middle East. Emperor, the Minister of Foreign Affairs hesitated. We did deceive them over the North Sea Island issue. Will they still trust us? The Emperor's expression turned stern. Who said we broke our promise? I pledged to give them 20 of the wormholes yield from North Sea Island, but we don't control it solely. According to the current distribution, our alliance holds 40, and the polar bears have 30. We can easily allocate 6 to Huaxia. Emperor, we are already short on monster meat ourselves. Giving away another 6. Someone voiced their dissatisfaction. Losing 6 here could mean gaining more in the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. If Huaxia fully commits, we might end up with nothing. The Emperor's words plunged the room into silence. They all knew that after losing nearly 4 million soldiers in the last war, the polar bears couldn't withstand another heavy blow. And with Huaxia mobilizing 20 million troops and their incredible production capacity, they indeed had the strength to fight everyone. The Minister of Foreign Affairs took his leave. I'll go negotiate with Huaxia immediately. With this gesture of goodwill, I believe they will respond favorably. After everyone departed, the Emperor summoned the head of intelligence, Kerberg, privately. Any news of wormholes within Huaxia? Emperor, Huaxia is conducting a nationwide anti-espionage campaign. Most of our undercover agents have been rooted out, their nationals detained, and our personnel repatriated. The rest are lying low for now. The Emperor thought for a moment, then relaxed his brow. They figured out my intentions. This action indicates that there must be a wormhole within Huaxia. Seeing Kerberg's surprise, he explained. Having dealt with Huaxia for years, if I couldn't see through this, I would have lived in vain. Since both the ancient Pyramid Kingdom and Huaxia have wormholes, it's impossible that our vast territory has none. Start a secret investigation across our entire domain. If we find a wormhole, the polar bears will rise again. Meanwhile, Su Pingan had left the capital, heading straight for the Divine Dragon Mountain in the otherworld. At the mountain's peak stood a grand estate covering 3,000 square meters, with the words Divine Dragon Manor boldly inscribed above the entrance. Though the original Divine Dragon Pool had lost its dragon blood crystals, it had been transformed into the dwelling of the Titan Divine Dragon by Suzy. This newly built manor was Su Pingan's new home and training ground, purchased with his own money. Master, you're back. By Suzy's enormous form swayed slightly in midair, her tone joyful. How's your cultivation progressing? Thanks to your foundation building elixir. I'm about to break through to Tier 2, 5 stars. Su Pingan was astonished by the rapid progress of this high bloodline cultivator. He then took out a large quantity of elixirs and gifted them to her. Take these. Strive to break through to Tier 3 soon, so you can join me in conquering the world. By Suzy accepted the elixirs and returned to the Divine Dragon Pool to continue her training. As Su Ping'an gazed at the expansive manor, he sighed inwardly. Lately, he had been so busy with various affairs that his cultivation had lagged. Even with an unlimited supply of elixirs, his cultivation level had only reached the early stage of Qi and Blood Realm, second layer, falling behind the top tier of Huaxia's cultivators. Oh, I almost forgot. There's something really good, Su Ping'an said, as he took out a dimensional space treasure box from his storage. This was the treasure he had obtained from the portal on the ancient pyramid Sphinx. As the box opened, a shimmering purple crystal seed lay quietly inside. At the same moment, a message directly entered his mind. World Tree Seed can be refined with a drop of blood and merged with the Dantian to create a world. Su Ping'an gasped, his face showing a look of shock. This discovery was completely different from what he knew in his previous life. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that the previous owner must have lied to the world. After all, the rewards from the other 7 portals matched his memory, only this one was different. Considering the value of such a treasure, he probably wouldn't have told anyone either. Su Ping'an immediately dropped a drop of blood onto the seed. The purple crystal seed flew out of the box and directly entered his Dantian, but nothing else happened. Soon, he understood why his cultivation level was too low, and he hadn't yet developed his Dantian Qi Si, making it impossible to merge with the World Tree Seed. It seems I'll have to wait until I break through to the Shisui realm, Su Ping'an calculated silently, then turned his attention to the other 2 treasures. He had opened 3 portals this time, receiving 3 rewards in total. Looking at the small golden cauldron in front of him, the Qinkuan cauldron, Su Ping'an took out his military phone and dialed Qinmeng's number. Thanks to the newly built 2G base station on Shenlong Mountain, they couldn't access the internet yet, but calls were possible. It was said that a 5G base station was under construction, and soon they would be able to achieve informationized warfare. During the call, Su Ping'an asked Qinmeng to gather all the alchemy and refining experts' recipes and blueprints, as well as a list of available minerals and spiritual herbs. To Qinmeng's curiosity, he simply gave a mysterious smile and said he wanted to surprise everyone. After hanging up, Su Ping'an took out the last treasure, the Hongming Tower. Through communication with the tower's spirit, he learned that with his current cultivation and talent, training inside the tower would require 10 taels of lower-grade spirit stones per hour to achieve a 200-fold speed. Although spirit stones were precious, Su Ping'an did not hesitate and decided to train with all his might. He also took out 98 drops of 4th-grade lower-grade spirit liquid, preparing to combine them with the 200-fold training boost to quickly enhance his cultivation and catch up with others. As Su Ping'an's thoughts shifted, the spiritual stones began to deplete rapidly. Without hesitation, he consumed a drop of 4th-grade low-quality spiritual liquid. Instantly, the terrifying spiritual energy transformed into vital energy under the operation of his cultivation method, sweeping through his body like a tidal wave. His cultivation level began to visibly rise. Mid-level of the 2nd stage of vital energy, later stage, and then perfection. Soon, he broke through to the early stage of the 3rd level of vital energy. The 98 drops of spiritual liquid were quickly exhausted, but the effect was less than expected, reaching only the later stage of the 3rd level of vital energy, still a significant distance from the anticipated 4th level. Unwilling to accept this, Su Ping'an immediately downgraded a drop of 4th-grade high-quality spiritual liquid, obtaining 6 drops of 4th-grade medium quality and 40 drops of 4th-grade low-quality spiritual liquid. Upon consuming the 37th drop of 4th-grade low-quality spiritual liquid, he finally broke through to the early stage of the 4th level of vital energy. The remaining spiritual liquid was quickly consumed, so Su Ping'an switched to using 4th-grade medium-quality spiritual liquid. Although the effects were significantly enhanced, the 6 drops were used up in no time. Looking at the remaining 11 drops of 4th-grade high-quality spiritual liquid, he unhesitatingly converted them all into 110 drops of 4th-grade medium-quality spiritual liquid to continue his cultivation. As time passed, the consumption rate of spiritual stones climbed from 10 liang per hour to 13 liang. When his cultivation reached the mid-level of the 6th stage of vital energy, the 4th-grade medium-quality spiritual liquid was exhausted. Facing the last drop of 5th-grade low-quality spiritual liquid, Su Ping'an gritted his teeth and downgraded it into 100 drops of 4th-grade high-quality spiritual liquid. He kept 93 drops and converted the rest into 70 drops of 4th-grade medium-quality spiritual liquid to continue his cultivation. Soon, his cultivation level broke through to the early stage of the 7th level of vital energy, surpassing all cultivators globally, at the cost of consuming 64 drops of 4th-grade medium-quality spiritual liquid. Finally, he exhausted all the remaining spiritual liquid, reaching the early stage of the 9th level of vital energy. The entire cultivation process took only 83 hours, making Su Ping'an marvel at the power of the Hongming Tower. After resting for 2 days, a refreshed Su Ping'an arrived at Shenlong Pond and placed Bai Suxin on the 5th floor of the Hongming Tower. After evaluation, Bai Suxin's cultivation speed could reach 65 times the normal rate, consuming 0.032 liang of low-quality spiritual stones per hour. After settling Bai Suxin, Su Ping'an,
went to the Tongtian Jade Steps to gain further insights. When he reached the 108th step, his mastery over his strength became even more refined. At this point, he asked, Hongming, how many spiritual stones will it take to create a trial ground suitable for me? The spirit of the Hongming Tower scrutinized Su Pingan carefully and said, Master, although you're only at the early stage of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, your foundation is exceptionally strong. To hone your combat skills in the trial grounds, you'll need to face opponents at least at the 6th level of the transformation realm. Given your current supply of spirit stones, I recommend creating an independent trial space to battle various Tier 4 6-star fierce beasts or practitioners at the 6th level of the transformation realm. Su Pingan nodded and asked, how many spirit stones will that require? A fully realistic Tier 4 6-star beginner-level beast would require about 80 taels of lower-grade spirit stones, Hongming answered. As Su Pingan watched the formation of the 7th level of the trial space, he was amazed at the speed of its construction. The space was small, just the size of an arena, but across the arena, a white tiger with piercing eyes stared menacingly at him. The system immediately displayed the opponent's information. Name, Xian White Tiger. Cultivation level, Tier 4 6-star perfection. Characteristics, entirely white, with purple flame-like fur around its 4 hooves. When it runs, its body ignites with purple flames to burn its enemies. Su Pingan showed no fear and didn't even summon his god-slaying spear, choosing instead to face the beast barehanded. As man and tiger collided fiercely, the white tiger slid back 7 or 8 meters, while Su Pingan was sent flying into the wall of the space. Damn, it feels too real. Su Pingan cursed, but internally, he was very satisfied with the functions of the Hongming Tower. After about 2.5 hours of intense battle, Su Pingan, initially suppressed, gradually adapted to his opponent's rhythm. Finally, with a star-piercing finger, he pierced the white tiger's forehead, killing it. Give me 5 different types of Tier 4 6-star perfection beasts, and expand the arena space, Su Pingan demanded. After Hongming informed him that it would require 320 taels of lower-grade spirit stones, the space quickly changed. 5 fierce beasts appeared in different positions, including the familiar Xian White Tiger. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Within the first 10 minutes, Su Pingan experienced a death due to severe injuries. This experience gave him new insights into life and death, and when he re-entered the battle, his strength had noticeably increased. Hongming observed silently, the integration of the master's spirit and body has progressed further. The drawbacks of rapid cultivation are diminishing. This time, although Su Pingan remained at a disadvantage, he stubbornly persisted and did not fall again. The breakthrough of the breaking star finger came so suddenly that Su Pingan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, instantly boosting the power of his moves. Without hesitation, he unleashed the newly mastered, minor accomplishment level breaking star finger, and with a thunderous strike, he killed the purple flame white tiger. With this key combatant gone, the coordination among the remaining 4 ferocious beasts faltered significantly, and Su Pingan eliminated them all within 3 minutes. Not content with a quick victory, Su Pingan opted for a more challenging tactic, simultaneously engaging with 5 ferocious beasts. This battle lasted over an hour, during which he gradually honed his skills in suppressing multiple opponents. Through repeated cycles of death and rebirth, his combat techniques advanced rapidly. After 4 tries, he could end the battle within 5 minutes, and after 10 tries, he reduced the time to just 2 minutes. Hongming, bring me 24-star 6th-grade beasts, all different species and well-coordinated. Su Pingan set a higher difficulty for himself. Since he could easily defeat 10 4-star 6th-grade beasts, he decided to double the number of opponents. After paying 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, the arena expanded. Su Pingan also paid an additional 25 spirit stones to transform the terrain into a dense forest environment. The 20 ferocious beasts immediately launched a coordinated hunt, making Su Pingan their prey. The beasts' attacks were relentless. Whenever Su Pingan tried to counterattack one, another would immediately step in, forcing him to dodge. Despite his increased strength, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents and was devoured after 10 minutes due to severe injuries. Damn, I overestimated myself. Through continuous attempts, Su Pingan's combat awareness and techniques kept improving. After 3 deaths, he finally found a way to cope, achieving his first victory after more than 5 hours of intense battle. With more practice, he eventually reduced the time needed to kill 20 beasts to under 3 minutes. Hongming, I should be able to handle 4-star 7-grade beasts now, right? Absolutely. But given your current strength, I recommend directly challenging a 4-star 7-grade perfect beast, which requires 85 low-grade spirit stones. Bring it on. With a swift draw of his sword, Su Pingan executed the heaven-splitting sword technique, effortlessly slaying the powerful beast. 3 days of trials brought Su Pingan significant gains. Although his cultivation level didn't break through, his combat abilities improved qualitatively. His breaking star finger reached minor accomplishment. He grasped the basics of the heaven-splitting sword technique, and his 7 stances of the army breaking sword was nearing perfection. His spirit and body had fused perfectly, allowing him to kill a 4-star 7-grade perfect beast within 10 moves even without special techniques. Using the heaven-splitting sword technique, he could achieve a one-hit kill, and with the god-slaying spear, even mid-stage 4-star 8-grade beasts were no match. In this life, I finally have the power to protect myself, Su Pingan remarked. In the Legion commander's office at the Yinhuang Legion base under Shenlong Mountain, Qin Ming presented Su Pingan with organized documents, alchemical recipes, crafting blueprints, and lists of spiritual herbs and fruits. Su Pingan carefully reviewed them and had Qin record all the details, feeling genuinely excited about these precious resources. This was the extraordinary nature of the wordless heavenly steel, bestowing an immense wealth of knowledge upon a civilization. Once the records of the Qin were completed, Su Pingan began carefully selecting the resources he needed. He first focused on various alchemy recipes. Qi Shuidan is a precious pill suitable for practitioners at the Qi and Blood stage. It requires 17 kinds of spiritual herbs, including 2nd-grade superior Zhugua, 2nd-grade superior Shuexing Chao, and century-old Shueshan. The Shisui Dan is even more valuable, suited for practitioners at the Shisui stage, needing 500-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old stalactite, 200-year-old Kirin resin, and 3rd-grade beast cores among 33 rare spiritual herbs. As for Tue Fandan, Su Pingan gave up immediately after glancing at the recipe requires 5th-grade beast cores, materials from extraordinary realm beasts, which are currently out of reach. He also selected a few highly practical pills, Jin Chuang Dan for external injuries, Hui Chun Dan for internal injuries, Bai Du Jia for detoxification, and some special effect pills like Yin Shou Dan for extending lifespan and Bao Shui Dan for a temporary power boost. Qin, how many of these pills can we produce with our current materials? Su Pingan asked. Qin instantly provided precise numbers. Following the minimum material principle, under extreme conditions, we can produce 4,168,000 perfect grade Qi Shui Dan, 895 perfect grade Qi Sui Dan, 1,112,000 perfect grade Jin Chuang Dan, 361,000 perfect grade Hui Chun Dan, 49,200 perfect grade Bai Du Jia, 8,623 perfect grade Yin Shou Dan, and 4,522 perfect grade Bao Shui Dan. Perfect grade? Su Pingan asked, puzzled. He remembered pills were classified as low, medium, and high grades. Qin explained, Master, pill quality is ranked from low to high as low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and the legendary perfect grade. Perfect grade pills can be used indefinitely without any restrictions or pill toxins. Other grades will generate pill toxins, and usage must be halted after a certain amount until the toxins are expelled from the body. Especially low-grade pills, long-term use can hinder cultivation breakthroughs or even be fatal. Why are all your pills perfect grade? I am an innate treasure. If the pills I refine aren't perfect grade, it would be a disgrace, Qin answered matter-of-factly. Su Pingan then focused on the Shisui Dan. Isn't the quantity of Shisui Dan quite low? What materials are we lacking? The main shortage is 3rd-grade beast cores, followed by 1,000-year-old stalactites. Su Pingan took note. 3rd-grade beast cores were relatively easy to solve. They had hunted many 3rd-grade beasts before, but most were refined into spirit liquid. In the future, they could extract the beast cores first before refining the rest, though it would reduce some spirit liquid. For the 1,000-year-old stalactites, more people would need to search the 10,000 mountains. Being a place rich in spiritual energy and a forbidden zone, few practitioners ventured there, so they should find a good amount. Do perfect grade pills have different levels? Su Pingan asked. Yes, they do. For example, perfect grade Jin Chuang Dan ranges from 1 to 5 levels, with 9 pills at the 5th level. Different levels suit practitioners of varying cultivation stages. What about Yin Shou Dan? It also has levels. A 1st level Yin Shou Dan is suitable for those below the Qi and Blood stage, extending life by 10 years. 2nd level extends life by 30 years. 3rd level extends life by 100 years. With the current materials, we can only make 9 3rd level Yin Shou Dan. Hearing the effects of Yin Shou Dan, Su Pingan took a deep breath. If this were made public, it would certainly shock the world, surpassing even the impact of wormholes and becoming a coveted item by all. After careful consideration, he decided to release the 1st level Yin Shou Dan first. 10 years is enough time for many changes to occur, and he believed that by then, the people of Huaxia would no longer worry about lifespan issues. Why are both the 5th level Jin Chuang Dan and 3rd level Yin Shou Dan limited to 9 pills? Su Pingan asked again. Because one set of materials can produce a maximum of 9 pills. Su Pingan nodded in understanding and asked another question. Do we have the materials to forge the Qingming series spiritual swords? He had taken a particular interest in this set of swords in the spiritual artifact compendium. Firstly, it had a complete system from mundane to 7th grade. Secondly, its performance was top-notch among sword-type artifacts. Thirdly, it was highly suitable for the Huaxia warriors currently specializing in swordsmanship, maximizing the power of the 3-talent sword formation. Yes, master. Based on the material analysis, we can forge 10,400 first-grade Qingming swords, 462 second-grade superior Qingming swords, and 2 third-grade superior Qingming swords. So few. Su Pingyan was taken aback but quickly realized that with all the recent beast hunts, battles, and guarding the spiritual herb garden, they hadn't yet started mining for spiritual minerals. Being able to forge this many was already impressive. Prepare 3 material lists for me, Su Pingyan instructed, and add the materials for Xuanwu armor. With weapons prepared, armor would naturally be necessary too. Understood, Master. The lists are ready. Qingkuan completed the task instantly. Su Pingyan nodded and suddenly sat down, picking up pen and paper to write, which puzzled Qin Ming nearby. However, he did not interrupt. After Su Pingyan finished the paperwork, he divided it into 3 parts and handed a few sheets to Qin Ming. Lao Qin, get these materials ready for me as soon as possible. I need them. Qin Ming glanced at the list. Although he didn't recognize most of the items, the quantity was indeed substantial. He nodded and said, give me half a day, and I'll have them sorted out. And there are quite a few minerals missing from these 2 lists, Su Pingyan said, handing over the other 2 lists. Have the experts conduct exploration within our territory. If they find any relevant spirit mines, they should start mining immediately. I need them. Qin Ming took the lists. Although he was equally unfamiliar with the items on them, it didn't matter. His job was to coordinate everything. Just as he was about to leave, Su Pingyan called out to him, hey, don't rush off, Lao Qin. Anything else? I noticed there are over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on the list. Where did they come from? Do we have spirit stone mines in our territory? Su Pingyan couldn't hide his excitement, as his supply of spirit stones was depleting fast. Qin Ming smiled, yes, we've discovered 4 small low-grade spirit veins and 3 small spirit stone mines without spiritual energy in our territory. But due to a lack of manpower, and because it wasn't urgent, we haven't started mining yet. These spirit stones were mostly collected from beast territories or the wild. Su Pingyan was shocked to hear about the quantity even before mining. But then he remembered finding over 10,000 tails himself on the plains, and he felt relieved. Then please transport all the spirit stones here. Also, start mining those 3 small spirit stone mines. If we're short on manpower, bring some in from outside. Half a day later, Qin Ming commanded the troops to transport various resources to the Yin Huang Legion's base, filling the training ground to the brim. Pingan, the materials are here. They take up about a quarter of our inventory, Qin Ming said, looking at the mountain of supplies with a sense of awe. The 2 then discussed the matters of the Shenlong treasury and Su Pingyan's plans to use the materials for alchemy and forging. When the conversation turned to the expansion of the Yin Huang Legion, Qin Ming excitedly reported that the War God Special Forces had expanded to 100 members. Among them, 17 had broken through to the Qi and Blood realm, 40 were at the 10th level of the Body Refining realm, and 3 had reached the 11th level, significantly surpassing the previous scale. This progress left Su Pingyan astonished. Considering that the Special Forces previously had only 40 members, and their overall strength was weaker, this was indeed a tremendous improvement. Not just that, Qin Ming said with a smile. Although the War God Special Forces are limited to 100 people, I can still select 7 elite soldiers who have reached the 10th level of body refinement. Should we include them as well? Of course, Su Pingyan replied without hesitation. The strongest warriors belong in the strongest unit. He didn't reject these elites due to the 100-person limit, nor did he intend to remove any of the initial recruits who were slightly less qualified. After all, they had performed well and were progressing quickly. All right, I'll make the arrangements, Qin Ming said, having anticipated this response and feeling a surge of satisfaction. How are the other units doing? Su Pingyan continued to inquire. Although the War God Special Forces were exceptional, their numbers were limited. The other soldiers formed the backbone of the army. Qin Ming reported in detail. The 2 offensive battalions have all comprehended mid-tier 6-level techniques from the Steel of No Words. The defensive unit soldiers have generally comprehended high-tier 5-level techniques. This was already quite impressive, considering most people could only comprehend techniques below the 4th level. Good quality. Su Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. While they couldn't compare to the War God Special Forces, given that the Yin Huang Legion had expanded to over 10,000 soldiers, this level was already quite remarkable. Old Qin, notify everyone to gather at the training ground tomorrow morning. I want to take them to a special place for training. Also, increase the mining of spirit stones. Upon returning to Shenlong Manor, Su Pingyan was surprised to find that Qingkuan had already completed the refinement of the pills and spiritual artifacts. Facing his astonishment, Qingkuan calmly stated that such tasks were trivial for an innate supreme treasure. Through questioning Hongming, Su Pingyan learned that Bai Susu had already broken through to the early stage of the 3-star level. He immediately released Bai Susu from the Hongming Tower, and she joyfully flew around in the air as soon as she emerged. After instructing Bai Susu to go out and train, Su Pingyan entered the cultivation layer of the Hongming Tower and activated the 200 times acceleration.
He consumed perfect quality qi and blood pills and cleansing marrow pills one after another. While the qi and blood pills had limited effects, the cleansing marrow pills proved to be very satisfactory. After intensively consuming dozens of cleansing marrow pills, Su Pingan's cultivation rapidly advanced, and the seed of the world tree in his dantian underwent a dramatic transformation. Ultimately, an unprecedentedly vast dantian sea of qi formed, a scale unparalleled in the history of cultivation. After finishing his cultivation, Su Pingan carefully felt the changes in his dantian and couldn't help but show a wry smile. His dantian was no longer the typical size of about 9 feet like other cultivators. It had transformed into an entire small world. This meant that the resources he needed to enhance his cultivation would be 1,000 or even 10,000 times more than others. This is too hard, Su Pingan shouted to the sky. However, this unique physique wasn't without its benefits. His endurance in battle would far surpass that of ordinary people. When others ran out of spiritual power, he would just be getting warmed up. Moreover, once he unleashed his power, he could release even more terrifying spiritual energy, making his combat strength significantly higher. Thinking about the immense resources needed to break through to the Transcendence realm, Su Pingan felt a headache. Just advancing from the early stage of the Qi and Blood realm's 9th level to the early stage of the Cleansing Marrow realm's 1st level had consumed over 300 perfect quality cleansing marrow pills. For ordinary cultivators, a single perfect quality cleansing marrow pill could directly break through 2 levels. Fortunately, with my current strength, I should be invincible below the Transcendence realm, Su Pingan thought to himself. He then remembered the Guardian Puppet. I should find some time to spar with the Guardian Puppet to see how I compare to the Transcendence realm. By morning, more than 10,000 soldiers had gathered on the training ground at the Yinhuang Legion's base. Even though they had been waiting for nearly 3 hours, everyone stood straight, disciplined, and without a single whisper. Commander Qin, where is Commander Su? Tongguan couldn't help but ask by the command platform. They were all a bit anxious, as this was a critical period for rapid cultivation progress. I don't know, just wait. It's an order, Qin Ming replied, though he was also puzzled. Su Pingan was always punctual, and his phone couldn't be reached. Qin Ming could only choose to continue waiting, planning to take further action if Su Pingan didn't show up by evening. Just as the sun reached its peak, a purple figure descended from the sky. Su Pingan was surrounded by a purple lightning shield, and when his feet lightly touched the ground, not a speck of dust was stirred. Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply, astonished. Commander, have you broken through to the Cleansing Marrow realm? Tongguan was the first to ask. They were familiar with the lightning shield but had never seen a human control such power. Su Pingan nodded with a smile. I just broke through today. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Commander's breakthrough is a great event for Huaxia. Waiting means nothing, Tongguan quickly said, and Yishao, Xiaoli, Alifu, Qin Ming, and others echoed his sentiments. Su Pingan didn't say much more. He activated the lightning shield again and slowly ascended, stopping at about 10 meters high. He knew that ordinary Cleansing Marrow realm cultivators could only fly briefly and had to reach the 7th level to barely manage it, and even then, only for 3 minutes. Welcome to the Yinhuang Legion. Su Pingan's voice echoed from above. Here, you will receive the most resources and the best training environment. Correspondingly, you will also be Huaxia's spearhead, the vanguard in the most dangerous situations. Are you afraid? No. I can't hear you. Are you cultivators or not? Show some spirit. No. 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 10,000 voices roared in unison, shaking the heavens and making the clouds tremble. The sound waves spread far, drawing the attention of countless soldiers in the distance. Very good, Su Pingan nodded with satisfaction. I will now take you to a special place that can accelerate your cultivation. Do not resist. Yes. With a wave of his hand, Su Pingan transported most of the people to the training layer of the Hongming Tower. Seeing the few who remained, he frowned. This is an order. You have one more chance. Anyone still here will be expelled from the Yinhuang Legion. Expelling them wasn't due to their rebellious nature. That wasn't something Su Pingan cared about. His primary concern was their progress in cultivation. If these individuals didn't enter the Hongming Tower to cultivate, they would inevitably fall behind and become a burden to the Yinhuang Legion. This time, no one dared to resist. In an instant, all the high-ranking members, including Qin Ming, were taken into the Hongming Tower. Hongming, initiate the maximum amplification for cultivation based on each individual's specific circumstances. Calculate how many spirit stones are consumed per hour, Su Pingan ordered. To him, no amount of consumption was too much if it could accelerate their cultivation progress. Yes, Master. A second later, Hongming provided precise data. Master, collectively, they require 98.46 lower-grade spirit stones per hour. As their cultivation levels rise, this number will increase and is expected to exceed 100 within an hour. Su Pingan silently calculated the Legion's numbers, 3,890 in the offensive sequence, 3,665 in the defensive sequence, 107 in the War God Legion, 7 in the Beidou 7 Stars Squad, 260 in the Logistics Department, and including himself and Qin Ming, the total came to 15,486 people. Not bad. Su Pingan nodded slightly. This consumption was much less than he had anticipated, considering that his own hourly cultivation consumption nearly matched this number. In other words, his individual cultivation cost was equivalent to the total of the entire legions. Tell them to invest all their resources into cultivation and activate the maximum amplification as needed, Su Pingan continued to instruct. I'll also allocate my stock of blood chi pills to you. Prioritize those who run out of resources first. Stop once the cultivation resources are exhausted. He had a few million blood chi pills in reserve, which had to be used on the strongest warriors to avoid waste. He secretly hoped these individuals wouldn't disappoint him. Understood, Master, Hongming responded respectfully. In the cultivation level of the Hongming Tower, the warriors stood tensely until a gentle voice reminded them they could sit down and start their training. Only then did they relax slightly. When they realized that the cultivation speed here far exceeded their expectations, they were so excited that they didn't want to waste a single second and promptly closed their eyes to meditate. Watching the warriors deeply engrossed in their training, Su Pingan found himself with nothing to do. After a moment of thought, he decided not to wait idly but to venture further afield to hunt fierce beasts. This would provide more spiritual liquid for the warriors, accelerating their breakthrough to the bone-washing realm. I've really become a babysitter, Su Pingan chuckled to himself, but he quickly understood the benefits. Not only would this enhance the strength and foundation of Huaxia, but as the territory expanded, he would also gain more cultivation resources. Although the perfect quality bone-washing pill required frequent consumption, it was still beneficial to him. If he could hunt fourth-tier beasts and obtain their cores, the effect of refining the Transcendence pill would be even better, not to mention the potential discovery of heavenly materials and treasures. After a brief phone call to Guoxiaotian to report the situation, Su Pingan leaped several times and left the Huaxia territory, heading straight into the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Initially, he encountered first and second-tier fierce beasts, but soon he came across third-tier ones. About 300 kilometers from the teleportation gate, groups of third-tier beasts became common, and Su Pingan casually killed them, storing their bodies in his dimensional space treasure box. As a reborn individual, Su Pingan was well aware of the peculiarities of the 10,000 mountains. This forbidden area, spanning over 8,000 kilometers, formed a natural barrier due to the unique distribution of fierce beasts. Approximately 2,000 kilometers from the otherworldly human settlements, seventh-tier beasts created a blockade. From the teleportation gate outward, higher-tier beasts appeared at regular intervals, with rumors of divine beasts existing. After penetrating 1,000 kilometers, Su Pingan's dimensional space treasure box was filled with tens of thousands of third-tier beast corpses. The entire process took less than 7 hours, thanks to his ability to fly swiftly at high altitudes using astral energy, with his energy replenished by life source stones. Reaching his predetermined location, Su Pingan took out the 7th-grade spiritual weapon, the sky-splitting sword. Compared to the bloodthirsty god-slaying spear, this sword was more suitable for practicing the sky-splitting sword technique. Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed. 100 meters away, a 4th-tier 3-star golden-haired host stared coldly at him. Instead of retreating, Su Pingan advanced and launched an attack. The golden-haired Ho, clearly not expecting such boldness from this little guy, roared angrily and charged. In a split second, Su Pingan executed the sky-splitting sword technique. A golden sword light flashed, and the golden-haired Ho was split in two before it could even cry out in pain. The residual sword energy continued to destroy trees within a 500-meter radius until it collided with a distant mountain and stopped. Still not enough, Su Pingan murmured. The sword technique had not yet reached perfection, as the power was too dispersed. The true sky-splitting sword technique should concentrate all its power on the target, without affecting the surroundings. Take it easy, no rush. Su Pingan encouraged himself as he stored the golden-haired lion's corpse into his storage space and continued his search for other fierce beasts. With a swift movement, his long sword left its sheath, and the sky-splitting sword technique was unleashed. A sharp sword light swept across, beheading dozens of 4th-tier beasts in the distance before they could even let out a cry. Holy crap, that's brutal, Su Pingan muttered. Despite not mastering the sky-splitting sword technique entirely and still lacking control over its power, its effectiveness in dealing with groups was undeniable. Each use consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, but Su Pingan's extraordinary reserves allowed him to perform it multiple times without tiring. As he ventured deeper into the vast mountains, the number of 4th-tier beasts he encountered surged, and so did his gains. While Su Pingan was hunting, the international situation was undergoing dramatic changes. In the presidential palace of the ancient pyramid country, the secretary was briefing President Khufu on the latest intelligence. The Sam country has deployed 3 carrier strike groups and 100,000 troops to Little E. The Husky country has 300,000 troops poised at the border,
and the polar bear country has redeployed 500,000 troops from the Far East to Europe. Europe, the Middle East, and Africa are also seeing rising tensions. We don't have much time left. What should we do? President Khufu asked anxiously. The only option left is to seek help from Huaxia, the secretary suggested. Khufu calmed down immediately. Right? Huaxia can help us. Has Trace returned? How did the talks with Huaxia go? The secretary replied. Huaxia stated they would not interfere in other countries' internal affairs, but are willing to lead negotiations and discussions among nations. Great. If we can talk, that's the best outcome. Khufu's eyes lit up. Invite the Huaxia ambassador immediately. I want to meet him personally. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office of the Sam country's White House, they were also discussing the situation. Faced with the Pyramid country's invitation for a meeting, President George had to weigh the pros and cons. Despite the heavy losses in the Battle of Hokkaido, they reluctantly agreed to attend the conference. Ultimately, in the capital of the Pyramid country, a significant meeting gathering representatives from nations around the world commenced. In the conference room, representatives from 6 major countries sat around a central round table, surrounded by delegates from other participating nations. As the host, Khufu delivered the opening speech. Thank you all for attending this conference. The appearance of wormholes has ushered in an interdimensional age of exploration, presenting both challenges and opportunities. Our country is willing to open the wormholes within our territory to the global community, allowing all sovereign nations to participate. Despite his generous words, Khufu's heart was bleeding. In the conference hall, Khufu's speech suddenly ignited the atmosphere. Representatives from smaller nations, who previously thought they were merely there to observe, straightened up with newfound hope. Even a small share of benefits was better than leaving empty-handed. Buelen's face darkened as he let out a cold snort. He hadn't anticipated Khufu's move, which placed the ancient Pyramid Nation on the moral high ground. If Sam Nation opposed now, it would be seen as going against the global community. Initially, they planned to allocate quotas only among the most powerful countries, perhaps giving a token share to the ancient Pyramid Nation, but the situation had clearly evolved beyond their expectations. Buelen's gaze shifted to Ambassador Wang from Huaxia, noticing the subtle smile on his face, and his brows furrowed. He instantly realized that Khufu couldn't have come up with such a strategy on his own. Huaxia was undoubtedly pulling the strings behind the scenes. This realization greatly displeased him, but as the representative of the world's leading power, he had to suppress his anger. Khufu continued, before we discuss the specific quota allocations, let me introduce the basic situation of the new world. Each of you can decide your contribution based on this information, and the final share will be proportional to your input. The hall immediately buzzed with whispers. Representatives from allied nations huddled together, discussing, what does this mean? It seems the situation over there isn't very safe. It probably means contributions in terms of money or manpower will be required. Nothing will be given for free. Ignoring the murmurs, Khufu went on. The new world is essentially an underground world, filled with countless mines. We've discovered many minerals not found on Blue Planet, but we've also encountered powerful monsters. Our vanguard has already lost over 1,000 men. His voice grew heavy, deliberately avoiding any mention of safe zones. The delegates were stunned. Such heavy casualties in just a few days indicated that the new world was far more dangerous than expected. Yet, the allure of an unknown world was strong, and these losses were not enough to deter them. One representative asked, President Khufu, what do you mean by an underground world? Is there no surface access, or is the surface particularly dangerous? Khufu shook his head. We have not yet found any surface access, and the surface conditions remain unexplored. I hope the first country to discover this will share the information globally. The delegates all agreed, though their true intentions remained hidden. Khufu then shared most of the intelligence, but kept silent about sensitive information like the distribution of minerals. Finally, he proposed a detailed allocation plan. The ancient Pyramid Nation would send 300,000 troops and receive 20 of the share. Each of the 5 permanent members would send 500,000 troops, each getting 10. The top 20 military powers would each send 100,000 troops, each receiving 1. The remaining 10 would be divided into 1,000 shares, with each share given for 2,000 troops contributed. He emphasized that the troops must be well-trained and fully armed. This plan meant a total of 6.8 million troops would be deployed to the new world. However, objections arose immediately. Buelen argued that the ancient Pyramid Nation's share was too high. Britannia, still reeling from the Battle of North Sea Island, was unwilling to send troops, and even small nations like Gambia were dissatisfied with their 1 share. Facing these objections, Khufu looked to Ambassador Wang for support, but the latter remained impassive. In reality, Khufu had privately promised Huaxia a 20 share, only to revise it to 10 during the meeting, clearly playing a risky game. Ambassador Wang's restraint from reacting publicly was already a significant concession. Khufu cleared his throat lightly and glanced around. Faced with unanimous opposition from the representatives of various countries, his confidence was visibly shaken. The moral high ground he once held
which had garnered global support, was now crumbling. He had to adjust his strategy and soften his tone as he said, "I'm just setting an example. Everything is negotiable." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Ambassador Wang, a look of pleading in his eyes. This time, Ambassador Wang did not pretend to ignore him. As he stood up, the murmurs in the conference room ceased instantly. All the representatives held their breath, awaiting China's stance. Everyone present knew well that, having not participated in the Battle of Beihai Island, China had already risen to the top in global power, needing only a decisive conflict with Sam's country to prove it. Ambassador Wang began calmly. As the country where the wormhole is located, President Hufu of the ancient pyramid nation is willing to voluntarily share the development rights of the new world. This magnanimity deserves our admiration and support. These words made Hufu feel a wave of relief, his gratitude evident. However, Ambassador Wang continued, "Yet, there is only one new world, while the number of countries is vast and their strengths vary greatly. Absolute fairness is unrealistic. I propose that various factors be considered. As the host nation, the ancient pyramid nation can receive an additional 5 share, but any more should be determined by capability." This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over Hufu. China had originally promised an additional 10 share, but due to his greed, he had tried to reduce China's share to increase his own, and now he was facing an immediate reduction. Having secured the support of the majority of countries, Ambassador Wang continued to outline his plan. "The world order has changed. The 5 permanent members system is outdated. I believe retaining 3 permanent members is sufficient. China, Sam's country, and the Polar Bear Nation." He turned to the representatives of Sam's country and the Polar Bear Nation. "What do you think?" The representatives of Britain and France looked anxiously at Blin, hoping for support. But Ambassador Wang gave them no chance. "Of course, if there are any objections, they can be addressed through strength. As long as our 3 countries unanimously agree, even 10 permanent members would be possible." In the end, the 3 permanent members each deployed 500,000 troops, each securing a 20 share. The remaining 35 was divided into 3,500 shares, each worth 0.01, to be distributed among countries based on their troop contributions. Hufu gritted his teeth and declared that the ancient pyramid nation would deploy 500,000 troops, securing a 10 share. After the meeting, in a private setting, Hufu expressed his gratitude to Ambassador Wang. "Thank you, Ambassador Wang. Thank you, China. Without your support, our country might have fallen into turmoil." Ambassador Wang responded with a meaningful look, "For the sake of world peace. But President Hufu, integrity is crucial. I hope our 2 countries can continue to maintain good cooperation in the future." Although Hufu intended to cause trouble this time, he eventually adhered to the previous agreement and completed the plan, ensuring that Huaxia's interests were not compromised. Just then, Hufu's secretary rushed in and whispered something in his ear. "What?" Hufu's face was filled with shock. "President Hufu, did something happen on the other side of the wormhole?" Ambassador Wang immediately asked. According to Huaxia's usual policy, he wouldn't interfere in the internal affairs of the ancient pyramid nation, but the wormhole was a different matter as it directly concerned Huaxia's vital interests. Hufu didn't hide anything and told his secretary, "Inform Ambassador Wang about the situation. No need to keep it confidential." The secretary nodded and said, "We've just received news from the White Elephant Nation. They've discovered a wormhole within their borders, making it the 3rd one globally." "Oh." Ambassador Wang feigned surprise. At his level, he already knew that there were 2 wormholes within Huaxia and a total of 8 worldwide, with one located in the White Elephant Nation. He just didn't expect it to be discovered so soon. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office in the capital of the White Elephant Nation, Prime Minister Lao Xian was ecstatic. "Ha ha ha. I knew it. As a major Eastern power and the future #1 country in the world, how could we not have a wormhole?" But his close aide quickly doused his excitement. "Mr. Prime Minister, the problem is that the wormhole was discovered by a live streamer, and there were tens of thousands of viewers at the time. The news has already spread globally, and it's impossible to hide." Lao Xian's smile froze. After pacing back and forth in the office, he said, "Then we won't hide it. If the Sam Nation can have the North Sea Island wormhole, why can't our major Eastern power have one? And it's exclusive to us. We're the only country in the world to have a wormhole all to ourselves." In the core meeting room in Huaxia's capital, the chief minister was commending Ambassador Wang for his achievements in the Middle Eastern wormhole negotiations. When the discussion turned to the situation in the White Elephant Nation, opinions were divided. Some advocated for a wait-and-see approach, while others suggested immediate action. At that moment, Secretary General Zhang brought some good news. The first expeditionary force of 3,000 soldiers from the White Elephant Nation had suffered heavy losses in just half a day after entering the other world through the wormhole, with fewer than 100 returning. This news lifted the atmosphere in the meeting room. As previously predicted, the world on the other side of the White Elephant Nation's wormhole was not only teeming with fierce beasts, but also extremely dangerous. It seemed the White Elephant Nation was in for a tough time. The newly opened portal was indeed very small, allowing only 1 or 2 people to pass through at a time. An elder analyzed, the initial exploration team might have been fortunate not to encounter any beasts at first, but after delving deeper, they encountered a horde and were overrun. When they tried to retreat, they were blocked at the narrow portal, resulting in less than 100 returning. He sneered, fools, they should have established a defensive line as soon as they crossed. Now that they've missed the best opportunity, it's going to be tough to get through again. At this moment, in the Prime Minister's office of the White Elephant Nation, the old sage was listening to his subordinates' report with a grim expression. Imbeciles. He slammed his hand on the table. They didn't even know to set up a basic wormhole defense? The precedents of North Sea Island and the ancient Pyramid Nation are right there. One of his trusted aides tried to explain, Mr. President, when the warriors crossed over, they saw an endless plain, entirely different from the other 2 wormholes. Without any signs of beasts, they aimed to explore quickly. It was just bad luck that they stumbled upon a beast horde. No need to make excuses for them. They were just too arrogant. The old sage, still seething, took a deep breath and ordered, send more people immediately, and make sure they build a defensive line first this time. Mr. President, I'm afraid. The aide swallowed nervously. The beast horde has already discovered the wormhole and is guarding the other side. Our second team was completely wiped out, and only 1 person returned from the 3rd attempt. According to reports, there are at least thousands of gigantic beasts. If they weren't too large to pass through, they would have already stormed in. Damn it. The old sage was both shocked and fearful. He was relieved that the wormhole was small, but worried about the potential massive casualties if the beasts managed to get through. But he quickly steeled himself. No matter the cost, we must regain control of the wormhole. Otherwise, the whole world will laugh at us for having a wormhole we can't use. We can't afford to lose face. Seeing the president's resolve, the aide could only comply, yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, the emperor was formally receiving the ambassador from Huaxia. Welcome, Ambassador Wang. What brings you here today? Greetings, Your Majesty. Ambassador Wang got straight to the point. I am here on behalf of Huaxia to discuss cooperation on a new world. Hearing the term new world, the emperor's interest was piqued. He suspected that Huaxia must have discovered a wormhole but had kept it highly confidential. Ambassador Wang stated plainly, we have discovered a new wormhole, but its unique location makes us want to develop it in partnership with your country. In your territory? The emperor probed. Ambassador Wang feigned confusion. Your Majesty must be joking. We in Huaxia have not found any wormholes as of now. After some discussion, Ambassador Wang proposed a 60-40 split. Huaxia would take 60%, and the Polar Bear Nation would take 40%. In reality, Huaxia wasn't particularly concerned about this distant portal and would have been willing to cooperate even for just 10%. However, to negotiate better, they started with a higher offer. The emperor frowned and posed a critical question. Since you discovered this wormhole, and given Huaxia's current strength, you could develop it independently. No country would dare to seize it from you. Why seek cooperation? Is this location particularly unique, like in Antarctica? The emperor keenly inquired. His sharp intellect was truly impressive, deducing the correct answer from just a few of Ambassador Wang's words. Ambassador Wang showed a look of surprise, not expecting the emperor to hit the nail on the head. The emperor is correct. It is indeed in Antarctica. However, Antarctica is vast, and without specific coordinates, anyone attempting to find it would need to spend a considerable amount of time. Antarctica is unclaimed territory, open to any nation, the emperor analyzed. However, the geographical advantage of the Arctic bear is undeniable. Dispatching a large force there would be challenging and impossible to conceal. Any significant military movement would attract global attention, putting you under immense pressure. We can help share that burden, but we would need a 60 share. Absolutely not. After all, we were the ones who discovered it first, Ambassador Wang firmly retorted. After intense negotiations, the 2 sides eventually agreed on a 5,050 split. Haha, Ambassador Wang. With our 2 nations collaborating, this wormhole will surely become a new chapter in our friendship, the emperor said, his joy evident. Ambassador Wang continued. Our prime minister also asked me to convey that, due to the great distance of Antarctica from us, we would like to exchange our share there for your shares in other wormholes. Although the emperor was in high spirits, he did not lose his rationality. With experience from the previous 2 wormholes, he knew that each wormhole led to a different world. If the Antarctic wormhole was truly invaluable, Huaxia would not propose an exchange so easily, let alone offer such a significant share. How do you propose we exchange? The emperor asked. Naturally, on a one-to-one basis, Ambassador Wang replied. The emperor shook his head directly. We need to conduct an on-site investigation before making any decisions. The lesson from the White Elephant Nation is fresh in our minds. Their military suffered heavy losses. In the end, Ambassador Wang agreed to provide specific coordinates for the Arctic bear to conduct a survey. To ensure the wormhole's safety, the two nations also issued a joint statement. Just 3 days later, each nation dispatched a joint force of 10,000 troops to enter the wormhole and begin exploration. The news quickly reached Sam Nation. In the Black Palace, Intelligence Chief James briefed President George on the situation. Upon hearing the news, George immediately realized it was likely related to the wormhole. They began discussing the possibility of collaborating with the White Elephant Nation, as despite the dangers on the other side of their wormhole, the abundance of monster resources was exactly what they needed. Ultimately, they decided to send super soldiers to seize control of the area beyond the wormhole. The soldiers from White Elephant Country might be weak, but that doesn't mean their elite warriors are, George said, pacing in the Oval Office, a glint of cunning in his eyes. We might be able to take control of their leadership. Partnering with White Elephant Country could effectively contain Huaxia and further our Indo-Pacific strategy. I'll have Blinken head there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Kremlin, the Huaxia ambassador was engaged in a crucial conversation with the emperor. Your Majesty, you must have already investigated the situation on the other side of the Antarctic continent. What are your thoughts on our proposed exchange? The ambassador asked directly. The emperor frowned slightly. Although there are no monsters guarding it, making it safer than White Elephant Country, the environment over there is harsh, with ice and snow everywhere. Your Majesty, the ice and snow aren't the issue, the ambassador responded with a knowing smile. The monsters are the most important resource. The other side has a wealth of monster resources, and there could be even more mineral resources beneath the ice. If you can control this wormhole alone through the exchange, many things will become much more convenient. Developing a new world on your own has a completely different significance. After intense negotiations, the two parties reached an agreement. Ancient Pyramid Country would be exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio, and North Sea Island at a 1-to-2 ratio. Specifically, the Emperor would trade 15 of Ancient Pyramid Country for 15 of Huaxia's share in the Antarctic continent, and 17.5 of North Sea Island for the remaining 35. This way, the Kremlin would have full control over the Antarctic wormhole. In Huaxia's central meeting room in the capital, the Prime Minister received the ambassador's report and smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. We've finally gotten rid of that burden in the Antarctic. Now we have 2 fully controlled portals within our borders, 35 in Ancient Pyramid Country, 23.5 in North Sea Island, and the hidden portal in Java, Indonesia. The future looks bright. Simultaneously, in the office of the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Sam Country, an officer suddenly burst in. Damn it! Do that again, and you're out. Director James shouted angrily. Sorry, Director, but we have a major discovery, the officer panted. It's about the mysterious person who posted the North Sea Island wormhole video. James immediately calmed down, a look of anticipation crossing his face. Tell me, what did you find? We have comprehensively collected and analyzed surveillance footage from Beihai Island a month before the wormhole was exposed. After an initial screening, we've identified all individuals who might have entered the mountain area and suspicious foreign entrants during that period, totaling over 70,000 potential targets. Due to previous battles and ongoing investigations, we have now narrowed the scope to less than 2,000 individuals. Coincidentally, a wormhole appeared in the Ancient Pyramid Country. By bribing local personnel, we obtained surveillance records and recent immigration information around the wormhole. Through big data comparison, we found only one overlapping target. An assistant handed a tablet to James, displaying a photo of an East Asian face on the screen. Director, this person has left traces at all critical locations, the assistant reported. More importantly, our investigation reveals that in the past 6 months, he has also visited the White Elephant Country, Antarctica, Indonesia, and our own Sam Country. Each time, a wormhole appeared shortly afterward. Following this pattern, it's highly likely that there are undiscovered wormholes in Sam Country and Indonesia as well. He's from the Huaxia Special Forces? James stared at the information, his brow furrowed. He quickly stood up, immediately investigate all his travel routes in Sam Country, with a focus on potential wormhole locations. I'm heading to the Black House now. In the Black House's president's office, high-ranking officials fell silent after listening to James' report. Discussions gradually unfolded, with some questioning whether this was an alien disguise and others suspecting a connection between Huaxia and extraterrestrial civilizations. Ultimately, President George made the decision. First, intensify the investigation of this individual's activities in Sam Country. Second, send a team to Java for further investigation. Third, have Blinken see me as soon as he returns. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office of the White Elephant Country, Lao Xian was furiously smashing items in the office. Recently, they had deployed nearly 20,000 people to attempt to pass through the wormhole. Although they killed thousands of monsters, the massive monster corpses couldn't be transported back, and the blood attracted even more monsters. Worse, small monsters occasionally tried to invade through the wormhole. Although they were promptly eliminated, the situation left Lao Xian anxious and uneasy. In the presidential office of the White Elephant Nation, an urgent discussion about the wormhole crisis was underway. Mr. President, We can't keep going like this, the trusted aide said gravely, standing in front of the desk. Even though we keep deploying more troops, the number of monsters is not decreasing. In fact, it's increasing. If we can't eliminate them soon, we won't be able to pass through that area anytime soon. President Lao Xian rubbed his temples, his voice weary. Then tell me, what do we do? Mr. President, we have 3 options, the aide began, organizing his thoughts. First, we could temporarily abandon the effort. That area is a plain, and there were no monsters there before, which means they are likely moving. If we wait until they lose interest and disperse, we can quickly move through and establish a defensive line. Foolish, Lao Xian interrupted sharply. There were no wormholes before. Now it's different. Haven't you noticed? They've started sending smaller monsters to attack us proactively. If they have intelligence, they won't leave easily. The aide continued. The second option is to accept the assistance of the super soldiers from Sam Nation led by Blin. Even if there are casualties, it will be their people who suffer. Plus, the wormhole is within our territory. They can't claim it for themselves. Lao Xian frowned and shook his head. They want a 40 share. That's sheer lunacy. We can negotiate. The aide began, but Lao Xian cut him off. What's the third option? The aide hesitated for a moment. That would be asking for help from Huaxia. Bang! Lao Xian kicked the aide to the ground, furiously shouting, "You fool! Asking Huaxia for help? That's like inviting a wolf into the house." The aide quickly apologized, sighing inwardly. He knew Huaxia was more trustworthy than Sam Nation, but it was clear Lao Xian had already made his choice. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office in the capital of Huaxia, a similar conversation was taking place. The Prime Minister stood by the window, listening to reports on Sam Nation's reconnaissance activities and the White Elephant Nation's battle status. He was particularly interested in the negotiations between Blin and Lao Xian, and was also concerned about Su Pingan, who had ventured deep into the 10,000 mountains. At that moment, Su Pingan was deep in the forest, nearly 3,000 kilometers from his original location. Suddenly, a thunderous beast roar caught his attention. Following the sound for about 3 kilometers, he discovered a scarlet fire golden Kirin beast undergoing a rebirth in a Valia legendary mount of the fire god, now at the critical juncture of advancing from the peak of the 4th tier to the 5th tier. After carefully surveying the surroundings to ensure safety, Su Pingan gripped his heaven-slaying sword and charged at the evolving divine beast without hesitation. He chose not to launch a sneak attack, but instead challenged it head-on. The scarlet fire golden Kirin beast, sensing the intruder, immediately turned its pain into rage and lunged at Su Pingan, igniting a fierce battle. A flash of sword light cut through the air as Su Pingan unleashed his heaven-splitting sword technique, aiming straight for the vital point of the crimson fire golden beast. However, the beast was incredibly quick, dodging the lethal strike with a swift sidestep. My soul power isn't strong enough to fully lock onto the target, Su Pingan silently assessed his swordsmanship. Although he had made some progress recently, he was still far from mastering the technique. Seeing the crimson fire golden beast closing in, Su Pingan dodged while using his left hand to execute the star-breaking finger, aiming directly at the beast's throat. With a sizzling sound, the beast's protective energy was compressed to the limit, but his fingertip only grazed its fur, unable to break through its defense. The battle grew increasingly intense as man and beast clashed in the valley, their movements so fast they appeared as mere streaks of light. After a full hour, Su Pingan finally landed a successful strike with his heaven-splitting sword technique, sending the crimson fire golden beast crashing into the mountain wall, creating a massive crater over 10 meters deep. Roar! The beast leaped out of the crater, its aura even more formidable than before. Human, you are indeed strong. To thank you for helping me break through, I will devour you in one bite, sparing you any pain. You sure know how to talk, Su Pingan chuckled. I heard your ancestor was the fire god's mount. Why not join me? I never treat my own poorly. The two clashed again, this time with Su Pingan giving his all, wielding the god-slaying spear. The battle was fiercer than ever. Although he was occasionally sent flying, he quickly recovered using the life source stone and fought with increasing vigor, gradually turning the tide in his favor. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the crimson fire golden beast attempted to flee, but Su Pingan, armed with the god-slaying spear, relentlessly pursued it. As the chase continued, the beast's injuries worsened, while Su Pingan's bloodthirsty abilities elevated him to the late stage of the bone-cleansing realm. Eventually, they stopped just before entering another Tier 5 beast territory. The crimson fire golden beast proposed a truce, but Su Pingan insisted on its submission. Just as they reached an impasse, a loud roar echoed from the distance. The crimson fire golden lion beast's face changed dramatically upon hearing the sound. Although Su Pingan also felt a surge of emotion, he managed to maintain his composure. Your time is running out, Su Pingan stated calmly but firmly. Fine, I'll be your mount. The crimson fire golden lion beast gritted its teeth. But if you dare to deceive me, I'll self-destruct rather than serve you. Don't worry, once you become my battle pet, you won't want to leave, Su Pingan assured, quickly lowering his divine slaying spear and forming a hexagram mark that embedded itself into the beast's forehead. The moment the contract was established, Su Pingan felt a mental connection with the beast, knowing he could control its life and death with a single thought. Su Pingan nimbly leaped onto the back of the Crimson Fire Golden Lion beast. Damn, you're in such a hurry to ride me? I'm still injured. The beast grumbled discontentedly. Stop whining and get moving, Su Pingan ordered, channeling life force through the hexagram to heal it. The beast's speed increased, and its wounds visibly began to heal. Wow, Master, you're amazing. No wonder you had the stamina to fight me for so long. What kind of power is this? Can I learn it? The Crimson Fire Golden Lion beast asked excitedly. Shut up, it's not safe here, Su Pingan said, feeling exasperated by his talkative new pet. Along the way, the Crimson Fire Golden Lion beast skillfully avoided high-level beasts, reaching within 3,000 kilometers of the teleportation gate in record time. Su Pingan relaxed slightly, reflecting on their battle, which gave him a clear understanding of his abilities. Without special equipment, he could hold his own against a 5th-tier 1-star beast, and with life source stones, he could outlast his opponent, potentially killing it with the divine slaying spear. Master, where are we heading next? The Crimson Fire Golden Lion beast inquired. Home, Su Pingan replied with a smile. As they traveled, Su Pingan effortlessly killed any low-level beasts they encountered, storing them in his dimensional treasure box. Suddenly, the Crimson Fire Golden Lion beast noticed something unusual. Master, there used to be a force here that made high-level beasts extremely uncomfortable, but now it's gone. Through discussion, Su Pingan speculated that this change might be related to their contract, but the exact reason needed further investigation. Soon, they reached the new border of Huaxia. The King's Guard immediately noticed the anomaly and sounded the alarm. After the commander verified the situation, they realized it was Su Pingan returning with his newly subdued battle pet. On their way to Shenlong Mountain, they saw busy construction corps soldiers everywhere. Some were building roads, others mining, and still others constructing cities. The grand development of this otherworld was in full swing, presenting a scene of vibrant activity. As news of Su Pingan's return spread, people's fear of the Crimson Flame Golden Lion gradually faded, replaced by intense curiosity. After all, the god of war had once again tamed a formidable beast. At Shenlong Villa, Bai Susu was the first to greet Su Pingan upon his return. Excitedly, she reported her training progress. I've fully mastered my combat abilities and even discovered a spirit fruit by chance. My cultivation has now reached the peak of the 3rd tier, 2-star level. With one more secluded training session, I should be able to break through to the 3rd tier, 3-star level. Su Pingan nodded in approval and encouraged her. Good job, keep it up. Then, with a mischievous smile, he added, by the way, let me introduce you to my new battle pet, Qihua. You can call him Xiaoqi. Qihua was stunned upon seeing Bai Susu. Master, you weren't lying. You really have a battle pet with a divine bloodline. Although he was at the 5th tier, 1-star level, far surpassing Bai Susu, he estimated he could only exert 70 to 80% of his strength under the suppression of her divine bloodline. Soon, a debate about seniority ensued between the two beasts. Bai Susu insisted that Qihua call her sister, while Qihua refused, citing age and strength. Each time Qihua presented his arguments, Bai Susu would simply retort, I have a divine bloodline, causing Qihua to roll his eyes in frustration. When Qihua, in a moment of agitation, uttered a curse, Bai Susu immediately complained to Su Pingan. Su Pingan unreservedly sided with Bai Susu. Qihua, be gentle with girls. Faced with Chihua's protests, Su Pingan added, but she does have a divine bloodline. This left Qihua so aggrieved that he rolled on the ground, nearly causing a fire. To prevent the situation from escalating, Su Pingan took both beasts into the cultivation space. Watching them continue to argue over titles, Su Pingan chose to stay out of it and focused on consolidating his own cultivation. Unexpectedly, he managed to break through to the early stage of the 2nd level of the Shisui realm. Afterward, Su Pingan went to the Yinhuang Legion's base and gathered over 10,000 warriors. He explained the resource consumption of the cultivation space and announced that future access would be based on battle merits. According to Qin Ming's report, the Beidou 7-star squad had shown remarkable progress, with all members reaching the Tuifan realm. Finally, Su Pingan revealed to Qin Ming that the recent training had consumed over 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. Without continuous collection efforts, it would have been impossible to support the cultivation of so many people. So many? Qin Ming's eyes widened in shock. Su Pingan took a sip of tea, his expression calm. What did you expect? As one's cultivation level increases, the consumption grows exponentially. I'll keep a record of this, Qin Ming replied seriously. Once we mine the spirit stones, we'll make sure to compensate you, including for the foundation establishment elixir we've used. As he spoke, He pulled out a notebook and started jotting down notes. Su Pingyan initially wanted to brush it off, but then thought better of it. It's good to keep things clear-cut. Alright, let's continue discussing the Beidou 7 Stars squad. Qin Ming nodded and resumed his report. He detailed the status of each unit. The War God Special Forces have 107 members. The captain, Yi Xiao, has reached the early stage of the 3rd transformation realm. 9 veteran members have broken through to the 2nd transformation realm, 37 have reached the 1st transformation realm, and the rest are at the peak of the 9th refinement realm. The 2 combat battalions have a total of 7,780 members. Battalion leaders Tongguan and Xiaoli are at the peak and mid-stage of the 1st transformation realm, respectively. 6 others have also reached the transformation realm. 384 are at the peak of the 9th refinement realm. 1,885 have reached the early stage of the 9th refinement realm, and the rest are at least at the early stage of the 7th refinement realm. The 2 Guardian battalions have a total of 7,330 members. Battalion leader Alifu is at the mid-stage of the 1st transformation realm, and Wu Kuei is at the peak of the 9th refinement realm. 44 members have reached the peak of the 9th refinement realm. 367 are at the early stage of the 9th refinement realm, and the rest are at least at the early stage of the 7th refinement realm. Lastly, the logistics personnel, Qin Ming said with a smile. This time, they've really benefited. He explained that there were 260 people, including himself. He had reached the late stage of the 9th refinement realm, 13 had reached the early stage of the 9th refinement realm, and the rest were at least at the early stage of the 7th refinement realm. Su Pingyan expressed his concern. Old Qin, you've worked hard, but you shouldn't neglect your cultivation. Do you want to arrange some individual training? Qin Ming firmly shook his head. No, that would be too special. I can't set that precedent. So, what's the plan moving forward? Qin Ming asked. Divide the forces, Su Pingyan said straightforwardly and then detailed the deployment plan. Strong individuals would be dispatched to New Moon Island, the ancient Pyramid Nation, Java Island, and Beihai Island. Finally, Su Pingyan mentioned the large number of fierce beasts he had hunted in the 10,000 mountains. Over 30,000 4th-tier beasts and over 40,000 3rd-tier beasts. This number once again left Qin Ming in awe. After calming down, Qin Ming suggested, Pingyan, now that the warrior's strength has significantly increased, ordinary food is no longer sufficient. I suggest we keep some of the beast meat as military rations. Of course, we'll keep records of this and repay you when we can. You're quite thoughtful. I hadn't considered that. Su Pingyan nodded slightly before explaining. One can only truly forego eating upon reaching the extraordinary realm. While the warriors can hunt beasts for food, we're about to split up, and some areas may not have enough high-level beasts. Keeping some as military rations is a safer bet. With the help of the construction corps, they spent an entire day extracting the cores from over 70,000 beasts. In the end, Su Pingyan decided to keep 30,000 3rd-tier beasts as rations and refine the rest into spiritual liquid. The harvest was substantial. Over 8,000 drops of top-grade 4th-tier spiritual liquid, more than 12,000 drops of mid-grade 4th-tier spiritual liquid, and the remaining were converted into 1st and 2nd-tier spiritual liquid, distributed among the field army and construction corps warriors. For Su Pingyan, low-tier spiritual liquid had lost its efficacy, and even mid-grade and top-grade 4th-tier spiritual liquid were less effective than before. He estimated that the over 20,000 drops would only elevate him to the 4th or 5th level of the marrow-cleansing realm. Indeed, after a day and night of cultivation in the training space, his cultivation reached the peak of the 4th level of the marrow-cleansing realm, exhausting all the spiritual liquid he had. Ah, it's really not enough, Su Pingyan sighed. Just then, the phone rang. It was Shueyong, who had called 4 or 5 times over the past day and night. Hello, what's so urgent? Su Pingyan answered. Oh my, Commander Su, you finally picked up. Shueyong sounded relieved. The chief advisor wants you to come to the capital. The international situation has changed significantly, and all 8 portals have appeared. Su Pingyan agreed immediately and, after giving instructions to Guoxiao and Qin Ming, returned to Blue Star and headed to the capital. In the chief advisor's office, the secretary announced softly, Chief Advisor, Su Pingyan has arrived. Great, let him in. The chief advisor immediately put down his work. Through Shueyong's reports, he was already aware of Su Pingyan's outstanding performance in the other world, which had significantly boosted China's overall strength. Su Pingyan entered and saluted. Greetings, Chief Advisor. Good comrade. The chief advisor smiled and then discussed plans for expanding the corps and the commendations for Su Pingyan. When asked if he had any requests, Su Pingyan only asked for his family and girlfriend to be allowed to enter the other world for cultivation. The chief advisor readily agreed and mentioned, proposing Su Pingyan's promotion to Major General at the next meeting. Then, he got to the main topic, stating there were 5 important matters to discuss and first inquiring about the mysterious cultivation space. Su Pingyan candidly explained the characteristics of the cultivation space, the resource consumption, and his vision for future management and usage. He suggested linking the eligibility to enter the cultivation space with military merits. The chief minister nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Yes, this is good. It aligns perfectly with something I wanted to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Su Pingyan's interest was immediately piqued. The chief minister straightened up and began to explain in detail. The contribution point system we previously implemented has been running well in the otherworld. We're planning a large-scale rollout. Considering that more people will enter the otherworld in the future, we need to establish a military-civilian classification system. Therefore, we have designed a military merit exchange system, which we plan to trial in the otherworld army first. Your cultivation space can also be integrated into this exchange system. Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. That's absolutely fine. My cultivation space not only accelerates training but also includes a space for coordinated drills and a trial space for honing combat skills. With the current mining of spirit stones underway, these functions can be gradually made available. Excellent. The chief minister laughed heartily. With these, the future of Huaxia is indeed promising. He then shifted the topic. Now, let's talk about the third matter. I heard you ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Did you make any discoveries? Yes, I reached a depth of about 3,500 kilometers this time. Su Pingyan replied honestly, then briefly reported on what he had learned from his past life and his findings from this trip. Impressive. Acquiring a fifth-tier fierce beast certainly strengthens our foundation, the chief minister said, visibly pleased upon hearing that Su Pingyan had tamed a fifth-tier battle pet. Then, the chief minister brought up the fourth issue. Regarding the otherworld, we now control several wormholes. Although some are shared, we haven't deployed any troops. What are your thoughts? Su Pingyan exuded confidence. Chief Minister, according to Shuiyong, all 8 teleportation gates have now appeared. I believe it's time to showcase our strength. At the Chief Minister's nod, he continued to elaborate on his deployment plan, which included sending the Yinhuang Legion as the vanguard, organizing construction corps to build cities, and negotiating expansion rules with other nations. The Chief Minister approved these suggestions and promised to present them at the conference. He then moved on to the final topic, providing a detailed overview of the current international situation. The Northern Bear investing heavily in the Antarctic wormhole, the Middle Eastern Pyramid Kingdom organizing international troops, the White Elephant Nation forming an alliance with the Sam Nation, and the Sam Nation following Su Pingyan's route to search for wormholes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, an important conversation was taking place in the Black House of the Sam Nation. Mr. President, we've made a significant discovery. James burst into the office, excitement evident on his face. What is it? George, seeing the joy on James's face, knew it was good news. James reported excitedly, we've finally discovered a wormhole behind a waterfall. This breakthrough is thanks to a suggestion from a Chinese American who had read Journey to the West and proposed checking behind the waterfall. Great, it looks like God is on our side, George exclaimed, pounding his desk with excitement. With this, our country, Sam, will have exclusive control over a wormhole. This is incredibly advantageous for exploring new worlds. As of now, Sam is the only known country to have sole possession of a wormhole. While it's possible that Huaxia might have one as well, it hasn't been confirmed. The wormhole in Antarctica is entirely under the control of the polar bear, and Sam is still in the dark about this. After all, neither Huaxia nor the polar bear has made any public announcements, and Huaxia still has a 10th Sand-strong army stationed in Antarctica. What's the situation on the other side of the wormhole? George asked eagerly. Each discovered wormhole leads to a different environment, which piqued his curiosity. James replied cautiously, the other side is a desert region. Although the entrance is relatively safe without any monster guards, I'm worried our people might attract unwanted attention. So, I had them pull back for now. I recommend deploying a large force immediately to establish a defensive line and avoid repeating the mistakes of White Elephant Country. Very thoughtful, George nodded approvingly. White Elephant Country had suffered a complete collapse due to their failure to establish a defensive line in time, leading to heavy losses and a desperate plea for assistance. Jenny, George called out towards the door. A voluptuous blonde secretary with striking blue eyes walked in, and James immediately lowered his head. Since George's health had improved significantly after consuming monster meat, this busta secretary had replaced the previous male one as the most direct evidence of his recovery. While waiting for General Mike to arrive, George inquired about the progress of negotiations with White Elephant Country. James provided a detailed report on the terms. They would offer assistance in exchange for all the monster corpses killed and a promise to help curb Huaxia's expansion. Old Cien is dreaming. George's face darkened. Tell Bryn that our share must be no less than 20. James hesitated. Old Cien is quite firm on this point. I'm afraid if we push too hard, they might turn to Huaxia. If he wanted to go to Huaxia, he would have done so already. George sneered but eventually relented. If we can't reach an agreement, at least ensure we get this batch of monster corpses, and that they owe us an additional 100,000 monster corpses in the future, or the deal is off. 5 days later, at Shenlong Mountain, Su Pingyan finished his secluded training and was very pleased with his progress. His breaking star finger had reached mastery, his sky-splitting sword technique was nearing mastery, and his 8 forms of breaking the army were close to perfection. He leaped off the mountain peak, protected by his inner energy, and landed steadily outside the camp office. After briefly acknowledging the greetings from the guards, he entered the office to wait for the senior military leaders to arrive. "I've gathered everyone here to assign new tasks," Su Pingan said, surveying the room. "We are about to begin a new phase of expansion. Our current territory of over 40,000 square kilometers is far from sufficient. We need more space for the upcoming wave of immigrants." "When do we set out?" Tongguan asked eagerly. Su Pingan turned to Qin Ming. "Old Qin, what are the reconnaissance results?" Qin Ming replied confidently, "Based on our analysis, the boundary between second-tier and third-tier beasts is between 210 and 230 kilometers. I suggest we push directly to 230 kilometers this time. Even if we encounter third-tier beasts, we can handle them with our current strength." "I think you're being too cautious. We need to advance at least 500 kilometers," Tongguan said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Qin Ming glanced at Tongguan helplessly. "Do you realize how large an area 500 kilometers in radius is?" Tongguan pondered for a moment. "It should be around 700,000 to 800,000 square kilometers. We need that much space to accommodate the people who will be relocated. After all, China has a population of 1.4 billion. "That's true," Qin Ming replied seriously, "but right now, we only control 45,000 square kilometers. Expanding tenfold at once means facing swarms of third-tier beasts, including high-level ones. This isn't an issue for the Yanhuang Corps, but the border is mainly guarded by the field army. These beasts would cause significant casualties among them." Tongguan immediately countered. "Our soldiers have grown much stronger. Even if they encounter a large number of third-tier beasts, they won't be afraid. We can station Yanhuang Corps personnel along the border, deploying a group at regular intervals. This way, we can handle threats and conveniently hunt high-level beasts." "Are you suggesting that the Yanhuang Corps should guard the border?" Qin Ming asked, frowning. "Not entirely," Tongguan explained in detail. "We'll have one group as the main force against high-level beasts, while other areas are left to the field army. This way, we can secure the border and improve our strength and realm through battles with high-level beasts." Qin Ming turned to Su Pingan. "Commander, what's your opinion?" Su Pingan weighed their suggestions carefully. One was cautious and prudent, the other bold and adventurous, both with valid points. China has always had a pioneering spirit and never shied away from sacrifice. Given the changing international landscape and looming crises, some level of boldness is necessary. "I support Commander Tong's proposal." In the subsequent meeting, Su Pingan issued a series of important orders, dispatching the 1st Regiment of the Yanhuang Corps' Combat Division and the 1st Regiment of the Defense Division to stay in Shenlong Mountain's alternate dimension, appointing Qin Ming as the Commander-in-Chief of the 3rd Shenlong Mountain Campaign, assigning Xiaoli to lead part of the troops to New Moon Island as the Commander-in-Chief of the 2nd Campaign, and sending Wu Kuei to Java Cave in Indonesia to establish a military fortress. Finally, Su Pingan turned to Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, present." Yi Xiao immediately stepped forward. "I appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief for the Beihai Island operation. You'll lead the entire War God Special Forces and the 2nd Battalion's 3rd Regiment of the Assault Division, along with over 20,000 field army soldiers, to execute 3 critical tasks. First, ensure the safety of our allied units," Su Pingan said resolutely, raising one finger. Then he raised a second finger. "Second, construct a stronghold for us on Beihai Island in the Otherworld." Finally, he raised a third finger. "Third, hunt down fierce beasts to help our allied units rapidly increase their cultivation levels." This was a classic strategy of experienced leaders guiding the new recruits. Under Su Pingan's leadership, the Yanhuang Legion had already soared to great heights. Now, it was their turn to emulate Su Pingan and help more Huaxiao warriors grow. "Yes, sir," Yi Xiao responded, standing at attention. Chun Yu, present. Chun Yu, the leader of the Beidou 7 Stars squad, stepped forward. After rigorous training, the team of 7 had achieved an impressive level of coordination. Su Pingan had personally tested them and found that their Beidou 7 Stars sword formation could rival the power of a 4th-level Transcendence Realm warrior. Even against a 4th-tier, 4-star beast, they could hold their own. Su Pingan said sternly, "I appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief for the battles in the Otherworld of the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. You will lead your squad along with the 2nd Regiment, 3rd Battalion, 3rd Company. The brothers from the Field Army will also be under your command. Given your lack of experience in commanding large units, a senior advisor with extensive experience will be assigned to assist you." "Yes, sir." Chun Yu accepted eagerly. As a former platoon leader in the Field Army who had risen to the rank of squad leader of the Beidou 7 Stars squad due to his exceptional talent, this new responsibility filled him with excitement and pride. With the arrangements in place, Su Pingan left a substantial amount of medicinal pills and gave a few brief instructions to Qin Ming before setting off alone on his ride atop the red flame golden Qilin beast. This time, he would venture deep into the 10,000 mountains by himself. Bai Susu, on the other hand, remained in the cultivation layer of the Hongming Tower. With the aid of spirit beast pills and high-level spiritual liquids, her cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd tier, 9 stars, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. Let's go, Red Flame! Su Pingan shouted with high spirits. Along the way, many fierce beasts seemed to fear the presence of Red Flame and avoided them. Soon, they had ventured 3,000 kilometers deep, reaching the boundary between 4th tier and 5th tier beasts, encountering the occasional 5th tier, 1-star beast. Upon spotting a blood shadow nether leopard, Su Pingan asked, Red Flame, can you handle this one? Don't worry, boss, I've got this, Red Flame replied confidently, having stabilized at the early stage of the 5th tier, 1 star. Su Pingan nodded. Go ahead then. I'll look for other prey and we'll meet up later. As he ventured deeper, the beast Su Pingan encountered grew stronger. When he found a 5 tier, 2-star rainbow phoenix chick, he immediately drew his sword, Zhantian, and launched a fierce attack. After exchanging dozens of blows, he managed to suppress the beast. As it tried to escape, Su Pingan executed his Zhantian sword technique, severing its wing with a single strike and finishing it off. However, his luck didn't hold for long. When he encountered a 5 tier, 3-star beast, even using his star-breaking finger and Zhantian sword technique, Su Pingan found himself at a disadvantage, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, Su Pingan said, pulling out his ultimate weapon, God-slaying spear, come forth. With that, he charged at his opponent once more. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Su Pingan seized the opportunity and thrust his spear backward, striking his opponent. The instant the God-slaying spear hit its target, the bloodthirsty skill activated, channeling a surge of powerful spiritual energy through the spear and into him, while simultaneously weakening his opponent due to rapid blood loss. Seizing the moment, Su Pingan unleashed a flurry of deadly attacks, finally slaying the fierce beast completely. He exhaled deeply, quickly retrieved a life source stone to heal his injuries and restore his strength, then stored the beast's carcass. If I hunt down a dozen more 5-star tier 3 beasts, the absorbed spiritual energy should be enough to break through to the 5th level of the bone refining stage, Su Pingan calculated, a smile spreading across his face. As for his companion Chihua, the clever creature had already been sent to the cultivation layer to train with Bai Susu, since this place was too dangerous. Immersed in the excitement of his growing strength, Su Pingan unknowingly wandered into a sinister area. Just then, he successfully killed another 5-star tier 3 beast and, after absorbing its spiritual energy, broke through to the early phase of the 5th level of the bone refining stage. However, the joy of his breakthrough quickly dissipated as he noticed the eerie surroundings. The ground was stained with the blood of beasts, and the trees were draped with the corpses of various leveled beasts, including a desiccated 6-star beast carcass. What kind of place is this? Su Pingan, a reborn soul, was stunned. In his previous life, although people in China had crossed the 10,000 mountains to interact with beings from other worlds, he had never heard of such a place. Just as he was about to leave, a blood-red circle suddenly appeared in the air, gradually expanding into a blood-red eye. Although it was slightly different from the blood-red eye he had seen before his rebirth, it still sent chills down his spine. Su Pingan immediately turned to flee, but after only a few steps, a powerful force immobilized him, pulling him uncontrollably toward the blood-red eye. This is the end for me, he thought bitterly, only having time to wonder if the life source stone could revive him before he was sucked into the eye. Contrary to his expectations, death did not come. When he opened his eyes, Su Pingan found himself in a bizarre space. A blood-red world with a futuristic-looking blood-red holographic screen. Approaching the screen, he saw it displayed text in a foreign language, which fortunately, he had studied in his previous life. At the top, it read Blood Refining Grounds, and below, it was labeled Blood God Temple Inheritance and Trial Grounds, along with a list of rules. When he saw the words Blood Puppet, Su Pingan's eyes widened in shock. These blood puppets were strikingly similar to the blood puppets created by the blood goo motherworm of the Blood Spirit Demon Sect from his previous life. They could provide both blood essence and soul crystals, and their strength would continually increase. He recalled a mysterious expert from his past life who could slay even a 7-star blood puppet king with a single sword strike, and he fell into deep thought. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Su Pingan forced himself to calm down. He quickly organized his thoughts. Regardless of whether the Blood Shrine and the Blood Spirit Demon Sect are connected or the origin of the blood puppets, the priority is to leave here safely. And to leave, he must first get through the first level. He continued to review the rules. The third rule indicated that the first level contained 100,000 5th-tier ordinary blood puppets and 10 elite blood puppets. The notes explained that the strength of ordinary blood puppets ranged from 1 to 3 stars, while elite blood puppets ranged from 4 to 6 stars. Damn it! Su Pingan's face darkened. Although he was confident in his ability to fight above his level,
He knew he couldn't handle a 5-star or 6-star blood puppet. At most, he could contend with a 4-star opponent. However, the blood refining ground left him no room for retreat. A blood-red shadow screen popped up with a prompt. Blood refining ground, no retreat. Either pass or become a blood puppet, good luck? A countdown appeared, and when it ended, the shadow screen shrank to the upper right corner, leaving only 2 lines of task progress. Ordinary 5th tier blood puppets, 010000. Elite 5th tier blood puppets 010. As a seasoned gamer, Su Pingan quickly understood the meaning of this interface. Since there was no way out, he had no choice but to fight. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he gripped his god-slaying spear tightly. Looking around, he saw numerous blood puppets wandering the blood refining ground, seemingly searching for flesh to devour. Su Pingan chose a target and charged forward with his spear. Now he had to give it his all, holding nothing back. Kill, he shouted, unleashing the 8 forms of the conqueror. His spear swept across, sending a blood puppet flying and crashing into a distant boulder, shattering it. Su Pingan followed closely, not giving his opponent a chance to rise before stabbing its forehead, twisting the spear to shatter its head. Amid the blood and flesh, a faintly glowing golden soul crystal stood out. Su Pingan knew that only by destroying the soul crystal in the head could he truly kill a blood puppet, as it was their command center. He lifted the soul crystal with his spear and stabbed the blood puppet's heart, extracting a blood-red blood essence. Once the blood essence left the blood puppet's body, its glow dimmed, eventually becoming an ordinary blood-red bead. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a 5th-tier ordinary blood puppet and obtained a blood essence and a soul crystal. Puffed, as if I didn't know. Su Pingan muttered to himself, noting that the so-called rewards were merely what he had hunted. Facing nearly 100,000 blood puppets and 10 elite blood puppets, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. After some consideration, Su Pingan decided to enhance his strength first. He took out the corpses of previously hunted beasts and refined 488 drops of 5th-tier low-grade spiritual liquid and 16 drops of 4th-tier high-grade spiritual liquid. Although the quantity was less than expected, there was no point in regretting it now. He had to make the most of his resources. Entering the primordial tower, Su Pingan activated the highest acceleration and successively refined the 16 drops of 4th-tier high-grade spiritual liquid and 166 drops of 5th-tier low-grade spiritual liquid. As the spiritual power circulated within him, his cultivation level steadily increased, eventually breaking through to the early stage of the 6th level of the cleansing marrow realm. Not bad. It consumed less than expected, Su Pingan said with a satisfied smile. Although 1 drop of 5th-grade low-tier spiritual liquid can be converted into 100 drops of 4th-grade high-tier spiritual liquid, the effectiveness is vastly different. Su Pingan experienced this firsthand, and finally understood why cultivators always advised against converting spiritual liquid downward. However, for him now, this conversion was necessary given his current strength. Directly consuming high-grade spiritual liquid would result in his body exploding. With 322 drops of spiritual liquid left in his hand, Su Pingan continued his cultivation without hesitation. As time passed, his realm steadily improved, from the mid-stage to the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm, until he reached perfection. With a loud bang, Su Pingan broke through to the 7th level of the marrow cleansing realm. At this point, he had only 2 drops of 5th-grade low-tier spiritual liquid left, which he consumed to stabilize his cultivation. Feeling the surging power within him, Su Pingan confidently assessed that his current strength should be sufficient to handle those blood puppets. This time, he chose not to enter the trial space to enhance his combat skills. In his view, the 100,000 blood puppets in the blood refining ground offered far more value than any trial. This was true combat. Upon returning to the blood refining ground, Su Pingan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he relaxed slightly. At least it indicated that his entry and exit from the Hongming Tower had not affected this space. He speculated that this place was likely the ruins of an ancient sect that had long disappeared. The ensuing battle was exceptionally fierce. With the continuous life force provided by the life source stone, Su Pingan fought like a tireless battle machine. His mastery of the 8 styles of breaking the army became increasingly proficient, evolving from needing multiple moves to kill a single blood puppet to being able to kill them almost instantly. Even when faced with swarms of blood puppets, although initially chaotic, he quickly managed to control the situation. This is too slow, Su Pingan frowned, then summoned Chihua. The moment Chihua appeared, it sensed the unusual surroundings and asked fearfully, "Boss, where is this place?" Upon learning that this was the blood refining ground, Chihua became even more terrified. It explained that this place was known among fierce beasts as the graveyard of beasts, where any beast approaching would have its blood drained and be hung on trees to dry, with accumulated corpses spanning tens of thousands of years. After a brief discussion, Su Pingan instructed Chihua to release its aura and spill some blood to attract the blood puppets. Although Chi Hua was reluctant, under the threat of the god-slaying spear, it complied, while trying to negotiate for a spirit beast pill. Soon, hundreds of blood puppets were drawn to them. Su Pingan eagerly prepared to charge into battle, but Chi Hua's shout brought him back to reality. Boss, get me to a safe place first. Almost forgot about you. Su Pingan remembered he needed to take care of his little companion. Chi Hua rolled his eyes dramatically. Before he had the chance to complain about his unreliable master, he was sent back to the Cultivation realm to join by Su Pingan. With the god-slaying spear in hand, Su Pingan charged fearlessly into the army of blood puppets. Although the hundreds of blood puppets initially caused him some trouble, he quickly adapted to the rhythm of the battle. Within minutes, all the blood puppets lay defeated under his spear. The intense sounds of battle drew in more blood puppets as they followed the scent of blood with their keen senses. During the relentless slaughter, Su Pingan noticed something unusual. The blood essence and soul crystals within these blood puppets were unusually abundant and radiant. Considering this was an ancient ruin, hundreds of thousands of years old, it was expected that the blood essence and soul crystals would have lost their luster and become shriveled, even if the blood puppets could sustain themselves by absorbing the essence of flesh. It seems Chi Hua was right. There's indeed a beast graveyard here, meant to sustain these blood puppets, Su Pingan thought to himself. After clearing another batch of blood puppets, he glanced at the virtual screen in the upper right corner. 5th tier common blood puppets, 16281000000. 5th tier elite blood puppets, 010. I've only killed a little over 1,000. There's still a long way to go to reach the target of 100,000, Su Pingan muttered to himself, then entered the cultivation realm of the Hongming Tower and sat cross-legged on a mat. Hongming, activate the highest speed mode. Yes, master. Su Pingan took out a blood essence and placed it at his dantian, beginning to operate his cultivation technique. Quickly, the blood essence's chi and blood energy were drawn into his meridians by his technique, purified, and then injected into his dantian chi si, transforming into his own spiritual energy to strengthen his meridians and cleanse his body. One blood essence after another was consumed, and Su Pingan's cultivation steadily increased. When he broke through to the early stage of the 8th level of the body cleansing realm, he found his demand for chi and blood energy had suddenly increased. By the time all the blood essences were exhausted, his cultivation had just reached the peak of the 8th level of the body cleansing realm. Damn, so many 5th tier blood essences, and this is all I get. For someone else, it would be enough to go from the 1st level to the 3rd level of the transcendent realm, Su Pingan complained. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Yanhuang army base under Shenlong Mountain, Tong Guan was inquiring about Su Pingan's whereabouts from Commander Qin. Although Qin Ming had his concerns, he stepped forward to reassure everyone, announcing that the commander had appointed him as the chief commander for this campaign. Encouraged by Qin Ming, everyone regained their confidence. Report, the 1st regiment of the attack sequence should be 3,890 strong. All 3,890 are present, Tong Guan reported loudly, standing at attention. Alifu stepped forward confidently and reported, Sir, the Guardian Sequence 1st Regiment should be 3,665 strong, and all 3,665 are present. Guo Xiaotian then added, Our Field Army Corps has deployed 10 elite field divisions, 5 modernized mountain composite brigades, and 30 field divisions for this operation. These elite field divisions have repeatedly distinguished themselves in the previous 2 battles, and with Su Pingan's full support, all soldiers have reached the chi and blood realm in terms of strength. The 5 modernized mountain composite brigades, specially reorganized to tackle the complex terrain of the 10,000 mountains, are equipped with a vast array of modern heavy weaponry, providing powerful long-range fire support for the army. As for the 30 field divisions, they are the newly formed forces prepared for advancing into the other world. Currently, the size of the Huaxia army has expanded to 12 million, all well equipped, with a short-term goal of reaching 30 million. In terms of size, the Huaxia army now ranks 1st globally. Newly appointed Lieutenant General Yu Qian of the Construction Corps then reported, We have dispatched 10 elite engineering divisions and 50 standard engineering divisions. These elite engineering divisions have also undergone the trials of the previous 2 battles, with all members having reached the chi and blood realm, their average strength only slightly lower than that of the elite divisions of the Field Army Corps. An energetic white-haired elder, a national treasure-level talent named Qian Daqiang, stepped forward. The professional association has dispatched 30,000 personnel, including various appraisers, spiritual plant masters, prospectors, formation masters, surveyors, and researchers. This team is a newly established force for the other world, encompassing various professional talents including alchemists and artifact refiners. After listening to the reports, Qin Ming began to assign tasks with satisfaction. He designated the Vanguard Regiment of the Yanhuang Corps to spearhead the attack, responsible for clearing out dangerous beast gathering areas. The 10 elite divisions would handle secondary threats, and once the primary threats were eliminated, the remaining 30 field divisions would clean up scattered beasts. The Vanguard Regiment would also serve as a mobile support unit.
The Guardian Sequence 1st Regiment was tasked with clearing important resource areas such as spiritual herb gardens, spiritual springs, and spiritual veins, ensuring the protection of spiritual herbs while eliminating beasts. The Construction Corps was assigned to build the 4th Border Defense Line, as well as roads, airports, and artillery bases. Finally, the Professional Association would conduct a comprehensive survey of the new territory after the construction was completed, mapping out the distribution of both surface and underground resources. Marking all beast gathering areas and spiritual herb gardens on the map along with their danger levels, Qin Meng gave the order to launch the 3rd battle. Simultaneously, under Qiao Li's command, New Moon Island began their 2nd campaign. In the dim caves of Java Cave, Wu Kuei led dozens of people cautiously forward with searchlights, soon arriving at a portal emitting a ghostly blue glow. Just as they were about to pass through, a voice called out from the darkness, accompanied by blinding searchlight beams. After confirming the password, the guards excitedly welcomed this most powerful Huaxia unit. Passing through the expanded portal, they were greeted by an endless grassland, with a towering 5-meter-high wall standing guard, firmly protecting the portal within. Dozens of machine guns and cannons were mounted on the city wall, with some aimed at the portal and others directed towards the vast grasslands. Below the wall, hundreds of neatly arranged containers formed a temporary military camp, where soldiers patrolled diligently between the camp and the wall. As Wu Kuei led his team through the portal, a middle-aged officer in military uniform was descending from the wall. Upon seeing Wu Kuei, he immediately stepped forward and saluted crisply. Luo Xiao from the Yunshan Prairie Independent Battalion reporting, Commander Wu. Commander Luo, thank you for your hard work. Wu Kuei returned the salute. He knew how Luo Xiao had led his team to infiltrate step by step and expand their territory with limited manpower. It's not hard at all. With you here, Commander Wu, we feel more confident, Luo Xiao sincerely replied. Previously, with their limited numbers and strength, they had to be wary of potential discoveries from Blue Star and the powerful beasts that might appear on the grasslands. Passing through the city wall, the group arrived at the temporary camp. Luo Xiao pointed to a larger container and said, Commander Wu, as per the orders from home, we've prepared a room for you. It's basic, but I hope it will suffice. Compared to our army's traditional conditions, this is much better. The soldiers are here risking their lives for the country. How could I, Wu Kuei, be an exception? Wu Kuei responded earnestly. The smiles on Luo Xiao and his men's faces grew brighter. They were relieved to see that their new commander was not someone unfamiliar with military affairs and overly demanding. Commander Luo, please give a detailed briefing on the situation here, Wu Kuei requested, switching to work mode immediately after the pleasantries. This was his first time commanding independently, and in a foreign territory no less, so he was especially cautious, fearing any mistakes that could lead to casualties and betray the trust of the corps commander and the nation. Luo Xiao began his report. Our Yunshan Independent Battalion consists of 12 companies, all overstrength, with a total of about 2,600 personnel. The average cultivation level is at the 4th stage of the body refinement realm. In terms of equipment, we have 150 missiles, 80 rocket launchers, 200 various cannons, and 180 heavy machine guns. Wu Kuei nodded in approval. This temporary unit, composed of elite troops from various divisions, was almost regimental in size. The equipment and containers had been transported in one go through a dimensional space treasure box, along with ample food supplies. Although there were beasts here that could be hunted for food, essential logistical support remained indispensable. With the arrival of his detachment, the total force would approach 3,000 personnel. For now, he had brought only a few dozen men. The rest would arrive over the next 2 weeks under various pretexts such as tourism. What's the situation in the surrounding area? How's the exploration going? Wu Kuei asked about his primary concern. Luo Xiao explained, we've roughly mapped out the area within 100 kilometers. As Corps Commander Su mentioned, the beasts here tend to live in groups and are often migrating. They stay in certain places for various reasons, from a few days to several months. Wu Kuei frowned slightly. This was quite different from his experience in the 10,000 mountains, requiring him to quickly adapt to the new environment. I've brought some Foundation establishment elixirs, specially prepared by the Corps Commander for our soldiers, Wu Kuei said, taking several boxes filled with elixirs from his storage ring. Considering that the rest of the detachment will take 10 to 15 days to arrive, we'll schedule our first large-scale hunting operation in half a month. In the meantime, besides necessary patrol duties, everyone should focus on training and improving their strength. Luo Xiao was overjoyed to see the Foundation establishment elixirs. Last time Su Pingan visited, he had been unable to bring them due to time constraints, but now the promise was fulfilled. In the following days, the entire battalion took turns training, preparing for the hunting operation in 2 weeks. Simultaneously, outside the portal on Beihai Island, a massive transport city had been established. From an aerial view, one could see a constant stream of trucks. Those entering the city carried personnel and ammunition, while those leaving were loaded with beast carcasses, minerals, and various plant resources. The military checkpoint on the outskirts of the city was heavily guarded. with military vehicles from various nations flying different flags and bearing unique insignias. This is a restricted military zone. No unauthorized personnel allowed. A young armed man with a Western face barked sternly. I'm a soldier dispatched from Huaxia to the new world of Beihai Island. Yishao responded calmly. A Huaxian? You're not allowed in here. The young man's tone grew more arrogant. Huaxia holds a 24 share here. Why can't we enter? A young soldier beside Yishao couldn't help but protest. 24? That's insane. The armed young man laughed mockingly. You Huaxians have never participated in the battles here. Where did you get a share from? He turned to the other guards. Listen to this. How ridiculous. The surrounding soldiers joined in the laughter. A soldier from the polar bear camp mused. I did hear something about an agreement between Huaxia and the polar bears. Ridiculous. The armed young man interrupted. The polar bears only have a 36 share. How could they give 24 to Huaxia? No more talk. We're going in. Yi Zhao's eyes flashed with determination. Let's see who dares to stop us. Stop. One more step and I'll shoot. The young man raised his gun. In a flash, Yi Zhao appeared in front of him. With a swift move, he crushed the rifle and sent the young man flying into the gate with a single strike. The young man fell heavily, gravely injured. The other guards were stunned. A super soldier? No. He's even stronger than a super soldier. Just as the tension reached its peak, the polar bear camp's commander, Lymontovsky, appeared in time. Ignoring the fallen soldier, he walked straight up to Yi Zhao and extended his hand. Mr. Yi, I've heard much about you. Mr. Lymontovsky. Yi Zhao shook his hand. Though he knew the commander had been observing from the shadows, he chose not to mention it out of respect for their nation's relations. According to the agreement, we will deploy 240,000 troops. Yi Zhao got straight to the point. Lymontovsky suppressed his displeasure. Some of our personnel are still deep in the forest. It will take time to coordinate. We've given you enough time. Yi Zhao's tone turned cold. If the polar bears insist on making things difficult, we'll have no choice but to reclaim our share in the new world of Antarctica. I hope you're prepared for the consequences. Although Yi Zhao was tempted to use force, he knew that the complexities of international diplomacy required a more nuanced approach. Yi Zhao didn't give Lermontovsky any chance to argue. He immediately turned to the warriors beside him and ordered, "Make the call." Mr. Yi, please wait. Lermontovsky hurriedly said. I remember now. Based on the pace, our people should have already reached the vicinity of the wormhole. Give me 3 hours to contact them. What do you think? Seeing Lermontovsky's submissive demeanor, Yi Zhao coldly replied, Fine. 3 hours is the deadline. Once the time is up, I'll lead my troops in directly. Any conflict that arises will be your responsibility. All right, Lermontovsky responded through gritted teeth. Just then, an angry voice came from not far away. Who injured our soldiers? Everyone turned to look and saw a bald, middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall striding over. His muscles were bulging, and his arms were as thick as an average person's waist. The military rank on his shoulder indicated he was a lieutenant general. Hote's General Ove, a gate guard exclaimed. The Chinese are in big trouble now. The surrounding soldiers immediately started whispering. General Ove is the highest military commander sent by England. He eats monster meat every day, and his strength increases rapidly. I heard he's the strongest among all the super soldiers, known as King Ove Da. They say he's reached the king level. A new gate guard asked in confusion. What's the king level? A veteran patiently explained. By continuously eating monster meat, you can absorb special energy and become stronger. Super soldiers are divided into 3 levels: ordinary, elite, and king, and each level has 9 stars. General Ove should be a 1-star king level since he just broke through recently. Lermontovsky didn't leave, but stood by to watch the show. He already knew the injured youth was an English soldier and was well aware of Ove's temperament. In his view, these newly arrived Chinese probably hadn't even seen a monster corpse before. Ove walked to the entrance, coldly glanced at the soldier lying on the ground in critical condition, and locked eyes with Yi Zhao. I'll ask one more time, who injured our soldier? If you mean that piece of trash on the ground, I did. Yi Zhao fearlessly stepped forward. With his 3rd stage mortal transformation cultivation, he easily saw that Ove was only at the early stage of the 7th stage body refinement and hadn't practiced any cultivation techniques. His internal energy was chaotic. In this state, he could at most reach the 9th stage body refinement. Without special opportunities, it was impossible for him to break through to the blood and chi stage. This reminded Yi Zhao of the situation in his previous life. Initially, people only knew to eat beast meat to enhance their strength. It wasn't until the Antarctic portal opened and an influencer released the Wu Ji Xian Gong body refinement chapter that everyone realized cultivation techniques existed. Later, a multinational expedition team discovered an ancient ruin in another world. News spread quickly, and people realized that the new world not only had monsters but also cultivation techniques and ancient relics. Through the study of the ruins,
archaeologists discovered a vast amount of ancient texts. Although they couldn't read them directly, language experts, after painstaking research, finally deciphered most of their meanings. These texts revealed secrets about fierce beasts and ancient relics. Additionally, many precious martial arts manuals were found within the ruins, ushering humanity into a new era. Thanks to Su Pingan's rebirth, China embarked on this path earlier than other countries, establishing an unparalleled advantage. Even if China were to stagnate now, other countries would need at least a decade to catch up. This lead is largely due to the rewards from the 8 portals, all of which fell into Su Pingan's hands, thus concentrating these critical resources within China and slowing the development of other nations. Bold move, admitting it to my face. Orf's eyes flashed with a hint of approval, but his expression quickly darkened. However, since you dared to harm our warriors, you must pay the price. Yi Shao responded coldly, I not only hate being pointed at with a gun but also despise being pointed at with a finger. If it happens again, no matter if you're King Orf or the commander of England, I'll cut off your fingers. Orf was stunned. He had seen arrogant people before, but never someone so brazen. This feeling of being belittled made him extremely angry. Kid, you've really angered me. Even if you're the commander of China, I'll break your limbs and make you beg like a dog. Though Orf was arrogant, he wasn't foolish. He knew well that China had become a behemoth, and even his strength, backed by England and America, couldn't contend with it. Thus, he only intended to teach Yi Shao a lesson by breaking his limbs, which would be the limit. This way, China would lose face due to inferiority and wouldn't have much to say. We have a saying in China, repay in kind. Yi Shao retorted sharply but did not strike first. Since General Orf has spoken, I will naturally fulfill your request. Damn Chinese brat. Seeking death, Orf could no longer hold back. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtled towards Yi Shao at superhuman speed. The surrounding soldiers cried out, It's over. Is this Chinese guy crazy? Why isn't he dodging? Just when everyone thought Yi Shao was doomed, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth and effortlessly blocked Orf's heavy punch with a raised hand. Without even moving a step, the scene erupted in shock. Before they could react, Yi Shao struck, instantly deforming Orf's limbs and then kicking him beside the previously injured young man. A nation should be orderly, Yi Shao said coldly, then turned to the dumbfounded Raymontovsky. Mr. Raymontovsky, you have less than 3 hours left? This scene made Raymontovsky break into a cold sweat. A bold guess flashed through his mind. Could it be that China had encountered wormholes in ancient times? And that traditional martial arts originated from this new world? This thought made him restless. The discovery was too significant and had to be reported to the emperor immediately. Mr. Yi, please wait, Raymontovsky said hurriedly upon his subordinate's reminder. We don't need 3 hours. We will evacuate soon and won't affect your troops. Yi Shao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the gatekeepers from various countries. He asked calmly, Can we go in later? Everyone present couldn't help but swallow nervously and nodded in unison. Of course. After all, Raymontovsky had already confirmed that China would receive a 24 share, and they needed to report the situation to their superiors as soon as possible. Whether the higher-ups would allow Yi Shao to enter was beyond their responsibilities. At this moment, they just wanted to agree quickly to avoid offending this formidable figure who had just demonstrated his terrifying power. Meanwhile, an awkward scene was unfolding in the Prime Minister's office at 10 Downing Street. Intelligence officer Joseph barged in hastily, only to find the Prime Minister in a state of undress. A female secretary gracefully adjusted her attire and left the office, not forgetting to throw Joseph a flirtatious glance. The Prime Minister, with a grim expression, warned, Joseph, you better have something important to report today. Prime Minister, General Ove has been crippled. His limbs are useless, and his recovery will take at least a few months, Joseph reported immediately. General Ove? The Prime Minister was incredulous. It can't be the world's top warrior from North Sea Island, can it? Joseph confirmed helplessly, It is indeed the king stationed on North Sea Island, General Ove. The Prime Minister shook his head repeatedly. Absurd. He is the pride of Britain. Even the United States is willing to give him a 0.1 share of the monster corpses. How could he be crippled? It was Yi Shao, the new commander of North Sea Island from China. In front of many National Guards, he defeated General Ove with a single move, Joseph explained in detail. The Prime Minister inquired about Yi Xiao's background, and Joseph introduced him as the former captain of the Eagle Special Forces in North China's military district. The entire Special Forces team mysteriously disappeared and reappeared with Yi Shao as the commander of North Sea Island. Investigate thoroughly, the Prime Minister roared. Where did he go during his disappearance? Who did he meet? Where are the other members of the Special Forces now? How did he become so powerful? I want all these questions answered. Joseph reminded, China has recently intensified its counter-espionage efforts, and we've lost many intelligence agents. I don't care about the process. I want results, the Prime Minister declared firmly. At the same time,
In the Oval Office of the White House, the atmosphere was tense. George broke the silence. This matter is very unusual. What do you all think? Someone suggested it might be a trick, but Intelligence Chief James immediately refuted. There were many witnesses on site, and there is surveillance footage. I've slowed down the video by 100 times and confirmed that Yi Xiao indeed defeated General Ove with a single move. George concluded. I've seen the video too. The authenticity of this event is indisputable. This is unbelievable. In the conference room, everyone was stunned and puzzled by the display of Huaxia's power. Brin's eyes suddenly lit up as he turned to George. Supreme Leader, do you remember the mysterious man Su Pingan from Beihai Island? George was initially taken aback, then abruptly stood up. Are you saying that Yi Xiao was able to defeat Alfu because of Su Pingan? His voice carried a hint of shock. Brin nodded solemnly. The people present gasped in response. If this speculation were true, it would mean that Huaxia's power far surpassed that of Sam's country and possibly even exceeded all the countries on Blue Star combined. After a moment of silence, Brin spoke again. Supreme Leader, I suggest we test the strength of Huaxia's military. We need to determine whether Yi Xiao is the only powerhouse, or if they are all super soldiers. This is crucial for our future stance towards Huaxia. How do we test them? Someone asked. Brin explained. According to James' report, Yi Xiao's unit is still outside, honoring their 3-hour agreement with the polar bears. We can use this opportunity to avenge Alfu and launch a group attack to gauge their strength. James added. Why not let the people from England do it? Firstly, it would be justified. Secondly, they already want to test Huaxia. Thirdly, it would avoid direct conflict for us. Fourthly, it would protect our super soldiers. George immediately made a decision. All right, contact the English side right away. Outside the United City of Beihai Island, a team of about 300 English super soldiers charged out of the city gates. The leader, suppressing his fear, looked at the agonizing Alfu on the ground and angrily shouted at Yi Xiao. Huaxia, don't you pride yourselves on being a nation of etiquette? Why are you so ruthless? Yi Xiao snorted coldly. Our Huaxia principle is to share drinks with friends and hunt enemies with guns. You English have provoked us repeatedly. Are you looking for a war? The English commander was taken aback but, compelled by his mission, ordered, Huaxia has gone too far. Avenge General Alfu. Attack them. 300 super soldiers bypassed Yi Xiao and charged at the Huaxia army. Yi Xiao smirked and remained still. In an instant, screams filled the air. The 300 English super soldiers were knocked to the ground within seconds. The garrison inside the United City watched in horror. Even more terrifying was that the tens of thousands of Huaxia soldiers in the rear seemed accustomed to this scene. The news quickly reached Fog City in England. Joseph reported to the Prime Minister, all 300 super soldiers are severely injured and may take months to recover. The Prime Minister was furious. Sam's country used us as a testing stone. We must settle this score with them, or we will tell Huaxia about it. Joseph secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he would rather face Sam's country than Huaxia. In the Oval Office of the White House, George was furiously pounding the table. The British dare to make such demands? Asking for 10 times the compensation? Who do they think they are? His face was flushed with anger. Although we share the same roots, both being pirates, who runs the global order now? How dare they negotiate with us? George said coldly to James. Tell them the compensation amount stays as previously agreed. No outrageous demands. If they dare to slander us, they can kiss their shares of the North Sea Island and the ancient Pyramid Nation goodbye. James respectfully complied but then reminded, Mr. President, although British greed is revolting, this trial run is concerning. It seems China has a significant number of experts now. We need to act cautiously until we fully understand their capabilities. I understand, George said with a meaningful tone. The ones who should be worried now are the British and the Russians. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, the Tsar was gravely reviewing the latest intelligence from the North Sea Island. Clearly, China has mastered wormhole technology long before the North Sea Island incident and has been training super soldiers. The Tsar was extremely displeased with Lermontov's actions. That fool. I warned him that China's trade of the Antarctic wormhole for the North Sea Island shares was a beneficial deal for us. Now he's offended a much stronger China. Outside the United City on the North Sea Island, Yi Xiao was reassuring the worried deputy leader of the War God Special Forces. Don't worry about exposing our strength and becoming a target. China is not what it used to be. Displaying some strength can actually make other countries wary. Let them guess and speculate. This ambiguity works to our advantage. He then began deploying personnel. Janwei, you'll lead 240 people to guard this area and ensure the smooth arrival of the follow-up troops. The first batch of 30,000 will arrive first, followed by the second batch of 50,000, and the final 160,000 will arrive in a month. 2 weeks later, a leaked video went viral on the global network, sparking heated discussions. Netizens were amazed that China had secured 24 of the North Sea Island shares and marveled at the prowess displayed by Yi Xiao and his team. Some joked, Britain's so-called Millennium Prodigy, Alf, might need to reconsider his title now. By the way, does Britain really have 1,000 years of history? In a bustling online forum, a heated discussion about the mysterious powers of Huaxia was in full swing. I don't know, but Huaxia definitely has a history of 5,000 years. This comment sparked a chain reaction. Soon after, a bold hypothesis was proposed. Has Huaxia already discovered its own wormhole and been secretly training super soldiers? This idea immediately resonated strongly, and the comments section exploded. We might have started secret explorations of new worlds a long time ago. That would explain why we are so calm about Beihai Island. If that's the case, everything that seemed illogical now makes sense. This hypothesis spread like wildfire, garnering over 1 million likes in a short period. Meanwhile, in a core meeting room in the capital, an important meeting was underway. Director Zhang Guodong was reporting the results of public opinion guidance to the chief advisor. Chief advisor, public opinion has developed according to plan. The public generally believes that we discovered the wormhole before Beihai Island, and people across various regions are even speculating that the wormhole is located in their own areas. Zhang Guodong wore a satisfied smile. The chief advisor nodded in approval. When someone asked if it was time to reveal the truth about the portals, he simply said, soon. Then, the chief advisor turned his gaze to a young man in the corner. Shueyong, report on the results from the major portals. Shueyong stood up, his expression serious as he began his report. He detailed Huaxia's layout in the otherworld access through the Beihai Island portal, occupying 24 of the territory, establishing a 9-square-kilometer starting city, and several forward bases of various levels. In terms of military presence, 80,000 soldiers had already been stationed, with another 160,000 on the way. Even more shocking were the battle results. 3.5 million Tier 1 beasts, 800,000 Tier 2 beasts, 40,000 Tier 3 beasts, and even 10 rare Tier 4 beasts. These spoils had been secretly transported back to the country through various channels, perfectly avoiding the attention of other nations. Wow, they've only been there for a short time and already so much. One elder couldn't help but exclaim. The group quickly realized that this was closely tied to Huaxia's deep exploration strategy. In contrast, soldiers from other countries were mostly operating within closer proximity. The chief advisor nodded in satisfaction, signaling Shueyong to continue reporting on the other portals.
Yes.
Shueyong nodded seriously and continued his work report. Regarding the situation in the ancient pyramid country of the Middle East, we have fully acquired 15 of the shares from the polar bear, now controlling 35 of the shares, securing our position as the world leader. According to the latest agreement, a total of 10 million troops will be deployed globally in 3 batches. The first batch of 1 million, the second batch of 3 million, and the third batch of 6 million. So far, only the first batch has been completed, with our country deploying 350,000 troops. We have successfully taken control of 1 large mine, 4 medium-sized mines, 22 small mines, and 97 micro mines. Seeing the elder's puzzled look, Shueyong immediately explained. Opposite the ancient pyramid country lies a vast underground world. We categorize the mines based on their size into giant, large, medium, small, and micro. No giant mines have been found yet, and the other levels are classified according to strict standards. Interestingly, the larger the mine, the more and higher level the ferocious beasts inside. Risk and reward are always proportional. He continued with more details. These mines are also divided into active mines and dead mines. Active mines are those with unexplored depths, filled with endless possibilities. Dead mines are fully explored and, although of lower value, often become gathering places for ferocious beasts. We have already started clearing these dead mines, not only obtaining numerous beast carcasses, but also building our underground cities within them to provide residences for our warriors. Recently returned spoils include over 1.75 million first-tier beasts, over 460,000 second-tier beasts, 2,000 third-tier beasts, and 100 fourth-tier beasts. This success is largely due to the leadership of the Beidou 7 Stars team, whose combined strength rivals that of the 4th level of the Transcendence realm. When an elder inquired why the harvest was less compared to other regions, Shueyong explained, the number of ferocious beasts in the underground world is far less than in the Hokkaido Dark Forest, and transportation is extremely challenging. More importantly, most of the beasts here are covered in heavy armor, with fewer edible parts. Many are toxic and generally, they are smaller in size. Regarding the situation in the Java Cave and Yunshan grassland in Indonesia, Shueyong reported, we have dispatched 3,500 people and established 3 defensive lines. An 8-meter-high wall 100 meters from the portal, a 10-meter-high wall 500 meters from the portal, and a 15-meter-high wall 1 kilometer from the portal. The troops have been provided with ample foundation establishment elixir and mainly trained between the defensive lines, occasionally going out to hunt. Despite this, including previous results, we transported back 1.2 million first-tier beasts and 100,000 second-tier beasts yesterday. Seeing the surprise on everyone's faces at these numbers, Yong added. The special thing about Yunshan grassland is that the beasts here live in large groups, often numbering in the thousands. In terms of beast resources, this place is the richest among all portal outposts. Well, it seems that Yunshan grassland is indeed a treasure trove, someone exclaimed in the meeting room, their faces lighting up with excitement. The Prime Minister surveyed the room, his expression serious as he said, the responsibility rests with our generation, but the benefits will last for centuries. This portal must be under our complete control. Since everyone has different opinions, let's vote. All in favor of fully controlling the portal, please raise your hand. In an instant, most hands in the room shot up, leaving only 3 individuals who remained still. Do you oppose? The Prime Minister asked. No, I abstain. I abstain as well. I haven't made up my mind yet, so I abstain, the 3 responded in turn. The Prime Minister nodded and announced. With a high majority in favor, the decision is passed. We will not share this portal. A sense of relief visibly washed over the room. A general immediately suggested, Prime Minister, I believe we should increase our manpower. If over 3,000 people can achieve such results, imagine what 30,000 or even 300,000 could accomplish. Director Zhang Guodong quickly interjected. We are already at our limit. Any more people and we risk exposing our operation, which could lead others to discover the portal. And if they do, are they really going to challenge us? Another general scoffed. It would be a good opportunity to show them the might of our cultivator army. The Prime Minister cleared his throat to ease the tension. Peace is always preferable, but if provoked, China has never been one to back down. We will discuss the appropriate increase in forces later. Now, Xiaoxue, please continue. Yong immediately reported the latest battle updates from the 2 domestic portals. Shenlong Mountain has completed its 3rd campaign, expanding our territory to 786,000 square kilometers and yielding a significant amount of beast corpses. Crescent Island has completed its 2nd campaign, expanding to 245,000 square kilometers with equally substantial gains. As he presented the specific figures, a collective gasp filled the room. The discussion then shifted to battle casualties. The Shenlong Mountain campaign saw 17 fatalities, while Crescent Island suffered greater losses with 39 deaths. The atmosphere grew somber as the generals stressed the importance of proper compensation. The Prime Minister promptly decided to hold a separate meeting to establish a new compensation system. Finally, attention turned to handling the large number of beast corpses. One elder suggested releasing some of the beast meat to the market to improve public health before promoting cultivation techniques. They noted that China had already made significant strides in traditional culture, medicine, and martial arts, and with the influence of the portals, national fitness was becoming increasingly popular. However, there was still room for improvement in results. At a high-level meeting discussing the sales policy for beast meat, the Elder of Economic Affairs was the first to speak. Experts predict that if the supply of beast meat can be sustained, the physical fitness of the people in Huaxia will significantly improve within a few years. If this is combined with cultivation techniques, the process can be accelerated even further. He added with a serious expression, however, the pricing and sales control of beast meat are crucial. We need to ensure that the majority of people can afford it, while preventing the wealthy from monopolizing the market. Without preventive measures, this good deed could turn sour and cause public discontent. Rubbing his tired eyes, the economic elder continued to elaborate on his vision. I suggest a tiered sales approach for beast meat. Low-tier beast meat should be affordably priced so that all citizens can benefit from the otherworldly resources. High-tier beast meat can be sold at a premium, satisfying the affluent while also alleviating our current financial constraints. Another elder immediately expressed agreement, while the second elder delved deeper. In principle, I agree with this plan, but its execution must take into account the income levels of our citizens. Given the current wealth disparity, we need to carefully plan the pricing and supply strategy for each tier. After intense discussion, the participants finally reached a detailed tiered plan. First, Tier 1 beast meat will be divided into 3 main grades: basic, intermediate, and advanced, each further subdivided into 3 stars, forming a 9-star system. Each star level will also be classified into 4 quality categories: regular, premium, superior, and rare, based on standards such as meat quality, efficacy, and appearance. Tier 1 beast meat rated 10 stars and above will be reserved exclusively for military use as rations or for making foundation-building elixirs. Second, in terms of target consumers, basic beast meat will be aimed at low-income and middle-class families, intermediate will be for high-income and wealthy families, and advanced will be for the ultra-rich. Lastly, for specific pricing, basic 1-star regular quality, 20 yuan per gene, slightly more expensive than pork but still affordable for ordinary households. Basic 1-star premium, 60 yuan per gene, comparable to beef prices. Basic 1-star superior, 200 yuan per gene, suitable for occasional consumption by middle-class families. Basic 2-star regular quality, 100 yuan per gene, targeting general middle-class families, supporting multiple purchases per week.
All rare quality beast meat will primarily be reserved for interdimensional trade, with only limited quantities available for domestic sale. The market for ferocious beast meat has developed a stringent tiered pricing system, starting from the most basic entry-level 2-star premium beast meat, with each tier targeting a specific consumer group. Entry-level 2-star premium beast meat is priced at 300 yuan per gene, making it a routine choice for middle-class families. The same tier's top-grade beast meat is priced at 888 yuan per gene, allowing average middle-class families to enjoy it once or twice a month without significant financial strain. The next tier up is the entry-level 3-star series. The ordinary grade is priced at 400 yuan per gene, still a staple for middle-class families. The premium grade reaches 1,200 yuan per gene, and the top grade soars to 3,888 yuan per gene. At this price, a clear consumption stratification emerges. Upper middle-class families can afford frequent purchases, middle-class families feel the pinch with each purchase, and average middle-class families reserve it for special occasions or hosting important guests. Moving into the mid-level beast meat category, prices leap significantly. The lowest tier, mid-level 1-star ordinary beast meat, costs 3,000 yuan per gene, with the premium grade skyrocketing to 8,888 yuan per gene, and the top grade reaching an astounding 25,000 yuan per gene. Currently, the highest grade available on the market is the high-level 3-star top-grade beast meat, with a staggering price of 28.88 million yuan per gene, setting a new global record for food prices. To prevent the wealthy from monopolizing the ferocious beast meat market, the government has implemented strict purchasing restrictions. Through a nationwide asset registration and census, each household is assigned a purchasing tier corresponding to their wealth level, prohibiting them from buying products below their designated tier. Under the supervision of the Pangu AI system, everyone's financial status and transaction details are made transparent, eliminating any possibility of illegal purchasing or hoarding. Although these stringent control measures may seem extreme, given the current exceptional circumstances, such unconventional methods are necessary to maintain market order. The recent counter-espionage operation uncovered over 1 million spies, a staggering number that has enraged the top leadership. In the meeting room, the Prime Minister's voice was heavy. If these pests continue to harm Huaxia, the consequences will be unimaginable. And this million is likely just the tip of the iceberg. Taking advantage of the nationwide survey during the sale of fierce beast meat, we can purge foreign spies, corrupt officials, and illegal profiteers, an elder added. Once we clean out these pests, we can start the nationwide distribution of beast meat, preparing for large-scale development of the other world. More importantly, another elder continued, Huaxia, as the first country to classify and price fierce beast meat, will set the global quality standards and pricing power. In the short term, our prices will be the lowest, and other countries won't be able to compete. We'll sell it in the South China Sea Free Trade Zone at a price 50 higher than domestic rates, but still the lowest globally. The Prime Minister's eyes gleamed. The key is to accept only Huaxia currency or materials we need, allowing us to absorb various strategic resources from around the world. In the face of huge profits, even capitalists would risk the death penalty, an elder said excitedly. We just have to wait for resources to come to us. This could also attract global talent, someone suggested. Although the future focuses on cultivation, we can't abandon technological development. Since current weapons can kill third-tier beasts, developing more powerful weapons is also crucial. The Prime Minister turned to Shui Yong. You are in charge of classifying and inventorying the beast meat. We need detailed distinctions for each quality grade. This will affect market release and foreign sales decisions. Give me a month, and I guarantee it will be done, Shui Yong promised solemnly. Elder Shin, the Prime Minister looked at the elder in charge of the economy. How long will the nationwide survey take? Using conventional methods would take 3 to 5 years. Even with moderate methods, it would take a year, Elder Shin frowned. In chaotic times, we must use severe measures. The Prime Minister's gaze was piercing. I'll give you 300,000 regular troops and 1 million militia to assist, and the 9th Bureau will also participate in the arrests. Since we have decided to act, we must do it in one go, being the villain for the eternal peace of Huaxia. This was the Prime Minister's toughest decision since taking office. Any misstep could trigger nationwide unrest. Fortunately, the Western Bloc and the Polar Bear had just gone through a major war, making this the best time to act. Furthermore, their heavy losses in the other world have significantly weakened their strength, leaving them powerless to interfere with China, the Prime Minister said solemnly. Otherwise, they would have certainly exploited the situation. In the coming month, China will undergo a painful period of intense cleansing. But I believe that after this ordeal, we will emerge stronger than ever. With the development of the other world, China will reach unprecedented heights and leave all other nations far behind. He turned to Zhang Guodong. Old Zhang, do you have any concerns on your end? Rest assured, Prime Minister, Zhang Guodong replied firmly. Regardless of who is involved or how high their position may be, if there are any issues, the 9th Bureau will take action without hesitation. Although he knew that this mission might offend powerful individuals and even endanger his life, He was determined to step up for the future of China. The Prime Minister stood up and encouraged, "Very well. With unity, we can definitely win this tough battle." After the meeting, the seemingly calm China remained peaceful for only 3 days before a massive storm erupted. Li Cheng, 47, a key participant in China's nuclear technology projects, had a promising future, having contributed to numerous nuclear engineering projects. However, during an overseas study opportunity, he succumbed to the enemy's temptations. Initially, he provided some publicly available data in exchange for US dollars, not considering it harmful to the nation. The first time he received the money, he was anxious, fearing discovery. But as months passed without anyone noticing or reporting anything unusual, he, urged by his vanity-driven wife, spent the money. It's easy to move from frugality to luxury, but the reverse is tough. After tasting the sweetness of easy money, he grew bolder when foreign forces demanded more critical data. Starting with peripheral data, he gradually moved to core secrets. He kept convincing himself that it wouldn't harm the country, but he had already become a traitor. In the office of the Counterintelligence Department of the Ninth Bureau, a staff member rushed into the director's office. "Director, we found a big fish." As one of China's most crucial national security departments, the Counterintelligence Department specialized in counter-espionage. They had performed exceptionally well recently, and there were plans to promote them. A major success could make that promotion a certainty. After carefully reviewing the information, the director said, "Don't rush to act. Check if he has any connections or subordinates. If he does, we need to catch them all in one go. Director, we've confirmed that he is a timid person and hasn't developed any subordinates. However, his foreign contact has been communicating with him online. We have their social media accounts and concrete evidence. We can arrest him anytime." Hearing this, the director first expressed regret, then burst into anger. This traitor dared to sell such core secrets. Fortunately, we had this thunderous action. Otherwise, it would have been hard to uncover. Contact the operations team immediately and arrest him. In a regular residential area of a county-level city on the eastern coast, the quiet morning was shattered by police sirens. Dozens of police cars surrounded a building, attracting many onlookers. What happened? Why such a big commotion? Probably some major case. Could it be terrorists? Don't talk nonsense. If it were terrorists, the military would be here. A nearby resident said mysteriously, "I've always thought there was something fishy about this building. I heard a rich businessman bought it, and there are always beautiful young women coming and going." As he spoke, the police escorted a group of young, attractive women out of the building, some in loungewear and others in professional attire. The crowd watched the scene before them with curiosity. One excitedly pointed out that the man had been staring intently at the women. Someone in the crowd wondered aloud, "Why are there only women here? Where are the men?" Indeed, no one seemed to have seen a man enter the building before. As the discussions continued, a sharp-eyed observer suddenly shouted, "Wait, isn't that a man?" Following his direction, they spotted a man among the group of women. "Whoa, isn't that the deputy county magistrate?" Someone recognized him. "Yes, that's him. I saw him on the news. He had such an imposing presence when he visited our company. But look at him now." Police officers began emerging from the building, each carrying large boxes. A middle-aged man who had worked at a bank analyzed. "Those boxes are specifically used by banks to transport money. Each box must hold at least 1 million. And with so many boxes, there must be several billion." The news spread quickly, and within a week, an unusual atmosphere was felt nationwide. The political scene was in turmoil. Some officials were scrambling to escape, others were busy strengthening their upper-level connections, and many chose to temporarily sever ties with various interest groups, warning their families to tone down their behavior. According to statistics, over 1,000 officials and wealthy businessmen were investigated and arrested within that week due to the ostentatious actions of their offspring. Meanwhile, in the White House of the United States, SHIELD Director James was briefing President George. After the briefing, he mentioned the special operation in China, noting that many long-hidden operatives were exposed because of it. George was not surprised, attributing it to the previously suspected Chinese wormhole. But when James mentioned intuition, George became furious. "As the director of SHIELD, you're talking to me about intuition? Go find me evidence." Ultimately, James left the office under immense pressure, which cascaded down, forcing some well-hidden operatives in China to be activated and subsequently caught. This operation inadvertently helped China capture even more spies. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. The changes during this period were astonishing, with an unprecedented large-scale operation sweeping across the nation. People were talking about it everywhere, and even the notorious local bully was apprehended, rumored to face the death penalty, though given the country's usual judicial policies, this seemed unlikely. In the director's office of the Ninth Bureau in the capital, Zhang Guodong was receiving the latest briefing. His assistant, with a grave expression, said, "Director, the Information Security Department reports that some remnants are still resisting fiercely.
The situation is very dangerous. This was expected, Zhang Guodong replied calmly. It's just a temporary pain. Notify the relevant departments to focus on guiding public opinion positively. Don't let any of those hiding behind screens inciting the public get away. This time, we must catch them all, big or small. He paused briefly and added, also, we can appropriately release some results to let the public understand the reasons for our actions and the harm these people have caused to the country. The people will make their own judgments. The assistant's eyes lit up. Brilliant, Director. Our people have always been discerning and have long despised corrupt officials and unscrupulous businessmen. They will understand and support our decisions. Subsequently, official media released a series of shocking case details. Astronomical sums of embezzled funds by corrupt officials, real estate tycoons with hundreds of billions in private accounts, and the truths behind numerous abandoned construction projects. These revelations sparked a strong public reaction, with waves of support echoing throughout the populace. Meanwhile, in the SHIELD headquarters of the United States, Director James furiously threw a cup at the screen. Their operatives in China had been almost entirely wiped out, with fewer than 100 remaining, years of investment down the drain. Worse still, traditional allies were beginning to distance themselves. The UK was cold, the EU was secretly engaging with China, and even Japan's intelligence network was on the verge of collapse. In despair, James issued a final, desperate order. Instruct all remaining operatives in China to create chaos, promising to extract them if successful, or to expose their identities otherwise. These actions quickly triggered a series of destructive events across China, resulting in 23 deaths, 145 injuries, and direct economic losses of 19.7 billion. In response, Zhang Guodong immediately ordered a comprehensive crackdown, mobilizing military and police forces for a final sweep. Ultimately, a large number of undercover agents were captured. Interrogations confirmed that it was the order from the United States that had driven their frenzied actions. These people are really dreaming, actually trusting the Americans. Zhang Guodong sneered as he sat at the conference table. Don't they know that Uncle Sam has always prioritized its own interests? He scanned the room and commanded sternly, there are only 5 days left until the 1-month deadline. Push harder. The Prime Minister, seated at the head of the table, wore a smile, but the dark circles under his eyes betrayed his recent exhaustion. He spoke up, Old Shen, Old Zhang, share the results of the Thunder operation with everyone. Elder Shen, in charge of economics, was the first to stand. I'll start the report. In this past month, we completed the task 2 days ahead of schedule. According to the statistics, before Elder Chon could finish, the room was filled with the sound of gasps. So many? This is outrageous. How could there be so many? Is there a mistake in the investigation? Facing the crowd's doubts, Elder Shen remained serious. The investigation results are based on solid evidence. As unbelievable as it may seem, this is the reality. We've worked overtime these past 2 days to recheck everything, and the results remain consistent. If it weren't for the Thunder operation, we wouldn't have known how severe the situation had become, the other elders said angrily. Elder Shin continued, moreover, these are just the confirmed numbers from our current investigation. There could be even more hidden issues that will take longer to uncover. Elder Shun then provided a detailed report on the operation's specific outcomes. After listening, the Prime Minister immediately proposed funding suggestions. With this money, we can significantly advance the development of the otherworld and subsidize the price of fierce beast meat, bringing more benefits to the common people. After a round of heated discussion, the attendees quickly decided on the allocation of half the funds. The remaining funds were all directed toward the Otherworld Development Project. Old Zhang, it's your turn to report, the Prime Minister said, turning to Zhang Guodong. When Zhang Guodong finished reporting the specific figures, the room fell into a stunned silence once again. So many people, someone murmured. How many people does our Huaxia have altogether? In the end, after this shocking report, the entire conference room was enveloped in a long, heavy silence. In a solemn conference room, the Chief Minister looked at the attendees and posed a difficult question. With so many people, if we put them all in prison, it would not only require more manpower to guard them, but also be a huge burden. Lao Qin, how many criminals do we currently have in the country? Elder Qin immediately responded. There are currently over 1.65 million inmates in custody. This does not include those who have completed their sentences, those who are on the run, and those newly captured this month. In that case, we have approximately 7.78 million inmates in total, the Chief Minister said, furrowing his brow. Everyone, let's discuss how we should deal with these people. A heated discussion ensued in the conference room. Someone suggested drawing from historical experience. In ancient times, there were cannon fodder battalions and death squads. When we develop otherworldly realms, we can have these people explore dangerous areas as a form of atonement. Russia exiled prisoners to Siberia, and the British sent convicts to Australia. These are examples worth considering, another attendee added. After an in-depth discussion,
Elder Qin proposed a systematic solution. Establish a redemption system where criminals earn redemption points based on their crimes, allowing them to reduce their sentences through meritorious deeds in otherworldly realms. Eventually, the meeting determined a detailed implementation plan. Crime points based on sentence length: 1 point per month for up to 1 year, 2 points per month for 15 years, 4 points per month for 510 years, 8 points per month for 1,020 years, and 16 points per month for 20 years to life. For death row inmates, immediate execution for 7 major crimes such as treason, human trafficking, and rape. Other death row inmates will be given an additional 10,000 crime points with 3 years to earn redemption. Accumulating 10,000 redemption points can commute the sentence to life imprisonment. After the meeting, these policies sparked strong reactions nationwide. Official media heavily promoted the success of the initiative. 113.86 trillion yuan in illicit funds were seized, with an estimated 2,030 trillion yuan yet to be recovered. What excited the public even more was the announcement of a policy to share the benefits of otherworldly exploration with everyone, giving all citizens a chance to taste the legendary beast meat. This news caused a stir online, with some people wondering, what is beast meat? Shouldn't it be monster meat? The news that consuming beast meat could turn people into super warriors had already spread globally via the internet, attracting significant attention from other countries. As the official detailed report was released, information about the ferocious beasts gradually became clearer. These creatures, referred to as ferocious beasts by intelligent beings from another world, have a strict hierarchical system ranging from level 1 to level 7, with each level further divided into 9 stars. The internet was abuzz with discussions. Some questioned the source of this information, noting that foreign media had not previously mentioned it. Many others were excitedly speculating that this might mean China had become the first country to establish contact with these intelligent beings from another world. However, a critical question soon arose. Given China's population of 1.4 billion, even if each person consumed just a small amount of ferocious beast meat, the total would reach 70,000 tons. This would require at least 150,000 ferocious beasts to meet the demand, considering not all parts of these beasts are edible, and a single beast often doesn't yield a ton of consumable meat. In response to this concern, other netizens quickly pointed out an important detail in the official report. The most basic ferocious beast meat was priced at only 20 yuan per gene, and the government had strictly regulated the purchasing qualifications for different levels of ferocious beast meat based on family wealth. This information alleviated people's worries. Meanwhile, in the White House across the ocean, the atmosphere was completely different. President George was furiously yelling at James, smashing a glass against the latter's head. "You idiot!" George roared. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a Chinese spy. You've exposed all our undercover agents in China." At that moment, a blonde secretary hurried in with even more shocking news. China was about to launch a nationwide ferocious beast meat sales plan. During the ensuing discussion, the secretary explained in detail China's classification of ferocious beasts and how it corresponded to the SAM country's super soldier system. When asked about the strength levels of Ao Fu and Yi Xiao, the secretary could only confirm that Ao Fu was at the 7th stage of the body refining realm, while Yi Xiao's exact strength remained unknown. As the discussion continued, James received a phone call and promptly reported. Multiple countries had sent inquiries to China, but China's response was very clever. They claimed they had not directly contacted the intelligent beings from another world but had obtained some information through other channels, which needed further verification before being disclosed. Crafty Chinese. George gritted his teeth and explained to the secretary that this was actually China's way of showcasing its leading position to the world. Ultimately, George decided to collaborate with friendly nations to obtain more relevant information. Since Huaxia has already released some information, they are bound to release more in the future, George said to James. Make sure to collect all the official information from Huaxia, whether it's useful or not, and inform me immediately. Understood, Chief. James nodded slightly. This was not a difficult task for him. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, the emperor was holding a high-level meeting. After listening to his subordinates' reports, his gaze deepened. As I suspected, there are also wormholes within Huaxia. No, they call them portals, and they are clearly man-made. Emperor, based on the information released by Huaxia, they seem to have established contact with intelligent life from another world, a high-ranking military official stated bluntly. The foreign minister immediately interjected. We have already sent an inquiry, and Huaxia's response was that they have not contacted intelligent life from another world, but have obtained the information through other channels. Do you believe that? The military official sneered. Huaxia is definitely lying. The foreign minister shook his head. Precisely because it's an easily debunked lie, Huaxia wouldn't do that given their usual conduct. If they didn't want to share, they would simply say no comment. Another official offered a different perspective. The international situation has changed drastically. Huaxia's strategy might have changed as well. Otherwise, what exactly are these other channels?
This suspicion was not isolated, but rather a consensus among the upper echelons of most countries. Globally, Huaxia had established contact with an extraterrestrial civilization and gained enormous benefits from it. The emperor waved to cut off the endless discussion. Let's put this topic aside for now. He shifted his focus to more urgent matters. General Moff, what's the situation in Antarctica? It's our only exclusive portal. General Moff detailed the project's progress. The Blue Star base is expected to be completed in 6 months, accommodating 30,000 soldiers. On the other side of the portal, a small fortress has been built due to the size limitation of the passage, but reaching a garrison of 1,000,000 will take 3 years. After discussing the value of the Antarctic portal and the relationship with Huaxia, the emperor decided on 2 directions. First, to accelerate the construction of the Antarctic base, and second, to expand the usage quota of other portals. At that moment, a surprising message reached 10 Downing Street in London. Prime Minister, the Huaxia ambassador has proposed trading ores for the corpses of fierce beasts, the secretary reported as he walked briskly into the office. Fierce beast meat? The Prime Minister was incredulous. Such a precious resource from another world. And they are willing to trade it for ores? He suddenly realized the key point. What specific ores are they asking for? When it came to the sensitive topic of exchanging the carcasses of fierce beasts for ores, the Prime Minister furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. He believed there were only 2 possibilities. Either Huaxia was offering the inedible or even poisonous carcasses of fierce beasts, which were often hunted but found to have little clear use after testing and might need further research and development. Or Huaxia required some extremely precious rare ores, and they had already understood the special value of these ores, possibly through contact with other worldly civilizations. Speak up, what's going on? The Prime Minister urged his hesitant secretary. The secretary, looking slightly troubled, explained, Sir, the situation is more complex than you think. Huaxia doesn't want a specific type of ore. They want all the ores we've mined from the other world. They even provided a detailed purchase price list, using the carcasses of fierce beasts as the universal currency. Where is the price list? Let me see it. The Prime Minister extended his hand. The secretary handed over a thick document. The Prime Minister opened it and found it was a complete booklet, with each page detailing 1 to 3 types of ores, including names, illustrations, and exchange rates, but notably lacking information on the ore's properties and uses. This detail made the Prime Minister frown, but he quickly understood the caution. After all, such information was top secret. Is Huaxia only dealing with us? The Prime Minister asked cautiously. To my knowledge, they've made the same proposal to all countries, with identical price lists. The secretary responded. What are the other countries' reactions? We're not entirely sure yet, but most countries are likely to agree to the exchange. After all, these ores are currently useless to them, while the fierce beast carcasses can help them quickly train super soldiers, enabling them to expand their territories in the other world. It's a positive cycle. The Prime Minister's expression grew even graver. That's exactly why it's more dangerous. This will only allow Huaxia to gain greater benefits, widening the gap between us. We're not just developing ourselves, we're aiding the enemy. In the future, we might all end up as Huaxia's vassals. We must oppose this. The secretary was clearly taken aback by the Prime Minister's decisiveness. Immediately contact Sam's country and find out their stance. The Prime Minister ordered decisively. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office of Sam's country, several top officials were gathered around George's desk. Take a look at this price list, everyone. George pointed to the document on the desk. Mr. President, we've all reviewed it before coming here, Bryn responded directly. George nodded and then said, the British Prime Minister just called to inquire about our position. In terms of or reserves, we are second only to Huaxia. This decision is crucial. What are your thoughts? James was the first to speak. Mr. President, these ores are just a pile of rocks waiting for research. Instead of letting them gather dust in our warehouses, we should exchange them for the fierce beast carcasses we desperately need. With more super soldiers, we can secure even more resources in the future. The chief frowned and thought for a moment before speaking resolutely. I believe we must not trade these ores. Instead, we should increase our purchase price and collect these ores from countries around the world. On this blue planet, the only nation that can rival Huaxia is us. He stood up and began pacing the conference room, analyzing. The fact that Huaxia is willing to exchange beast carcasses for these ores indicates their value surpasses even that of the beast carcasses. If they truly want them, they'll have to buy from us at a high price. A nearby advisor interjected, Buelen's proposal is to employ financial tactics to take a bite out of Huaxia. This way, we can weaken Huaxia while strengthening Sam's country. But there's a risk, another consultant cautioned. What if Huaxia stops trading once they see us stockpiling? We know nothing about the true value and use of these ores. We might end up trading precious beast carcasses for a pile of worthless rocks. Impossible. The chief dismissed the concern. As long as these ores are valuable, Huaxia won't give up on them. But we must also be wary of whether this is a trap set by Huaxia. He picked up a price catalog and studied it closely. There are too many types of ores listed here. It's likely a mix of valuable and worthless ones.
If we can't distinguish between them, we might end up being the fool.
Someone suggested we could monitor Huaxia's purchasing trends, see which ores they actually buy, and which ones are just a smokescreen. Don't forget, Huaxia promised to share beast meat with the entire population, which requires significant expenditure. They also want to trade beast carcasses for or show many beast carcasses will they need. Just then, Bulin's expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something crucial. Bulin, what's wrong? George immediately noticed his unusual reaction and asked with a frown. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.